Welcome aboard, everybody. This is the April edition of our Vintage Rotisserie Draft. My name's Dwayne St. Arnold. I'm joined here by Paul Waite.
Hi.
And my mic just cut out, actually. I can't hear anything in my headset.
Did you just mute it?
I don't think I did. It's not muted. There it is. All right. Sorry about that.
Technical difficulties.
Working out it was my volume. So a lot of you that are joining or you're going to be watching these replays online, we had a bunch of questions last time. What is vintage rotisserie? So we'll put together some slides.
Yeah, a lot of people have never even actually heard of it before. So yeah.
So it's on your screen, but I'll just kind of walk you through it. So you can a lot of vintage rotisserie or rotisserie drafts are like if you had a Theros rotisserie draft, you would put out one of every card in Theros, and then you could draft just like you normally would draft. But they're face up. Other people can see what people are drafting.
And players would go one at a time, taking a card, and the next player would take a card, and such. So it's the same mentality, but instead it's every legal vintage card. So if it's legal in vintage, it is a legal pick.
Yep.
So starting in seat A, which on the spreadsheet, which we'll pull up here in a minute, players are going to go one at a time, taking a card, and then it moves to the next player, and then it snakes around. It's a snake draft, just like a fantasy football draft.
Yep.
Snakes around, and then eventually we have your decks ready.
Important to know, you don't have to draft basic lands; those can be added on. But you are drafting your sideboard cards. So, picking things like Artifact Hate or Graveyard Hate is important to make sure that you have, because these are best 2 out of 3 matches. You're going to be using your sideboard.
Yeah, and this is also with the sideboard, you know exactly what your opponents are drafting. So I know that if one of my opponents is drafting the Reanimator deck, I might start taking some Reanimator Hate. It's a really interesting format. And then as far as power level goes, it's anywhere kind of between. A powered cube, I'd say, between or vintage deck sometimes. There are sometimes turn 2 kills in this format. It's pretty fast paced, but
it's definitely
also gonna be pretty grindy as well.
So our tournament structure here. So now that you understand what the format is, our tournament structure here. We wanted to make this light and fun, so the buy-in for everyone is a sweet bottle of booze.
Yep.
Something like $30 to $50.
Yep.
So we have 8 different bottles. There's actually a couple extra in there. It looks
yeah,
like.
And Charles brought some Everclear as well as 2 Four Locos.
4 Locos.
Really classy from Charles Dupont.
I didn't think those existed anymore.
They're not original recipe.
Quattro crazy. All right. So then the way we have it set up is everyone plays each other round robin. That way everyone gets a chance to face the other deck. So that means we have 7 rounds. And then we set it up so after those rounds are completed, we're going to play the finals. Best of 3 finals between whoever's first and second at the time.
Yeah, as far as rules enforcement goes, this isn't the Pro Tour. We're not going to hold everyone to everything. It's kind of we call it "Don't be a dick" enforcement. Any final calls are made by me or Dwayne or our third commentator, Stephen Berklid, who's actually in the room with the drafters right now, facilitating things.
And then so we have a couple of sweet prizes here. First, second, and third are splitting up these bottles.
Yeah.
First is going to get the glory. We're going to have a trophy made. We'll actually have it ready for the next stream, hopefully. Yeah. But we do have the last place trophy ready.
And it is a nice one.
It's a nice one. It is. I can put it up here on the stream.
Yeah.
It is the Jed.
It's a scornful egotist blown up to life-size proportions.
And it's going to have a little base, and whoever comes in last place has to display this proudly in their home until we have another draft.
Which will be about a month from now.
About a month? Yeah, we do these about monthly. So.
And then, like Dwayne said, we'll have a first place trophy for the next one, but it's a little bit nicer, and it's still being made. We're having an artist build it for us. So, yep. So I guess we'll get into the players here.
So, more important, before we dive into who's in this draft, part of the structure that we're looking for is we want to have all these kind of feed into like a super draft at the end.
Yeah.
So it'll be like a draft of champions, where once we have 8 unique individual winners of these events, then those 8 will draft the draft of champions. So
and then the true winner will be determined.
So speaking of true winners, the past winners so far, we've had 3 of these. Paul Waite, yourself, won season 1 with Blue Black Reanimator.
Got a little lucky, but we'll take it.
Yep. Charles Dupont won with Blue Green Tempo. And then last one, that was Peter. He drafted a sweet deck.
Yeah, a Time Vault deck. It just had all the combos. He had Painter Servant Grindstone in there. All kinds of ways to look for his combos. He just pretty much decimated the
draft. A lot of
with
redundancy in his deck.
Yeah.
So it'll be pretty interesting to see if we see any or all of these archetypes here today.
So one thing to add as well is also tournament structure. The way it works is the top 3 players from the previous draft are invited back for the next draft.
Yep.
Unfortunately, this time Peter had a scheduling conflict, so our champion is not going to be here for this one. So he'll actually get he's invited to the next one. He will be able to attend.
Excellent.
We do have Charles Dupont drafting this time with us.
So let's actually start talking about our drafters.
Absolutely.
And so these are going to be in order of where they're seated. So starting off the draft is Mike Thompson.
Mike Thompson.
Now Mike has. People don't realize Mike has been around the game for a long time.
He is definitely one of the more accomplished players in the draft. I mean, if you look at here, 115 lifetime pro points, played in 31 pro tours. He has a stat that he likes to talk about. He has the most pro tour appearances without a top 8.
Yeah, I went back one time and just kind of looked at how he did over pro tours. He just consistently like top 64'd or day 2'd basically all of them. But just never made that break over.
He's taken a break from competitive play for the most part. A couple years ago, though, he is kind of famous around these parts. He showed up to 2 PTQs, both of which someone just handed him a deck. He lost the first round, hadn't played any matches with the deck, and then went off to win both PTQs.
Yeah, one of the local stories about Mike is that he loves playing Meddling Mage in formats where he knows 0 card names.
Yeah.
So he every tournament he plays Meddling Mage, and then he's like, so what is this card that does this? And you'd have to find the name from the judge. Anyways,
Lots of judge calls.
So Mike's in our first seat. Following him up is Charles.
Charles Dupont. Charles is arguably the favorite of the draft. You know, I went and asked all the other players, you know, who's your biggest competition? Who are you most afraid of? And without fail, all 7 other drafters said Charles Dupont. He is the guy to look out for. And the last 3 of these that he's done, he's gone second, first, and second.
Yeah, and you know, I think everyone knows here, at least in Seattle, that Charles is a very good player. But second, first, second, that means that he's not just a good player, but he knows what he's doing when it comes to rotisserie.
And when I ask players why they're afraid of him so much, he just plays the game differently than pretty much anyone else. Especially, it really shows in a format like Vintage Rotisserie. This guy, I also know, I work with him, and he has been eating, breathing, sleeping Vintage Rotisserie draft. It is all he's been thinking about.
Oh, I can't imagine having to work with him. That sounds awful. Next up, we have Jesse Hampton. Now, Jesse may be a name that people recognize that aren't local Seattle. He did top 8 Pro Tour Philadelphia, top 16 PT Hawaii. He's been part of a number of Pro Tour team collaborations.
He was on the train for a while.
Yeah. Jesse's definitely someone that everyone in this room will respect. But as far as Vintage Rotisserie goes, this is his first time.
This is his first time, and of all the drafters, he is, I think, the least prepared. I took a lot of time to talk to all the drafters, figure out their strategy, and Jesse's kind of just going to wing it. But he is, if any player in that draft can just wing it, I think it is Jesse.
It's interesting. I felt, we were talking a little bit earlier about what the range, like, I don't think Charles is going to come in last, right?
No.
I think he's going to top 4 probably, maybe even win. Jesse could easily come in 8th or 1st. I just have no idea. So it'll be interesting to see how he drafts.
Yeah, absolutely.
Following up Jesse in the 4 seat is Josh Ventura.
Josh Ventura, this is his second time. He doesn't have as many accomplishments as a lot of these other guys, but the last time he came in, he's a vintage ringer. And also legacy.
Yeah.
And he came in, drafted. He got the first seed last time. Drafted a deck a lot of people gave him crap for. I think he didn't utilize his Black Lotus pick first, and he ended up coming in second and had a really good shot at ending first, actually.
Yeah, he drafted Blue Eye Control, and it was just good. He took. We were criticizing him a lot about like what value he got out of his picks, and he agreed with us, but proof was in the pudding at the end of the day. He came in second place. He narrowly he was in running for first the whole day.
And I talked to him about his strategy, and he has kind of an off-the-wall strategy. A lot of people are afraid to try out for this time. If he sticks to it, it'll be interesting to see.
I'm excited for his strategy.
I am as well.
I'm very excited.
I've been wondering if it can be pulled off, so we'll see.
Yeah, maybe. Following that is my commentator partner from last time, Teddy Vitro.
Yeah, Teddy doesn't have a lot of experience with the format, but he is, a very good player, and
he's a grinder.
Yeah, he's a grinder. This guy, he plays every format. He plays a lot of Magic online.
Yep. He knows a lot about formats and whatnot. And one of the things when we were talking off camera, when we were commentating last time, he just wanted to play.
Yeah.
And he felt like he just wanted to play so he could get more knowledge about the format. So it'll be kind of interesting to see what direction Teddy goes in today, because he's been on this side of the cameras, which is it's easy when you have all the information, but it'll be a lot more challenging for him today.
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right, following Teddy, we have Jesse Wilky.
Jesse Wilky, yeah. Jesse Wilky, he's more noticeable as a poker pro. He's
Really? I actually knew him from his underwear model circuit.
Oh, well,
he's a plus-size underwear model.
I don't follow that quite as much.
Oh,
but,
you should.
But he's also...
it's really good.
He's also... Right, as I said, a lot of players were afraid of Charles. Most players also missing Jesse as a threat. He is very, very good at Magic.
You know, he came into the draft last time as a last-minute addition, and he drafted a completely respectable deck.
Yeah.
And
I called him 15 minutes before the draft. He had no prep.
Yeah. So it'll be kind of scary to see what he does with an actual amount of
full
prep.
month of prep. Yeah. And this is his third one, so he has a lot of experience.
Yeah. Following Jesse, this is the 7th seat, is Greg Peloquin, or G Pelly as he's called out here. You know, he won Washington States. He's top 32, some GPs. He's played in nationals 3 times. And that was
the guy also has more seconds at PTQs probably than any human alive.
Yeah, he's vying Kent Ketter for the steak knife trophy at this point,
absolutely.
Right? Yeah. Greg, if he's in the finals, whoever is playing against Greg is just a lock to win.
They just have a bye essentially.
So he's my vote for second place today.
Absolutely,
he's definitely going to come in second.
Yeah.
And then in the 8th seat, this is a great story. Colin McCune, he won our Cube draft qualifier to get this seat.
Yeah, after the last draft, a lot of people really wanted to get involved, and we can only have 8 drafters. So something we came up with was doing a Cube draft qualifier, and we invited 8 players to come try to see if they could win that last spot. And Colin's the one that took it down. He drafted a red-white. I think it was red, white, blue kind of control deck, and really just kind of dominated the Cube draft. I feel like he really earned a spot here today.
Absolutely.
And it's interesting to see what he's going to do with the wheel. And I know he has put in a lot of prep.
Yep. So we're going to move over to the actual draft here. Let me see if I can get this to fit the full screen here.
So originally I was talking to Mike Thompson, and he was floating back and forth between Ancestral Recall and Black Lotus. I think the call is Black Lotus, and it looks like he does absolutely go with Black Lotus.
He went with Black Lotus.
I don't think it's very close.
It's really not.
It allows you to do things that no other card does. It's just, I think it's inarguably the best pick. Charles snaps off Mana Crypt, just like he had planned. And interesting, Jesse Hampton, when I asked him when he was going to first pick, he said he didn't think he was going to get that Ancestral. So
we're the picks are flying here, so I think everyone kind of knew what they wanted to do.
Yeah, and it looks like no one's had to contest anything. I think Jesse's probably doing backflips. He got that Ancestral Recall. I don't think he expected that.
No.
And Teddy snaps off Time Vault. That's where he wanted to be. He didn't think he was going to get to him. So
you know, it's funny because I think we all knew it was definitely going to get to him because we've been talking to people ahead of time. Here's the hint for viewers that are playing along. Josh Ventura is definitely drafting mono red. He is 100% on, and
he's got the Ruby.
He wanted Ruby. He also wants to get
actually. I talked to him last night. He had changed his plan a little bit. He's actually going to draft Boros now.
Yeah. He wasn't sure when I talked to him. He wasn't sure if he wanted to draft Boros or not. It really depends if he's going to get Mox Pearl on the wheel.
Right.
But I mean, he's lighting people on fire today.
And also, like, there's a lot of those white cards he just gets for free that no one else is going to fight him over. So he might as well take the value out of him.
So it's interesting that we've hit the first kind of slow moment here in the draft. Wilky might have been looking at that Time Vault and it just got snatched up under him.
I don't think he expected Teddy to take the Time Vault. I don't think he would have put him there. So
and he drafted Jesse drafted the good Reanimator deck last time. So it's actually totally reasonable that he could just take Mox Jet here or Mox. It's funny because Mox Sapphire is still on the board.
It is.
Ruby went first. That just shows you the commitment that Ventura had to his deck.
Right. I think he's probably not. Everyone I think knows what's going on right now. Taking that Mox Ruby so early.
Yeah, you don't take Mox Ruby before Sapphire or Jet if you're not locked in.
Especially a player like Josh. People are probably kind of wondering why he didn't take that Sapphire. And I think people know what's up.
I think as soon as he takes like a Goblin guy, it's the cat's out of the bag.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I think that's gonna be. I mean, I think we're gonna see some more powerful picks before that. He's got to snap up, the really powerful cards.
Well,
first.
What's interesting about drafting mono red in this format is you have to like fight for your Moxes and maybe like Wheel of Fortune and a couple other cards.
Yeah.
But no one wants the rest of the cards you're drafting.
Yeah, absolutely not.
So he gets to spend 5 or 6 rounds taking the cards that are going to be contested, and then after that it's just free. So
Jesse Wilky takes Time Walk here. Decides to forego the fast mana approach and just goes with Time Walk. Greg Peloquin snaps out Mox Jet, which was, I know, just exactly part of his plan. He's looking to go kind of like a green-black, possibly Reanimator survival type deck.
Okay.
Should be pretty interesting. He had a really interesting take on the format. I'm interested to see how it pans out.
I had actually heard that Greg was going black-white, similar to what Stephen Berkley did on our last draft.
Okay.
But I think either way, he's definitely locking on Jet here. Colin McCune must be doing backflips.
Yeah,
Mox Sapphire floated to 8th.
8th pick, and if he can wheel a second one here, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Mox Emerald.
Take Tinker.
Tinker's also up there.
Or you could take Soul
Takes
Ring.
the Soul Ring. Okay.
That's fair.
A lot of people are probably wondering why Charles snapped off Mana Crypt before Soul Ring got taken. A lot of people think Soul Ring's the better card, but in a format like this, that one extra mana really does matter, and the damage from Mana Crypt a lot of the times just isn't relevant.
Yeah, and in this format, it's Soul Ring's much better in like Cube, where your powerful cards are like Jace and Elspeth and those sort of windmills. But in this format, since you can build a streamlined deck, a lot of decks just don't even have a use for 2 colorless mana on,
Yeah.
it doesn't quite work out well for them. But Mana Crypt is just much better at facilitating exactly what you need when you need it.
It's almost it's not a Black Lotus, but it is a very powerful card. And one thing that really sold me on that thought was for the last draft, me and Charles did a lot of mock drafts, and we drafted. We took turns going back and forth, and we tried to see like where picks lined you up.
Sure.
And we couldn't find a good deck for the Sol Ring. There's not really very many decks that want that 2 colorless, other than Mud. And I think we all agree at this point, Mud just might not be a good deck.
I could definitely see Colin trying to force something mono blue here. It's totally possible that like Tinker might wheel all the way back to him.
Jesse Wilky looks like he's on the hard blue plan.
The blue
here.
plan. It's interesting taking those cards and not taking any of the fast
mana. To let Teddy Vitro get that Tinker, that is something else.
Tinker Time Vault. Now the question is he going to get Voltaic Key? I think if someone in these first 4 picks takes like Grim Monolith, or actually it'll be Mana Vault, then they could easily just snap up that key and make Teddy's first pick just awful. Like, there's ways to untap it, but
there's a lot of redundancy. You've got Mind Over Matter and cards like that. Like, and I think
I will take the 1-drop artifact over the 6-drop enchantment.
Sure, but
every day.
Charles takes his. I think it's his favorite card at this point. Channel. It's he does just ridiculous things with it.
So it's funny because no one had really taken a green card yet. I don't really count Mox Emerald as a green card. Charles Dupont taking Channel, that's him drawing his line in the sand saying, hey, I'm doing this, get away.
Yeah.
And I think it'll be pretty effective because I don't think anyone's going to switch into that at this point.
Yeah.
So I bet you money Mike Thompson takes Entomb here.
I also agree.
I think it's wrong.
I
think Mike Thompson could take Demonic Vampiric Tutor here on the wheel.
When he talked to me, he said if he got into this position and they were both live, he was going to try to take Entomb Dark Ritual.
Yep, he told me that as well.
Which is very close to what I did in my draft, the first draft that I won, which people criticized me for too as well. But Entomb is just an irreplaceable card. If you're trying to be on that plan, there's nothing better than Entomb.
Yeah, and Mike Thompson definitely did want to draft a Reanimator. Mm-hmm. I don't think anything that anyone else has drafted is going to shy him away from that. It's just the question of which 2 picks does he want here to draw that line in the sand. I personally think that he should take one of the 2 tutors along with Entomb.
Sure.
I think Reanimate you can replace 10 different ways. Entomb is not the sort of card that you can replace.
You can't replace Entomb, and I like the other card that the deck just absolutely needs is Grizzlebrand, but I don't think anyone else is in a position to take that at least in the next
not
2
yet.
picks.
And the funny thing is Mike actually, if he could gamble here, Mike is the greediest sort of person. He might just take 2 not Reanimator cards, and solidify himself in black, and then try and wheel them and let them float a little bit longer. Something I was talking with Stephen Berklet about today is the strategy of cards that you want that no one else wants, you can let them slide longer. Yep. It's hard in this format because you don't know what everyone else is doing quite yet. You need another few picks to really see where people are sitting. You can see that Dupont's on green. Josh Ventura's probably on mono red. Teddy's on the Tinker.
It looks like Josh did pick up that Mox Pro, so it looks like he is probably going to go Boros.
Yeah.
It looks like everyone's pretty much right where they want to be. I think there's the Dark Ritual, and there's the Entomb. All right, so it looks like everyone is where they want to be for the most part. I'm interested to see if Mike Thompson and Greg Peloquin end up butting heads a little bit here.
I think if Greg is smart,
he's going to move out.
I think actually if he's smart, he starts taking discard spells.
Yeah.
As opposed to trying to fight over Reanimator. Strip Mine goes off for Charles.
Demonic Tutor for Hampton, so I would be shocked if Hampton didn't end up in some kind of blue-black control deck. That's just his style.
There's the bold statement from Josh.
Lightning Bolt has been taken in the 3rd round.
The funny thing is there's not a soul. None of the other 7 players want to take Lightning Bolt. I wonder if Josh just looked at his prep list and said, well, there's no other cards here that anyone else is going to want. I might as well just start it on my strategy right now.
And there's a card, like, if you are in the mono red deck and you've already picked up your 2 Moxes, like, where else do you go? It's so possible you try to take one of the other Moxes, like a Mox, what are the other 2 Moxes? I'm totally blanking. Mox, the discard ones.
Oh, Chrome Mox and Mox Diamond?
Yeah, you might have some interest in those, but, Lightning Bolt just might be the best pick. You might just go the rest of your draft without anyone wanting your cards.
Yeah, it's totally reasonable that he does that. I think that's actually just Josh trying to make a statement here. Teddy picks up Goblin Welder. I don't like that pick
I don't like that pick at all.
Goblin Welder's too slow in this format.
You could have picked up a Mana Drain there.
Or more importantly, he could have taken Voltaic Key.
Voltaic Key could have also had the Voltaic Key.
Greg Peloquin's trying to take Mind Twister. I think he typed in the wrong box.
I'm a big fan of where Jesse Wilky's going here.
Yeah, the thing is we have no idea how Wilky wants to close the game out yet.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see what he does. I don't think he's just going to stay in mono blue. He's going to probably add another color. Colin, on the other hand, is making a statement.
There's the mana
drain.
drain.
Yeah.
So it looks like Wilky and Colin are going to be butting heads a bit here. And he takes the Painter's Servant, which is I'm sure Teddy had his eyes on. It looks like Greg Peloquin's trying to draft 2 Mind Twists here. It's a powerful strategy, if you ask me.
You know, I would draft multiples if I could also.
Yeah.
But I expect, Vampiric Tutor comes off the board. So it's a shame for Mike because he had a chance at getting both of those.
Wilky tried to take a mana drain, which has already been picked, so hopefully they get that sorted out. I'm sure
they
Brooklyn's
will.
on it. There is the second Mind Twist again. Greg is just sold on that second Mind Twist.
It's a good pick.
But he had taken, what did he take there instead of before that?
He had taken Vampiric
Tutor. Which I think this is probably the latest Vampiric Tutor's ever gone, but that's probably because Stephen Berklet is not in the draft.
It looks like we're going to get that mana drain fixed.
Okay, Chris is running over.
So I think we see the very first punt of the draft on
Grim
Teddy's.
Monolith, yeah.
You can't take Grim Monolith before you take Mana Vault.
Yeah,
right? Mana Vault is just too good.
Or Voltaic Key.
So
I don't see anyone else in front of him that's going to want the key.
That's the thing. If someone else had taken Mana Vault or Grim Monolith, I think you have to snap off Voltaic Key here.
How about this? I wouldn't put it past Mike Thompson just to ruin his day.
Yeah, but man, that's such a waste. Like, wow, Jesse takes Time Twister instead of that mana drain.
Wow, Time Twister. That's an interesting pick. I'm interested to see where he goes with that.
Teddy repunts.
Decides to retake the Monolith.
They gave him a challenge flag, and he just got a chance to punt again.
He wants to do it again.
Yep.
It's early. Like, he could take it a lot of ways. I mean, there's still a lot of picks left.
I just don't see a world where it makes sense, since we agree that the life is irrelevant. The untapped cost is essentially the same.
Yep.
Like, taking Grim Monolith there over Mana
Josh
Vault is just a mistake.
so here's Josh's is taking the lands early, which is probably where you want to be. Jesse Hampton's doing backflips that he's got that Mana Vault probably.
Well, I mean, look at Teddy hover that over. You can see Teddy's looking at it right
oh,
now.
interesting.
And going, well, shit.
Yeah, we can actually. Also, if anyone in the chat is watching on the stream, there's this really cool program you can download. We're not affiliated with it anyway, but it's really neat. It's called Any Card Anywhere. If you're running on Google Chrome, go to the Google Chrome store, download it. It's free. And while you're drafting, if you hover over any of these cards, you're not sure what any of them are. It'll just pull it right up, just like it is here on the stream. It's really neat.
So someone asked in chat if Channel had been unbanned. So this format follows Vintage, which is like Type 1 play. There's a lot of cards that are restricted, but they're not banned in this format. Right. So things like Mox's Channel, there's restricted cards, but I think it's completely legal to draft in this format.
I think like Shahrazad or something like.
Yeah, like anti-cards, any of those.
You can't like play Demonic Consultation.
Right. Like that, well, you can actually play Demonic Consultation. That's completely fine.
Which is the card
It's probably not a good idea.
What's the... I'm crazy.
I'm not sure.
Moving on. Anyway, we have a Mana Vault from Jesse Hampton. Charles Dupont. We'll see what goes on here. That Strip Mine seemed kind of early from Charles, but it is a powerful card. But without Berklet in the draft, so I think he could have got it later.
I think Charles is probably going to look to take... like Crucible and Wasteland at some point real soon. I don't think anyone else is going to try and fight him too hard for it.
Fastball, which went criminally undrafted last draft.
You know, it's the sort of card that you really have to draft around. You can't just play Fastball for value, really. Yeah. But taking it forth, is clearly part of Charles's plan here. I actually think Charles is going to go with that Fastball deck, channel, just really build around those cards.
Alley Grifters?
No, I think
that can't possibly. That's got to be the auto fill-in thing messing up, because I doubt he's drafting an Alley Grifters.
Yeah.
Grizzlebrand. All right, there we go. So Mike Thompson picks up 2 very powerful cards, Thoughtseize and Grizzlebrand, which I really like where Mike's deck is going.
When we were talking, he was going to take all of these cards except for he wanted Mind Twist instead of Thoughtseize. But that said, Thoughtseize is probably the best single discard spell.
I think it does a lot of really powerful things in this format.
And I think, unless something changes, Mike Thompson should be able to draft Reanimator uncontested. When that's happened, you won your draft with it.
Yeah.
The draft after that, the one that Charles won, I think Reanimator was second.
Reanimator didn't get drafted that draft.
It didn't get drafted?
It did not get drafted.
It was the last one.
It was the last one where it got drafted twice.
Yeah.
So another thing for streamers, at 15 picks, we're going to take a break from the draft. We're going to try to get in 1, possibly 2 drafters in here to kind of talk about where they're at, where they're headed. So as the draft goes on here, if you guys have someone that you really want us to interview on stream, go ahead and lift it in the stream, and we'll try to grab whoever people are most interested in.
Yep, absolutely. So
personally, for me, I'd like to see where Charles is trying to go with this.
I think he's going to go big mana green.
I think so too.
I think you're going to see Channel putting things like Emrakul probably, but he's probably going to be putting things like Precursor Golem and Mirror Battlesphere. The mono brown artifact ramp deck, the workshop decks, have really done terrible in the last few drafts. They definitely caused the Jed trophy to be a thing.
Absolutely.
Because that deck was awful.
It really, yeah, and like a lot of people, we've done these drafts in the past, and people have, always drafted the workshop deck. People always, it's generally the favorite to win when people have voted, and
because it looks so powerful on paper, right? It just looks like all of your draws are gonna be so explosive.
But all these other decks are doing unfair things, but also have access to colored mana to cut their opponents off from what they're doing.
Not only that, but I think people are thinking that the artifact deck is going to look like what it looks like in Vintage or even the Legacy versions, where they play all of these like Sphere of Resistance, Lodestone Golem cards, except for in this format, you don't get to play 4x of all of those. You have one of each, and you never really get to hit that critical mass where you're slowing your opponent down, where they have to pay 4 more per spell.
Yeah.
You don't get to do that in this format, so I think that approach is wrong, and I think that through conversations with Charles, he's on board with that also. So I don't think you're going to see him take those sort of cards. Like, don't get me wrong, jam a Lodestone Golem in there, that's fine.
Yeah.
But the cards like Sphere of Resistance, Trinisphere, they're just really underwhelming unless you can consistently play them on turn 1, which you can't do consistently in this format at all.
I'm interested to see what Jesse Hammond's going to do with that Yawgmoth's Will.
So I wouldn't be surprised if you see Jesse try and Storm here. Storm has not been able to win in quite some time. In general, it's not that great in 40-card decks, but that said, 40-card decks do make Brain Freeze even better.
If there is a drafter that can do it, I think it's Jesse Hampton.
Sure.
He's played a lot of Storm.
So Teddy didn't let that Voltaic Key float too long. He's got a lot of value out of it. Also, you get Voltaic Key, he's got Grim Monolith, Time Vault, and you know he's going to have some other things for that key to untap. Other than that Welder pick, I like what Teddy's doing so far.
Yeah, that Welder could have gotten a lot later.
Yeah, no one else was going to take that. But, I mean, if you look at Teddy's deck, replace Welder with Mana Vault, and his deck is absurd right now.
Yeah, or Demonic Tutor.
Yeah. Counterspell for Wilky into Duress for Greg Peloquin. I don't know if Duress is the right card there. I like Inquisition a lot better in this format.
It's close.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably either way. Let's be honest. He's probably going to just snap off the other one on the wheel here.
Yeah.
So let's see if Colin... So with Painter's Servant, he can let Grindstone float a long time. In general, hate drafting is not something that we see too much here. People will, quote, hate draft cards, but generally they're cards that they can also play with.
Yeah, especially in these early rounds. Like, missing a pick is very detrimental to your game plan.
Something that we were talking about last time with Josh Ventura, and then we're talking again about now, is like just the value of your picks against what other people are going to be drafting. Like, Josh Ventura took those 2 Moxes first, and I think he's just heads down like, I don't think anyone else is going to take these burn cards, which they're clearly not. So that's why I think why he took his 2 fetch lands, because those are, out of all of the cards he has left to draft that he wants in his deck, those are the ones that are going to go to other players.
I love it. I think that was really smart of him. I was talking earlier. I don't know what he's going to try to fight for here, but the lands, that's the place.
I think he probably just snaps up like Plateau and Sacred Foundry soon and just solidify his mana base, because ain't no one going to take Chain Lightning in this draft other than him, right?
And like, if he's trying to play Stoneforge Mystic or something, no one else is going to take that currently. Like, it's...
Yeah, no one else is in position to draft white yet at all.
And I do know that Joshua Ventura is a big fan of the Stoneforge Mystic, so I wouldn't be surprised if he tried to get in his deck, but he might just try to go like really hard aggro as well. So it's interesting. We'll see where it goes.
Yeah, when I had originally talked to him, the white was for things like Helix and Boros Charm and just those burn spells. I don't put it past him at all, but it just makes it would slow him down considerably if he played Stoneforge Mystic. That said, if he can, put Jam Skullclamp or GTA or something in his deck, it'll be pretty sweet.
I like Colin's picks on the wheel here. He picks up Trinket Mage and Grindstone.
Yeah, he didn't want to let that Grindstone float too long. I think he could have let it go for a while. It doesn't fit in any other strategy.
I do like that Trinket Mage early, though.
I do like the Trinket Mage. He has Soul Ring Mox, and now he has Grindstone.
Yep.
It'll certainly be good in his deck, and that was something that could have easily gone into someone else's deck. I could have seen Teddy take it. I could even see Hampton take it. He has Mana Vault, and he could pick some other things up. But I think the other person that would have fought for that right now is Teddy, for sure. So Colin snaps that off. Colin's just a big blue drafter anyways.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not surprised. He's probably pretty upset that Wilky has just taken mono blue cards so far.
I'm still pretty surprised by that time twister. I think we've had multiple drafts where it just hasn't gotten taken. So
Yeah,
picking
or
a
it's in
fourth
like the
pick seems-
40th round or
And
something.
it's strange to see a player as experienced as Wilky take that time twister there. So maybe he knows
Yeah.
something that we don't. Maybe he's going to do something crazy. But I think he could have probably, taken something more powerful there.
So some of the picks that went early in older drafts that haven't gone yet, Jason the Mind Sculptor still on the board.
Which is funny because when I was originally talking to Jesse Hampton, he was talking about possibly first picking it, which I gave him a little bit of crap for. But I'm surprised that it is.
I don't think it's good enough to go in the first, and probably not the second round.
I personally don't even like it as a card in the format.
It's interesting. I think it's obviously just one of the most powerful cards ever printed. It does cost 4,
Yeah.
which is a lot in this format. That said, it does deal with a lot of threats that your opponent can play. Like, it's really good against the Reanimator decks. It's really good against other blue grindy decks because you just get so much card advantage out of them. That said, I
Regrowth
certainly
from
don't.
Wilky.
I don't want to play it against Josh Ventura, right? It's not going to be that good.
Yeah, so Jesse Wilky picks up Regrowth, showing he's probably going to be trying to go into some kind of green-blue control deck, tempo maybe.
Maybe he's just on the Charles Dupont plan from last
Possibly,
draft.
yeah. It's interesting. We'll see if Greg ends up using that Mox Emerald, but there could possibly be three green drafters in this.
So
in the draft
here's
this time.
I'm not sure about that pick. Isochron Scepter. He has nothing that he can do with it yet.
Yeah.
He must have grand plans for that. I mean, it's the sort of card that I could have seen other drafters take, but I mean, Teddy's gonna have to do some work to get some value out of that, and I'm not sure it's gonna be worthwhile.
I mean, I do know Teddy's done a lot of prep, so I don't think he's just throwing darts here. But we'll see how it ends up. I think his prioritization might be a little off.
Imperial Seal gives Jesse Hampton another tutor.
Jesse's just loading up on value picks right now, which I think is totally a legitimate plan.
Yeah, because by doing that, he gets to let everyone else do whatever they're going to do, and he gets to take whatever's remaining, which sounds like it may be suboptimal, but it means that he'll be uncontested in whatever he does decide to do when
absolutely.
it comes. Like, I don't think you're going to see him try and draft Reanimator spells, right? Mike Thompson's taken that. You're not going to see him try and draft, Artifact combo. That's going to be Teddy. So what he ends up doing, I could just see him playing like a blue-black value deck.
Yeah. The thing I'm interested to see is when does the run on 2-mana counter spells start? It's got to be soon.
We've already seen Mana Drain and Counterspell itself go.
Well, those are the premier ones.
Yeah, it's when you start seeing like Miscalc and Mana Leak go.
Yeah, Mana Leak, yeah.
I will say this, quietly, Josh Ventura is just snapping up fetch lands.
Yeah.
Which is really good for him, of course, because he's probably going to play cards that'll play well with that. But the flip side is that other players aren't going to have those.
Yeah.
And Scalding Tarn, Bloodstained Mire, those are some of the premier fixing ways to fix your mana. Some of the other decks are going to be kind of, especially the ones like Jesse Hampton or Greg that are going to be dipping into multiple colors. They may suffer from that a little bit.
I'm excited. I've been trying to see how Mono Red pans out in one of these drafts for quite a while now, and I've just been too big of a wuss to try it myself. And I'm interested to see how it pans out. I think it can be done. I think it could win.
Yeah, Ventura really is, to echo chat right here, Ventura is sending a statement. I'm drafting red, stay out.
Yeah.
And I don't think anyone else was even considering contesting him anyways. So.
Yeah.
Crucible for Charles. I think he might have gotten worried that Josh Ventura was going to snap up that Crucible just to get value out of fetch lands, because if Charles doesn't take Crucible in either of his 2 picks here, then Ventura can take Crucible Wasteland, and then he'd have 3 fetch lands and Wasteland and get a lot of value out of it.
I don't think that's quite what Ventura's going to be trying to be doing, but I think he's going to be more on kill you plans.
I agree, but I think that Charles may not realize that.
Yeah, sure.
Josh hasn't necessarily. We know it because we've talked with him. I mean, the Lightning Bolt pick should be pretty telling, but there's certainly nothing stopping him from trying to do it.
Yeah.
But I do think that Fastbond Crucible Strip Mine is easily way more powerful than anything Josh could have done with Crucible.
What do you think Mike's going to take here?
I think he's probably going to take a reanimation spell and another discard spell.
I wouldn't. He might not. I don't think he might. Doesn't need to really take reanimation spell at this point. There's no one else on the board fighting him for him. It's possible I think he tries to start figuring out what his second color is here.
I don't think he's going to try and dip into a second color yet. I think if he did, I think he'd probably try and draft like Survival of the Fittest.
It's interesting.
And go into green. No, I think he's going to probably try and stay with the mono black plan, at least for now. I don't think it makes sense to try and dip into another color yet. There's people that are trying to draft blue green already. There's 2 different drafters. other drafters that are in black. I think it's more important for him to get his black spells now and then see what's open. You know, he could easily slip into black blue or black green later. He drafted here. Is that the 7th mode on who, what, when, where, why? Is that how that works? What do you think he's going to draft? You think he's going to take like a?
I think I wouldn't be surprised. Like, I wouldn't be surprised he's going like frantic search or something here. Ooh, honestly, I think now is the time to move into a second color. I think the two best colors for this deck are green and blue. I think it's probably blue, but you do see Jesse Wilky and Colin McCune and Jesse Hampton all going into looking to be rather hard blue decks. So he might try to avoid it, but there are a lot of blue cards that he cares about other people don't care about.
Yeah, I mean, you know, even Frantic Search in some of these other decks is totally a reasonable card to have in there. It's certainly going to be better in Mike Thompson's deck, but I think he might be just thinking, you know, I don't want to fight for all those blue lands.
There's also a chance he just wusses out and just takes the Bazaar of Baghdad here too. I think it's
not
wrong.
A bad pick.
I think it's wrong, but
Really?
the deck needs it.
So why would you think? I mean, I think it's probably wrong. No one else is going to take it. I think it just makes sense for him to snap up more black cards. Just the reality is like black is being drafted by two other drafters actively.
But the black cards that he wants are very different than the other black cards. Like,
he took him to Turok.
That's a power. I didn't realize that was still on the board. That is a powerful card. Actually, to be honest, I kind of forgotten about it. Let's see if he snaps off a second pick or if he's going to keep continuing the tank here.
You know, Mike Thompson's the sort of person that would draft like a Reanimator deck that just casts its spells also.
Yeah.
So like
Mana Leak. So he is
Mana Leak.
See, I thought he might be trying to go into the 2 mana counter spells. Now's the time to go for it. And I think you do. That deck really wants to be blue. You really get a lot of cards in there that just really help out. You can get a lot of the, you know, Ponder, Preordain, even like Sleight of Hand, and even like the really crappy ones that are taken in these.
I wonder if you see Jesse Hampton snap off Underground Sea here then. Jesse is not the sort that wants to be fought over for other things, and I think the biggest drawback for Mike right now is going to be, you know, fighting over lands when he should be taking value picks for his deck, which is kind of why I like not taking Mana Leak there. But that said, I mean, you've won with it. You've got to know.
There is a lot of really good blue-black lands. You don't need Underground Sea. Even the fast lands and there's Rashad Import from Charles, which I expected to go around here with him. He loves that card. He thinks it's criminally underrated, which I agree with.
It's interesting that it did go over Wasteland though.
Yeah,
Wasteland usually goes before Rashad Import. We have someone in chat that was asking why Jesse, I'm assuming it's Jesse Wilky, why he didn't take Icecrown Scepter to go with his Counterspell or Time Walk. Icecrown Scepter only works with instants, so Time Walk's out.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
God, that would be I would be completely on board. If that was the case.
There goes the Wasteland from Josh. I kind of assumed he would possibly be taking the Rashad Import or Wasteland here. That's probably why Charles snapped off Rashad Import, because he was worried about it. Although with that Crucible, I think he maybe should have taken the Wasteland.
Yeah, Crucible, Stripmine, Wasteland is certainly a combo. I don't know if he could have suspected that Josh would take Rashad Import. Maybe he just values Rashad Import higher. It's reasonable.
He is a big fan. But yeah, going back to the Icecrown Scepter thing, I think this is by far the earliest Icecrown Scepter that's been picked. So if Jesse maybe did want it, I don't think he expected Teddy to take it in the 6th round.
I agree.
I think there's an Enlightened Tutor from Teddy, which it was a great card. There's a lot of people going to probably be fighting for that, so I think it's totally fine. But probably one of his better picks so far.
Yeah, Enlightened Tutor in his deck is Demonic Tutor.
Yeah.
Right? It just lets him get any of his combo pieces so far. It doesn't let him get Tinker, but
Time
it does
Spiral
let him get...
from Jesse Wilky.
So maybe Jesse is just going for Storm here.
It's interesting, but it doesn't I think if you have to, like, the Moxes are just such good value in Storm, right? Like, why wouldn't you take them?
Yeah, that's true. I'm not sure what he's doing. Maybe he's just got a plan.
Oh, I'm sure he's got a plan.
Yeah, he definitely has a plan.
It looks like Jesse Hampton picked up Chrome Mox, so we missed to that. Big fan of that card. Jesse's still just taking all the value cards here. I really like it. Liliana Veil from Greg, which I think Mike Thompson's probably hurting that he didn't get. That is personally one of my favorite cards in the Reanimator deck.
Yeah.
There's a lot of decks that the Reanimator deck has a hard time dealing with that can't beat a Liliana.
Also, Liliana is just insane with Lotus and Ritual, right? Because you can just turn one it, start discarding. It's also really good against Reanimator decks with the Edict effect. So, I mean, it's a great pick for Greg. It certainly would have been a little bit better for Thompson.
So, currently, Greg is on the mono black plan, it looks like.
So far, yeah. Looks like Jace the Mind Sculptor comes off for Colin. Stays on his mono blue plan. I mean, I can't argue with that pick. It's totally reasonable.
Jace the awesome one.
I mean, he's not wrong.
I mean, the 5-mana one's pretty awesome in this format. It kills people pretty quick.
It does kill people pretty quick.
I think we hold him to it. All right, he put Mind Sculptor in, so we'll have to let it slide.
All right.
So let's see here. Let's see what he's gonna pick up next. Is there any parts of his he picked up the Grindstone, so Spell Pierce. Okay, so the counter spells are starting to go now.
Yeah, and I mean, I think Spell Pierce, a lot of people underrate in this format. It counters everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, the vast. I mean, there's maybe 5 creatures that have gone total.
I mean, Josh doesn't care very much about it, but
no. But even then, Spell Pierce can certainly counter a Sulfuric Vortex or something really good coming out of Josh. It's just really good, and you have to respect that whenever you're going to play against Colin. That you know, anytime he has blue up, he's probably going to have it.
Yep. Let's see here. So Greg, I'm interested to see where Greg, if he's going to end up using that Mox Emerald for green mana or not.
You know, if
I mean, it's a great card regardless.
If he doesn't, I don't think it matters that much.
No.
You know, he could mono black here.
No one's on like the green creature plan yet.
Not yet. I mean, I still don't put it past Charles to dive into that.
There's the Frantic Search from Jesse Wilky, which I think Mike Thompson is hurting for.
Yeah. So with Wilky taking Frantic Search, what does that tell you, right? He's drafted 2 draw 7s. A tutor, some counter spells, Frantic Search.
Personally, for me, I think Jesse Wilky is leading for wanting to get in here and talk to. I'd really like to know what his plan is.
Yeah, I mean, his drafts so far. Yeah, I could get behind talking to Wilky. I wouldn't mind talking with Charles. I wouldn't mind talking with Hampton.
Yep.
Because Hampton's like Wilky and Hampton's deck don't do anything yet.
Which I think is sweet.
I think it's sweet too. They have all these great spells, but they don't do anything.
Teddy takes Orum's Chant here, which I feel like is just another wasted pick. He could have picked that literally 45th.
Yeah, there's no other deck here that's going to take Orum's Chant. Now, granted, it goes great with his Isochron Scepter. No one's going to hate that out from him.
No one is going to. That card is just not a thing.
You know, maybe he's just drafting the build around Isochron Scepter plan, which is fine.
But even then, take a 2-mana counter spell here, or I mean, maybe he's not in the blue. I guess he has Tinker, so he very likely is going to want to be able to cast blue mana.
Yeah.
Jesse Hampton takes Skull Clamp.
Skull Clamp's a weird pick there.
That I did not expect.
Do you think he's gonna like draft like a Bitter Blossom or something?
Getting the eyebrow raise from Chris over here. He also thinks that's pretty strange.
Yeah.
But,
that was probably not. That was not on my list of cards I thought Jesse would take here.
Yeah. I mean, I guess
maybe he's just taking it away from other players.
I mean, Jesse Hampton is a known griefer, so possibly, but I don't know who's he taking it away from at this point.
Yeah, that's true. You know, Jed did bring up a point in chat here. The Chant Silence and Abeyance did go earlier in the last couple drafts. I still don't think it needs to go in the 8th round.
Yeah, you can't make an argument for me that makes me believe it's a 7th round pick.
Yeah, it's definitely not a 7th round pick. But that said, it's not an unreasonable pick here. I do like the Plateau pick from Ventura. Yeah. Just he's 100% taking any card ever that anyone would ever want to fight him over.
I wonder if Jesse's pick is foreshadowing he's going to be trying to go into some kind of creature deck.
Yeah, I mean, you don't play Skull Clamp in a deck that doesn't play creatures, right? So maybe he takes like Bitter Blossom or some sort of value engine out of that. You know, it's kind of a shame.
A Mere Battlefield from Charles. That's an interesting pick.
You know, I think he's just looking for really good things to ramp /
Mike Thompson was ready with that Reanimate and Careful Study. Okay. Reanimate, I don't like either of those picks here.
You know, I don't mind Careful Study, especially since Wilky took Frantic Search.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point.
I'm okay with that. Reanimate probably could have gone later, but it also might have been reasonable for him to want to take Reanimate and just get it off the board, make sure that he has it. He also might have hit a point where he just knows exactly what he wants, and he just wants to go down the list at this point. Yeah. And not fight over cards. That's very possible. I don't think it's correct, but it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, if he's showing that he's gonna be trying to play these 2-mana counter spells by taking something like Mana Leak, I think like Remand is a card the Reanimate deck likes a lot. That probably is something that's going to be highly contested in this next cycle of cards here.
Actually, Spell Pierce I think is actually the best counter spell in Reanimate.
Is it Dispel also good?
Dispel is also very good.
Dispel's the counter target instant.
You just want to protect your Reanimate spells, right? So you don't necessarily have to worry about creatures that much. So just the cards like Dispel and Spell Pierce.
We have someone in the chat saying Ritual's looking kind of poor in Mike's deck. I'm gonna have to disagree. You have to imagine he's gonna have Entomb and other 1-mana spells that could get hit card. I wouldn't be surprised to see like a Putrid Imp or something in there. There's very likely he could go Black Lotus, put some guys in my yard, Reanimate on turn 1.
Yeah. And also,
Dark Ritual is actually just a second Black Lotus in his deck.
Exactly. And something I actually gave Mike a ride to this event. We were talking a little bit about his strategy, and he can have some other cards in his deck that he can just legitimately cast between Lotus and Ritual. Like on turn 4, if he has Lotus Ritual, he can put Gristlebrand in play.
Yeah, a card that Grave Titan.
Exactly. So, just in a lot of times in Cube especially, but even in this format, sometimes you just cast your fatties. You don't have to cheat them into play.
That's the backup plan.
It's the backup plan, but it's a good backup plan. It's better than no backup plan.
So let's see here. Josh is probably going to snap off maybe Sacred Foundry here, if I had to guess.
Interesting to note, Dupont did take Workshop, a card that he was telling me he didn't like that much, but I think he's going to try and make it work in his deck.
When I was talking to him, he said if I can get a Workshop, around here, around pick 8, 9, he says I'll take it and see what I can do with it. I'm really interested to see. He wanted to prove us that he can make it work.
Look at that pick, Wear Tear.
Yeah.
Now, don't get me wrong. He gets full value. He can play both sides. He can fuse it. But that is an interesting one out of Josh. I didn't expect him to take that early.
I'm a little sad to see the run on Land's End. I wanted to see a Sacred Foundry there. Just anyone that possibly could want any of his lands. No.
I think for him it just doesn't even matter at this point. He has so many ways to get Plateau, and no one else here is going to take a Sacred Foundry. He can just float that till round 20 or something.
Thopter Foundry from Teddy, I think that's another bad pick. Unfortunately, Thopter Foundry just isn't what you want to be doing in this format. It takes forever, even once it gets online.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about how sweet 2-card combos are in this format. But Thopter Foundry sort of it's a sweet 2-card combo that requires multiple turns of it being on, and the life gain is generally not relevant. So yeah, I don't like it too much. But that said,
how about this? You can sacrifice it to Tinker. That's probably one of the best use of it here.
Remand out of Wilky continues his string of value picks that don't do anything.
There's a survival from Greg, so it looks like he is. Interestingly, I'm gonna see what he's gonna do with it after Mike's made his stance on this.
I bet you he takes Living Death here.
That'd be pretty sweet.
So it was interesting when you and Jesse Wilky last draft were fighting over Reanimator. You and I talked about this a little bit afterwards. I think that the format is deep enough that one player can be on the solid Reanimator plan, similar to what Thompson's doing now, and one can be on the survival Living Death plan and just Recurring Nightmare and just value creatures. But I don't think the format's deep enough to support 2 good Reanimator decks.
Yeah, I agree.
I think we found that last time.
Yeah, it really is the lack of good creatures, and even creatures that were used to being really good in Reanimator, things like Inkwell Leviathan, and the one that gives all things -2/+2/+2. Elishnorn don't do a lot in this format. Even if you go Inkwell Leviathan.
No.
3 turn. Your opponent has 3 turns to go infinite with Time Vault or do all these things. Cast an Emrakul off channel. Inkwell just doesn't get it done in this format. So things you have to have cards like Grizzlebrand and Ashen Rider and things that actually interact when they come into play.
Yeah,
I think there aren't very many of those.
We both agreed when we were talking offline. Grizzlebrand's probably the best one. I
you
can't see a world where you don't have Grizzlebrand in your Reanimate deck.
Yep.
Collins takes Snapcaster Mage and Brainstorm. He's just going deep on the blue value plan.
A couple things from the stream here. I'd like to. Jed Dolbier brings up a good point. Muddle the Mixture is still not gone, which is a all-star in this format.
It's really good. I think that it goes under the radar.
Being able to counter spell and also go find your combo piece for someone like Colin or Teddy is a really powerful pick. The next thing we have a question: how does this format work? Which we talked about at the beginning of the stream, but we're going to go ahead and start over. A lot of people don't know what Vintage Rotisserie Draft is, which is unfortunate because I personally think it is probably one of the coolest ways to play Magic.
It's a lot of fun. You get to do things that you kind of get to do in Cube, but in Cube, you're really at the mercy of whatever packs you open and what packs are passed to you. In this format, it's just whatever's left, you get to choose from. What's the actual best card in Magic that's left on the board every single pick,
Right.
you get to really tailor and streamline your deck, where you don't get to do that in Cube as much.
You want to bring up the slide real quick, actually?
Yeah, I can actually. We had a slide just kind of talking about what the format is here.
So the way the format works is eight players. The way we have it, you can kind of play around with the amount of picks and deck size, but we have it 45. You get 45 picks, and you have to build a 40-card deck. You don't have to draft basic lands. You just get those at the end. It goes in order, kind of like a fantasy draft. One player takes a card, moves to the next, and then it snakes back around.
Yep.
You can only draft a card. Can only be drafted once. It's a singleton format. Anything else? That
You draft your sideboard cards, so in later rounds you'll see people taking hate cards that are good for their sideboard. And like it says it on the slide, but it's really true. Like the power level isn't necessarily like vintage, but it's also certainly, or it can.
But
be
it
at
does
least,
have the potential to have those explosive starts.
exactly. But it is certainly more powerful than Cube, where sometimes you just have these clunky decks. And granted, we might see some clunkers today.
Yeah, but there's a lot more streamlined decks. They're a lot more focused. But it's a really fun format. So essentially, players are going to go through. They're going to draft all their cards, and then we have all the cards ready, prepared. We have a person in the room with them that's going out and laying out the cards, so the decks will be ready once the draft is done. Yep. And then we will stream the matches. It's going to be round robin, so every player is going to draft each other. We have a feature match set up, very high quality feature match area. And we're going to just run through the matches. And the best part about it, we're a fun little spin here, is we're playing for alcohol today.
Yeah, and I think at some point they will start playing with alcohol also.
Yeah.
Inevitably as the day goes on. It's a long day, it's just like a long tournament. People start drinking a little bit, having a good time.
So the buy-in for the draft is every player was asked to bring a $30 to $50 bottle of alcohol, something kind of cool. We've got some absinthe in there, some other cool stuff. And then first place gets 5 bottles, second place gets 2, third place gets their buy-in back, and then the top 3 drafters all get invited back to the next one, which will be in about a month. This is a series that we're doing.
Yeah.
We're going to be doing about once a month. At the end, once we have 8 champions, we're going to do a draft of champions at the end, and we're going to have some pretty good prizes for that.
Yeah. So I just want to take a moment here, kind of while we have a little bit of lull in picks, and just kind of do a little shout out to our crew here. I guess.
Absolutely.
So there's myself, Dwayne St. Arnold, with Paul Waite. We have a third commentator, Stephen Berklid. He participated in the last draft. He'll be filling in with us in the booth as the day goes on. We'll be rotating a little bit. And then our fourth unsung hero is Chris Cowan. All of this equipment, he has a ton of AV equipment, the cameras, the lighting, all of the mics and stuff are all him, and he's sitting diligently snacking and making sure all of this is live for you. So thank you to Chris.
Yep.
We do have in the stream, there's an option, correct, Chris, for donations. If people do want to do donations, it should be right on the stream.
Oh, also
anything you donate will come back into this. So it'll be investing either in new equipment or
more
any
cards,
sort of cards, that sort of stuff.
Another thing which we haven't really mentioned yet is which we aren't quite ready to do yet, but we are going to be giving away $120 worth of store credit to Northwest Sports Cards.
Yes.
Northwest Sports Cards. As you see down there at the end, we've got they're giving away some actually really great deals there. But also during the course of the stream, we're going to be giving out a couple $10 gift certificates, a couple 25s, and a 50 at the very end.
Yep.
So stay tuned, and you can win some free stuff. It's pretty cool.
So we have a few picks that we can go back on. So let's go kind of in order here. Phyrexian Revoker for Greg Peloquin. I actually like that pick a lot. I think that card gets a ton of value in this format. That's one of those cards that gets better with this format as opposed to others.
Absolutely.
Tropical Island for Jesse for fixing. Teddy takes a Sword of the Meek. Not that anyone else would have ever taken it, but he wants to get it off the board. But an interesting one, Muddle the Mixture for Jesse that went. One of the interesting ones here is Josh Ventura. Taking Rest in Peace.
I can't believe Teddy took Sword of the Meek. No one else is going to want Sword of the Meek.
No.
That's just a wasted pick, especially when you're contesting these blue cards with Jesse and Hampton and Colin and Jesse. You really, really need to make value out of these early round picks. That's really the skill tester in this format, is knowing when to take the cards.
So speaking of value, I think Mike Thompson, he did half value this wheel. Nullrod, totally on board. That card is an all-star in this format. There's artifacts everywhere. Thada Adele, I don't like that in his mono black deck, essentially. But we'll see what he ends up doing with it. I was correct, though. Bitter Blossom coming off for Jesse
Absolutely.
Hampton.
And Jesse picked up that Muddle the Mixture. which I think is going to be an all-star in his deck.
Yeah,
probably.
he can transmute for his demonic tutor if he has to get something that isn't a 2cc. He can always get Bitter Blossom, and I'm sure he's going to have some other targets. Josh continues on the hate plan. He's drafting his sideboard early. I mean, they may not even be sideboard cards. They might end up being main deck cards.
They're cards that other people are going to be fighting for.
Exactly.
Cards that really you wouldn't think are insane. Like Null Rod in this format is great. Everyone has all these things that it interacts with. Rest in Peace. It's going to turn off Mike's deck. It's going to turn off Teddy's Thopter Foundry combo, I guess. But it does do a lot of cool things. And Stony Silence also. So like he's really getting a lot of value out of his early round picks. He's doing exactly what Teddy isn't doing.
So we see the first drafter that's kind of dabbling into white here other than Josh Ventura with Colin McCune taking Tundra.
Yeah.
Now, we did see white-blue in last draft when Josh Ventura drafted it do very well, but that's not the same deck that Colin's drafting here. Colin's drafting a very different deck. Also took Underground Sea off the board. Now, I would have liked Mike to have taken Null Rod Underground Sea a lot more than Thada Adele. I don't think anyone else is going to grab Thada Adele. In general, I'm not the biggest fan of that card in this format. It seems like it should be insane, and it can be.
The format's just, I think, too fast for it to really... Like, it is cool. Oh, cool, I stole a Mox. I stole, something, even a Black Lotus or something like that. But you have to cast it first.
Right.
Has to get through. All that time, your opponent's doing degenerate things.
Chat made a point that I agree with. Don't get me wrong, Model Mixture is insane in Jesse Hampton's deck, but it would have been the actual best card in Teddy Vitro's deck as it stands currently. And he probably just forgot exists.
I will say Teddy picking up Negate. Negate is very powerful in this format. It's one of the better counter spells.
Oh, absolutely. I'm not against the Negate pick. I also like a Mental Misstep.
Mental Misstep, totally fine.
People forget that card exists.
Yeah, I don't even know if it got drafted last time.
I don't think it did.
Which is criminal.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I actually think Spell Snare is a better counterspell in this format in general than Mental Misstep. Yeah. That said, Mental Misstep is absolutely pickable and playable.
Yeah.
It seems like we've had this kind of run on lands the last couple picks. I think that Mike Thompson's going to be the one that suffers from that the most. He hasn't taken a single land. He hasn't. He really has no way of fixing other than Lotus, which let's be real, we are not counting that. And he's taken cards like Manalik and Thada Adele that are not going to be easy for him to play alongside of like Hymn to Turok and all of his black intensive spells. So we'll see which way he goes.
It looks like the jig is officially up. If anyone was wondering what Josh was doing, there goes Goblin Guide. He's all in.
We knew what was happening. I actually kind of like Josh taking the Rest in Peace and Stony Silence early.
Yeah, I agree.
They're really good hate that other people could take. He just got them off the board. Now, I think with Goblin Guide, now he starts in on his, I don't care what anyone else is drafting because y'all aren't going to take my burn spells.
Counter Squall from Jesse Hampton.
Counter Squall is one that people forget about.
It's a good one. It's a really good one.
It's really good. It'll fit his deck.
Speaking of, while we're on the topic of counter spells, Josh Monks mentioned, has Daze been taken yet?
Daze has not been taken.
Daze is a rather good counter spell.
Force Spike.
Force Spike. Force Spike.
Spell Snare has not been taken yet.
Which, as you mentioned, I think is probably one of the premier counter spells.
If we sort it by casting cost, it has to be 2. Other than lands, it has to be 2. Like,
at least for
if
cards,
you just go down decks.
Cards that you lose to.
Cards that matter, right? Like Time Vault, Channel, even
let's smash
like
over Counter Squall here in case some people might actually be familiar with Counter Squall. It's a pretty good counter spell. It's a non-creature spell, which is basically every spell in this format, and it also loses 2 life. So in a lot of ways, if you can cast it, it's just better than counter spell in this format. So, unless you're fighting against Josh Ventura, but even then he's gonna have a lot of burn spells. So as we're getting close to the 15th round here, I'd like to see in the chat, you guys, if there's anyone you want us to interview at the 15 round break here, let us know. Currently, I'd like to talk to Jesse Wilky. I'd like to talk to Jesse Hampton or possibly Charles Dupont.
I think as it's shaping up, the biggest questions I have here are actually Wilky, Hampton, because I'm not sure what Hampton's end game here is. He's drafted all these value cards, and I don't think we haven't really, other than that Skull Clam, which he completely, he drafted Bitter Blossom, and we go, oh, okay, that makes sense. He hasn't drafted any cards that we're like, well, that card's awful. What is he doing? But at the same token, he hasn't really drafted anything that comes together yet.
So I played a lot of Magic with Jesse. I met before he kind of blew up. And,
Jesse Hampton.
Jesse Hampton, and back in the day, back before he kind of really started his rise to getting on the train and all that, this guy just loved blue black value legacy decks.
Sure.
They were off the wall. You would look at the deck and you go, I don't know how this deck could possibly win. It's just all counter spells and like 2 win conditions, and he would just crush tournaments with it. So I wouldn't be surprised to see something like that. He's just gonna just make sure his opponent can't do what they want to do, and then he will kill them on turn 20.
So Charles Dupont took Coalition Relic. Now, Charles and I talked a little bit about Coalition Relic. It occurred to him at some point that Coalition Relic is just like a better Worn Power Stone, right? Worn Power Stone actually gets drafted in this format just for the acceleration, but you get the exact same amount of mana out of Coalition Relic, and you get fixing, and you get mana immediately if you need it. It's just strictly better, right?
Mike Thompson picks up Thirst for Knowledge, which is an all-star in the Reanimator deck. It's not as good as the Frantic Search, but it is one of the premier discard spells, I'd say.
Oh, absolutely. And it's going to be a way for him to promote his Gristlebrand Reanimate strategy. It's going to be a way for him to out attrition some of these other control decks. And it's certainly a card that would have gotten drafted by someone else had he not snapped it off. Now that said, he's not going to have a ton of artifacts to discard to it. I don't think that's going to be relevant in his deck. Yeah,
he's just trying to get a guy in the yard, and doing an instant speed is just what he needs. He wants to do.
Exactly. So, I think I kind of want to talk to Teddy, just because I feel like he is number 1 in line right now for the Jed.
Yeah,
I hate to say it. I like Teddy a lot.
I like Teddy a lot too.
Yeah.
It looks like Mike snaps up Watery Grave. He wants to make sure he can cast his spells, which in the Reanimator deck, it is very important to have those blue-black lands. Lotus Petal from Charles. Great card. Always goes later than I think it should.
It's an interesting one in Charles's deck, though. I mean, he gets to do things like, turn 1, turn 1 channel someone, but in general, I'm not. It's okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Mike Thompson was hoping he could get that a couple rounds later. It's really good in the Reanimator deck.
Yeah, that's fair. Because you only need that mana for like 1 turn, right?
Just some more value for Jesse Hampton with that Merchant Scroll. Chain Lightning from Josh Ventura. I think he's officially on the I'm just going to take my cards now plan. You guys have fun with the rest of the draft.
I think exactly it.
Could probably just fill out his next 45, his full list, and just
the only cards I could see him ever fighting over are things like maybe if he wanted to play like Path to Exile or something.
I'm surprised he hasn't taken Sacred Foundry yet.
Happen. I don't think he needs it. He has 4 Sacred Foundries in his deck already. Right, he has 4 plateaus with his fetch lands.
Well, 5. Or no, one of those is a wasteland.
One of those is a wasteland. Sure. So he already has 4x plateau. And I think that he's just not. I think you thinking that he wants Sacred Foundry is the exact same thing that we were berating other people for. No one else is going to take Sacred Foundry here. No one else is drafting red cards.
A null from Teddy
Vitro. They're certainly not drafting red or white cards.
A null is basically worse than Steel Sabotage, right?
No, a null counters enchantments.
That's true. I think that's not the most relevant in this format. I think being able to bounce Steel Sabotage bounces an artifact.
It does bounce artifacts. But that said, I mean, we've seen some powerful enchantments already go off the board. Survival of the Fittest and null counters. Animate Dead will be in the format. Even things like Bitter Blossom, he can counter with a null, which he couldn't counter with Steel Sabotage. Now that said, I like him having both, to be honest. I think they both have their place. But I think in general, I actually think I like a null a little bit better. Okay. The amount of artifacts that you need to bounce in this format, I think you're gonna have Mirror Battlesphere, but even then he still has all his guys.
I think there's a lot. There's like just time, not time walking, but just buying an extra turn to live off something like Time Vault combo or something like that. Like it really does gain a lot of value, I think.
Yeah, I think you can go with it either way, but I do think a null is a completely respectable pick here. Also, it would be very good played against Teddy.
So I think we should probably start talking about our first giveaway here.
Okay.
I say probably once we stop at the 15th pick, we're going to go ahead and just choose someone from, we have a way to choose someone from random in chat. So if you are in chat and you're logged in under a username, you will be eligible to win. So once we stop, we're going to give, I'd say we'll start with a $10 in credit to Northwest Sports Cards.
And once we decide the winner, we will contact
Chris over there. We're private chat and we'll get that all set up.
Okay.
So be ready for that. Make sure if you're watching now and you do have a Twitch channel or a Twitch name and you're not logged in, make sure you get logged in before we get to the 15th pick, because otherwise we won't know you're there.
Yep, absolutely.
So let's see, what have we missed here? A Flooded Strand from Jesse. So the fetch lands continue to be gone. That's almost all of them at this point, I think, right? You've got the Foothills, Heath, Flooded Strand, all the ones from
Yeah, I think basically all the fetch lands are gone. There might be a couple floating around. but I think they're all off the board. I think in general, what we're lining up for here is, the lands are going off the board. I think you're going to start seeing people in the next few rounds start really diving into their own decks,
Yeah.
and start doing what Josh has already had a head start doing, which is just drafting the cards that you want that you don't think anyone else will want.
Yep.
So you'll see Thompson start taking the actual reanimator spells. You'll see Dupont taking things to channel into.
Yeah, this is really where you see people's decks starting to really take shape. They've gotten those really powerful value cards they need to fight for, and then you start seeing things fill out. And that's where
Right.
I think that's really, I think that's where a lot of people need, or a lot of the skill really starts to come in.
Yeah, because you can do all this prep. You can have a plan. You can have your strategy all mapped out, and inevitably, you can't get every card you want unless you're Josh Ventura. I think he might have all the ones he's wanted.
I don't think anyone's stolen a card from him.
He specifically wanted Ruby first round, Pearl to wheel, and it happened. I think that was the biggest risk he had, unless someone randomly just came in knowing I'm going to draft mono red too. I'm not worried about that.
It's possibly the Stony Silence.
Yeah, I mean, either way, I think Ventura's in good shape.
So yeah, it looks like chat's done the work for us, so we don't have to look. Marsh Flats is still live as the only.
Okay.
There's the natural order from Greg. So Greg has kind of started. There's his first real statement, I think. Although
survival was a good statement.
Sure, natural order with a dark confidant, interesting. I mean, I don't think he's going to be taking 10 off of Progenitus or anything anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, natural order usually falls into the decks that draft Noble Hierarch, Birds of Paradise, that sort of card. I mean, Greg could still certainly take those, but I mean, the things he's going to natural order into, I'm not sure how good that's going to be with Dark Confidant. I don't think it's going to matter that much.
And there goes Marsh Flats. So there is the all fetch lands are gone now, it looks like.
I mean, Marsh Flats actually is Colin's the only one that's going to take Marsh Flats, unless someone wanted just another pick.
No, not necessarily. Marsh Flats can actually pick up the other side of Plateau for Josh.
That's what I'm saying. Like, unless someone wanted to just take one for one color, Colin's the only one that's in both of those colors. And with Tundra Underground Sea, his mana is going to be pretty good.
Engineered Explosives from Colin is an interesting pick.
It is pretty interesting, especially considering how many permanents he's already drafted.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that one, but I think his draft's been going pretty well. Maybe he's got some plans there.
He's fallen into something. I think actually you fell into this last draft. You had mana drain last time, right?
Yeah.
And he has nothing to do with the mana. I like mana drain.
At worst, it's a counterspell, which is totally a fine card.
No complaints. But usually, you see people that draft mana drain. They draft like Gilded Lotus or something like that.
Honestly, like
he could still do it.
Mana drain you, Trinket Mage Grindstone.
Yeah,
that's totally.
Oh, absolutely.
I think it's too early to say that he doesn't have anything to do with it. Like we're 13 picks in. I think that mana drain is going to be an all-star in his deck.
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised to see him, even if he takes something like a Precursor Golem or something.
I think Charles is going to try and take Precursor
Golem.
I
agree. Oh.
But Colin could easily beat him to it. So we have another couple rounds here until we start in on the break, the giveaway, and then who do you want to get? I'm kind of torn between Wilky, Teddy, and Hampton.
I just want to know what Wilky's doing with this Time Spiral and Time Twister.
Okay, let's start with Wilky and then maybe do Teddy for the next one, because we're going to interview someone at the 15th pick, and then at the 30th pick we're also going to take a break.
Yeah.
A short break, interview someone there, and then after the draft, before we start a match, we'll probably grab a third one.
We have someone in the stream here saying Stoneforge not being taken on the first 100 picks. First off, there's not a lot of decks that want it, so you can't actually prioritize it much later.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know if there is a deck in this draft that's going to want it.
I could see Colin taking it. I could see.
Yeah, that's fair. I guess that's fair. Colin could definitely take it, but even then, it's just not exactly what you want to be doing. It's almost too fair.
I feel like it's Colin or Josh, and we know Josh already has a plan for it. So, Wilky took Stroke of Genius. I think that
we gotta get Wilky in here.
I think the Stroke of Genius might be the first way he's tipped his hand.
You know what I think? He sent me a list. And it had a Candles of
Candelabra of Taunos.
Candelabra of Taunos. I would not be surprised to see him going into that deck.
Yeah, I mean he's in a place where he could draft Mind Over Matter. He could He could do some pretty sweet things. Whether it's gonna be good enough to win, I don't know. That's the sort of deck. It could either be insane or awful. We're just not 100% sure. Tezzeret the Seeker coming off for Teddy. That's another way for him to both find and untap.
Yeah.
Time Vault. That's a great card in that deck.
I'm surprised. That's probably the latest I've ever seen that card go.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. Vortex going off for Josh. Heads down, burn you.
Yep.
Don't care what the rest of you guys are doing.
Yep.
Vortex is one of the best cards in that deck, just because it puts your opponent on just such free clock, free damage, and it's the sort of thing he doesn't care if he takes damage. He's gonna beat you.
Yeah, I really like the Mesmeric Fiend from Greg going back a little bit. A lot of people forget that card exists.
Yep.
It is one of the better disruption spells, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen like Tidehollow Scholar go before in some of the other decks. Mesmeric Fiend in general is just great, especially if you're going to have a way to like rebuy it, which I think he's going to have ways. Greg's lining up for like a good like recurring Nightmare deck.
Jesse's still just on the my cards don't really do anything plan, which I actually am still a fan of. He picks up that miscalculation. So I think we're pretty much decided we're going to get Jesse Wilky in here at the 15-round mark, unless people really want to see something else. But yeah, let's go ahead and get Jesse in here. Let's see what he's going to do with this Stroke of Genius and all these draw 7s. I think it's going to be pretty exciting.
Yeah. I mean, he has 2 draw 7s, Stroke of Genius, a decent number of good lands for his deck. Like, he hasn't quite tipped his hand, but I do think that Stroke of Genius tells us kind of which direction he's going to go.
Thran Dynamo from Charles. So he's going to be going big.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I like Thran Dynamo more than I like Gilded Lotus.
If he's trying to take these cards like Thran Dynamo and he's trying to and Coalition Relic and stuff, I think he needs to take Karn. I think Karn Liberated. With that channel, I think that's really what he needs.
So Karn Liberated, we made a lot of fun of Jed last draft because he drafted the big mana workshop deck with tons of acceleration, and he didn't take Karn. Karn is just probably, if you can get him out on turn 3 or 4, is easily the best planeswalker you can put into play. Changes the game entirely.
Liliana is up there too.
Up there. But I think Liliana doesn't necessarily have an immediate impact on the board. It lets you set up your turns better. Sure. Karn will immediately impact the board to your favor. And if you're falling behind, you can try and plus it and try and race to restart the game.
Impulse from Mike.
Impulse is a good one.
Yep.
I'm not against it. It doesn't put cards in his graveyard.
But he still needs to find his spells.
Exactly. I might have actually liked
compulsive research.
More
I was
than
thinking
Impulse.
compulsive research, which I don't think has been taken yet, right?
It has not. But it's reasonable. Impulse is a good one in general, just for finding pieces that you need.
Oh, and there's Force Spike.
Can't go wrong with Force Spike.
Everybody loves Force Spike.
And in this format, where people are trying to min-max the value out of all their cards, Force Spike, more often than not, will catch someone.
And how about this? How good does it feel to Force Spike a Time War?
It feels real good. Plus, even if Mike Thompson doesn't have Force Spike in his hand, the best part about this format is that everyone knows that he has a Force Spike.
Yeah, you just have to play around
He can just leave that blue up, and no matter what, people are going to have to play around it. Whether he has it or not, he can even just leave it in his sideboard if he wants. That was a common cube strategy. Start it, get your opponent with it, and then board it out. They always have to play around it, so it's never going to be good again. Yep. He can do it even here just by taking it and just saying, well, I have it. Are you going to play around it or not?
People are noting the bookmarks at the top of the page. We've got World Curling Tour and Sarah Perales. Wow. This is, in fact, Stephen Berkle's computer.
Could you tell?
Yeah, just a little
curling,
bit.
Yeah.
Memory Jar.
Memory Jar. So that's a sweet one to channel into because it lets you channel and then immediately draw 7 and find more things to channel into.
Yep.
I like that pick a lot from Charles.
I do too.
I don't think anyone else was really gonna. Actually, Wilky could have easily played it. Yeah.
Yes.
So him snapping that up there, I think, is a great pick. I actually really like. I just want to take an aside with you here for a minute. I really like that all of these decks in general are very different from the last draft. I mean, we have a Reanimator-ish deck going from Thompson, but he's not being opposed, so that's going to be a different style of deck.
I think that deck. I think he's currently my favorite to win out of the whole thing.
Mike Thompson.
Yep.
Yeah, I could see that. I kind of want to see. As of this very second, I would agree with you. That said, I think that could very easily change as we get deeper. Jesse Hampton snatched up that Steel Sabotage.
But anyway, go back to what you're saying. Yeah, it's really interesting to see as we go through these and we do more and more, and we're doing them monthly now. How does the meta change? For now, every draft we've done before this, one of the first picks in every round was Mishra's Workshop, and now you see in this draft it goes in the 9th round, and it's kind of not even being utilized.
Same
right
with Jace the Mind Sculptor. When in the 7th round this draft, it was in the 2nd round last draft.
Yeah.
You know, but
and these guys have done their homework.
The flip side of that is also true. Channel went in the 2nd round.
Yep.
That didn't go. It went much later last time.
I think Charles actually picked it third round.
We had a draft where Dark Ritual didn't go till like 40th or something.
That was my mistake. I should have had that in my deck.
Everyone forgot that it existed.
Big Daddy, a Johnny Vengeant for Josh Ventura, one of my absolute favorite Magic cards.
You know, it's funny because we talk about the power of Planeswalkers and Jace and Karn and Liliana. Johnny Vengeance specifically. Man, that card is hard to deal with.
A Johnny Vengeant for Josh Ventura. He's giving me a smile.
Yeah, he's loving it. That's a sweet pick from him. You know, with 2 Moxes, he's gonna be able to get that out maybe like turn 2, turn 3.
Yep. Transmute Artifact from Teddy.
Okay.
Good pick.
I can get behind that.
Yep. Teddy, I think Teddy's done a good job starting with pick 11, getting back on track.
It's basically. I feel like
There's the heartbeat. It's official.
Yeah.
It's happening.
It's happening. Teddy has wasted 4 picks in my mind. I don't think he wants Enlightened Tutor Chant, and I don't think he wants Stop Their Sword. I think he wanted to go in on Time Vault Tinker. That's not true. He's also wasted Welder. So I think he's wasted 5 out of his 15 picks. That said, the other 10 are awesome.
Yeah.
The other 10 picks are really solid. Heartbeat
so
from
far,
Jesse.
Like, how is he gonna cast that Welder in this deck right now?
Oh, he can't. I don't think he's going to. I think he immediately realized that was a misplay.
Yep.
I mean, he could pick up like Steam Vents or something, but I just don't think it's gonna be worthwhile.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't get the fetch land, so like really splashing for that extra is gonna be. I mean, there's the crappy fetch lands are still out there.
It's already gonna be really hard for him to cast Stop Their Foundry.
Yep.
So, but Harpy the Spring. Oh, we want to talk to this.
It's Jesse Wilky. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
you know, I bet he waited until this pick to take that, so we would talk to him.
Absolutely, he wants
knows
it.
That's the case.
Yeah.
So
being a plus size underwear model, he really likes the spotlight.
Well, yeah. I mean, you don't get to be a plus size underwear model without showing off. Right?
Yeah, that's true.
You know, no one does that on their at home by themselves. I mean, I guess they probably do. That sounds awful. Anyway, so what we're gonna do, just so you guys are aware, after Colin makes his 15th pick, 2 picks from now. Dark Depths from Greg.
Oh, I like it.
Oh,
okay,
boy.
So the first thing we're gonna do actually is get Chris to pick someone at random for the prize. So this is your last chance. We're gonna go ahead and pick someone out at random here.
About 10 seconds
for a $10 in-store credit.
And we're just gonna pick randomly from people who are signed into chat. And you will get a code. You can redeem it online. They do have an online store. Or if you're local, you're obviously more than welcome to go down there, give them your business. But Northwest Sports Cards was generous enough to donate a bunch of different things that we can do. So, did you...
Okay, it looks like did you put it in chat? It looks like...
James FNX.
James FNX. Okay.
Winner of our $10 card. So, we're going to get...
Mr. Wilky.
Have a quick small break. So
I'll jump out. I'll let you talk to the man.
I'll chat with Jesse here, and then after Jesse, we're gonna fade out and take a quick break.
Woo! Well, just let him do it.
It's okay.
I got words. If you got kids at home, cover their ears.
Let's do this. So, hi.
What's up?
So let me ask you a couple questions here. So first off, we loved all the cards you were taking individually because they're all these great value cards. So we're going to go down your draft real fast. Time Walk, Force Will, Mystical Tutor, all awesome. Then you took Time Twister.
Yeah.
And we're like, that's not a card that usually goes in the 4th round. I wonder what Jesse's doing. And then you took Counterspell Regrowth, and we're like, okay, those are value, yeah. And then you took Time Spiral, and we're like, that's 2 draw 7s out of Jesse. What is he doing? Then you took Frantic Search, and both Paul and I kind of looked at each other, and we knew that you were going to be drafting some sort of crazy cool deck.
Yeah.
Then you took Stroke of Genius, and I looked at Paul. I said, the cat is out of the bag right now. And then you took Heartbeat. And I think you took Heartbeat to solidify that we would come in and talk with you. It's too much fun, right?
No, I just took it before anything worse happened to me. No, so I originally just assumed that I was going to be on Time Vault, but Teddy moved in on it.
He cut you off one early, yeah?
That's fine. I actually had some backup plans. So I'll just say, I basically sent Steve Berklet and a couple of other people who are not in the actual draft my list. Definitely High Tide is going in the deck soon.
High Tide?
High Tide is going in the deck. But I already lost Merchant Scroll and Fast Bond, which is like very frustrating. The Fast Bond, I mean, realistically, like I was expecting to get around like 6th or 7th. It just hasn't been going in these at all, so I thought I could just mize.
Yeah.
So like that just didn't pay off. That was just a gamble that didn't pan out. But then like, who knows what's going on in Jesse Hampton's deck? And the Merchant Scroll was just like, when he took Merchant Scroll, I almost threw the laptop.
Yeah, I mean, he's like the cards
No,
he's
not
drafting are all powerful and whatnot. We also we were talking about who we would want to possibly talk to, and it was you, Hampton, or Teddy.
Yeah, you don't want to talk to Hampton.
Well, because we were just not sure exactly what he's doing, and then Teddy's deck is 10 sweet picks and 5 awful ones, so we just kind of wanted to bring him in here and berate him about it a little bit.
Yeah, I think Teddy's just not familiar with, like, he's just taking cards based on what he thinks the absolute value of those cards are, rather than taking them in the probable order that they'll be drafted, which is a huge mistake. I mean, there's no reason to take Goblin Welder 3rd instead of Mana Vault or... you know, even like I mean, like look at all of the cards that he could have had. He could have had Mana Vault. He could have started the Painter's Servant for the backup. He could have taken Jace the Mind Sculptor.
So let me ask you about your deck though.
Yeah.
What are the next couple big? You mentioned High Tide. What else are you going to be taking? What are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm not taking High Tide super early because I don't expect it to go. So then the key cards that I'm going to be picking up are High Tide, Turnabout. I really wanted Fast Bond because you basically can't lose if you have that in Cast Time Spiral or Time Twister. But, yeah, I got the top. So probably I'll take Personal Tutor. I think it's a card that nobody really knows about. It's just Sorcery Mystical. So that's probably coming up. And then after that, I feel like pretty lucky that I wanted specifically one of Tropical or Breeding Pool and at least two blue fetch lands.
You got your 2 fetches, you got Tropical, and you probably can get Breeding Pool.
Yeah, I will probably take Breeding Pool because I think it's the most likely card that people can take. And then, obviously, I got to take Brain Geyser before people remember that one. So, yeah, my deck will be like High Tide, Brain Geyser, Turnabout, Mind Over Matter.
You're going to take Mind Over Matter as well?
Yeah, nobody will take that either. I'll probably take that and High Tide pretty late.
Okay. So let me ask you this. So out of where we stand right now, who are you most afraid of playing against?
Nobody. I mean, they're all terrible.
They're all a bunch of chumps, huh?
Yeah. I mean, probably the best deck.
All right, yeah. Who do you respect
Like
relative
to the last 2 drafts, I would say that these decks are pretty underpowered comparatively.
We were talking about how different these decks are than the last couple of drafts.
Yeah.
Do you think that that's because a lot of these people are newer to this format, or do you just think that just pick order was a little weird this time and we're just drafting some clunkers?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of both. I think there's some unfamiliarity with the drafters, which is totally fine. I mean, I actually like the fact that sometimes there's a lot of variance and like, you know, like I had Time Vault as a plan and then that didn't happen, and then I had a backup plan, but like 2 of my really key cards were gone. So it's good that like there's variance because then you're forced to adapt and like, you know, maybe your deck ends up weaker as a result in some spots, but I feel like in this draft specifically, this is a good example of like, aside from 1 or 2 people, I feel like a lot of decks have just sort of fallen apart.
Yeah.
So it's kind of who reconstructs better, and I in terms of doing that, like I like where I'm at in the deck. I have like all of my key cards, even if I like lose some important cards. My deck is still going to be. Oh, I'm going to have Root Awakening in my deck too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think Charles Dupont doesn't know what he's going to do with his deck yet, but I think he'll probably figure it out and pull something.
All
together.
of his cards are very powerful.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the direction that he's going. I think that he doesn't like quite know what he's doing with it, whether it's going to be like Eldrazi or quite what's happening. But when he figures it out, whatever he like settles in, I'm confident we'll figure out something good. Mike Thompson has a pretty good start. I really didn't like the Ritual and Tomb Wheel. I thought he should have just taken Demonic Vampiric.
Sure.
Or at least like Demonic Dark Ritual. Or I just don't like taking Entomb that early.
Okay.
And then, so I think Jesse Hampton, or sorry, Charles Dupont have decks. I don't think Jesse Hampton has one. And then I think Colin's deck, or sorry, not Colin, Greg's deck is looking like it could turn into something pretty sweet. I'm a big Survival of the Fittest fan, so.
The last question I'm going to ask you: who do you think has the worst deck so far? Who do you think is in contention for the Jed?
I mean, based on play skill, I think that like I think that the worst overall, like just collection of cards in terms of having good cards but not having any kind of game plan is Jesse Hampton.
Okay.
But I think that the person I would say is the favorite to be the scornful egotist this draft is probably Teddy at this point.
Teddy.
If I had to pick one, it would be Teddy, but Jesse Hampton is my runner-up.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming in, and good luck with the rest of your draft. We'll be checking in later
Thanks.
as well. So
Thanks
so much,
Hope
Jesse.
this is
Wilky.
entertaining. You'll like some of my next few picks.
We're very entertained.
We're gonna switch it. The two of us are gonna switch it.
Okay, so I'm out.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you're taking over the cards.
Okay. So just to let you guys know, we're going to switch up some commentators. Paul will be back in the booth along with Stephen Berklid, and then we're going to resume the draft here in like 2 minutes. So 1 minute. 2 minutes, almost right away. All right, thank you guys for watching. We'll be right back.
I'd also like to mention to you guys, thank you for our sponsors, Northwest Sports Cards. Northwest Gamers Choice is their website where you can actually buy anything that they sell in the store, except for sports cards, obviously. So they are actually offering, just for this weekend, for the Vintage Rotisserie Draft, free domestic shipping on all their orders over $20 during the weekend, and also they're giving 20% off your singles order, which is, and there's no exceptions to that. So buy your Black Lotuses, buy anything. I think they even have Blue Hurricane, not kidding. So you'll have a 20% off on all your singles. Use your coupon code and also supplies as well. All right, thanks a lot.
Hey everybody, we're just about back here. Just getting a new power cord set up here. So I'm about to be joined in the booth with our third commentator for the day, Stephen Berklid. Here he comes now. Welcome, Stephen.
How's it going?
Hey, so as we get started again here, do you have anything to add to the draft? You were in the room with the drafters as things were going on there.
Yeah, everybody was kind of yelling at each other. It was pretty fun in there. Teddy was getting a lot of flack for the Goblin Welder pick.
Yeah, we were talking about that in here. The Goblin Welder pick. We also thought the Thopter Foundry followed by the Sword of the Meek pick was pretty loose.
I think it's undraftable.
It's bad, and also when you pick up the Thopter Foundry, who's going to take Sword of the Meek?
Yeah, that like you take the Thopter Foundry, you can probably take the Sword 45th.
Yep.
But in general, that's not really where you want to be.
Yep.
In a vintage draft. Everybody's doing things like reanimating a Gristlebrand.
Yep.
And like Thopter Foundrying.
Like, oh, I got my combos, sweet.
Right.
And now I'm dead.
Yeah. He did get Tezzeret the Seeker super late.
Yeah.
Jason the
Which I
Mind
thought
Sculptor was also just ridiculous.
Yeah, we were talking about how Teddy he did kind of derail a bit, but in his last like 5 picks or so, I feel like he's kind of started to bring it back.
Yeah, you also have some room too. Like if he's gonna be just 2 colors, right? If he's just gonna be blue white, he's probably gonna have like 9 basics in his deck.
Yeah.
Which means that he has about 9 picks that he can throw away.
Yep.
The pool is so deep in a vintage rotisserie draft that no matter where you end up, like you have room to give away picks because everybody else is on some totally different direction doing something else really powerful.
Sure. So back to the draft here. We have Colin McKeon picking up probably my favorite Magic card ever printed, Vendilion Click. I love that card. It's really good in this format. It's a threat. It deals with your opponent's combos. It just does everything you want.
Yeah, it's super good. The best things you can be doing in this format are being proactive while also being disruptive. Other than like lotusing out a channel and a fireball, right?
Yep.
And Vendilion Click accomplishes all of that. It's Thoughtseize and a 3-power flyer, and nobody's going to be blocking it. It's very good.
Greg Peloquin picks up the second part to his Dark Depths combo, Vampire Hexmage.
Yeah, I like his deck a lot. I actually went into the last draft where I ended up on black-white. Black-green was like where I was going to start. And I ended up not finding a configuration that I was happy enough with, so I ended up in the black-white deck. But with green, you get to do things like survival and natural order, which are very powerful.
I wonder, there's a couple drafters that I wouldn't be surprised if Charles or Greg picked up crop rotation.
Yeah, probably Greg. Charles doesn't have too much to do with it.
You can go get that workshop.
Yeah.
Or the Ancient Tomb, or the Strip Mine.
All right. Point taken.
There's a number of cards actually. We have a Brain Geyser from Wilky, so he's just continuing on that plan.
Yeah, I think Jesse's deck ended up less sweet than I wanted it.
When I went in there, when I'm sure they talked about this when he was interviewing Jesse, but apparently there was Remand gets taken for the second time. But I hear them saying, apparently there was some table flipping going on when that merchant scroll got taken off
Yeah,
the board.
he didn't expect that anyone would take that card. I think it's super narrow, and I think it only is going to go in a deck that's like a combo, but Jesse thinks that his Ancestral is the best card, so he wants to just make sure he draws it every game.
Teddy's starting to bring his deck back some more with that reshape. I like that pick too.
Yeah, these are cards that Peter ended up with in his deck that won the draft last time.
I wouldn't be surprised if Teddy just had Peter's deck list up in front of him and was just going down the list.
Yeah, probably because nobody's going to fight him. Right?
Yep.
And that's one thing that, like, with an 8-person draft and a round robin, right, you're going to play every opponent. So drafting any cards to fight any one opponent is like negative value,
Yep.
right? You lose value against 5 opponents or 6 opponents, and you gain value against 1. So you end up with all these, like, after the first 5 or 6 rounds where everybody kind of sifts into their strategy, nobody really fights.
Yep.
And you end up with people just doing basically whatever they want. And when you are doing something as powerful as Time Vault and doing whatever you want, like, that's strong.
Joshua Ventura picks up another card with red in its mana cost.
Yep.
I don't think it really matters what
There's
it is
a
at
lot
this
of
point. Jesse Hampton, people are giving him a lot of crap. Everyone in the room thinks his deck is bad. I think his deck is sweet.
Really? I think it's bad.
Jesse Hampton is an incredibly powerful magician.
Yeah, I think
he-
Jesse gets his strength from formats that are developed, and when he has tested them, and he
Sure.
knows what he's doing going into a match. Like, he found most of his success with that Blue-White Delver deck back in Standard, and that was a format where he knew exactly what was going to be happening on every turn of every game.
Yep.
This is his first time doing a vintage rotisserie. He's never built one of the decks, and he's never played one of the
He
matchups.
also did the least homework of anyone here by a
Right,
pretty
yeah.
wide
Everybody
margin.
else sent me, like, multiple Google Docs. Jesse
Yeah.
Wilky sent me, like,
Novels,
400
Facebook
Facebook messages.
I
last
think he
night.
has. I think last time I checked, he had about 30 different decks he was thinking about
Yeah,
drafting.
yeah. And I was like,
That's not a made up number, by the way. It
Yeah,
is
no, it's-
actual
yeah.
30 decks.
might take the over. on
Yeah.
that, Charles was the draft that I was the most excited about because we've been. Oh,
One second. Hey, Chris, do you mind closing that door to the garage, or having someone close the door to the garage? It's really quite loud. Anyway, continue.
So Charles was going into the draft planning on drafting the artifact, workshop style deck. But everybody else who has tried to draft it has been Sphere of Resistance, Thorn of Amethyst, Lodestone Golem, like Trinisphere, cards like that. He thinks those are bad.
Yep.
And there goes the crop rotation, like you
There it
talked
is,
about. And I was really excited to see what he could do with Channel, because when you're relying on your one workshop and your one metalworker to power out your Sundering Titan on turn 2,
Yep.
right? Like, your deck's not very consistent. But if he has Channel, like, he's probably going to end up with an Emrakul in his deck.
and
Nobody else is Emrakuling.
A card
it
I
looks
want
like.
to see him take early, pretty quick here is Karn.
Liberated?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Planeswalker. Yeah, very good.
It went criminally late last round, and it is a powerful card.
It's super powerful. It doesn't work very well with Workshop specifically,
Sure.
which is unfortunate. But still, like, if you can power that thing out on, turn 4, it's going to be quite good. So Mike has the Reanimator deck.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like anybody's really fighting him for anything.
Yeah. He's picked up
And
all
you
of the
drafted this
import-
in the 1 seat.
I drafted this in the 1 seat,
Yeah.
and I think Mike is just in a sweet spot here. I think he went a little off the rails with Null Rod and Thada Adele. I think with the in a 40 card Reanimator deck, there is so much redundancy. You can really draft a deck that goes off turn 2 and 3 at the latest consistently almost every single time.
Yeah.
And if you just go on that plan and just all your cards are there and maybe a few disruption spells to stop your opponent from doing the same thing, I don't think anyone can stop you.
It's possible. Like, I talked to a couple of people in terms of archetypes and what they thought were the best, like, established archetypes.
Yep.
And Reanimator was the one that came up over and over again.
Yep.
I personally don't feel that linears are a strong way to be going in, but if you're going to be doing one, probably Reanimator is the best one because you have a blue base.
Yep.
All the other linears are doing something else, really.
Yeah.
And they don't have defensive elements.
And of all the linears, I feel like it has the most redundancy of
Yes.
quality picks.
Yeah, because like you have stuff like Reanimate, Life Death, Dance of the Dead, Animate Dead, and Exhume, all 5 cards that cost 2 or less that basically win you the game, right? All the other linears like Storm are trying to assemble a critical mass of things that can be picked apart by a Thoughtseize or a Mesmeric Fiend or a well-timed mental misstep. So
Mike Thompson's taking on a second pick here. He picks up Animate Dead, which is just, another premier reanimation spell. I think at this point you're going to really see him start just solidifying that reanimation shell of the deck.
yeah.
Let's go ahead and I didn't see Jesse pick up Pithy Needle here, which is I think going a little deep.
The depths are being scraped, I think.
The problem with Pithy Needle is
So
like
one thing that Jesse said when we were in there, after he picked, I believe it was Yawgmoth's Will, we were all kind of LOLing at him.
Yeah, it was a bad pick.
And he's not going to play it.
Yeah, of course not.
And he said, yeah, I shouldn't have picked that. But what he said was, I just want good cards in my deck. I don't want to do anything specific.
Yeah.
His deck has plenty of good cards, but this is vintage. So does everybody else.
In the stream here, it's been brought up. Show and Tell hasn't been picked yet, and I think going off the other decks people are drafting, I think it'd be a sick card in Mike Thompson's deck. There's not a lot of what's he gonna get? He's not gonna get punished very hard for casting it.
Well, the way that his deck is being built. I don't think he's going to have too many reanimation targets in his deck.
Okay.
2, 3, maybe 4, right? And
I mean, with a card like Careful Study, I think maybe that's not true. I think he really is trying.
Possible, but Careful Study is also a card that you're not just trying to discard your fatties, right? You're trying to dig to an Entomb or dig to a Reanimate.
Picks up Dark Slick Shores to show up the mana. It looks like.
Yep. I think Show and Tell is a card that he might draft. But he shouldn't prioritize.
I mean, even if it's just in his sideboard against certain decks.
Yeah.
But it is a powerful card. This is the latest I've ever seen it not get taken here for sure.
Emrakul's still on the board too.
Yeah. Who can play Emrakul? Obviously Charles.
Charles can play it. Jesse, with his infinite untap heartbeat deck. Who else can do anything? That's about it.
Yeah. So yeah, and Charles doesn't even really have to prioritize Emrakul that high because really, at the end of the day, channeling into Emrakul, channeling into Ulamog,
it's all the same.
They're gonna win you the game. You swing with it, the game ends.
Right. It's not like you're show and telling it into play when it needs to be Emrakul.
And I think that's where Charles's strength really comes in, and why a lot of these drafters are really afraid of him. Is he knows how to really get value out of all of his picks. You don't see him make a pick that you're like, wow, I feel like I could have taken that later.
Absolutely.
I mean, arguable with maybe Thran Dynamo here, but other than that, I think.
Charles has a knack for finding the card that people have forgotten about.
Yeah.
In this case, maybe it's the Workshop at 9.
Factor Fiction is still on board as well.
Yeah, it's always on the board.
Which I think
I know it's crazy.
Criminal.
That card should be so early, but it just always goes crazy late because everybody's trying to prioritize the cheap, broken stuff.
You know what I would like to see Mike Thompson pick up at some point is one of my favorite combos in the Reanimator deck is Gifts Ungiven.
On Burial Rites, yeah.
A lot of people, it's kind of a tricky combo.
It's tough on the mana.
It's tough on the mana, but for those of you that don't know, there's kind of a trick with what's the card I'm talking about? Gifts Ungiven.
Yeah.
You can actually just go get 2 cards. And if you only get 2 cards, they immediately go to your graveyard.
Right, double Entomb.
And that way, you can go get Grizzlebrand, go get Unburial Rites with flashback, and then bam, you've got your combo.
Right. And the flashback costs 4. If you have 4 to cast Gifts, you have 4 to cast Unburial Rites.
As long as you have the white mana. Yeah.
Yep.
So Metalworker from Charles, which is a card I personally thought he was going to stay away from.
I'm interested to see where he ends up. I don't know if he's going to go like the way of Mishra's Helix. I don't know if he's going to do stuff like that. One thing that Jesse and I had talked about if he had ended up with the channel was Panoptic Mirror and the Time Walks.
Okay.
But he obviously didn't end up with the channel because Charles thinks that's the best card in Magic, and he
Best
might not
card.
be wrong.
He might not be. I mean, he's done very well with it. He's beaten dozens of people.
Right,
channel.
and it just goes to show you that he thinks about the game so differently
He
than
really
everybody
does.
else.
And speaking of that, I mean, we all know, those with the know Charles, is he likes to prove people wrong. And I think us talking about the Workshop deck being bad, I think he's going to do his absolute best to prove to us that it can be done.
I'll tell you what, if it doesn't work this time, no one's ever going to draft
Workshop
it again.
How crazy is that? To the point where we've developed the metagame so much that
Workshop just doesn't get drafted.
Goes from a first pick to an undrafted card.
Yeah.
And at this point, I don't like his deck very much.
We'll see. Charles also does the thing where he drafts the cards that other people might maybe take before he drafts the cards that are important to his own deck.
He
right?
really is probably the strongest drafter at really utilizing, like, I'd say, like, picks 30 through 45.
Yeah, just understanding what's going to happen later and planning for it.
A lot of people, those picks through 30 to 45 might as well just not exist.
Yeah,
They just take
totally.
random cards, like Gruesome Encore. Making fun of myself a little bit on that one.
Absolutely.
But let's see. Back to the draft, we've got Joshua Ventura picking up Vexing Devil, Jesse taking Forbid,
Yep, little 4 damage, 1 drop.
and Teddy taking Fabricate. Teddy's bringing it back.
He's got some stuff. I'll be interested to see where the defensive cards start coming. You know, we
Yeah.
have cards like Tanglewire and Smokestack still on the board.
Yeah.
Greg might end up taking Braids. Or
Yeah, I
something
wonder
like
if,
that.
do you think Josh's deck might want a Winter Orb?
Yeah, I assume that's gonna be in there at some point. He also could take Hokori, right? We have.
I'm gonna start moving this down a little bit. We're gonna start interfering with the stream a bit.
Greg takes a nice little value Eternal Witness here.
We have Lee Sharp in the draft saying shocking no one. He loves the mono red deck, or the Boros deck rather, which is Boros is basically Lee Sharp's spirit animal.
Yeah, that or the Orzhov, the Carnophage Baneslayer Angel deck.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's see. Eternal Witness from Greg Peloquin, which I think is a totally awesome pick there.
Collins Grindstone actually looks pretty good too because nobody's on Emrakul yet.
Yeah.
If no one ends up on Emrakul, then
I
it's
think
even
it'd be.
better.
There's no
It's
way
gotta
Charles,
go somewhere,
Charles
right?
is
It's
not
gotta-
going to not have at least one Ultra.
But if he gets too greedy, Colin might D it up.
there's at least 3. I mean, Kozilek isn't as
Sure.
good, but I would be shocked. The Glenelonder Archmage, super powerful spell in this format.
Yeah, that's pretty late for that card actually.
I mean, it'll cost 4, but if it hits the board, like, it really gums up your opponent's,
well, and nobody's playing
combos.
creatures anyway.
Yep,
you know.
yep. It also can attack, which is something that most of these cards
Yep.
can't say they can do.
Right. Well, especially when you're trying to sit back on your counter spells, you have to get them dead somehow.
Yeah, absolutely.
So.
Greg Peloquin, I'm interested to see what he takes here. What do you think is going to be natural ordering? Do you think he's going to try to go for Progenitus or something more like?
No, I don't. I
Terastodon?
don't think he'll go for Progenitus. Actually, it's when you spend 4 mana to natural order, you better put something into play that keeps them from winning the
So you
game.
think Terastodon?
I think it's Terastodon. Yep.
One funny thing we were talking about is that Dark Confidant pick. Dark Confidant natural order is kind of an interesting combination of cards.
I suppose, but people played Gargadon in their Dark Confidant decks
Yeah,
back in the day. And hit run. In the
Talking
same
about
deck.
that, I've actually seen a deck with Jesse Hampton playing Dark Confidant and Emrakul in the same deck.
Well, there you go.
So it can be done. It's a little risky, but
How much of a man are you?
I am not that much of a man
No?
personally.
I
But,
had the hit run on the Gargadons in my deck. U.S. Nationals.
so let's see. Jesse Wilky. We see some lands getting snapped off here. Breeding Pool and Bayou going. As we said before, all the fetch lands are gone.
All time?
All 10. Yep. Marsh Flats was the last one to go in
Okay.
round 12, I believe.
Are all the duels gone? No, Scrubland's still there.
Yeah, I think there's a number of duels left. I was kind of talking. I was surprised that Josh, while he was having that run of lands and just taking cards, the only cards people could possibly want. I'm surprised he didn't take Sacred Foundry. But I don't think anyone even else
I
wants
think
it.
that he's just going to be fetching for 1. He doesn't need red, white.
Sure.
And he just wants the plateau. I was surprised that he took the lands in the order that he did and didn't take the strip mine in the 3rd round and then
Yeah.
go fetches.
Sure.
I think that was a mistake because
I think if he had gone, I think if he could have had like Rashad Import, Strip Mine Wasteland.
yeah.
Or
And
does it-
then started the fetch run because the only reason people took lands is because he started taking
Yep.
them. And that lightning bolt isn't going to go anywhere in the top 10. And even if it does, like the red deck has so much redundancy.
Yeah.
How
about this? What if he wants to take Armageddon
he could
or
do that.
Ravages of War?
He could definitely do that. I don't know that that's where he wants to be against all the other artifact mana decks.
Sure.
It's very possible that that's where he wants to be, but it looks like he's kind of solidified his 4 slot already with a Johnny Enkoth of the Hammer.
Sure. Yeah.
So I think that's where he wants to be topping out. I think he wants to be killing people when he gets to 4 mana. I
Sure.
don't think he wants to, like his creatures so far are just a Goblin Guide and a Vexing Devil, right? And Vexing Devil's not going to stay on the board; it just burns you for 4. So.
Turnabout from Jesse.
Yep. He talked about at some point he's going to take the High Tide.
Yeah.
and-
We're going to see Carews out of him, I assume. Too.
Yep, absolutely. His deck would have been sick if the Fast Bond had been there, but it's
Yeah.
not.
Which is funny. Last time Fastball went undrafted, and this time we had 2 drafters that wanted that Fastball.
Yeah, so in my preparation, talking to all the drafters, the 3 people that I talked to the most, Jesse, Greg, and Charles, all said Green was lowly drafted last time.
Criminally, I would say.
Yeah, criminally underdrafted, and I
third
want
best
to be
color
the
in
green
Magic,
guy. Yeah.
and just one player drafted it.
Right, barely splash
Barely.
color, you know. So 3 people all wanted to prioritize the same cards that had previously been under prioritized, and you see things like fast bond and crop rotation going.
Yeah, Teddy continues to get back on target, taking Spell Snare, which I think is actually, me and Dwayne were talking, is actually probably one of the best counter spells in the
It's
format.
very, very good. It counters essentially Jesse Hampton's deck.
Yeah.
I think that Teddy's deck is going to end up in a sweet spot. You know, he might. He's one of the weaker players from a skill perspective. But
What other perspectives are there?
I don't know, drafting,
Sure.
sweet suits.
Sure. He's a powerful man of sweet suits.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Joshua Ventura snapped off Gorilla Shaman, which I know is a card a lot of people in the draft are going to not want to play against.
Yeah, that's. I think that card is a little overrated for the red deck because you're only going to have like 2 or 3 opponents who have real targets for it. You know, it's very good in Vintage because everyone has
it. Yeah.
8 Moxes in their deck. You know.
Zurin Orb from Charles Dupont.
Wow. That was another card I kind of expected from Jesse if he had ended up with the fast bond.
Sure.
I love fast bond, man.
Yeah.
There are going to be some. This is cool.
Mike Thompson takes Buried Alive, which I actually am not the biggest fan of in this format.
Yeah, and especially now.
And Woodfall Primus, which he takes Woodfall Primus over Terastodon.
It's
interesting.
I think that he's probably just wanting like a singular threat that can win the game by itself. With Terastodon, like you blow up 3 of their lands and then like it's gonna trade. And if you only blow up 2 of their lands and they have a bounce spell for it, like that's pretty bad. Whereas this, he can just get it back.
Yep.
And if they have a kill spell for it, they don't kill it. Right?
Yeah.
So Terastodon also very powerful, but I think Greg's going to end up with that one. He probably is going to go for it soon now that Woodfall Primus is off the board. Charles comes out with the Lodestone Golem.
Yep.
That's probably the only sphere effect you'll see him draft.
Yep.
I don't expect him to have.
Just because it's a super real threat.
Yeah, I do think he's going to end up with Chalice of the Void at some point. It's a card that can seal out certain things, whereas opposed to Trinisphere and the spheres, they just kind of slow the other guy down, right?
Yeah.
And then you have to do something still more powerful. But Chalice, if you're afraid of a specific card, he has the mana to power it out on turn 2, 3, and snipe you.
Yeah. I'm starting to really like Greg's deck. That Survival of the Fittest there's a lot of value there.
There's a lot of value. It's really hard to build a survival shell in a 40-card deck, though.
Yeah.
It's tough. I don't know if he's gonna focus on the survival because if you do that, then you need to focus on ways to get the survival, and then you're really running out of slots. Or if he's just going to let it just sit there, and if I draw it, sweet. If I don't, the rest of my deck is on plan. I'm kind of wondering if anybody's going to draft Upheaval.
Yeah.
Charles has had Upheaval both the last 2 times with his Mystical Tutor. I don't think Jesse is going to... He has the Mystical. I don't think he's going to end up with the Upheaval because he can't really do much with it.
Yep.
The broken mana is kind of spread out. Mike has the Lotus, Charles has the Mana Crypt and the Workshop. Jesse has Mox Diamond, Mox Chrome Mox. Ventura has Pearl and Ruby. Teddy has what does Teddy have? Not much, right?
No.
Grim Monolith, I think that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which we were talking to him before. He had just completely missed
Mana Vault.
Mana Vault.
Yeah, he actually, like, if he had started Time Vault, Tinker, Mana Vault, Grim Monolith, like, would we be talking about his deck like it's one of the worst ones in the
No,
draft?
absolutely not.
So
And
his deck's really not that bad.
I think he's gotten away from being one of the worst decks in the draft. I think he's actually looking really good. In fact, I don't know if I could name a worse deck right now. Jesse's doesn't really do anything, but he could certainly use his last pick, his last however many picks we're at here, to really shore that up. There's plenty of ways to win the game, and he could do that. Charles'
You're talking
deck,
about Jesse Hampton.
yeah, Jesse Hampton's. Charles's deck is interesting. I feel like he's trying to do too many things.
So one thing that Charles and I had talked about is being the mud deck, as it were. Everyone has kind of been base red or base white
for the Armageddon
when they draft the deck. He wanted to be base green for cards like Channel. Another card that is completely busted that is on no one's radar is Berserk.
Yeah.
And if he ends up with the Terastodon, then he could Berserk his Terastodon. He also, a card that is definitely going to be in his deck is Precursor Golem. That's pretty good
He's
with
a
Berserk.
huge fan of Precursor Golem,
Yeah.
absolutely, yeah.
So, you know, he can 18 people on turn 2, turn 3.
Berserk, oh, that is pretty neat.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
Going back to the draft here, Jesse Hampton picks up Ponder, which I don't think this is not the kind of deck that needs Ponder. Joshua Ventura
No,
picks up.
Yeah, Jesse is trying to draft like a modern fairies deck. I think.
I agree.
And he's just like all of his cards are. He's one spell per turn. He's not trying to do anything busted, and his defensive mechanisms are mediocre at best to me. He certainly like if he can land a Bitter Blossom and not die, right on the next turn, then yeah, maybe he's gonna have some game. But
Yep.
there's a lot of answers to Bitter Blossom. There's a lot of decks that can beat it. So.
We see Josh pick up, another dude, Figure of
Yep.
Destiny, powerful guy.
Yep. I'm a little surprised Josh hasn't taken more of his sideboard cards.
Yeah.
Early because, like he was saying, he took Wear Tear and Rest in Peace and Stony Silence very early, saying I can take all my sideboard cards before I take my regular cards because nobody wants my regular
Yep.
cards. So him shifting gears and starting to take the Goblin Guides and the Chain Lightnings and the Figure of Destinies of the world has given other people outs to take the cards that he might want.
But what cards is he missing at this point?
Maybe some artifacts, like he could have taken the Null Rod.
Or he could also have I could mention before Winter Orb.
Winter Orb. Yeah, just anything that someone else might take. Like no one is going to draft that Figure of Destiny. There are sideboard cards like Grafdigger's Cage. Very good against Natural Order, very good against Mike Thompson.
Yep.
Probably pretty good against anybody who is, going to be Oath of Druiding.
Yeah.
Here we have the Spice Ball High Tide coming off.
Yeah, High Tide, I feel like way too early for High Tide. Literally no one else is ever going to take this card. I think there's still, preordained type of
There
effects.
goes the Terastodon like we talked about.
Yeah, I think there's still plenty of preordained effects. There's still some counter spells out there. People tend to forget about the X cost mana counter spells.
Like Disrupting
Power
Shoal.
Sync,
Yeah,
stuff
yeah,
like that.
yeah. Condescend. Very good in a combination deck.
Yeah, I like preordained from Teddy. Teddy continues to shore it up.
Yeah, just lower the mana cost, the average CMC of your deck.
Yep. So we have Trastodon, Swords to Plowshares, which, honestly doesn't do a lot in this format against a lot of decks, but it's a good card to have regardless.
Yeah, and it's just a 1 mana deal with basically anything, right? Obviously, the Gristlebrand Brand still gets to draw 7 cards.
Yes.
But you're going to have to deal with it, and
Yeah.
they're going to draw their 7. Balance. Nice.
Balance. Wow. Late ballad.
That's really good.
Attaboy Colin.
And he has, artifact mana to punish people with it, too.
Colin is. I feel like Colin was really making the best of winning that draft.
Absolutely.
And getting in here,
People-
and really, I think he
Yeah.
deserved to be here, and he's really showing it that he deserves to be in this draft.
People in the Facebook group were kind of like, all right, well, whoever gets the cube draft slot is just gonna lose, right? Well,
Yeah.
I talked to Colin a lot too, and he had not just spreadsheets of cards that he was talking about, but actual analysis.
A lot of those cube draft guys, were very prepared for this.
Yeah, totally.
And I like to
And
see
I-
others.
yeah.
Quite a few of them. I can't wait to see them
Yep.
win one and get in. And I think that we're gonna see a lot of good stuff out of those guys.
Yeah, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
And Colin, he was my pick to win the cube draft when the list was announced.
Yeah.
Just because I know him the best out of those guys, and I know what he's capable of. He plays a lot of-
Chill from Josh Ventura.
Nice. Yeah. See, that's a card. That
Oh, all
Just-
right.
Yep. Get gulped.
That is not. Wait, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. He's D'ing it from getting
Oh,
D'd.
okay, sure.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm thinking of Boyle.
Oh, destroy all the islands.
I like to see him
for 4.
I thought he had taken Boyle there. I was
Oh,
getting
no, no, no.
completely confused with his cards. But yeah, chill. Just D's the chill.
Yeah. I expect he will probably at some point draft Absolute Law.
Which
or,
one is Absolute
or Sphere of Law. Both are very powerful. Absolute Law, white 1, enchantment from Urza's Saga. All creatures get protection from red. And Sphere of Law is white 3, enchantment from Odyssey. If a red source would deal damage to you, prevent 2 of that damage.
Okay.
So those are both cards that he cannot beat.
Yeah.
And he will probably take them at some point. He doesn't have to build a full sideboard because guess what? He's going to have 12 basics in his deck.
Sure.
So he gets a lot of picks to throw away.
Yeah, absolutely. Jesse Hampton picks up Deprive, which is a often forgotten counterspell. Sometimes it can hinder you quite a bit. It's not always the best, but when it's good, it's good.
Yeah. Who has actual counterspell?
I believe Jesse Wilky does.
Okay.
And then Charles goes ahead and picks up Wormcoil Engine, a card we're all super familiar with, that actually somehow
Jed
went
is not familiar with.
Yeah, Jed Dolbeer from the last
is
draft we
unfamiliar
learned is
with
not
Wormcoil.
familiar with Wormcoil Engine.
Yeah.
But it's a card that went undrafted last time, which is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, if nobody's drafting any sort of a beatdown strategy, it's not that great.
Yeah.
But in this draft, you have 2 people who are beating down a little bit.
Yeah.
So it's going to do some work. Also, he has channel,
Yep.
and like his deck is really well set up for that channel.
Sure. So I'm going to go ahead. I think it's probably about time. We're going to probably give out another giveaway here.
All right.
We're going to do our last $10, I'd say. And then we're going to start bumping it up. We're going to do, I think, 2 25s and then a 50 at the end. So we'll do it here in a little bit. Let's call it pick 25. We'll take someone from random out of the chat. So make sure if you are in the chat and you're not logged into your Twitch account, get logged in so that we can see your name. And then we'll just grab someone randomly from there. And we'll get you set up with a $10 in credit to Northwest Sports Cards.
Good deal.
Moving on, we're still sitting here waiting for Mike Thompson.
What kind of cards do you want him to draft at this point? You've built this strategy before. So.
I'd like to see him really not mess around with cute cards. Like I said before, I want him to just go all in. So just streamline it. The Bazaar pick is interesting because you have to have Bazaar of Baghdad. It is an insanely powerful effect that the deck wants. But it's also a card no one else is going to take, but it is the kind of card that once you start getting into round 25 and things like that, someone might just take it from you.
I think
someone like Josh could just take it and just say, screw you.
Because he has so many cards to throw away.
Yeah, screw you. You're not getting this. You floated it too long. And that is something you need to look out for. So I wouldn't hate seeing it here. It might be a little early, but it's something that could definitely happen. But other than that, I think maybe there's still some counter spells floating around out there. Necromancy
is good because now that enables the Emrakul's if he wants to.
Reanimation spells he has not picked up yet that are, I think, must-haves are
Dance of the Dead.
Exhume. Dance of the Dead, I with only one Reanimator drafter, probably doesn't need it. There's Exhume. There's Life Death still.
Yeah.
He has Necromancy he's picked up. He already has the Animate Dead and Reanimate. That's probably getting pretty close to the correct amount.
Sure.
He needs some ways to get things in his yard at this point. One card that I'm a big fan of in this deck is Pack Rat.
Yeah.
Because it's a great way to get cards in your graveyard.
Well, and they have to answer.
And sometimes if they have an answer to your reanimation thing, they're just gonna die to Pack Rat.
Yeah.
I've won the last time I drafted this deck. I won several games just off of Pack Rat.
Absolutely. What about Attunement?
Attunement's another good one. Una's Prowler is another cute way to get cards in your graveyard.
There's a good one too.
Ashen Rider.
That's a great reanimator target.
So yeah, there's a lot of cards Mike can pick up here. Like the Putrid Imp, I'm kind of 50-50 on. It might be a card you want. I'm not with cards like Dark Ritual and Black Lotus. I think cards like Putrid Imp goes up because it allows you to go off turn one.
Yeah.
Where a lot of these other cards we're talking about don't. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Putrid Imp in his deck.
Okay.
At some point.
What about like other big creatures that could get sniped, such as Inkwell Leviathan?
See, I was talking about this with Dwayne earlier. I actually don't think Inkwell Leviathan is good enough in this format.
Really?
I think that you go, here's my Inkwell Leviathan, and you're going to die in 3 turns. And now your opponent has 3 turns to kill you, which they can easily do in this format. Take infinite turns, cast an Emrakul off channel. It's just.
Do you think that's harder to do when he has cards like Mind Twist and Thoughtseize as well?
I guess, but like I'd rather see something like Ashen Rider or or Woodfall Primus, something that affects the game at the turn it comes into play and really does something.
And people aren't like, if you get stuff like Woodfall Primus and Ashen Rider, then you force people to prioritize answers to those cards, and that dilutes the power of their deck a little bit.
Absolutely, yeah.
So you can get some of the value back from losing.
Yeah, I just don't think Inkwell is good enough. Possibly, maybe Sundering Titan.
Maybe.
But
I imagine Teddy is going to end up with Sundering Titan,
sure.
and I imagine Teddy's going to end up with Inkwell.
Charles takes
Tinker
Batterskull.
Yeah, good. Yeah, that's good.
All right. Possibly to fight off Josh a little bit.
A little bit, but it's also a recurable threat, right?
Yep.
One of the biggest problems that these mud decks have had. Swan Song. Huh?
Swan Song from Jesse Hampton.
Right,
Jesse just refuses to draft a win condition, which is exactly his play style.
Bitter Blossom. That's all he needs.
No, exactly. That is his playstyle.
Yeah.
I was talking to Dwayne about this. The decks I used to see Jesse play back in the day before he kind of got big was literally all counter spells,
Yeah.
maybe a couple Jason the Mind
And the
Sculptors during the
Stalking
game.
Stones.
Yeah, it would be like, yeah, exactly. A couple terrible win conditions
Yeah.
that would make it that he would win on turn 20.
Yeah.
And those are the kind of decks he likes to play. Smash Man of the Rings, great pick from Josh.
Yeah, perfect.
Does everything you want to do.
Yep.
Um,
Back to Charles Dupont's Batterskull pick. The problem that these mud decks have had in the past is they are so threat light. You know, they're not very dense.
Yeah.
And when they spit out all their mana and they do their one big thing with their mana, which is usually some, Steel Hellkite or some 5-drop, right?
Yeah.
And that gets killed, then they
Have nothing.
They have 36 mana every turn and nothing to do with
Yep.
it, right? And the Batterskull is a great way to present a recurable threat.
Yep.
So I'm really happy.
Do you
with that
think
pick.
Charles wants a card like Harmonize?
Probably not. I think that he doesn't think Ancestral is very good. So I don't think that he would be prioritizing a Harmonized type card.
Sure.
He might draft a card like a Bottled Cloister or something like that.
Tony picks up Grafdigger's Cage, which I think is a bad pick here.
Maybe a little early for that one, but that's a card that is easily pickable by anyone, and
Yeah.
it has applications against multiple decks.
It's one card against currently like one, I guess 2 decks if you include Charles.
But he has 5 ways to search for it.
Sure, I guess. We see Thawing Glaciers from Jesse Wilky. And
Going deep.
Going deep. Sadistic Sacrament from Greg, which is personally one of my favorite cards. Let's see if we can get this on the board. I think a lot of people might not be familiar with this one.
Do you think that card is as good when you play against more people who have more experience in the format and build their decks in such a fashion that they're not going to get sniped by it as much?
Probably. It's still something. It does occasionally just kill someone, or not kill somebody. It just means they can't win sometimes.
Yeah, on occasion.
But yeah, I probably overrated a little bit, but it's certainly a neat one. One card I didn't notice that he had taken was Deathrite Shaman,
I also missed that
which
one.
is a sick one. I don't know how much mana it's going to be producing. But,
yeah, sure.
But being able to just be a good card that interacts with Mike's deck.
It's great against Josh because he has survival to fuel it.
Yep.
He has it's great against Mike Thompson. It's probably going to be pretty good against Colin.
Josh has a number of fetch lands, so it's
Yep.
good there too. We see a Spellstutter Sprite from Colin, which I think Jesse Hampton is just probably getting daggered
he's
about right
probably
now.
a little upset about that one.
So we'll see how that goes. We said we were going to give that one away at, I think, we said
25?
pick 25. Okay,
Yeah.
so we still got a little ways to go. So yeah, just another reminder, if you are not logged into your Twitch account, get logged in so that you can be entered to win this just free credit we're just giving out. And it's to an online store, so even if you're watching
you
this
don't even
from
have to be here.
wherever,
Do
you'll be
not
able
need to be present to win.
Yep,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So are we just shipping randos all day?
Yeah.
Okay. Sweet.
Oh, we might play around with the $50 one or something. I
Alright.
don't know. We'll see how we're feeling. But
give it to my mom.
yeah,
Yeah.
she
alright.
could use some magic cards.
Yeah.
So let's see. We have a Flusterstorm from Colin McHugh.
That only counters instants or sorceries. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes. Okay.
Um,
Powerful spell.
So let's see here. So I don't know who are you liking right now.
I like Charles' deck.
Really?
I know you don't like it that much, but I think that he has just probably the best channel in the history.
That's true.
I want to like Wilky's deck. I want to like it really, really bad because he was about like he was.
I can't. How about
him and
this?
Charles were the two I was most excited about.
I
coming
want to
in.
watch Jesse's deck on stream.
Yeah, he's gonna. I mean, I played High Tide and Legacy like
Yeah.
all the time. That's my favorite. That's my kind of magic. You know.
So we have Greg Peloquin taking Dried Arbor. I think we're gonna take a quick breakaway from the draft here. Some people in the stream may not know exactly what's going on here. This
Sure.
is kind of a format a lot of people aren't familiar with. So let's go ahead and pull up this here. So why don't you kind of tell us a little bit about what is Vintage Rotisserie?
So Vintage Rotisserie is a draft format where every card that has ever been printed is eligible. I guess outside of like unglued cards, right? And
it's vintage. It's the vintage.
anything that
list.
is vintage legal,
Right.
Yeah. So like no jeweled amulet or
Sure.
jeweled bird, those kinds of demonic.
ridiculous cards.
Yeah.
Right.
And then what happens is in sequential order, seat 1 through seat 8, they take one card that has not been drafted yet. and once you get to the 8th pick, then the second round of draft begins with that person and goes back down to 1. So it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then so on and so forth. Once a card has been picked by anybody, no one else can take it. They can't take it again.
Yep.
So no Squadron Hawk shenanigans.
Yeah,
right? And we end up selecting 45 cards total. You don't have to draft your basic lands. There's just a stack of those. You can pick them up, and you're going to build a 40-card deck. We've done this before with 50-card decks, and people have done it with 60-card decks before.
Yeah, you can play around with the amounts, but we found,
Yeah.
especially streaming, we've kind of had to keep it to the lower amounts. Otherwise, it takes literally all day.
Yeah.
So
and you also end up with a higher propensity of the sweet cards being in play, right? Because
Yeah.
they're drawn more, and that's what everybody wants to see anyway. So
yeah. So coming back to the draft here, it looks like we have Candelabra of Twinos coming from Jesse, which I think is no surprise to anyone. Sacred Foundry from Teddy, which I guess someone did want that Sacred Foundry.
he's probably using that to
Goblin Welder.
yeah.
Which
I wonder if he's going to do what Peter did last time and gamble with Ancient, cast Gamble, and then Ancient Grudge and Ray of Revelation as
sure.
recurrable answers to anything, and that way his answer, if it gets gambled away, that's fine.
We have a Fire Drink Crusader from Josh, just getting all the 1-drops currently.
Yep.
And then a Stifle from Jesse Hampton. Jesse just refuses.
Jesse is drafting the kind of griefer control that I think that people make mistakes with.
Yeah.
They draft a lot of reactive one for one answers, and they don't have any way to pressure the opponent on any axis.
Sure. Yeah.
If you look at his deck, he has one way to pressure an opponent, and that's Bitter Blossom. When you draft these griefer style decks that just try to keep your opponent from doing anything, I think you need to be permanent based with cards like Null Rod and Stony Silence that shut down entire game plans and then put pressure on them with discard or attacking or cards like Smokestack and Braids.
Sure. I'm going to take a quick second to plug the stream here real quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
Down here at the bottom of the Twitch stream, you can see we've got a couple things there. You can have a link to the draft spreadsheet if you want to just follow along on your own. We also have a Facebook group that we've got a couple different things going on in there. You can keep track when the next one's going to be. We're going to be doing this about once a month.
Yep.
You can also throw your name in the hat to be considered for one of these. We also do cube draft satellites. So
so the way that works is basically the 3 people who finish first, second, and third are invited back to the next draft or the next draft that they are able to attend, right? And then the 4 of the remaining 5 slots are chosen somewhat at random from the...
I kind of pick them. But
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is slightly random. We
but
make sure everyone gets a shot.
You weight it towards people who haven't drafted yet, right?
Correct, yes.
And so then there is 1 remaining slot. And since, this has gotten relatively popular and there are a lot of people interested in it, people we don't necessarily know very well, we have created a satellite setup, and what we do is before the draft there's a cube draft, a 8-man cube draft, and if you win that cube draft, you get a slot in the Vintage Registry.
So if you join the Facebook group, go and I'll be posting a link in there later, probably later in the afternoon today, to if you'd like to be considered for one of these, go ahead and say, join the Facebook group, say, hey,
absolutely.
I'm interested in one of these,
And you just get in the queue,
and I'll throw you in the queue, and we'll get you involved. Also, tell your friends.
Totally.
If you're having a good time watching this right now, link the stream to your Facebook page. Let people know. The bigger we get this, the better we can do it.
and the more degenerate we can be.
The more degenerate we get, the more we can give away.
Which is always
the
fun.
more free stuff we can give away, because all the proceeds we're just giving back essentially. So no, we're not trying to get rich or anything off this. Everything we get is going
You're
back
not?
to you guys. Well, not from this specifically. So anyway, let's go. Going back to the stream.
Elvish Spirit Guide.
Elvis Spirit
Love
Guide
it.
from Charles, great card, often forgotten card.
Yep. I'm telling you, Charles' deck is gonna be so sweet.
It's shaping up.
It's gonna be
and
so sweet.
Ideas Unbound from Mike Thompson.
Good card.
A great one, I think, here. An okay one. Double blue is going to be tough for this deck, I feel like.
Yeah, he has a couple fetch lands and a Watery Grave and a Dark Slick Shores, so he's not in bad shape. There goes the Factor Fiction.
Yep, there it is.
Still criminally late.
Gifts Ungiven still alive, right?
Yes, Gift Ungiven is still alive. Teddy should probably end up with that.
So going back to a little bit more about the stream, we also, at the end of this, once we have 8 unique champions, we are doing the Draft of Champions.
Is that what we're calling it?
I think we're calling it the Draft of Champions. I don't know. I'm one, and I'd like to be called the champion.
All right,
I don't know.
fine.
But I don't know. We can come up with a better name for it or something. But currently, it's the Draft of Champions. If you win one of these, at the end, once we have 8 unique players, we're going to do a championship draft where bigger prizes.
Yeah.
It's going to be insane. So currently for that,
Buy-in is a keg.
buy-in is. Oh wow, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway. Moving on, I guess the first person to win one of these was, I guess, yours truly. I took it down with
Somehow.
a lot of luck.
Yeah.
But I took it down with blue black reanimator deck, which is probably why I'm so high on Mike Thompson's deck right now. I was in that one seat. I got a black lotus, and I just did some degenerate things with it. Charles Dupont took down the next one. With a blue-green tempo deck, he pretty much just smashed everyone. I think he went X1 with his six.
he and I had a pretty good match. I actually missed sideboarded against him, and it cost me. But his deck was quite good. That was the draft where he was the only one drafting green at all.
Yep.
And he ended up with like Channel and or he didn't have Emrakul in that one. Jesse had Emrakul,
Right.
but he had Channel and Upheaval, and Mystical for both, and was just doing all sorts of busted stuff.
The last one was Peter Beckfield,
Yep.
who unfortunately couldn't make it this time, but he'll be in one of the future drafts. Because if you get in the top 3 of the drafts, you're invited back for the next one.
Yes.
Interestingly enough, 2 of the last 3 drafters are former Wizards employees.
Interesting.
Yeah. So
They recruit well.
yeah. Also, it should be noted, Charles Dupont in these 3 drafts has gone second, first, second.
Is he good?
He's
that good?
very good. I think he understands this format more than anyone else, and he really just thinks differently.
He understands this format differently than everybody else, and that's probably better because no one is on his level. And in a format like this, when everyone can do something totally different, if you are isolated on your plan completely, you don't have to fight over anything.
Yep.
And that is every value pick. There's a precursor golem that he's got.
Going back
I
to
can't wait for that berserk.
Yeah, Charles picks up that precursor golem as we thought. Jesse Hampton picks up Leyline of the Void, which I think is kind of a wasted pick here. Joshua Ventura gets Rift Bolt. Teddy picks up some mana fixing, and Jesse Wilky picks up that Mind Over Matter, which I got to assume Teddy kind of wanted, but it's not the end of the world for him.
I don't think he needed it because, he definitely would have wanted it if the key had gotten taken from him. But he ended up with the key, and so I don't think he needs to prioritize any other way to untap the Time Vault.
Right.
Jesse might end up with a Temple Bell here as a way to go infy. Other than that, he can just high tide, stroke, cast a bunch.
So someone in the chat is asking about what is the prize payout for this.
Yes.
We've played around with it a little bit. The first one we did was actually we try to make it more interesting than cards or money or whatever. So the first time we did this, it was very, very degenerate.
Scratchers?
We did scratch tickets, and so the way it was like it was $20 of scratch tickets was the buy-in, and whoever won got all but $20 worth of scratch tickets.
Right.
Second place got $20 worth of scratch tickets.
You could buy in increments of 20, 10, 5.
Yeah, you could buy in however you wanted. And then if second place scratched off more than first place, they would get all the winnings.
Wow, scooper.
Yeah, I won that draft, and I won a whopping $24.
Nice. So
plus
$4.
Plus $4, but it was kind of fun because it was like maybe we're playing for $1 million.
Sure.
I mean,
yeah.
obviously, probably not, but it's kind of fun. But in the last couple, what we've kind of solidified as the prize structure here is everyone shows up with a bottle of sweet booze. We're putting it around the $30-$50 range. And first place, it goes 5-3-1. So 5-2-1. So first place gets 5 bottles of booze, which is essentially a mini bar.
Yep.
And then second gets 2, and third place gets
The one that Charles won, we actually had it super weighted. It was first got 7, second got 1.
Yeah.
Third place, go home.
Yep. So let's see here. Going back to the draft, we've got a Birds of Paradise for Greg. No surprise there.
Abrupt Decay, good card.
Yeah. Colin picks up the Catch-All Oblivion Ring, which I think is great pick here.
Yep. Who ended up with the Enlightened Tutor? Teddy, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I was expecting Colin to have that one, but he thought he could float it one more round. And
Yeah,
he was
which he
unable.
did not.
Yeah.
I'm starting to lose faith in Jesse Hampton here.
Yeah, dude. His deck's not good.
He's got it.
Jesse's good. His deck not good.
Yeah, I mean, like he's probably. It's
Is
hard
he
to
gonna
say at
counter
this
his
point.
own spell with
He's
Swan
def-
Song so he can get a 2-2 to win the game with?
You know what? I would
Wouldn't put
almost
it past
bet money there's a game that happens.
Yeah.
But of all the drafters,
He's probably.
here-
You know what he's gonna draft later is Delver. He's gonna draft Delver. He needs it.
yeah.
Back to his roots.
Well, yeah, back to his roots. I will say Jesse is probably the most currently accomplished drafter in here. We also have Mike Thompson, Charles Dupont, and Jesse Wilky, who have all,
Yeah.
during different periods of time, have had their own marked success.
Certainly.
But Jesse Hampton is definitely the most current. So, I just can't count him out yet.
Yeah, that's fair.
He is incredibly
He's running
good.
out of time.
Yes.
There are a lot of powerful cards.
We're only
going
halfway
off the
there.
board.
So.
Sure. But the kind of high impact cards that can turn around a draft are kind of gone at this point. He could, all the dual lands and fetch lands are gone, so he can't really splash out of blue-black anymore. Yeah. He could have gone into, drafted the Bayou and some fetch lands and gone with Oath Emrakul. That's a way to win the game. But right now he's going to have to find something.
So we get Sleight of Hand from Jesse Wilky. For anyone that's not familiar, it's kind of just a bad preordained kind of ponder effect. But, good enough for the format for sure. Always gets picked. Gataxian Probe from Teddy Vitro. Trying to see if the way is clear for his combo.
That card is sweet. I think that card's just so underplayed.
I agree. We've got a Tibble of Triumph from
I think that's
Josh
a mistake,
Ventura,
actually.
which, it's not bad. I don't think he needs it.
I think that any turn he has a land that comes into play tapped is like he's time walking himself.
Not necessarily. Not if it's turn 3 or 4.
Maybe.
Because he really seems currently he's like all in on this 1-drop plan, right?
Sure.
But yeah. So let's see here. We're getting close. We're 3 picks away from pick 25, which is when we're going to give out another $10. So make sure real quick you get logged in if you're not already, because that's literally the only way we can tell if you're in here. So. Oh, also to the prize structure, which is not in play yet because it's currently being created by Miss Amanda Casperson, a local artist.
Yes.
But we are creating a pretty
soon to be Amanda Sharp.
Soon to be Amanda Sharp of WotC fame.
Of Lee Sharp fame.
Yeah. But she is creating the trophy for us, or at least the centerpiece of the trophy.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get a base from like a thrift shop or something.
So, but we're gonna have a pretty sweet trophy.
It's gonna be,
and it's gonna really reflect the degeneracy of the draft.
Yes, I don't want to give it away.
We've got some pretty cool ideas for it. Yeah, so it'll be here for the next draft. We have a Helm of Obedience for Jesse, so he finally has a way to win the game. He has Leyline Helm, which I think most people should be familiar with as a combo right now. But it's just a win condition. It instantly wins you the game. Mills your opponent out if they're not playing an Emrakul or something. Right? Emrakul stops it, right?
Not anymore.
Oh, not anymore.
Line, right?
Not with the Leyline.
Yeah,
right.
They just get RFG.
Sure. So Massacre, you got an old school card here that hasn't seen a lot of play lately, but a great card nonetheless.
Yep.
Something great to workshop into. Something great to even channel if it's got some backup. Could definitely do some work.
Yeah, Charles's deck can turn 1 channel a lot into play on turn 1.
Yeah.
I bet he's wishing that he'd got that mystical. So
I really want to see. I want to see Mike Thompson give some given here. That's what I would really like to see.
Even though he doesn't really have a way to get the white mana. Like at this point,
I guess a lot of the lands are gone.
At this point, it's real. Like everyone prioritized the lands really early in this draft,
which is pretty common, I think. Actually,
can we go back up, scroll to like 5 to 10 for Mike Thompson?
Absolutely.
I want to see if he has any fetch lands at all, because the scrub land is.
I think he only has blue-black lands. I really hate Windows 8, by the way.
It's actually 7. I just screwed up my.
Thing. Well, I still hate Windows 8 if that helps. I had to use Windows 8 for exactly 1 day at work the other day, and I wanted to kill myself.
Yeah.
Just kidding. It's great, Microsoft. Anyway.
Yeah. Thanks, Jed.
Yeah, Jed. It's great. It's great.
He has no fetch lands.
No fetch lands.
Okay, so it's going to be really tough for him.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Gifts Ungiven's still not the worst card in his deck. You can still just go bend 2 guys. It's double into him.
It's pretty expensive.
Yeah, sure. Hypnotic Spectre. I guess he can Dark Ritual it.
Yeah, he has Ritual. He has Lotus.
Lotus,
right? Infiltrator. What does the Infiltrator do?
Let's find out. Yeah, for anyone that thinks this like technology we have here, just to scroll over cards is sweet.
Interesting.
That's actually just a Chromebook app. So if you go to the Chrome store, it's called Auto Card Anywhere.
Yeah,
it's sweet. You just hover over things and it shows up. We're in no way affiliated with them, so. But it's just a pretty sweet thing.
Anyway, it works everywhere too.
Yeah,
like even if you're Facebook chatting.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's a little awkward sometimes, but so let's see. We have Phyrexian Infiltrator here, which I'm not familiar with as a card actually.
I wonder if that was a mistake. If he meant a different card.
Yeah,
it's possible.
That's a weird one.
Like I wonder if he meant Metamorph or something.
Like, wouldn't you just take Gilded Drake if
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, I guess if you get to 8, right, you can stack it, so you keep that thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's interesting.
I got it. I mean, there hasn't been another pick yet. I think
Yeah, okay, they're typing over it. It looks like
Shadow Mage
Infiltrator.
Infiltrator.
I
It makes
knew,
way
I knew
more
it was
sense.
wrong. Yeah,
I don't think that I still don't like it as a pick.
Shadow Mage.
But it is another card taken from Jesse Hampton's deck, so I kind of think it's sweet.
Yeah.
We have an LOL.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually kind of like the direction Mike is moving with the deck, rather than trying to be more all in because he made his claim early.
You know what?
We're at 25.
We're at pick 25.
We're at pick 25.
So, Chris, do you want to go ahead and randomize a winner here for us?
Yeah, why don't you guys just go ahead and just pick a number between 1 and 30.
4. Did you say 4?
Yeah.
All right, 4.
Okay. Okay, that's what I'm going to use to seed this.
Okay.
So, okay, I've got a little thing for us.
We got a
just,
Mishra's
give me 1
Factory,
second.
which I knew he was on the lookout for. We have a Psychotog. Okay, and
So I guess Jesse's probably going to draft the upheaval at some point.
one would hope. Detention
Maybe.
Spirit for Chetty,
A gush.
totally fine card.
Yeah, definitely. He can Enlighten Tutor for that too if he has to. Nature's Claim from Wilky.
Just a great, kind of often forgotten card.
I don't think it. I mean, yeah, like it gets drafted every time by whoever ends up in green, right?
Sure, I guess so.
But nobody is like, I'm gonna go into this draft and draft Nature's Claim. But it's 4 life is pretty irrelevant when we're talking about Emrakul hits and Grizzlebrand hits, and
Fairy Macabre. Greg's starting to get worried. Wants to be able to interact with the graveyard.
you can survival for that too.
Yeah.
Which is
God, survival. It is one of my favorite cards.
yeah, it's good.
Seal of Cleansing from Colin. I'm starting to worry about some artifacts.
Yep.
Are there that many scary enchantments at this point? There's Bitter Blossom. There's a Mind Over Matter.
Survival.
Survival. So
Necromancy, Animate Dead.
Sure.
Time Vault. I mean, that's not an enchantment, but scary.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to announce the winner for you guys,
All right, sweet.
just so you can do it. So,
Dun dun dun.
okay, so the winner that we have is actually Gibbs Dad. Gibbs Dad, you win $10 from Northwest Sports Cards, Gamer's Choice. Go
That's gotta
online.
be
You
out
can
soon.
use some of their store credit to get 20% off with the Vintage 20. All right, back
Congrats.
to you guys.
So our next giveaway, which we haven't quite decided when we're gonna give it away yet, but our next giveaway is we're bumping it up. It's gonna be $25 for the next one.
Boom.
So
Big
yeah,
money. No
yeah,
whammies.
we still have $100 worth of credit to give away.
There you go.
So just stay tuned. We have a wipe away for Colin, kind of a catch-all, I think here.
Yeah, he's. I think he's losing focus a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, Colin is very prepared for the draft, but I think that cards like Wipe Away are probably not things that he needs to be prioritizing.
Sure.
I'd like to see him take more like counterspell type cards.
Sure.
He only has a few.
What win conditions does he have here?
He has Grindstone Painter.
Sure.
And Jace.
Which I think he needs more than that.
Probably he does need more than that, especially when he doesn't have ways to tutor it. He has Vendilion Click that he can kill people with. That's looks like about it.
Snapcaster Mage is currently not doing a whole lot, is it?
I mean, yeah.
I imagine that's going to change.
He has Mana Drain and Spell Pierce and Flusterstorm and Swords if he needs it. I'm a little surprised he didn't take Disenchant since he has Snapcaster.
Yeah,
he took
Disenchant
Seal of
over
Cleansing.
Seal of Cleansing. Yeah.
But yeah, I like where Greg is at positionally.
Yeah.
He's in a spot where he's not
Uborg is
battling anyone.
Uborg's a good pickup when you've got the Dark Depths combo.
Yeah, it gives you an extra turn.
Meditate from Jesse.
It also helps him cast Sadistic Sacrament. Yeah, Jesse is getting deep.
Yeah.
I really want to see his deck play out.
He's all in. He's all in.
Yeah.
We're getting to the point where we need to start thinking about our first round feature match.
Sure.
And I think if I had to just call it now, I personally would like to see the Charles Dupont Jesse Wilky match.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to. Yeah, those two guys are in my opinion, the two best prepared combined with their play skill.
I agree.
And their decks are sweet.
Days finally gets snapped up. I think.
Yeah, that's late.
I think people forgot about it.
maybe a little. I mean, it usually goes in like 16th, 17th
Sure,
round,
sure.
so it's not crazy, but it's no Jace the Mind Sculptor.
With the amount of
in
blue
8th or
drafters,
whatever.
I feel like it's a little late.
Yeah. It also seems like this draft has kind of filtered into more people trying to do mid-game stuff than people trying to bust you out on the third turn.
Yeah, a lot of these decks are a lot more fair than we're used to seeing.
Yeah, and I think that's a product of people drafting it before and or at least observing the previous drafts and coming in and knowing where all the broken stuff is going to be, and it gets split up a lot more, and then everyone is trying to have their one degenerate thing that they're doing and also keep the other guys from doing their stuff too.
We've got Skullcrack from Josh, just another awesome burn spell. Does
I
multiple
can't
things.
believe Josh hasn't taken Tanglewire yet.
Or Winter Orb.
Winter Orb is like less crazy to me.
Sure.
Still crazy.
Yeah.
He should have both of them.
Yeah.
But
I think if he hasn't taken them yet, if he's taking cards like Skullcrack, I think he may just have forgotten, or maybe he
he
doesn't
sent me
want
a
them.
spreadsheet and I thought it was on there, but I could be just creating it in my brain.
Or possibly he just decides it's not what he wants to do. He just
Maybe.
maybe he just wants all of his spells to deal you damage.
Yeah, maybe.
Which
but
is
man,
not the worst. We've got a River of Tears from Jesse Hampton. Another card that doesn't let him doesn't let him win the game. We have Chalice of the Void from Charles, which you had kind of called before.
Yep.
And a Chain of Vapor from Mike Thompson.
Yeah, Chalice from Charles is. I'm really happy with that pick. He doesn't like to be doing the kind of dirtily stuff that your opponent can still play around, right? Unless you draw double sphere and they get mana screwed. In which case, like, you should have won with any other two cards is kind of his philosophy. But Chalice can lock out the Seal of Cleansing. It can lock out anybody who wants to Shatter Storm. Or something like
We
that.
have a Phyrexian Negator. See, when you start seeing cards like Hypnotic Spectre, Phyrexian Negator, you can tell Mike Thompson's been playing Magic a long time.
Yeah.
Dark Ritual into these cards is old school Magic.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he's finding multiple ways to attack you. He can either try to entomb and reanimate, or if you have game for that, he's just gonna kill you with a 5/5.
Yep.
Kill you with a Hypnotic Spectre. Maybe not kill you with a Hypnotic Spectre, but slow you down with a Hypnotic Spectre.
Or if you board in a bunch of Graveyard Hate, and he's just gonna cast his Negator on turn 2 or turn 1.
Yeah.
And City of Traders still available at this point, I think.
I believe so.
Yeah, that's an interesting one that guys like Mike should take.
I like where Mike is taking the deck. It's sweet. I mean, I will say, it's a 40 card deck, so he might not get to play all these sweet spells.
I don't think he's. He's probably not gonna like main deck cards like Negator. Right?
Sure.
But
I think the last time. Oh no, I was.
I don't even like having Negator as your fallback plan that much, because of the thing you mentioned earlier about Inkwell Leviathan.
Yeah.
Like if you put a Negator into play, the other guy gets 3 turns to just kill you, and this format is very capable of that.
But I will say the Negator, like, you can just cast it.
Absolutely.
You're not
You don't have
spending,
to assemble
you're not,
A plus B,
You're not
right.
spending a bunch of resources to make it happen.
Yeah, definitely.
Which is why I think it is better than like the Inkwell plan.
I agree.
But I do see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We have a Mood Vault from Charles. He's just really getting all those utility lands.
Yep.
That crop rotation is looking really good in this deck.
It's gonna be nice. I wonder how many forests he's going to have.
Yep.
And if he's going to take Rufellos.
I was about to say, what about Rufellos?
Yeah.
I would love to see Rufellos in his
I mean,
deck
he
as
might
well.
not take it at this point, right? Because he could only have 7 forests in his deck. He's already got Mutavault, Factory, Strip Mine.
That's fair. Yeah, he has a lot of
Workshop,
colorless lands.
you know.
We probably won't see Rufellos out of him.
Yeah.
Come on, Jesse Hampton. Let's take a real card here. Maybe an Upheaval.
He could, Yeah, Upheaval has got to be the best one, I think. The problem with Upheaval for him is he doesn't have cards like Null Rod, and everybody else has Moxes.
Yeah.
It's hard for him to deal with that. And he's playing just a totally fair game against guys that they have 4 mana on turn 1 and 2,
Yeah.
and he has I guess he has Chromox and Mox Diamond, but those are less good when your game plan is Library of Alexandria and you're trying to cast your Chromox on turn 3.
Yeah.
You really need to get your mana accelerated quickly.
Jesse takes Underground River. Torch Fiend for Josh. I like it.
Yeah, Torch Fiend is a good one. I actually kind of like Hearth Kami a little bit better.
Sure.
Even though Torch Fiend can kill bigger artifacts more mana efficiently, the Hearth Kami can kill someone's Mox right away. Because of his the way that he drafted the fetch lands, I would really like to see him take like a Taiga, and not just be red-white, but then have 4 sources of green, and then he can take things like Tin Street Hooligan.
Yeah, I was actually thinking Ancient Grudge.
Ancient Grudge, yeah, he could even draft. I mean, he already has Smash to Smithereens and Wear Tear.
Rude Awakening from
Yeah,
Jesse Wilky.
yeah. Jesse is.
He's deep.
Yeah.
Choke for Greg, which now really makes me want Josh to take Boil.
Yeah, it's hard because so many people are drafting non-basic lands.
Yeah.
And like you look at the Boil, and it's only really gonna be good against Jesse.
Yeah.
And Colin. It'll be good against Jesse and Colin, and like okay against Hampton, okay against Mike Thompson. Like they're gonna have islands in their deck, but Jesse is now drafting every blue-black duel.
Every single one.
So, and they don't even count as islands.
Yeah.
Choke's still a powerful card because it basically kills islands after it resolves.
Yeah.
You know, in addition, the Boil only hits you once, and it only it costs 4. You
Cool.
know? I think if he's going to take the Boil, he'll just take the Armageddon instead.
So we're a little ways away, but it's probably time to start thinking about who we're gonna get in here next on the next break. I
want to see Charles.
I was gonna say Charles.
Yeah.
I think we want to see Charles. His deck is looking pretty neat.
And I want to hear I want him to explain why he thinks that this deck can be good.
Yep.
You know, all we've talked about after 2 drafts ago and during the last draft was that the Artifact aggro deck is not playable. It's unplayable. It's so bad. And then Jed was drafting in, and we were just all LOLing at him the entire time.
Colin McCune apparently tried to take 2 cards here, Divert and Academy Ruins, as well as Misdirection.
Interesting.
So 3 cards on the wheel. It's a powerful strategy.
You're going to win a lot of games that way.
So he takes Divert and Misdirection. It looks like he's trying to really protect that Grindstone.
Yeah. It's also, those cards are quite good against Josh.
Yes.
Right? When he starts on, Fire Drinker Satyr into Lightning Bolt you. No.
Yep. I think
I like Greg.
Josh just throws a Relic of Forgiveness down.
I like Greg's deck a lot also. I think that he would be another person I'd be interested in talking to. I think he's ended up in a really good spot. He got most of the cards that he was fighting for.
Yep. At this point, it's just free loving.
Right, and there are a lot of black disruption cards that get taken at the top of the draft. Mind Twist Thoughtseize, him, Liliana, Duress Inquisition, and Mesmeric Fiend are the most prominent of them. Personal Tutor from Jesse, that can go get his Time Spiral. That can go get his Rude Awakening. Those are both critical pieces for him.
All right, now we got some picks getting snapped off here. Jesse picks up Creeping Tar Pit.
Yep.
So where do you think Jesse's going to go with this blue black deck? How do you think he's going to try to win the game?
I honestly, he's probably going to try to win the game with Creeping Tar Pit.
You know what? I'm going to call a shot here. Tombstalker's getting drafted by Jesse at some point.
Okay, I could see that. Yeah, he's going to need it.
I don't think it's good, but I think
it's actually the best thing he's got.
I think he's going to
5/5.
take it.
His deck would kill for a Vendilion Click.
Oh yeah. Snapcaster Mage,
yeah, things like that. I mean,
Colin just has the better control deck at this point.
I agree completely. I mean, you look at the cards that they took in the first 3 rounds. I think that Colin got a card that's in the 7th round in Jace that is possibly better than Ancestral in the way that these games play out.
Sure.
The Ancestral is obviously a super powerful card, and no one's going to criticize Jesse for taking it in the 3rd pick, but the fact that the 3 cards he's going to draw don't do anything.
Yep.
That's true. The fact that Colin can put that Jason to play on turn 2 off his Soul Ring, or off of a Mox and a something in an Academy, he's going to draw more cards off that thing than Ancestral would draw him.
Yeah.
And he's going to get to, if he has fetch lands, he's going to get to filter away bad ones. And it straight up wins him the game. It's an answer to Gristlebrand.
Yep.
And he also got a Mox and a Soul Ring and a Mana Drain.
Yeah.
So,
and if me and Dwayne were talking about before, about kind of like Soul Ring versus Mana Crypt and how Soul Ring doesn't actually go in a lot of good decks that we thought.
Yeah,
but Colin has the Soul Ring deck. He has the control deck that does want colorless mana.
Yep.
And I think we're gonna see. I just noticed Charles took his namesake Garrett Wild's speaker.
Yep.
I think it's been in every single one of his drafts, except for maybe the first one. Does some crazy things, especially when you've got a bunch of utility lands.
He might take the Blightsteel because he can channel it.
He could.
He could channel it and workshop cast it. And
I
with
think
Garrett
he takes.
Wild's
I think he takes
cast
Ulamog over it though.
probably, but he could end up with it with all of them.
Sure.
You know, because Teddy is the only one who's going to take the Blightsteel other than him, right?
Yeah.
And with workshop and Garrett Wildspeaker, he can just cast Blightsteel.
Yeah. I really want to see Mike getting back to the Reanimator plan. I really want to see him starting to shore it up. He needs to take Backrat. I think Backrat has to be in his deck.
Prowler is a good one too.
Yep.
Yeah, cards that are threats that facilitate game plan.
Yep.
Does Nezumi Short Fang allow you to discard your own cards?
You know, I don't know.
Can we pull one
Yeah,
up?
this is completely that one's not at all associated with anything.
Okay.
We have all the computers.
Nezumi.
All the computers. So we have Elish Norn for Mike Thompson, which is probably fine.
Target opponent discards a card, so he cannot Short Fang himself.
He
He can Thoughtseize himself if
sure.
he wants to.
I don't. Is Elish Norn really the best one left?
I don't think it's very good.
Iona's
It's good-
probably
it's-
super good.
It's good against Charles. Elish Norn is. It's good against Ventura, obviously.
Probably good against Greg to some degree. But
Yeah.
I think I would have liked to have seen Iona there.
Sure. Iona's a powerful threat that people aren't going to have different answers to.
Right.
But
I mean, even with, like most of these decks can deal with Iona no matter which color it names, but it's going to slow down them enough that he can fire off something else if he needs to,
Right.
if it doesn't just end the game by itself,
Yep.
which oftentimes it does.
yeah.
Elish Norn, it's just it has 4 power or something, right? It just
Yeah.
doesn't.
What
It's
is
not
it?
gonna end. It's not gonna end the game by itself.
No, yeah, we're not playing cube here.
Yeah.
You know.
A
do we have?
rebound. I don't know what this card even does.
Change the spell
Okay.
of a target that has
We're-
a single target.
We're seeing a lot of misdirection type effects in this
Yeah.
one. It's kind of neat. We'll interesting. There's something new cropping up in this draft which we haven't really seen before. I mean, obviously misdirection's gotten picked every draft,
Yeah.
but rebound and divert, I don't think I've seen yet.
Yeah, we also haven't seen a burn deck yet.
Yeah.
So I
So
think that's
it could
a reaction
be reaction to that too. Also, being able to point Jesse's draw spells back at him if he's going to deck him, or
Sure.
back at you. I think there's also
Like
some
stroke
value
and
in that.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Card liberated from Charles,
Yeah.
which we thought would happen.
Yeah.
We're getting close to the break here, so we'll probably get Charles in here. Do you want to chat with Charles?
Sure.
Okay, and then we'll get Dwayne back in the booth after the break probably.
Sounds good.
Um,
Jesse's still without a way to win.
we have someone in the chat saying they'd like to see Jesse take a ricochet trap, the maximum redirect.
Ooh, yeah. That's,
Which I am a fan of. Wild Ricochet.
what is the trap trigger on that one?
Wild Ricochet isn't a trap. It's just
No, ricochet trap.
Ricochet trap. What
Yeah.
am I thinking? I'm thinking of Wild Ricochet.
Wild ricochet. Yeah.
Pact of Negation from Jesse Hampton, which I'm not the biggest fan of for his deck. I guess if he's trying to get off his helm combo.
Yeah, man, that's.
Ricochet trap.
If an opponent casts a blue spell this turn, you may pay 1. Change the target of the spell. It's pretty good.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Shattering Spree, solid.
How about
Kill all your
this?
stuff.
How about this? If Charles ends up taking some Eldrazi,
Okay.
Summoning Trap
Yeah, I can see it for sure.
might be a neat one.
Yeah, I think that card's going to be pretty sweet. He has a lot of good stuff to put into play. I mean, he'll probably end up with Steel Hellkite, but I think that that's a card that people.
I've been trying to
Won't
figure out a deck for Summoning Trap the entire time we've been doing these.
Yeah,
And I think
it's hard.
I think
but
Charles has found it.
Charles has it. Yeah, cards that people haven't drafted yet that they should have. I think Phyrexian Metamorph still on the board.
Yeah.
And Phantasmal Image
Yep.
also still on the board.
Yep.
And those cards are real good.
Yeah. Echoing Truth from Jesse, just a catch-all. Catch-all, right?
Bounce anything except the land. And then everything with the same
Got a
name.
Ray of Revelation from Teddy Vitro.
Yeah, so he probably is just gambling at some point. He's in the 5 seat. Peter did it with the 5 deck.
Yep.
So it's interesting. We've had a champion from the 1 seat, a champion from the 5 seat, a champion from the 8 seat.
Yep.
So both wheels and somebody from the middle.
Yep. So I do think that people overvalue seeding. I
agree completely.
I think that any advantage given to you by seeding can be negated by really owning the picks 30 through 45.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people just completely waste picks 30 for 45, and you can really get a lot of value out of that.
Yeah, I think the advantage comes from the advantage of the wheel comes from ease of preparation.
Sure.
You can plan better.
Right.
Or rather plan safer. You know, the things that you want to be there are more likely to be there.
I think seat 1 with Black Lotus is maybe the only one that counteracts that.
Sure. But most of the time, you know what is going to be left at the 2-3, right?
Sure.
And you can either plan for like a wheel that has been there in 3 of the 4 drafts that we've done, and I can't believe no one does it, is take Vamp Demonic after they take the Lotus.
Sure.
You're so wide open. You have 3 Black Lotuses in your first 3 picks, and you can do anything. He did take Progenitus.
Colin is looking like he just has the fear of Josh's deck. Taking
he also
Divert, Misdirection, Blue Elemental Blast, and Hydroblast. He
also has
says,
Painter.
no, thank you.
He also has
yeah,
Painter.
sure, absolutely. They are great with Painter. Good call.
Yeah.
So we see Progenitus out of Greg, which he can now natural order for, and he's not going to ever Green Sun Zenith for it, right? He can't make that much mana.
Jesse could play Heartbeat against him, and you can do it.
All right.
The Progenitus, I'm a little surprised he ended up going that direction. He talked to me about the deck, and we both thought that Terrastodon was the only one he needed. If there was going to be another one, it was going to be something like an Avenger.
I mean, at pick 29, you can afford to take it, and maybe you sided against someone.
Yeah, sure. It's very good against Josh.
Yes.
And probably very good against Charles. Charles probably doesn't know a way to kill it. So, although Charles could end up doing something like Ensnaring Bridge. If he wanted to. So, I'm excited to talk to Charles about his deck.
Yeah, I think we're definitely getting Charles back here. Yeah, for sure. Let's see here. Anything else interesting going on?
Not a lot. I actually really like where Colin has ended up relative to the rest of the field.
Yeah. Bribery from Jesse Wilky.
Not a lot of good targets at the moment.
I think Mike's going to have targets. I think Charles is going to have targets. I think Greg's going to have targets. And I think that's enough. I mean, it is a huge threat against those decks.
If Teddy does take the Blightsteel, he's going to have target.
Yep.
Sure.
Which, I think that's obviously not his number 1 game plan, but
absolutely
having a Doomsday button is not a bad idea. Ventura out of Jesse, which I was really hoping he would take at some point. It actually really good in his deck.
Yeah.
And it attacks. It ends games.
Barely.
I mean, it is capable of ending a game, which can't be said for 90% of Jesse's
Sure. He's still really going to need... He's leaning on that Bitter Blossom.
Josh, Pyroblast, I'm going to take this Red Blast. Good luck. Let's see here.
Are we on break at the end of these 2 picks here?
Once it wheels back around, I believe.
It should be at the end of...
Oh, yeah. That move. Hey, Chris, can you move the break? It's actually on the other end.
You can move it too, right?
No, I guess I could move it. I guess I can't. I can't actually type in here for some reason.
Sylvan.
There we go.
There we go.
Okay, so we're going to get the last pick. Sylvan Library out of Charles. Powerful card. I will, as soon as it's done,
I feel like he's going to be paying some life a few times.
Yeah. I'm going to go, as soon as we get the last pick here, I'm going to go run and grab Charles, get him in the booth with you, and then after that, we'll switch in Dwayne so you guys can take back over.
Also, I'm giving Gibbs' dad our last winner. I'm giving him until we go on to break. Otherwise, I'm going to ship his store credit to another lucky winner instead.
Re-winner.
So.
Yep.
Your dad's slacking, Dwayne.
Why? He won and he's not in the chat.
We're trying to give away stuff. They won't let us.
Hey, Dwayne, could you let Charles know that as soon as Mike makes his last pick, we want him in here? Sure. Thank you.
Mike deep in the tank on the pre-break pick.
Yep. Wants to really set a statement with
Oh,
his
yeah.
last pick before moving into the break, I think, here.
Living death. Probably not very good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there he could take cards like looters and then victimize.
There's the I know.
Yeah,
Okay,
there's
so
the
we're gonna go. I'm gonna jump out of the booth. Gonna go grab Charles, and
right,
we're gonna
cool.
keep moving here. I'm gonna probably
Okay,
get
great.
here.
So right now I'm actually going to go ahead and give away the $10 store credit. Since actually I'll give one last check, see if I got any kind of inboxes from Gibbs' dad, and I did not. So one of you guys lucky winners will actually win $10 store credit for Northwest Gamers Choice. So I'll go ahead and hit my randomizer real quick. Just give me 1 second. And the winner is Crumpet Wobble. Crumpet Wobble has won. So, Crumpet Wobble, go ahead and please give me a PM to MCG Commentary, and I will give you the instructions on how to claim your prize.
Welcome back. We have a one ace man, Charles Dupont, drafting in the 2 seat with what looks to be quite the sweet brew.
Yep.
So, how happy are you?
I'm missing a couple really key cards. That
Such
got,
as?
I needed either one of Grim Monolith or Mana Vault.
Yep.
Yeah, I really wanted one of those. I mean, Basalt Monolith is still alive, but the casting cost on those matters so much because, yeah, I really
You need the workshop to play it instead of just being able to cast it off a forest.
Yeah, like my deck obviously at this point it centers around getting 3 mana on turn 1, 4 on 2, that kind of thing,
Yep.
right? Like Crypt plays in hugely into that. Crypt is actually the best card in my deck at this point.
Okay. You think it's better than Channel?
I would also say yeah.
Okay.
They're very comparable, I
right.
suppose. I feel like if I have one of those two, like really I'm hoping to have one of 4 cards in my opener. It needs to be Crop Rotation, Workshop, Channel, or Mana Crypt.
Sure.
If I have one of those 4, if I have multiples, that's totally insane. But as long as I have one of those 4, that gives me 3 mana on turn 1 or Channel, and I have 2 ways to cast Channel turn 1, and that means that my 12 to 15 big artifact
Yep.
stuff that's going on that's just immediately live.
Yeah, I think you have the best Channel deck I've ever seen. It's super good.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're still on artifacts. Like you haven't even taken anything huge yet.
Yeah, I might Sundering versus Emrakul versus Ulamog. It's actually interesting at this point because I can't fit everything in.
Right.
And there are some like Wormcoil is actually not good enough. Karn and the 4/7 Battlesphere.
Yeah.
Those are good enough to win the game on their own. You
Right.
can channel those out. A combination of something like Batterskull Lodestone Golem is probably going to do it. But I do need a couple like top end.
Yeah, sure. Like at the top end.
Yeah.
Do you prioritize cards that other people might take first instead, or would you just not care and take the last one that's left? Say, of Ulamog, Emrakul, and
Eldrazi, I really don't care. Right now, there's like arguments for each one almost.
Sure.
If I untap with any of them and I cast it off of Channel, I should win that game.
That's what I was saying off with Paul is like in a cube draft, say, and you're tooth and nailing, it almost has to be Emrakul.
Yeah.
Because like if you're casting it on turn 5 and putting in an Annihilator 4, it's not enough.
Yeah.
And especially if you don't get the trigger off Ulamog, right?
Yeah.
But if you're casting it off Channel, it doesn't matter which one it is.
It really doesn't.
Yeah.
It just like it's like I was saying, as long as it's not something like Wormcoil that they can
Sure.
overcome. I'm gonna probably wait forever on the Eldrazi.
I don't think anybody else is.
Yeah,
gonna take that.
I might take Sundering a little higher because the more I'm looking at it, the more that's castable with Metalworker.
Sure.
That kind of stuff.
Do you want cards that help you to find specific pieces, or are you just trying to rely on your opening hand?
I thought about it a lot, and there's in the ways of tutors, there's not much.
Okay.
So I have to right now build around consistency. You'll see a lot of like, the 5 drops are good examples. I've got Precursor and Batterskull.
I like Precursor a ton.
To me, those cards are a little interchangeable. Like, obviously, they do different things, but, like, I just need a really good 5-drop artifact is kind of what it comes down to.
Yeah, sure.
So I'm trying to, you'll see a lot of, like, multiple things in each casting cost.
Do you feel, how do you feel that you match up specifically against the decks that people have ended up in? Is this kind of what you saw coming, or has anybody surprised you?
Jesse's deck just looks to be like a collection of good
Hampton?
cards. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Jesse
think his
Hampton.
deck's good at all.
Yeah, I don't, and it's a little frustrating because I know a lot of us have seen our great cards leave by him
I
drafting
mean,
them
that's
various
fine
times.
because those good cards don't end up in someone else's good deck, so you don't have to
Yep.
worry about them as much.
I've been. It's not so much a player or a strategy. There's none of the strategies that scare me. Like for my deck, it's really specific cards that scare me. Like I'm very scared of bribery, but in
Right.
Jesse Wilky's deck, he doesn't have a lot of fast mana.
Right.
So I'm much less scared of a bribery if it can't come down in turn 2 or 3. I'm scared of the double Mox decks, but I'm more scared if they open on Moxes because I think I'm just going to speed past them. Even like the mono red deck, it's a turn 2 precursor. I guess it can get killed. Maybe that's not the best.
He
one.
is Smash too.
Yeah, and he's going to main deck a lot of that artifact destruction, or a turn 2 Garrick or something like that.
Right.
Is going to be really good.
Okay. Well, yeah, I know we talked a lot before the draft, and you this was kind of your main plan if Time Vault didn't somehow miraculously get to you at the end of the second round, right?
Yep.
And I was really excited to see it
Yeah.
in action, and you have not disappointed. I think that channel in the artifact deck is something that nobody's put together yet.
Yep.
And like once you do it, you're like, why didn't people do this every time? Because that card is tailor made for all this stuff.
Yep.
You can channel and cast Karn and Sundering Titan and Lodestone Golem and be at 1, but boy howdy is that good.
Yeah. They can counter. They can force a will your first channel spell, and then you play a second. one.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. I mean, they're probably going to force the channel, right? But they should.
That's a good play.
Yeah,
They should
that's
do that.
probably better. I like your deck a lot. Who at the moment do you think has the best deck? Including yourself. If you think you have the best deck, that's fine.
Let me take a quick look again.
So we have Mike Thompson with Reanimator, yourself, Jesse Hampton with Who Knows, Ventura with the Mono Red, Teddy with the Time Vault, Jesse with Heartbeat, Time Spiral combo, and Peloquin with Green Black, Disruption, good stuff type stuff, and then Colin with the Blue Light Control deck.
I would have to. This is actually surprising. I'd have to go back and see exactly what's in his deck, but it might be Colin. I think Mike is getting a little all over the place.
Yeah,
like
I agree.
He's trying to like draft these like fringe cards that are going to probably sit in a sideboard. That's one of the mistakes that people make with the Reanimator
Yeah,
deck.
the strength of the Reanimator is the redundancy.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
And he's got stuff like Negator and Shadow Mage Infiltrate. Like you don't need any of that. So just put a creature in the yard and reanimate it.
Yeah.
And like he can still, draft. He can draft himself out of that. But if he doesn't, then he's going to have a slightly subpar Reanimator deck. So I'm not worried there. Hampton, let's just not even talk about it. Josh is bad against me, but overall, I think he's going to have to. That's one of the problems with drafting that deck is it's not good enough to beat everyone if you just deal damage. Stuff
Right.
like Vexing Devils doesn't cut it.
Yeah.
So he's going to have like, oh, well, I need the Relic of Progenitus against Mike, and I need all the artifact stuff
He has
against
to have the
Josh.
right cards in the right order.
And ultimately, that leads to not turn 3 or turn 4 kills
Right.
with Burn. And then now he's like a turn slower, and he can just get beat by a naturally hard cast, Wild Garrick or anything.
A Batterskull.
Sure.
Right.
Or some of my sweet sideboard cards, I'm definitely going to get like Thragtusk or an Obstinate Bailiff or both. Teddy,
Thragtusk is sweet because it only costs 1G.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Teddy's deck is just not as good as Peter's was last time, I don't think.
He still has some time.
Yeah,
He just doesn't have the Painter Grindstone combo, and that was
Yeah,
a big part of Peter's success.
it was. I mean, he can get there, but I just think he missed out on some of the good artifacts and some of the other stuff.
He could have started on Time Vault, Tinker, Mana Vault, Grim Monolith.
Yep, exactly.
And instead, he has a welder that he's not really doing anything
Yep.
with. It's not like he's welding into play Mindslaver,
Right.
over and over.
Wilky's deck is just slow.
Yeah.
It's great
He,
if he lives until turn 3 or 4.
Yeah, I was torn during my preparation because I was talking to you and I was talking to him,
Yeah.
and you both had these sweet fast bond decks that you wanted
Oh,
to draft.
yeah.
And I was like, man, I'm really excited to see both of those. And then obviously you were both like, oh well, we're drafting fast bond, and then you got it first.
Yeah.
I really wanted to see he had some sweet ones piled up, but he had to deviate a little bit. I like Peloquin's deck a lot.
Yeah, it's a little scary with the double mocks, but I still think most of his power lies in the double mocks. Like after that, he's just kind of got like a good cube deck.
Sure, I could see that. He does have proactive, powerful things he can do, and
Yeah.
proactive disruption.
Yep.
He did he have the mind twist?
He does.
Yeah, he has Vamp Mind Twist.
Yep.
And then he has Duress and Inquisition.
Yep.
Mesmeric Fiend, and then he has Natural Order with a bunch of fetch lands to get the Dryad Arbor. So.
Yep.
And Green Sun Zenith to get it too. So, he can do a lot of disrupt you turn 2 Natural Order.
Yep.
Which is people aren't going to see that coming. I think out of his deck. They look at it and they think it's the Rock, right? I actually agree with you that Colin might have the best deck at the table.
It's
His 8th pick, Jace the Mind Sculptor, was quite good.
he opened on fast mana, and then just went kind of down the power route, taking like really powerful
Mana Drain
counters.
3rd.
Exactly. So you're gonna have. I don't remember what his mox is. Is it Sapphire?
He
It
has
is-
the
It is
Sapphire.
Sapphire.
Yeah.
So that's a lot to overcome. Like he's got the turn 2 Jays, turn 1 drain, all of that kind of stuff.
Yep. Yeah, he and Painter Grindstone.
Oh yeah.
The only thing he doesn't have at this point is a way to tutor those up.
Yeah.
Which is, he does have Trinket Mage for the Grindstone, but not for the Painter Servant. Yeah, I think we're kind of on the same page here. I think Jesse's deck is quite weak, and I think Josh's strategy is quite weak. His deck is probably about as good as you could be for that sort of a strategy, but
Yeah, there's and even then, I think he should have thought starting earlier about the cards that he's really fighting people for.
yeah,
And
like
even,
Strip Mine in the 3rd round instead of a fetch land, right?
Yep.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he could have gone Ruby Pearl, and then he could have gone Strip Port Wasteland, then fetches. Because the only reason people started taking fetch lands is because he started taking fetch lands.
Exactly.
And he started the run, so he can control when it goes.
Yep.
Plus, the fetch lands aren't even that good in his deck. He doesn't need to fix that much. He's mostly just a red deck, right?
And because he's opening on Mox, I would have even considered. I mean, maybe he's still thinking about it. Like Wheel of Fortune should
Yep.
probably be higher than
yeah, wow,
usual.
we're in the 31st round and Wheel's
Yeah.
not drafted yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about splashing it, but I don't think I'll get there. I need.
It's tough.
I need artifact density.
Yeah, and then you have to take like Gruul Signet, right? And
Yeah.
it's just. So. Okay, we're back. I think we're gonna start the 31st round here, Charles. Thanks for stepping in with us, and we'll get Dwayne back here in the booth, and we'll go ahead. Good luck out there.
Hey.
Heidi ho, neighbor.
Heidi ho. So
how'd
what's,
it go in
what's
there?
happening?
Oh man, we've got some trains derailing.
You know, it's
and,
funny.
Some trains pulling into the station too.
There are some conductors in there that have no idea that their trains are off track.
Oh really?
Yeah, Jesse Hampton thinks his deck is insane.
He's
I think he is insane.
all right. Yeah.
But yeah, it's kind of disappointing. He's very confident in what's going on in there.
What does he think is good about his deck?
He just thinks that none of his opponents will ever resolve spells.
Okay.
I mean, I can kind of see that, but at the
I
same
can see.
time,
I believe that he believes.
I believe that he believes.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the decks may have a hard. He's not gonna. I don't think he's gonna 0-7. But I also
Certainly
don't.
not.
Yeah, no, he'll get some wins just off of his play skill.
I see his deck as a 3/4 deck.
Yep.
Yeah.
4-3 maybe at best.
Yeah, that's generous. I
Yeah.
think. Yeah, I think he can pull out 3 wins, like just by kind of technical play.
He's on the plan from what I've been hearing in there at least. He's kind of on this plan of like I'm gonna have 2 or 3 win conditions.
Okay. So
and
he
just
has,
ride those.
he has Helm Ley Line. He has
And
Psychotog. and-
Bitter Blossom.
Okay.
And that's it. I think he's done.
Yeah. So when he took like Pact of Negation, Paul's like, yet another card that doesn't win Jesse the game.
Yeah.
And like specifically Pact of Negation because he's not protecting something broken.
Right.
He's
and
just using it as like a counter a spell and then
it's
tap
just
out.
like it's just kind of like a really subpar force of will for him.
Yeah.
Like, don't get me wrong, I feel like if his plan is to not let his opponents resolve any spells, sure, Pact Negation is great, but
I mean, isn't disrupting Shoal better?
yeah, well, maybe not. I'm not sure, but either way, like, Pact Negation is much better when you have a board presence. Which his
Absolutely.
deck, I mean, like, don't get me wrong, if he has Bitter Blossom going, great, sure, it's fine. Or if he has Psychotog going, that's fine. But, like, he only has 2 or 3 different things that he could have in play to give him a presence. Otherwise, he's just, well, I'll just tap out next turn. So,
I think he also thinks Ancestral's a lot better than I think it is.
yeah, it's really interesting because,
And like he took Library in the second round.
yeah, he took a lot of cards that I think people that have done a lot of these drafts think are not as good. I mean, don't get me wrong, Library is considerably better if you have Ancestral in your deck. But, I mean...
To recover, yeah.
To recover, right? But even then, like, I just don't think... he's derailed and has no idea that that's happened.
Yeah.
I agree with you guys. Colin's deck is actually very good, I think.
Yeah, I think his deck is sweet.
He, when I was sitting in there, I was sitting next to him while he was doing his prep, and I was getting some of the cards ready for the draft, and his prep is just...
Yeah.
off the charts.
Yep.
He's gone so deep.
And he had less time to do it than anybody else,
right,
too.
and he's
So
data
was-
mined
Yep.
everything.
Right. He didn't just make spreadsheets of cards. He made
Right.
spreadsheets of analysis of cards.
Right. He didn't just like, here are the cards that I want for the I want an artifact room, I want a counterspell. Here's the available ones.
Right.
He also went through and looked at all of the different Vintage versus History drafts online, and then he put in average picks
Yep.
for a lot of cards, so he knows roughly what was taken when. So like, I mean, he
And
knew,
not only did he do average pick, he did he has a spot where it's broken down by who drafted it
Yeah.
and where they drafted it. So like in this draft, I remember he was looking up Spell Pierce versus Mental Misstep.
sure.
And he thought that the Mental Misstep would end up going like one round later because the person who took it early of the 3 people who had taken it wasn't in this draft.
Oh, that's interesting.
And so he thought it would go a round later than it ended up going. Teddy took it a little bit earlier than he thought.
So a little bit of catching up to do. Thompson took Ancestral Vision. I think that's totally fine for him.
Yeah, I mean,
So much value.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
just value. It's a little surprised Colin didn't take that actually.
Yeah, I am too a little bit, but Sundering Titan out of Charles, he just talked about that, right?
Yeah, he was trying to figure out which of the big bigs he wanted. Sundering Titan was near the top of that list.
Well, that's the one that other people might take from him, right?
Yeah. The fact that Mike has necromancy, he might take the Emrakul.
It's not. Yeah, it's okay.
He could easily take Corpse Dance later.
Yeah. I don't think that Mike's going to try and go
probably
down
not,
there.
but-
Mike is definitely on the, like, I want to play a mid-rangey black-blue deck that just can happen to reanimate out of nowhere.
Right,
Which
and I don't think that's good.
I think we agree that
Yeah.
is not the right way to approach that deck.
Yeah.
It's fine if you happen to fall back and cast your Grave Titan or something.
Right.
That's totally reasonable.
Right.
But when you're drafting, like I think you guys were saying earlier, Hypnotic Spectre, Shadow Mage Infiltrator, that's just so underwhelming in this
yeah,
format.
those aren't going to beat anybody.
No, not
Yeah.
at all.
Like somebody's happily going to let you draw 3 cards off Shadow Mage over 3 turns. If your big follow up is Ashen Rider, a land on turn 6, and then let me do whatever I want.
Yeah. Teddy took Inkwell Leviathan, which I'm not the biggest fan of in this
Yeah,
format.
Paul actually kind of sold me.
Really?
I thought that it was quite sold me on the point of view that you have.
That it's not that
That
good,
it's not
right?
that good. Yeah, I
Yeah.
thought it was quite good. But he was kind of explaining that you put Inkwell Leviathan into play, like spend all this effort to put it into play, and in
then
3
you have
turns
to
you're dead.
spend 3 turns to do. Yeah.
Also, so Peter drafted the Time Vault deck with Tinker last draft and
Right.
didn't even take a creature Tinker target.
No.
He didn't take Inkwell and he didn't take Blightsteel.
No.
Blightsteel just went
I
undrafted.
mean, he had Painter Servant, but that doesn't count.
Right.
Yeah, that's a combo
One
piece,
thing
right?
that does is it blanks Jesse's Bribery.
Oh,
if Teddy is
yeah.
going to play Inkwell and play Blightsteel,
Yeah.
like that turns on Bribery against
Yeah, it
Jesse.
makes it
Whereas
good.
I think that Teddy has a great matchup against Jesse without those cards in his deck.
I mean, to be fair, he doesn't necessarily have to play it. He can totally just
think-
play Tinker as a reasonable vault.
I'm pretty
combo
sure
piece.
that if he's drafting it here, he's planning on playing
I
it. right?
agree.
He also doesn't have the Painter Grindstone combo, so he needs a little bit more power in his deck.
So I noticed something in the last 15 picks while you and Paul were in the
Yeah.
booth. I feel, and tell me if you agree with me or not, I feel like this draft, more so than any of the other ones I've been part of or looked at, there is so much hate being drafted.
Yeah, totally.
There's so much removal, or sorry, like artifact hate, oxidize, nature's claim, fairy macabre. You can just go down the list, and it's just. I feel like they're not drafting these for sideboard cards. They're in a main deck a lot of this stuff.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
And the part of that is that there hasn't been a red drafter before.
Sure.
So the mono red guy is going to be taking all the shatters, right? And so there's a higher quantity of those cards being taken.
I think
cards
even
like
if you-
Oxidize and Nature's Claim have been drafted in the other ones, especially like Charles drafts Oxidize super high. Right?
But not in the 25th round
No,
or
that's-
something,
that's
right?
true.
23rd round.
I think part of that is because we have more people. Like this is a draft where 3 drafters are drafting green.
That's true.
Every other draft we've had has been half a drafter drafting
Right.
green.
Yeah, I don't count cards like Torch Fiend out of Ventura's deck. That to me, that's not a hate card. That is just him taking a red card with a ton of upside.
Yeah, sure.
So like if we just take Ventura's draft entirely out of the picture and still just look at the other 7, I feel like the density of just hate cards is just astronomically through the roof. But that said, I mean, maybe it's the right way to do it. Well, we're gonna find out, see how these all play out.
Yeah, and I was talking to Paul about this too. This draft has kind of sifted into a fashion of, on average, less broken decks.
Yeah.
And I think that's because people are realizing what the broken cards are to draft at the front. And so you don't get guys who end up with Painter, Servant, Grindstone, Time Vault, and Voltaic Key in their deck.
But what that means is that people like Charles Dupont, who are going to innovate in this format and do what he's doing now, he's the only one here that I feel has a completely busted deck.
Yeah.
Everyone else, I mean, don't get me wrong, all of the decks can do busted things, but I think his deck as a whole is just streamlined to be just completely busted. Whereas, like, I mean, yeah, Teddy's going to Time Vault some people, but it's not like it was with Peter's deck last time where he was just consistently comboing people with one of his combos every game.
Because he had 2 ultra cheap game-ending combos.
And then a million ways to do it.
And Teddy has Thopter Foundry and Sword of the Meek.
Which isn't really a thing.
Just not even playable.
No, it actually makes, I mean, Thopter Foundry, Sword of the Meek makes Inkwell Leviathan look really fast. And we just agreed how slow that is, right? So
and yeah, I mean, if you're tinkering for Sword of the Meek, like you're doing something wrong.
So how much acceleration does Jesse have? How good is that upheaval that he just took?
So
Is it good?
Paul and I were wondering where the upheaval was going to end up.
Sure,
And,
I figured it would have gone to like anyone but Jesse.
So he took the Psychotog.
Oh, I guess that's
So
fine.
he's not accelerating at all.
Sure.
He's just and like we were talking about, the upheaval is actually not that great against anyone because they all have fast mana.
Yeah.
But no one is drafting the fast mana blue deck.
Yeah.
Like the green blue deck that Charles had the last 2 drafts.
Right.
And so we were wondering where the upheaval was going to end up. And when Jesse took the Psychotog, I thought that he would end up with the upheaval. And he's just trying to get to turn 10.
That's the thing. He's trying to get to turn 10, and I have a hard time believing that he's going to have enough counter magic to keep himself alive from anything.
And if he ever has to defensive upheaval, it's going to be so bad.
Like the turn 6 upheaval because he has to.
Right.
Yeah.
Like
he can't
play my
recover from
6th
that.
land upheaval.
Yeah.
Like you can't do anything because then like the other guy's going to get 2 turns before you have counter squall mana back up.
One of the cards I like is Josh taking Spirit of the Labyrinth.
Yeah,
That card's pretty sweet.
It's pretty sweet. It's especially sweet when you have multiple different people doing multiple things that draw multiple cards.
Yep.
Last draft, I had Chains of Mephistopheles in my deck, and it was pretty bad because 1, it doesn't attack for 3,
Right.
and 2, everybody had like 1 or 2 cards that drew a bunch of cards,
Oh, sure.
and then that was kind of it. But like Thompson has he has Shadow Mage,
Yeah.
that it shuts off. He has Ancestral Vision that it shuts off. Charles, it shuts off Sylvan, right?
It does shut off Sylvan
And then,
because
he, and then he
that
has
actually
to put
draw.
back, he has to put back the 1 card.
It's
he draws,
only
right?
if he chooses to activate Sylvan. It's an activated ability during your draw step, I believe.
Is it now?
Let's take a look.
I think it's a triggered ability.
I could be wrong. I think it's an activated that causes 0.
Here, it's just right
They've
here.
changed it a few times.
Under-
It's right
over
here.
30. Yeah, at the beginning of your draw step.
You may.
Okay.
So it's
May.
triggered, but it's a may.
Okay.
I knew that he doesn't have to draw them.
Okay.
Like you can miss that trigger and it's not good for you. So.
and then Jesse obviously has cards like library and stuff.
Sure. It just turns
I mean,
off.
he can activate that during your turn.
Yeah.
So that was one of the reasons I chose Chains over Spirit of the Labyrinth, is because Spirit lets you draw one card on your turn, one card on your opponent's turn, one card on your turn, one card on your
Right.
opponent's turn.
I
Whereas
do think
Chains
in Josh's deck, Spirit of Labyrinth is exactly what he wants, though. He wants to also attack for 3.
Yeah, it's a 2 mana, 3 damage every turn, and like do something to disrupt the other
Yeah.
guy.
I do like the Jace Memory Adept pick for Mike Thompson. I
That's
don't
a good
like.
Lotus card.
It's a good Lotus card. It's a fantastic Lotus card, actually. That game that can close out a game by itself. We're playing 40-card decks here,
He can also
so you
mill
don't have to
himself for
activate
10.
it. He can mill himself for 10. He can also just get the random draw card, mill myself.
Yeah,
That's
totally.
fine.
One thing, so Paul has drafted the Reanimator deck in the 1 seed specifically, right?
Paul did that the
Yeah.
first time. Yep, absolutely.
And so I was asking, where he thought Mike would take the deck and where he should take the deck, because he won with that deck.
Absolutely.
And we were trying to figure out some of the things that Mike could be doing. Gifts Ungiven still on the board, but all the mana fixing is gone, so he can't splash the Unburial Rights anymore.
No.
So that's tough, and you don't want Gifts Ungiven as just a double entomb.
I mean,
He
could,
can tutor for 4 reanimation cards,
which isn't the worst.
which isn't worse.
He needs to start taking some reanimation cards
yeah.
if he's going to do that. He
Things-
doesn't have enough.
I think that he should do kind of what Jesse did in the last draft, which is take Enclave Cryptologist, Thought Courier, Merfolk Looter, and Recurring Nightmare.
Okay.
And you can also do things like Victimize,
Okay.
which is really, really powerful.
Sure.
To get like Gristlebrand and Ashen Rider back in at one.
At the same time.
All right. Well, you planned on me getting a Gristlebrand into play.
Were you planning on both?
Yeah. Deal this.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I hesitate to think that he'll actually go down that route, but
I don't think he will, but
disagree
yeah.
with you. Yeah, I mean, Recurring Nightmare is still on the board.
Jesse takes a Signet.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Talisman
I
of
mean,
Dominance.
Yeah, the stream of cards that don't do anything continues.
Yeah, I think that Jesse Hampton feels like we are drafting an unpowered cube right now.
I think Jesse just literally has no idea how these games actually play out. Jesse's deck is an unbelievably good cube deck.
Yeah.
I mean, no question. And like I said, he's gonna still win some games just based on his skill, or he's just gonna mise into exactly what he needs. But I think like if he's gonna play, the gauntlet of 7 matches, I just don't see him getting that fortunate against all of these players. Plus, we're talking about play skill, but even then, like, a lot of these other players are very good at Magic.
Totally.
So that can only carry him so far.
We found the problem with Jesse's deck. He's been double queuing Hearthstone the whole time.
Jesse Hampton.
Apparently, Jesse Hampton has been double queuing a Hearthstone in between his picks.
That's pretty good.
Drafting the Druid deck or something.
I don't know, probably.
I don't play Hearthstone.
Greg took Thrun. I just hate that card in this format in general. I mean, it's very good as overall, but
Well, that's one
It
match
doesn't-
Jesse Hampton can't win anymore.
I mean that's true. Yeah, that's. I guess if that's a sideboard card against like Hampton, then sure. Or even against like Colin.
It's super good against Josh too.
Oh yeah.
Thrun is
Just a 4/4,
yeah,
right?
well, untargetable.
Untargetable.
Like
Yeah.
usually, like the red deck can like power through. Like Hellspark you, okay, you block that one. All right, now Searing Blaze it, take 3, you take 3, and then I didn't even lose a turn. But
I can get behind that.
yeah, having played the red deck and the green deck a ton in Cube in that specific matchup, which like the red deck versus the green deck is going to play out more like a Cube match than a Vintage match.
Okay. I can get behind that.
If Thrun hits the board, Josh is going to have to start racing it.
So Jesse Hampton must have been listening to us when we were talking about how he just had no mana
I guess
available
so.
for evil. He's just back-to-back Talisman into Signet.
Yep. Gilded Lotus still available.
Gilded Lotus is still on the board.
Phyrexian Metamorph still available.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah, Sculpting Steel still available.
Okay.
What is the other one? Phantasmal Image still available. These are all quite powerful cards. So
You know what cards haven't been taken yet? And I think I've got a hunch
Wow.
that Colin's doing it. Any Edict effects. None. They're all still
yeah,
on the
he
board.
did. He did take a.
He took
the
an Underground Sea. Yep.
Yeah.
I don't think he needs much more than an Underground Sea to do that either. And his deck is the sort of deck that wants that.
Yeah.
Because, like, let's be honest, eventually your opponent's going to get a Negator in play or going to get something in play, and you need to deal with it.
Yep.
I wouldn't be surprised if he went that route. none of these picks seem terribly surprising for me. I'm kind of surprised Charles took Trinisphere. I mean, it's obviously very good in this deck.
I just thought the same thing.
It just
'cause his
doesn't-
whole philosophy on the mud deck was that the tax cards are not good.
Yeah.
And granted, I mean, I knew he was going to take Chalice of the Void because that one can answer something specifically.
Also, and Lodestone Golem just does things by itself.
Lodestone
like
Golem
that
is a
doesn't
juggernaut,
count.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a juggernaut. So
But Trinisphere
and like Sphere of Resistance and that
yeah,
style of cards.
and Thorn of Amethyst and stuff like that. I didn't expect him to even draft them.
What makes those cards so good is when you can draw your opener and have 3 of them in it.
Yeah,
And then just be able to kind of nut them out, and you're like, well, all right, so now what?
also those cards are best in like the vintage deck that has 4 workshops that gets to put it in a play on turn 1
Exactly.
every game.
Yeah.
But the fact that Charles has he has Mana Crypt, he has Crop Rotation, he has Workshop, and he has Channel. He can get that Trinisphere onto the board real quick.
Our viewers want to see the trophy, the Jed.
Oh.
It's right here. So, for those of you that don't know, the first place and through third place get to divide up some liquor amongst how they want.
Yeah, and then get invited back to the next draft.
But the real prize here is the Jed. The Jed is, well, there's going to be a little frame or kind of like a mounting for it. Is that how that works?
Yes, I'm getting a acrylic base.
Yeah.
With a groove routed out, and this will just sit in it.
And this is just a real like. It just shows you how bad you were.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. You
It's
are
a-
a
it's a
1/1,
symbol
and you
of-
cost 8 mana.
Right.
See, you played 8 matches. Oh, 7. But 7 colorless,
Yeah.
and then you won one of them, the 1 blue.
That's fair.
Yeah. We also have the picture's a little blurry, which is fine.
I think it's fine.
Yeah. The part that came out well was the Jed.
I mean,
itself.
that's the relevant part.
And that's all Jed would care about. Is,
Himself.
Yeah. Is the Jed picture. So, here you go,
Much
Jed.
scorn, yeah.
Moving on, we have no picks since since we left.
Mike Thompson has been just
Delaying the
delay.
draft. Yeah.
Yeah, appropriate. Yeah, it's funny because Mike knew what he wanted to draft, but had clearly not done the homework. He
Yeah.
doesn't have a list of like, what are all the possible cards I might want, and then you just choose from the ones that are available.
He knew how to get to pick 12, right?
Yeah, exactly. He got the first 10 to 15 picks, and then everything else since then has just been kind of off the top of his head. And I think that's why he's suffering so much, because he should have Dance of the Dead. He should have any other reanimator spells as well as looters.
He's relying so much on Entomb.
Yeah, and it's just not going to be quite good enough.
Yeah.
That pick I can get behind though. Grave Titan.
Yep,
With
that one's good.
Ritual and Lotus.
That
just
thing can come out on turn 1.
turn 1. Yeah. Wow.
Land Lotus Ritual, bam.
Yeah. I'll take it.
I like Grave Titan quite a bit. Especially good with if he wants to draft that Recurring Nightmare.
Oh, absolutely.
So, I still don't understand why his first wheel was Entomb Dark Ritual.
Sure.
Giving up Dark Ritual is something that hurts, but like I don't understand why you don't take Vampiric Tutor and Demonic Tutor on that wheel.
Yeah, like I can. There's a world where I can see him taking like Entomb Demonic Tutor. Okay, I can at least understand like. There's something also to be said about like drawing your line like, hey everyone, you other 7, I'm doing Reanimator. I took the Entomb, stay away.
Yeah.
Usually that's good enough to keep people out. So I could have gotten behind like an Entomb Tutor pick.
That's fine.
But and don't get me wrong, Dark Ritual is insane. But we've also seen it go like 10th round.
Well, yeah, and Dark Ritual is not Black Lotus, and Vampiric Tutor is Black Lotus.
Yeah.
So, if you take 1 Black Lotus, why don't you take 2 Black Lotuses?
Or 3.
Or 3 Black Lotuses,
Yeah.
I was talking with Jesse Wilky quite a bit last week, and we were trying to figure out which tutor is actually better, Vampiric
sure.
or Demonic.
Okay.
And I think that every draft you see, Demonic will get taken first, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's better.
Yeah.
People just think that, like the stigma of it being better, right? Like for the first million drafts that we did, Soul Ring went 3rd every time. It was Lotus Ancestral, Soul Ring were the
Every
3 picks,
time.
and then if you're at 4, what do you do?
You start with a Mox of
Right.
some sort.
Yeah, or Mana Crypt or something,
Yeah.
right? And now people have realized that Soul Ring isn't what it is in Cube.
Right.
You know,
it's still
and
a top 5 pick.
It's quite good.
You know, or top 5 round. Sorry.
Oh yeah.
100%.
Top 2 or 3 even.
Yeah.
But it's not that, you know, windmill slam, take it over everything card.
So let me ask you about this pick. Jesse Hampton took Cabal Ritual. What is he doing? Is he moving into Storm of some sort? Like, what good is Cabal Ritual doing in his deck? Is it just for Hevel?
It might be.
It seems really subpar.
Yeah, I have no clue.
I got nothing.
All
right.
I wish I had some insight on that one. Jesse Wilky with the
Seed.
Spice Ball Seed Time.
Oh, that is a nice one. We should probably hover over that one.
Yeah, let's get to this.
That's obscure enough that we should probably remind our viewers what that do.
So Seed Time is an instant you can only play when it's your turn, and only if your opponent has cast a blue spell on your turn.
Yeah.
That's pretty narrow, but it's also pretty powerful.
Not that narrow in this format, as it turns out.
Yep. You can cast it after getting one of your spells countered. The popular application was if someone cast Fact or Fiction back in Standard. They would EOT Fact or Fiction.
You bet. Seed
then,
Time.
Yeah, it's my turn again.
Yeah.
Or people would Cunning Wish. This was a card that people played in the Mirari's Wake Mirrors.
Oh, absolutely.
So,
I mean, you can even see that in this format where, like, you know, when Jesse's like Ancestral myself, end of your turn. Like, well, actually, I'm going to take another turn.
Yep.
So thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty nice one.
That's a good way to get around Jesse's counter all your spells on tap, counter all your spells.
Exactly. Yeah, that's pretty deep by Jesse Wilky to grab that one. I like it though. I think it'll actually probably be very good for him out of his sideboard.
Yeah, and he can. You know, it's basically just a punishment for people who try to counter his spells. When he starts to go off, right? And then he can get another turn and then start again because he has such powerful cards like Regrowth to start again.
Yeah, and that's what I like about Jesse's deck is that it attacks you from so many different angles, and he has ways to just rebuy his spells.
Yeah. It's pretty slow, and I think that it would have been in a really bad spot if we were in any of the past 3 drafts. But because this one, everyone has... I mean, I think his deck is sweet, but I think it would have been poorly positioned in the last couple drafts.
That's probably fair.
And in this draft, everyone has kind of decided to do less broken things.
Yeah.
And he's probably going to have some time to set it up, and we'll see how that goes.
So here we are in round 36 of 45. My pick so far is still Charles.
Yeah.
I mean, his deck is the most busted.
He is the best channel deck I've ever seen.
I heard you say that earlier.
Yeah.
It's so funny because no one ever thinks to do that. To do this green with channel, or sorry, green with artifact.
He found a way to make the artifact aggro deck have consistent openings.
Yeah.
He has 4 cards out of his 40 that are just completely busted opens.
Sure.
And you know, we'll see what people can do to fight it, but yeah, I like where he's at a lot. He's very threat dense.
He is.
He's not messing around.
He just took a Steel Hellkite here. That's another good threat to bust out on the board.
He's not messing around with anything that slowly pinks away at the other guys. I like where he's at a lot.
I think that Sunken Ruins from Jesse was not allowed. Colin already took it.
Oh wow!
So he's gonna have to rewind here a little bit, but I don't
Foul.
think foul. Yeah.
So if he fouls twice, does that mean it's a broken serve?
Either that, or he starts getting some free throws soon. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
everyone else just gets another card in their draft.
I think he's given the whole draft a bunch of free throws already.
That's true. It's funny because all of the individual cards Jesse has taken are totally respectable. Like they're good cards.
Yeah. No plan.
But the collection.
Yeah, no plan.
Like his one
that's
Skull Clamp with literal no creatures to equip it on other than Bitter Blossom.
Bitter
Like,
Blossom.
Yeah.
He had he was telling me at the start of the draft, like I think when he took the Yawgmoth's Will, that he just didn't care about a strategy. He just wanted good cards.
All right.
So he is right where he wanted, like you mentioned. But man, oh man,
a bold move, Cotton.
Yeah, that's a bold strategy, Cotton. We'll have to see how it pays off for him.
So do you think Thompson actually can get I think Delay I thought was a really bad pick in general. I think Grave Titan was a great pick. Do you think he can get back on track? I think he should take something like, I don't know.
I think he's got to start taking looters.
Yeah, or Bazaar of Baghdad would be fine.
Yeah, Bazaar's good. All that's been taken. Demir's been taken. Can I Can I get in here?
No, we're not allowed as commentary on this.
All right.
Review only.
All right. Well, someone should stop him.
Someone will stop him, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Who took the mirror signet? Is that Jesse?
Jesse has it. Yeah.
He took it a
Okay.
couple
There we
rounds
go.
ago, yeah.
I got it. Yeah.
Foul.
He has a lot. There's so much redundancy in the reanimator strategy, and he's not tapping into that.
Possible. Yeah, he took gainsay.
Yeah.
That's awful.
I mean, if he wants to be not the streamlined version that is susceptible to hate, then he's, I guess, going about that in the right way. But now he's gotten himself into a spot where he's fighting against Jesse unnecessarily.
Yeah, he like I mentioned to Paul earlier when we were in the booth to begin. On the way here, I had actually driven Mike here, and we were talking a little bit about his strategy. And he said, the great part about a reanimator deck is sometimes you just get to cast your spells. And I said, I completely agree with that. But I agreed with that in the way of sometimes you just cast Grave Titan, or sometimes you just cast Gristlebrand, not Shadow Mage, Infiltrator, Hypnotic Spectre.
Right.
I mean, Mike Thompson is from the era where Dark Ritual Hypnotic Spectre was insane. Unfortunately, in this format, I mean, it's still fine, but he's going to find out real fast that it's not going to be good enough.
Yeah. Cards like Hippie and Hymn to Turok are overrated, I think. Like him less so.
Yeah, I can get behind him to Turok in his deck.
Just because you can just straight win the game by getting the other guy's 2 lands, right?
Yeah.
And then they don't draw another one. But I think that's the only way that you that card is. I would always rather have Thoughtseize than him.
Yeah, I agree with that.
In a format like this,
I agree with that also.
Where everybody has cards that come off the top of their deck that are just so stinking busted.
Yeah.
A card like him, what is it doing? It's not.
Bane of Progress? I
progressing.
don't even remember what that card does.
When Bane of Progress enters the battlefield, destroy all artifacts and enchant.
Okay, well that one's real. I'll give him that.
That's a card.
That's a sweet reanimator target.
That is a card. I don't think any. I did not. We don't have that one.
We
don't have that one prepared.
No, we'll have to find one real fast.
We'll have to find one of those.
That's
a good one.
I can get so I can get behind that pick. That's fine.
Yeah, Dupont with a Jitte, another threat.
Yeah, I mean he's already got Mishra's Factory Mutavault. He doesn't even need to have a lot of dudes in play to get value out of that card. But I mean, turn 1 channel Steel Hellkite Jitte, go.
I love that he's not messing around at all with cards like the workshop decks always find something big that they want to cast that can't be cast by workshop. They always they want to cast the Geddon, or they want to cast the Wildfire, or they want to cast the Tezzeret the Seeker. These are all cards that workshop can't cast.
The only one that Charles has taken, but I think the rest of his strategy supports it enough, is Karn Liberated.
Yeah,
and that one's good enough.
Well, that one channel can cast.
Exactly.
Right. The other workshop decks don't have channel.
They might going forward though.
They might.
This might be a trendsetter right here.
Yeah, for sure. A card that I thought Charles might take. He probably won't take it over any of the Eldrazi is Blightsteel, because with Workshop and Garruk he can actually just cast it.
Sure.
So.
I'd probably rather see him take an Eldrazi over the Blightsteel.
I think so.
But you're right with Workshop. Jesse Hampton takes Bloodghast. The derailing continues. I mean, it's sweet with Skullclamp.
That's about it.
That's about it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he has just a 2/1 that can't block.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what he's planning on doing with that one.
I'm not sure. Flames of the Blood Hand from Josh. The burn continues.
Jesse's just going to 7-0 us and just make us look
foolish. The thing is, and I said this at the beginning with Paul, Jesse is capable from a skill level of absolutely 7-0ing.
Yeah.
And I just don't know if he's going to find the way to do that with the cards that he's put together.
Yeah, when we got to pick 23, 24, right before he took the helm, actually.
Okay.
Paul said, he still has faith in Jesse. He thinks that Jesse can find a way to make the deck good. And I said, man, he's running out of time.
Yeah.
To draft high impact cards.
Sure.
Because we've gotten through, 8 times 25, right? There's 200 of the best Magic cards taken already. And there's a lot of high upside picks out there, but the only one I see him finding is Upheaval.
Yeah.
And he doesn't really have anything great to do with it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like his upheavals most of the time will be defensive. The amount of mana that he has to get to do just Psychotog Evil is just not something that his deck's going to realistically put together. And Cabal Ritualing into it doesn't sound very good either.
Yeah. Teddy is solidifying his mana base a little bit.
Yeah, he got some of the dual lands that went around. He decided to dip into red. I think he's just trying to support that welder, which I don't think.
I think he's trying to support the welder. I also I think he probably just has Peter's deck list up in front of him, and he's trying to draft it.
I mean, it's not unreasonable. His deck was very, very good. The problem is Peter's deck was so good because he had 2 different 2-card combos that just killed you
2
really
different
quick.
game over
Combos. Yeah, absolutely. Teddy has 1. He has a few different ways to make that 1 work.
Yeah.
But it's not redundant enough that I'm going to get too excited about it.
I mean, he's probably, like Peter did, he's probably setting up that red for Gamble.
Yeah.
He's probably setting up the red for Ancient Grudge.
Sure. He can't. I mean, he doesn't have green, so he probably won't draft Grudge. But he could draft other. Other artifact hate, I'm sure.
Well, he did take Ray of Revelation, so I assume he's planning on drafting some green mana at some point.
Wow. Okay.
Peter's green sources last time were Grove of the Burned Willows, Tendo Ice Bridge, and Pentad Prism, and
that was it.
And like a Carplucid Forest or something.
Right.
So, it's there.
Yeah.
And it's certainly not a central color, and it's not going to be crucial to his game plan. So.
Yeah, it still doesn't excite me though. I mean, splashing mana for flashback on 1 card, it's just
the nice thing is with those he can gamble for them, and then it doesn't matter if he discards the card.
That's
right?
fair.
And like the way that he has his deck set up, he doesn't have any way of tutoring for an answer card.
Yeah.
All of his tutors are get the combo piece.
If you max the screen, we can see all 4 at once.
What?
F11, I think.
There we go.
If you just shorten someone's, should be able to see them all at once here.
I can't edit.
Oh, you can't edit. Okay.
Let's see.
Let me ask you one more thing. So, with Mike's deck, do you think that he at any point got derailed into his plan? Because I don't think anyone really interfered with him.
Yeah, I don't think anybody fought him necessarily. There goes the gifts I'm giving over to Colin.
Colin, interesting.
Who has, I believe he's got Academy Ruins.
He does.
So he can set up some cool stuff with that.
He does.
While these guys are finishing out round 38 here, we're going to go kind of explain what we've got going on here for those of you guys who might have just stepped in and are checking us out.
Hit present.
Where is that? Right here.
Yeah.
Present. Boom. So
what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing here? We're streaming. Why?
This is a vintage rotisserie. As you can see, this nice Black Lotus is rotisserieing over the fire. Basically, these guys are assembling Highlander decks, singleton decks from every card available in vintage. Every card that's been printed that doesn't have anything anti-related or unglued related.
Right.
And the way that the draft works is, we start. Everyone is assigned a seat number 1 through 8, and the guy in seat number 1 picks any card in Magic that he wants. Most people take Black Lotus.
Sure.
It's a fair card to take.
Yeah, it's pretty good, I heard.
It's not bad.
Not bad.
And then the next guy takes his card, and we go all the way up to number 8.
Mm-hmm.
And normally in like the NFL draft, right, it would go back, and the first guy would pick again. But that's not really fair because he gets a Black Lotus.
Mm-hmm.
So we go backwards in the second round. It goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That's called snake draft.
Snake draft. Yep.
So it looks like a snake when
Exactly.
you're all done
It goes
with
back and forth and back and forth. And then so we have 45 selections between the 8 different players. So there's a lot of cards taken. You don't have to draft your own basic lands, so you have room for sideboard cards, hate cards. If you want to D somebody up, take the Voltaic Key from the Time Vault guy or something like that. You have some room to do that. So you're going to make 45 selections, and probably 23, 24, maybe 25 of them are going to go in your main deck.
Yeah, actually, usually a bit more than that, just
because
because you have
lands.
non-basics.
Yeah, you're drafting non-basics too.
Yeah.
In the historically the last couple drafts that we've done, the power level of the decks is quite high. you end up with some decks that can kill on turn 2, even turn 1. Charles got turn 1 2 drafts ago.
Did he really?
Yeah. Joey Zappelli had Land, Lotus, Channel, Mistcutter, Hydra.
Well, that's
For
pretty
the
good.
for the GGG.
That's
right there.
pretty nice.
So that was we had a turn 1 kill and plenty of turn 2 kills, so the way that we play the matches here after the draft is done, everybody who showed up brought a sweet bottle of booze as their buy-in.
There's some sweet ones.
There's
in
some
there,
good
actually.
ones.
There's
Yeah,
a bottle
there's
of absinthe, a bottle of Everclear.
Yeah, a half jug of Wild Turkey, the Dirty Bird.
Yeah.
And
a
couple
some Kraken.
we got a couple Cuban cigars in there in the Four Locos.
Oh yeah, those are the wild cards right there.
And so what, the 8 players all bring that in. They're competing for those as prizes as well as invitations back to future drafts.
Yeah, top 3 come back.
Yeah,
right? Or they're invited back.
Yeah, first, second, and third earn invites back to a spot that or in the next draft that they are able to attend. So the format that we are playing here is everybody plays everybody. So
At
it's
least
a round.
once.
Yeah, it's a round robin format. Everybody's going to play 7 matches, best 2 out of 3 each one, and then after the round robin is completed, we find our top 2. And those guys play a best 2 out of 3 finals. If there's any tiebreakers, we're going to try to have matches determine the tiebreakers. But if we're out of time, then we'll figure something else out. So the rules enforcement level for this event is officially don't be a dick. Basically, we started this thing as a way to have fun. And,
I mean, clearly we're gambling alcohol.
Right. Yeah. We're stone cold degens,
Yeah.
and that's all this is about. And just be a degen, don't be a douchebag.
The first time we did this, didn't we? Wasn't the buy-in $20 of scratch-off
Yes,
tickets?
it was. You bought in with lottery tickets.
Scratch-off lottery tickets, and then I'm pretty sure Paul. That's the one that Paul won. That was the first one, and he won like $17.
He said he won $4.
$4? I thought he won some more.
Well, I mean, he cashed out 24, but he bought in with 20.
Oh,
so he was
okay.
plus $4.
Plus $4.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he could have been up a whole bunch more.
There you go.
That's how
Yeah,
it
somebody
works.
could have won the million.
And we'll just highlight the Jed one more time.
If you finish in last place in this event, you win what we are calling the Jed Trophy. This beautiful picture of Jed Dahlbeer here.
It is a really nice picture.
Yeah,
of
it's a
Jed.
good one. Yeah,
It looks like he's kind of looking down on you, as if he thinks he knows more than you.
weird.
I know. It's a unique
almost
picture.
as if we thought about it.
I don't know. It's strange.
And
we'll morph him.
the 8th place finisher receives the Jed, and they are required by law to display it proudly in their home for the next month until the next draft, where they can transfer it to their its successor.
That might be the first time that Jed has been displayed proudly in anyone's home. All right, let's hop back to the draft. We're probably behind a bunch of picks here.
Let's check out what we got going here.
So last we saw, there was like a Cunning Wish going on. There were some other things.
Yeah, Jesse took a Cunning Wish, and then we went into Tarmogoyf.
If you scroll down further, you can see more. So Tarmogoyfs. Looks like Jesse Wilky took his redundant
Stroke of Genius.
Stroke of Genius
So he has
is loose
3
on-
now.
Did he pick up a second one along the way?
He has a Brain Geyser.
I don't think he has it yet, does he?
Yeah, I think he does. He took it there.
Oh, he did take it. Okay,
Yeah.
great.
He took it right out of the break.
Got it.
So yeah, Greg solidifying mana base, making some threats. I actually like where Greg's deck is ending up. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I don't know if it's good. I need to see it play out to see if it's good.
So. This is something that I talked about with Charles when I had him in during the break. People look at Greg's deck and they say they see green-black deck.
Yeah.
Right, and it might just be some mid-rangey thing.
The Rock.
Right. Yeah. But he's certainly capable of some very, very busted draws.
Yeah.
He can go Land Mox, Mesmeric Fiend into like a turn 2 natural order.
Yep.
Off of something. He can go Land Mox Thoughtseize, or he doesn't have Thoughtseize. He has Duress or Inquisition, right?
Yeah,
he can
he
go
has both
land.
of those.
He can go Land Mox, Elves of Deep Shadow, Duress, and then turn 2 natural order. He has a lot of very powerful things. So, let's see, what else do we have here?
So Mike Thompson finally got half. I like half of his picks every time. Like last time, he took Gainsay, Bane of Progress.
Yeah, we
I
had
like Bane. That's a sweet one.
Yeah.
Gainsay is not great. He took Exhume, which totally on board with. And he took Night Veil Spectre, which is kind of meh. But Charles took Metamorph, which I think is a great pick.
Yeah, I'm just shocked at how late that card goes.
So let's ask the chat here. So after the 45th round, which we have 5 more left, we're going to bring one last person in to chat about their deck while everyone else puts their decks together, sleeves up, and gets ready for the first match. So we should figure out like who do you guys want to talk to, and then we should also figure out who's our first camera match going to be.
Yeah, Paul and I were thinking.
So who's the defending champ? That's usually who we want to put on camera first.
Yeah, the defending champ is Peter,
sure.
who's not here. So the next defending champ would be Charles.
Charles. So let's do Charles against somebody. So let's kind of put it up to the chat. We'll give you guys a few minutes here to figure out like who you want to just throw some names in chat, both for who we want to bring in for an interview. We've already talked to Jesse Wilky, and we've already talked to Charles, so probably a third person if we could. And then who do we want for that who do we want to start it off with the first feature match?
Yeah.
Charles versus who?
We have a Grim Tutor going in the 40th round of the draft.
That's probably the right place for it to go, right? That's
39.
reasonable. No.
Colin has the Chainer's Edict that you mentioned.
Yeah.
And now with a sweet little card in Shred Memory.
You mean Sherd Memory?
Shred Memory. That one is quite good against Mike, and is also a way for him to tutor up his Painter Servant. Let's see. Greg has drafted Chains of Mephistopheles.
I think that's great in his deck, actually.
It could be. It's so hard to tap 2 to put a permanent that just doesn't do anything on the board.
It doesn't do anything, and I mean, yeah.
It needs to absolutely shut somebody out.
I mean, it's clearly going to be a sideboard card for him, right?
Sure,
That's
but
like
even
the
then,
worst draw ever against Josh, so.
Even then, you just don't even, the matchups where it's good, you just don't even bring it in, I think.
So interesting, Jesse Wilky took Energy Field last round.
Okay.
That's the, you don't take damage until something goes to your graveyard,
Correct.
Right? That's usually comboed most with, like,
Rest in Peace,
right?
Helm.
Or Helm.
Yeah.
So it's kind of interesting to see.
Or Leyline of the Void.
Leyline.
Yeah.
That legacy deck kind of plays all those, right?
Yeah.
So it's interesting to see what he's going to try and do with that, or if he's.
I think he's just using it to buy time.
Yeah.
I think he's probably just using it to buy time against Josh.
Interesting. I don't know if that's the right direction to go with, but I'll take it.
Yeah.
Seems fine. Surgical Extraction also for him.
Yep. Yeah. There's the Ancient Grudge from Teddy. He drafts Warmth. I'm a little surprised to see it not being a Sphere of Law.
It's funny. I was in there when Josh took the Chill and just hated it.
Yeah.
And I was pulling some of the cards out to prepare them for people's decks, and you were in here with Paul. And I looked at him and I said, do I even need to bother pulling it? I was like, no, I don't even want to see it.
Just leave it.
Yeah, just leave it. We're not going to need it.
As soon as he pulled that, I actually expected like his next 5 picks to be just D'ing up the cards that hate him.
The best against him.
Yeah, because he has so much room because he's going to have like 12 basic lands.
Mm-hmm. If not more.
Right, and then plus the 5 over picks. You know, we're 45 cards drafted, 40 card deck. I expected him to D up a lot of cards. But it looks like people just aren't afraid of his deck.
No, and he didn't. He did dip into white. I think if you draft
we should
mono-colored,
stop them. Seal of Cleansing.
Seal of Cleansing is definitely gone. So we will stop them real quick.
Yeah. And then,
Josh cannot have Seal of Cleansing.
Foul. It just doesn't look like Josh has presented a threatening strategy.
Yeah. So with Volrath Stronghold coming off for Jesse, in his like
it's a good thing
four creatures.
I think I'll take the under.
No, he has Venture, he has Bloodghast, Volrath Stronghold Bloodghast. That's a pretty nice one. He has Venture, Teferi, Bloodghast. Does he not have another one?
I think that's it.
Is that it? God, that's awful.
Let's see what else
scroll
we
up.
got. Oh,
it's
Psychotog. Oh, it's a push.
See.
It's a push.
Yep.
Gotta push, man. I don't even think Bloodghast counts, though.
I mean, I probably wouldn't count Bloodghast, but we'll call it a technicality.
All right, fine.
Either way,
Getting rules lawyered into a
it's
push
really
here.
funny because he has 6, counting the 40th pick, he had 6 picks to put together like a win condition or something
God,
here.
I love Charles' deck.
Seal of Primordium.
It's so sweet. It's so sweet. Paul and I were wondering if he was going to take Rafellos at all.
I don't think so.
Yeah, he has just too many.
He has too many colorless. Like he's playing the Mutavault in Mishra's Factory. He's playing Workshop.
Yeah.
He's
He's the most threat dense I've ever seen this deck be.
It's interesting, yeah, because like even cards like Garrick, well, that's going to kill you by itself eventually.
Yep.
Like you have to answer all of his cards.
Yep.
And if it's not a threat, it's something that's putting a threat into play.
Yep.
Or he has a handful of those, the like Sylvan Library sort of cards.
Yep.
That's just going to help him draw more. Like it's
Sword
it's
of Fire
very
and Ice
good.
still on the board.
I mean, all of the swords are actually
Yeah.
right. None of the equipment swords have gone. Only GT and Skullclamp have gone. Batterskull's also gone for
Yep.
equipment. Footsteps of the Goryo. I don't know if I like that one out of Thompson.
Yeah, it's pretty sick with Woodfall Primus.
Okay, I can get behind that, but that's really it.
It's also quite good with Ashen Rider.
That's true.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's
Maybe Footsteps is better than I
a
thought.
nice value card there.
Yeah, I mean, I still think I personally would have just liked it to be like Dance of the Dead or another reanimate spell, or like you were saying, a looter of some sort.
Yeah.
Other than Entomb, he has no ways to get guys in his yard unless he jaces himself.
It
right?
looks like people are kind of forgetting that they can draft lands too, and they're trying to fill their deck with just like
Spells.
especially Mike is just drafting all these cards that just aren't going to be in his deck.
Yeah, I mean, I would have liked him to take like Bazaar of Baghdad here.
Yeah,
or-
Bizarre. I mean,
there's a million cards that he could take that would make his main deck.
right, and Mike has no fetch lands, and he has, let's go up here. He has Dark Slick Shores, Watery Grave. That's it. So
Yeah.
like he should be completely done with his main deck already.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
and now he's
yeah.
just kind of taking some cards that he's just never going
He
to
took
deal with.
Trickbind. I actually like Stifle in this format a lot. I like Trickbind in general. I don't like it in Mike's deck.
Yeah.
I just don't feel like it's a good fit there. But I do like that effect. I feel like it's even put to better use in this format than in Cube.
You think?
I do. I think there's enough broken things that
Such
people
as?
are trying to build around. Like, I mean, even Time Vault. Time Vault's totally real. You can just stifle that and buy yourself a turn. You know, everyone has fetch lands.
Just get it on tap.
Yeah, I don't think that you're stifling or trick binding anything for like crazy value.
If you're trick binding a Time Vault, like, does your answer to Time Vault cost more than 2 mana?
You know, I'm not necessarily saying that it's the best answer, but I feel like every deck has something that's
At least maybe-
reasonable for you to trick bind,
Maybe you
right?
can draw a card or something.
Yeah. I mean, I don't like it in Mike's deck. I would have liked it more in like Colin's deck.
I
or
like it
something.
more in the decks that like Charles drafted the last couple times. Those like blue-green aggro tempo decks.
Yeah.
You know, like against those decks, it's like an actual time walk because you have a
Sure.
board presence.
So-
but Mike is not really have that.
Josh took Magus of the Moon.
Yep,
Now,
love
if he took Magus and Blood Moon, like on his next one here, I can completely get behind that.
I think his deck is he has a deck that's gonna be middle of the pack. I think
I do too.
he's gonna lose to the guys who have stone cold busted openings.
I don't know if you guys had talked about this with Paul at all, but like Josh knew that he couldn't make the one after this draft.
Yeah.
So he said, you know what, I'm going to do something fun for this
Yep.
one because he knows if he queues for the next one, it's not going to be relevant. So
He's just gonna try to make everyone as miserable as
yeah,
possible.
and
now.
you know, we've been talking about doing exactly what he's been doing for the longest time, but no one's actually had the balls to do it.
Right.
And here he is getting it done. So,
Well, I'm glad it's not me that's doing it.
yeah, I mean, I love slinging some lightning bolts just
Look
like
at-
the rest of them.
Look at this one, Jesse Hampton queuing it right up.
I mean, ain't no one else gonna take that. Let's be honest.
He's got Salt Marsh in the queue.
Can you hover over false summoning? Let's
It's
cover that
it's
one
just
real
remove
fast.
soul.
It's remove soul.
Yeah.
Has remove soul been taken?
No.
He's just getting cute.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's that's just a remove soul.
All right. That's fine.
Noble Hierarch, crazy late.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, Greg isn't doing anything. Like the mana is irrelevant for him. Like the green mana is good, but the other two colors are not for him.
Yeah.
Right. So, like he took Elves of Deep Shadow earlier, so he's just getting.
He still
this,
he still
this is
doesn't
just
have
like,
Birds of Paradise. I don't think. I think he has not drafted Birds of Paradise.
Scroll up. Maybe he has.
Let's see what we can do. Do. Oh, there it is. Yep,
Yeah,
he does
I
have
thought
it.
so.
23. Okay. Yeah, the Noble Hierarch, get another
Over.
one drop
See what Colin did here.
for him to.
Oh, now Colin realized that he does have
White
Gifts
mana.
Ungiven, and he does have white and black
I
mana.
like that a lot. I don't like that it's Sphinx of the Steel Wind that he went with.
What would you rather have him taken here?
That
What's
I don't
the
know.
better one?
I can't really think of one. But like maybe the plan isn't worth taking if that's the one that's.
It's
the best one
possible.
left.
I mean, Sphinx of the Steel Wind I think is great against Josh, but past that, it's good.
It's not that great
it's
against
not
Josh.
awful.
You know, he has Disenchant, and he's gonna have
Huh.
a couple other pieces I think that he's got. Maybe it is just Disenchant, but yeah, he's got. It looks like just Disenchant, so I could be wrong there.
You know, chat made a good point
Serenity
here.
he has
How
as
good
well.
Chains of Mephistopheles is insane against Wilky. I don't necessarily
Yeah.
disagree with that.
Yeah, I think that's true. I mean, it stops meditate.
It stops brain geyser effects.
Okay. Yeah.
I can
well,
get
I mean,
behind that.
like he can target you with them, right?
Sure, but I'm saying that it makes it so he cannot target himself,
Correct.
right? Which that sort of deck in general does, target themselves at some point.
Did we ever figure out who we are?
So
Hearing
people, it looks like chat's mentioned having round one be Charles versus Mike Thompson.
Okay, and then let's hear from Captain Steak Knives. That would be Greg Peloquin himself.
Greg Peloquin. Yeah, we can bring Greg Peloquin in here.
Okay.
For the 40 after the 45th pick.
Yeah. Dosan the Falling Leaf.
It's an interesting choice. Let's hover over that just so people can see what's happening.
So this is a 2/2 City of Solitude.
Okay.
Basically, no instance. Just do it on your own time. And
Do you think that's a good pick for Greg here? What do you think of that one?
yeah, it lets him facilitate his own game plan.
Sure.
Which, I mean, the creatures that you want to be playing in this format, you don't want to be playing like cards that are power, toughness, mana efficient.
Yeah.
You need to be playing things that are disrupting your opponent from doing something. He's got, Tarmogoyf is basically the only just vanilla dude, right?
Yeah.
And then all of his other guys do something. He has Uktabi Orangutan. He's got Mesmeric Fiend. Cards like that. He also has Survival to go get it if he's playing against Colin or Jesse Hampton, right? And he can put it into play on turn 2, and or even turn 1 if he draws both Moxes.
Sure.
And he has Vampiric Tutor. I like Greg's deck a lot.
You know what card I want to see drafted, and I want Colin to take it because I don't think it's gone yet. Caracas.
Are you serious?
It's still on the board.
Wow, Caracas still on the board.
And it's
he has Vendilion
absurd,
Click,
right? He has Vendilion Click.
That's it though. He doesn't have the Vencer.
No, but he. It's also just very good against the field in general here. Let's see what else has been taken here. So,
Jesse with the Hercules recall to give Charles the business.
To be fair, that's got value against all the decks, but it's mostly against Charles.
We have a Coastal Tower wannabe drafted by Teddy Vitro with a little juice on the side.
Also, chains. Chat mentioned this as well. Chains against Jesse Wilky. Jesse has 2 draw 7s.
What is his second one? He has Time Twister,
Time Twister,
Spiral.
Time Spiral.
Yep.
So, Wheel of Fortune still on the board.
Caracas
still
Jesse is
on the
about
board.
as good as Chains is ever going to get, I think.
Oh, absolutely. I completely agree.
I think I think that is a true and honest statement.
So that's an interesting pick out of Thompson. Shelldock Isle? I can actually get behind
I
that.
love it.
I'm totally
I
fine
love
with
it.
Shelldock
Yeah.
Isle.
You know what would make it better? A bunch of looters.
Well, we're running out of time.
He does
Nor
have
can he cast them.
He does have cards like Fact or Fiction to get deep. He
has Jace.
He has Careful Study.
Yep.
He has Jace Memory Adept. Yeah, mill myself 10. Right. And
Yeah,
then Shelldock.
we're online
Yeah,
at that point. Right?
Shelldock is a good one. There, Tangle Wire, the crazy latest ever. That is so late.
And it's perfect in Charles's deck.
Yes, I couldn't believe that Josh didn't take Tangle Wire.
Really?
Yeah, I couldn't believe it.
I wonder if it was even on his radar. People in general, I've found, especially like drafting Cube on Moto, people have no respect for Tangle Wire.
Yeah.
People think it's bad in every deck, and
Right.
it's insane in every deck.
Yeah,
If you're playing Control, it buys you time. If you're playing aggro, it accelerates your plan. Like, you just have to have a handful of other permanents to have in play.
Yeah, it's like a little less good when people have a bunch of artifact mana and stuff. Like a little less good, but only because its relative casting cost has gone up. That's the only reason. Like if Tangle Wire cost 4, I would still play it a lot.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
If it
absolutely.
cost 5, it'd probably still be playable. Not insane.
Now
but
we're
playable,
starting to
right?
hit the point where it's not as good.
But in any case, it costs 3, and Charles is going to be putting it into play on turn 3 every
Yeah.
game. Like
What do you think of active aggression out of Ventura?
he gets to attack twice. Is that the thing?
No.
No, it's the threaten thing.
But it's an instant.
Okay. What?
I'll take your Gristlebrand.
Sure. Can't he just do that on his own turn with like a?
I mean, he can. I'm just saying the fact that it's an instant does let him have weird combat tricks.
I guess
the
he can
reality
steal
is,
the Ashen Rider during combat, block the Gristlebrand, kill the Gristlebrand.
I mean, don't get me wrong. It's not insane in general as an instant, but I like that over all of the other threatened sort of effects.
Sure.
Just because he can play it as an instant, he can, he has that added upside to it. Also, like, take your Sundering Titan. Here it comes. That seems totally reasonable to me. Fire Ice for Teddy. He's got to find some things to put under that Isochron Scepter that he had.
Yeah, he doesn't have much.
No, he has like Daze, Fire Ice.
A bunch of taxing counters, which aren't good at all.
No, because easiest to play
Scroll
around.
back up and take a look at what else he has. He has Path to Exile, not good. Annul, Negate. He has Negate.
Can you put Transmute Artifact under it?
No, it's
No,
a
it's a
sorcery.
sorcery, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
It's an unreadable sorcery.
Yeah, his Isochron Scepter is just. We were questioning that pick really, really hard when he made it so early and just so kind of blank.
There's Disrupting Shoal from Jesse. I think that's a very undervalued card. And gives him some game in the early game.
Yeah, it lets him not just lose to Teddy drawing Time Vault.
I'm
right?
surprised he hasn't taken. I'm surprised he took Giga Drowse over like Mana Short.
Yeah.
I guess Giga Drowse can't be countered really.
Also, like Artifact Mana Short doesn't tap you out of that. So
Okay.
Giga Drowse, you can tap,
Okay.
just tap someone out completely.
I can get on board with that.
I mean, I think there's good applications for both. I'm not sure which is better.
Fair enough.
Dispeller's Capsule, he does have that
Trinket Mage.
Trinket Mage, and he has Academy Runes.
Yep. That's a good one.
So I can get behind that pick. Do you think he takes the black one?
No.
No, not good enough.
I don't think so. Yeah, it's only good against. Is it Dark Banishing or Terror?
I think it's Dark Banishing.
Okay. Then it's only good against like Charles and Josh.
Yeah.
So. let's see.
Riptide Laboratory.
What is this returning? It's returning a Snapcaster Mage. It's returning a Vendilion Click.
A Glenelender Archmage and a Spell Stutter Sprite.
Yeah, that's a sweet one.
It's not bad.
Cabal Therapy. A little interesting in a Highlander format, Singleton format.
Yeah, but I mean,
If you're looking
Greg
for
does
something
have a few
specific-
different ways to look at your hand
Sure.
through his duress effects. So I can get behind that. Plus, like he has a few ways to buy it back. It's sweet with Kitchen Finks, right?
Yeah,
Like,
sure.
Here you go.
you might just snipe somebody.
Yeah.
Against Charles, use name channel.
I mean, to be fair, yeah, that's the thing. Like, it's interesting in this format because, yeah, everyone's playing singletons, but you do know exactly what your opponent has in his
And what their
deck.
best cards are.
Right.
Yeah.
So you know what you have to be the most scared of. There isn't a question of, oh, does this guy have Force Will? You know who has the Force Will in the draft.
Right.
So you can at least name cards that could be live 100% of the time.
Ankh of Mishra, very good one.
That's a nice one in the aggro decks.
Paul's wanting to see Josh take Winter Orb.
I can get behind Winter Orb. I can get behind Ankh of Mishra. Any of those sort of cards.
He has
I
a
think
lot
is great.
fewer creatures than I would have thought.
Me too, actually. I thought he was going to be playing like Ball Lightnings and stuff
Yeah.
like that. I don't necessarily disagree with the angle that he's gone to. I'm just worried that he's going to have all these spells that disrupt his opponent, but he's not going to be able to close out a game as fast as
not
you
gonna
would
be able to
expect a
use
red
the
drafter.
tempo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like, I mean, don't get me wrong, Spear of the Labyrinth, Hellspark Elemental, all really good aggressive cards, but is it going to be enough to close out the game? Like, he doesn't have enough Goblin Guide sort of cards, for
Yeah.
me at least,
Yeah,
for that format to work.
yeah. I'm with you on that one.
Phyrexian Furnace, I feel like that's kind of a reach. It's fine, but
Blazing Archon from Mike Thompson here. Definitely overloading on Reanimator targets.
he just has no way to put them in his yard.
Yeah, he's got he has Ideas Unbound and Tomb Careful Study.
And that's it.
And,
I mean, I'm not counting Jace. That doesn't really do it.
what else are we cooking with over here?
I guess fact or fiction.
Fact or fiction.
He is buried alive.
Buried alive. He can thought seize himself. Thirst for knowledge. So he's doing all right.
Okay. I'm not the biggest fan of some of his picks, like Thada Adele. That doesn't do anything in his deck, you know. Basically anything that any creatures for 3 that he's drafted, I'm just like, well, that card's blank.
He drafted a
Negator, Spectre, Infiltrator, Thada Adele. All 3 drops that don't do anything.
Hypnotic Spectre and Night Veil Spectre.
Yep.
Shadow Mage. Yeah, lots of stuff that doesn't do much here. So going into the last pick,
the last rounds, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
This is the last round of the draft here. We've got.
Is there any one card? What's the one card that you think people have to take? Is there something that's just so glaring hanging around that no one's taken yet that has to go in this last round?
Phantasmal Image.
Okay.
I don't know why that card hasn't been taken.
Yeah.
Let's see what else was on the list. I actually thought Tolarian Academy might go undrafted in this one, but then Colin remembered in the 15th
Colin
round.
remembered. Yeah.
We've got Emrakul, the Aeon's Torn in the 45th round of the draft.
I mean, it's a sweet one to channel.
Yes.
He could also just cast it, right? He has enough. He has a lot of ramp.
He doesn't have like a cradle or anything.
No, but Cradle wouldn't be good.
He actually
for
doesn't
him.
have that much ramp. He could do it, maybe, if he gets a perfect metalworker hand.
Okay. Ashiok for Jesse.
Yeah, Jesse's deck is.
I can get behind conscripts for
Wow,
Josh.
woo, wee, wah.
Ooh, wow.
Conscript is nice. Get somebody's planeswalker. If you want. So, who's your pick to win?
It's got to be Charles.
Okay.
Nothing anyone has done has made me convinced that that they're going to be able to.
Craterhoof
Behemoth. He was talking about Craterhoof in there earlier. It's pretty nice.
That's a good natural order.
Can you scroll over to see what Colin's last pick is here? Please let it be Caracas.
Mr. Irrelevant. Ravages of War.
All right. I mean,
Armageddon undrafted.
Yeah, Armageddon's not too bad. All right. So what we're going to do here, we're going to transition real quick. We're going to bring in bring Greg Peloquin.
Yeah.
Talk about his draft.
Yep.
And
G.
then
Pelly.
G. Pelly. And then we're gonna let these guys start playing soon.
He's actually my pick for the second best deck. I think he has.
Greg's?
Yeah.
Well, that's just. I mean, he drafted a very Stephen Berklet style deck. I mean,
after my own heart.
yeah, absolutely.
He doesn't have nearly enough cards that just grief the opponent, though.
I think just if you look at the cards and how the deck list will shake down, I think Colin's deck is actually the second best.
Okay.
But I don't know.
Yeah, he's right up there.
I'm going to put this this is totally a knock on Colin. I don't know if his play skill is enough to keep up with the rest.
I think it is.
Okay.
I think it is.
Let's find out.
Yeah.
I mean, it would not surprise me if Colin could win.
Yeah, he's very technically sound.
Yeah.
He's certainly capable of getting rope-a-doped.
Sure.
By Jesse or either of the Jessies actually, or Charles.
Sure.
Either one of those guys can give him the business.
Who is going to unmorph into the scornful egotist, the Jed, at the end of this?
My pick is Jesse Hampton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a wild card. I think that Jesse is good enough that he will win 2 to 3 matches.
Okay.
I think that
Teddy
is gonna get the egotist.
Teddy's his deck is capable of some busted openings, but it's also capable of a lot of Isochron Scepter Mana Tithe hands.
Yeah, it's just
his
really didn't
his
come
welder
together.
didn't pan out. He didn't do anything with the welder.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the Sundering Titan. He doesn't have Mind Slaver.
No one took slavery.
Yeah.
I thought Charles might go for it.
I thought Charles might take it
just
also.
for a 1-turn value.
Yeah,
it's fine.
And it's he can even just cast it off Workshop on turn 3.
Yeah.
And then hey, guess what? You got to do something.
Well, and then you can also just wait for a crucial turn, then cut over.
Yeah.
So, anyways, we're gonna take a quick break, and we'll be back with Greg Peloquin in the booth in about 2 minutes. So,
All right.
we'll see you guys then. Thanks.
Yeah. Thanks for watching.
Mics are still live. So.
We're actually coming right in.
Okay. Who's interviewing Greg? Okay. Do you want your jacket or your T-shirt again?
Oh, thank you. Yep. Could you guys just make sure things go smoothly in there?
And then it's me and you after, Paul?
Yeah.
Okay.
one?
Yep.
All right.
All right. So we are back here with Greg Peloquin. So just a couple things real quick before we do our introduction with Greg. The draft has wrapped up. If you're interested in checking out the spreadsheet, there is a link down at the bottom of the Twitch stream there, which links you straight to the spreadsheet. Also, if you'd like to keep track with, when we do one of these drafts in the future, if you want to be involved in one in the future, there's also a link to our Facebook group down below, so you can follow along at home. But other than that, I'm here with Greg Peloquin, who the people talked, and they wanted to hear from you.
Yay.
Don't actually need this guy.
Oh, okay, all right.
All right. So it looks like coming in, you had definitely a plan.
I did.
How would you say that it panned out kind of how you wanted it? Are there any big cards that you missed on?
Thoughtseize is probably the big one. But so here's the thing. When I looked at the list of people who was playing, and most importantly, it was who's not in this draft. And, Berklet's not in this draft, and Berklet likes to draft black cards. My thought was that the black disruption cards were going to be relatively uncontested, and I was right. I got a lot of the black cards I didn't expect I was going to pick up. I'd have to fight somebody, and I fought Thompson a little bit for him, but we were kind of going in opposite directions after that.
So are there any decks that you're really afraid of? Do you think that your game plan isn't going to work out about anyone in particular?
Either Dupont exploding and just playing infinite mana before I can say he plays turn one, Trinisphere or Wormcoil or something stupid or strip locks me, and I'm sitting there holding this stupid Duress in my hand like an idiot. He just plays decks that are too explosive or decks that just draw too many cards.
Sure.
Which is why I drafted the chains to help hedge against the draw, those kind of decks.
Sure. Yeah, Charles, especially with that channel, I can't see a hand with that he has channel that he probably doesn't win that game if it's in his opening hand.
Unless I Duress it.
Yeah.
Or
exactly.
just blind Cabal Therapy naming channel.
Exactly. You have the Inquisition as well, right?
I have channel. I have Inquisition. I have 3 of the 4 black disruption spells I wanted. Thoughtseize was one I didn't get, but for the most part, the rest was just Thoughtseize without 2 life loss anyway.
You also got Mesmeric Fiend, right?
I did.
I think you did a really good job with your survival. I think that you have a lot of answers to all the decks.
I do.
It's pretty interesting. This is your first time doing Vintage History Draft, right?
Correct.
Did the draft do you think you had a good handle on the format? Did it kind of pan out the way you thought it did? Was there any big surprises for you?
I actually had Liliana on my list of things I didn't want. I didn't want Liliana. I didn't want him because I'm not trying to grind people down necessarily. I'm trying to disable them long enough to kill them with some big green fatty or vampire Hexmage Dark Depths.
Sure. And
there's not a lot of disruption to Hexmage Depths in these decks either. Yeah. There's a plow here and unsummon there. There's a few cards, but I can strip those or deal with them somehow. But I have 2 different combos I can go for, and I can just use the disruption to offset them long enough to do my thing.
Cool. So do you think you're gonna be able to take it down?
Probably not, but I'm calling not the Jed.
Okay, so you're trying to not get
I think our
patented Jed trophy, which is still kind of in the works. We got some things to add to it, but we don't want to go. No one wants to go home with the Jed.
Like I was telling you guys earlier, my lovely fiance, as soon as she saw the Jed, she's like, "Oh, we'll clear space in her mantle so you can bring it home." I'm like,
it's always nice to have some support.
Yep.
All right. Well, where are you gonna go with the deck? I mean, is there any cards that you're leaving in your sideboard that you're not going to bring in that people might think that are definitely in your main deck? Or
I have Thrawn and Doze in the following leaf. That's kind of redundant.
Yeah.
But I'm probably going to play one of those in the main, one in the board. The other thing that surprised me in the draft actually was how fast the fetches disappeared.
I think that's something that's kind of unusual. This is the first time we've really seen the mono red deck, and we were talking about it when he was drafting it. We were saying there aren't any cards that he really wants to fight for.
Right.
So I mean, he's just going to snap up the fetch lands, which are the only things that multiple people are going to want, which kind of screwed up a lot of people's mana bases. I think it's something that hasn't happened before.
I expected I'd be able to pick up either Misty and or Verdant Catacombs at some point. I just didn't pull the trigger on it fast enough. Also, the reason I picked up Mind Twist there because I was planning to back it up with Elves and the Moxes. So it can be quite potent early with all the little accelerants I have and stuff. That was part of the plan. But anyway, I'm betting for most people when they saw me take Wooded Foothills and Windswept Heath, they're like, "What the fuck is he smoking?"
Yeah.
Well, I already had the green-black plan, and I was already planning on Dried Arbor and Green Syndicate, that kind of plan.
Yeah.
So I was already on that package, and I panicked. And I needed to get as many of those. I needed to get them out of there because, lucky for me, that the Wooded Foothills was the one Ventura didn't take.
Yeah.
So I was able to just grab that. Those two, I just And I bet you a lot of people when they saw me take natural, they're like, he's smoking some real good stuff. Those first few picks look like a hodgepodge, but I needed to make a statement and make sure I'm going to get those pieces Hampton was pretty salty when I took the Dark Depths.
Oh yeah, I bet. Another thing I was worried about, like, is that Dark Confidant gonna make your deck?
Yes, because I'm not going to play all three of Hoof, Terastodon, and There's probably two of them.
Okay.
Not sure which ones I'm gonna main. I probably want Terastodon. I want Crater Hoof in the board. Most likely because if I need a fast kill. If I need a fast kill somebody, I'll play it. I'll switch it around.
Sure.
But like, I want to disrupt first because I don't have a whole lot of ways to blow up lands that get out of control.
Sure. But you're definitely on the be a man plan. You're gonna play Dark Confidant and some big guys.
Oh yeah.
All right, I like it.
I mean, so actually what's interesting is against Ventura, I'm probably gonna side out all the big things.
Sure.
All the big stuff's going. I'm just gonna play small ball with him and just try to get him with like the Finks and things like that. Also of note, I'm really happy I picked up that Sadistic Sacrament.
Yeah.
There's a lot of decks it's really good
That's
against.
one of my favorite cards in this format. There's decks where you play that card and just they cannot beat you.
Jesse Hampton.
Yeah, well, I don't think.
Hampton's dead.
I think Jesse Hampton can't win with the cards in his deck. So
yeah,
we'll see.
And then it's good against Wilky's deck too, if I can resolve it.
Sure.
So there's a couple of decks I want to have it for. I have something for everybody. So
Cool.
I have options and then ways to tutor for it. Oh, the DT and got taken really, really, really early too. But I guess that's fairly normal.
Yeah.
So actually my deck probably I was gonna take Vampiric over Demonic. I want Vampiric first because I want to be a little reactive with it, and I want instant speed.
Yeah, I agree. I think Vampiric Tutor might actually just be better than Demonic Tutor in this format a lot of the time. Not in every deck, but I definitely would raise an eyebrow at someone taking Vampiric over Demonic if both were available. But yeah, anyway, I think we're probably... okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to the next thing here. I think we're going to Dwayne in the booth, and but good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, yep, we're going to take just a short break here real quick. About like 2 minutes at most.
All right, I gotta build my deck actually.
Yeah, you should do that.
But he's not your match.
Yeah.
Is anyone going to be ready? Are you both ready? Are you ready soon? I'll be ready in like... Is anyone going to be ready quickly? Are you going to be ready?
Nope, it's alright.
There's people in there.
All right, so we are back here. There's going to be a little bit of a change. Our first feature match is actually going to be Charles Dupont versus Jesse Wilky.
Oh.
Mike Thompson's not going to be ready quite in time. We're about to do another giveaway here. This one time it's going to be for $25.
25.
So we'll probably kick it off right before the next match starts, which should be about 10 minutes. So go ahead, and the only way you're eligible for the giveaway is if you are signed in through your Twitch account. That way we know you're in the stream.
And you have to be here.
You have to be here.
Yeah.
So it's going to work is we have a way to randomly select someone from in stream. So if you're logged in, and we'll go ahead and pick one, and then we'll announce the winner. If you're in the stream, you get it. If you're not here, we'll move on to someone else.
Yep. So I was talking with Steven a little bit. My pick to win is definitely Charles. I don't think it's very close. For a few different reasons. I think his deck is by far the most degenerate of the mix. It can do the most powerful things consistently, and I mean, there's something to be said. You can't forget, like, Charles has won. He's come in second or first in all three of these. Like, there's something to be said about that. Like, he's got to be the favorite anyways.
Yeah.
That and his draft is insane.
How do you full screen this?
There's a present button in the upper right.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, so I agree. Charles is probably one of the favorites.
He's my pick.
He's for me. I think Mike Thompson has a really good deck. I think he didn't quite go where I would like to have seen him go with it towards the end. But
he wasted, in my opinion, he wasted a lot of picks on like Shadow Mage Infiltrator.
Just
Did not
cute
expect it.
cards.
They're cute, and you may have 1 or 2 in your deck at the end of the day, but they don't advance your strategy. Like Berklid was saying earlier, I agree with him. Like he needed more like looter effects.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens. I mean, Mike's also really good at Magic, so he might just have us one up. We'll see what happens.
So let's go ahead and take a step back for people that may be logging in now or have been here the whole time. Exactly what we are doing here. What we're doing is this is called a vintage rotisserie draft. So essentially, it's every card vintage legal is illegal to draft. Players take turns going one at a time, kind of like a fantasy football draft. It goes down one way and then back around. It's just like a snake draft. And then basically players take cards. It's a singleton format, so once a card has been taken, no one else can take it. And then from the 45 picks players take, they build a 40-card deck. They are not required to draft basic lands. They're just going to get to take those. And then we're basically going to do a round robin, and whoever has the best record at the end wins. But what do they win, Dwayne?
What do they win? Well, they win a lot of liquor.
A lot of liquor.
A lot of liquor. They win. So it's everyone brought in a sweet bottle of booze, and they're sweet bottles this time. There's a bottle of absinthe, a bottle of Everclear.
The biggest bottle of Grey Goose I've ever seen in my life.
It's enormous. It's huge.
Yeah.
So first place gets 5 of those. Second place gets 2.
Yep.
And then third place gets 1. And then most importantly, by winning, you don't get the Jed.
Right. The Jed is the last place trophy. It's a life-size scored-full egotist. The trophy's not quite completed. It's got
It's also not
stuff.
quite life-size either.
Sure. Larger than a normal Magic card.
Let me ask you a question. If let's say I was in the draft and I won this, can I have it on? Can I have it morphed instead of?
No.
Do I have to have it face up?
So last place gets the Jed trophy, and they have to display it prominently in their home for a month until the next draft happens.
Yep.
And
Jed down.
Jed down. Okay. So I'm gonna do a little shameless plugging here. This is something we're trying to do regularly, once a month. And the more people we get involved, the more people watching and stuff, the bigger and better we can do this in the future. So at the bottom of the stream there's a link to the Facebook group. If you're interested, you think what we're doing here is cool, go ahead and join the Facebook group and follow along. You can follow on when the next draft is going to be. You can follow along. You can put your name in the hat for if you hey, I want to be in one of these. What do I need to do?
Yeah.
Go ahead and drop your name in there, and I'll get you in the queue. We also do a cube draft satellite tournament for this. So even if you think, oh, they would never pick me, we actually have a cube draft satellite where you get in there, and if you win, you're in the draft.
Also, this is mostly for people that are in the Pacific Northwest, but if you're interested and you want to chat with Paul, myself, Steven, Chris about any of the setup, the equipment that we have, any of that sort of stuff, you can feel free to reach out to us directly through the Facebook group.
Yep.
And we're very happy to kind of explain to you what's going on. Plus, in between, we do all sorts of fun polls and questions, and, just try and generate a lot of interest. So, I think it's a fun group to be in, even if you're not in the Northwest.
Absolutely. And, we do some other cool things, too, like a split card. We did a split card cube the other day that was really cool.
Yeah.
And so just, all kinds of fun stuff. But, so we're getting pretty clse to our first match here, which is going to be Charles Dupont versus Mike Thompson. Charles is going to be tough to beat. He's got a lot of, an impressive, list of achievements. He's done this format before. The last 3 of these he's done, he's finished second, first, and second. He drafted basically the exact deck he wanted to try, and I know that he has been thinking about this nonstop, basically for 3 months now, as long as we've been doing these.
Yeah.
And it's going to be tough to bring him down. He's got a target on his head.
Here's the thing about Charles. He came in second for second. He was drunk. All 3 of those.
He was very drunk the last
But
draft.
here's the thing. He was very drunk. He came in second place. He's sober today. He's completely sober.
Stone cold.
I think it's a disadvantage.
At this point.
I think that, his deck's obviously the best. I personally think it's the best deck out of the draft. But, I think that man needs to have some shots before he starts playing, because I just don't know if he can play at the same level and just deliver on those expectations.
Well, he's probably sober because he didn't win the last one. Doesn't have any booze to drink, so he really needs to win this one.
I'm pretty sure he has booze to drink. Let's be honest with ourselves here.
All right, so can we switch over to the feature match area, Chris, on the camera?
I think they're just getting ready to start up. Now would probably be a good time. We've given
Oh, yeah,
users enough time.
We'll let Chris get the setup here going, and then we'll do the giveaway. So
Yeah.
once we get all our cameras set up here, which should be just a minute or two.
And this is a $25 giveaway,
This is for
right?
$25 this time. So make sure, just again, if you are not logged into your Twitch account right now and you want to be open to win this, you need to log in so that we know you're in the chat.
Yep.
Yeah, so we're giving away $25 in credit to Northwest Sports Card,
Yep.
which has an online ordering system, actually. So even if you don't live anywhere near the Pacific Northwest, you can get some sweet stuff.
Those are some old standings.
Yep.
We'll get those updated
Yep.
shortly. That's from the last time around.
Yep. Ignore my 2-4 record there. That was
No,
all
I'd like
made
to
up.
pay special attention to your 2-4 record. Actually, we can actually talk about that for a minute. Do you think you went 2-4 because someone else was trying to draft the deck, or do you think you went 2-4 because you didn't aggressively switch out and switch your style and switch your strategy?
It's interesting, when you've been preparing for this for months, or for a month, these drafters know they're going to be in the draft for a long time, and so they really think about it for a long time. And when you come in and you have a plan and you've got your spreadsheets and all your pick orders figured out, and someone takes your Entomb, what do? I mean, it's hard to get away from that month of prep.
Yeah.
And you should obviously have a backup plan, but sometimes a card gets sniped at just the wrong time, and you don't know what to do. And that happened to me last time, and I've seen it happen to people a couple times. I think that kind of happened to Jesse Wilky this time.
And it's funny because I'm going to pick on you for a minute here, and I don't mean it in the worst way, but I feel like your last draft was an example of someone who had a strategy, started getting encroached on, and I just genuinely didn't think that you shifted your strategy enough to be able to continue on. Jesse Wilky, his draft was centered around getting fast bond, and he didn't get it. It got taken like 4th round, which it didn't even go drafted in the last 2. So he thought he would be able to float it longer. But I think that his draft is good enough, and he recovered well enough from that because he picked some other cards that went around to help better support that. So I think that we'll see, the proof will be in the pudding at the end of the day, but I think he drafted well enough and was agile enough that he was able to kind of switch, and it's not going to impact him nearly as much as what, say how it impacted your draft.
Yeah.
You and I talked a little, I'm going to digress here real fast, but you and I talked a little bit after the draft, and I said, well, what if you had done this, or what if you had splash green for survival? And it was just like, I think there's a ton of different ways, but it's so hard when you're in that moment,
when
right?
you're in there and you're in the room,
tunnel vision,
and the guys in there are not they're relentless. If you make a bad pick, you're gonna hear about it, and it's hard to switch on the fly. And I think you look at like the drafters who've done well consistently in this. You look at Jesse Wilky and you look at Charles Dupont, and those are the guys that really have a plan no matter what happens. And I think that's really what you need to do in order to be successful in this format.
Yeah. So we're going to see a match here very soon.
We're Chris is just getting everything set up here. We're still, like I said, we're going to give away that $25 here pretty quick. As soon as he gets all of this stuff taken care of, you can see he's playing around with stuff on the screen there.
So I was talking with Steven a little bit towards the end of the draft this time around. There was a handful of cards that I was surprised didn't get drafted. Number one on my list that I was surprised didn't get drafted was Caracas.
Yeah.
I think Cullen should have drafted that. I think it would have been fantastic in his deck.
There wasn't that many targets for it this time around, though.
It's funny you say that, but I think in Cullen's deck he had at least Vendilion Click for himself.
But he picked up the Riptide Lab, which I think is just better overall because he has Snapcaster Mage, he has Vendilion Click, and he also had
Glenelendra Archmage.
Glenelendra Archmage, and I think even one more possibly.
So he has Snapcaster, Vendilion Click. He also has Spellstutter Sprite.
Right.
So it's pretty good with Riptide Lab. I agree that Riptide Lab is great in his deck in general, but I thought Caracas just should have been a good one that gotten taken. There was a couple other cards. I'm trying to remember what they were that didn't get taken. I was very surprised.
Show and Tell.
Show and Tell, yeah. Show and Tell didn't get taken, or Eureka, but that's a little bit more fringe.
Yeah.
Do you think Thompson should have just snapped up a Show and Tell?
I think it's definitely worth being in a sideboard, and if you look at the other decks, there's not a lot of decks that really could have punished him for casting it.
Sure.
Like maybe Charles, but I mean, just don't cast it against Charles. But decide it out or whatever. But I'm surprised he didn't take it. I'm surprised he didn't take Bazaar of Baghdad.
Yeah, we were talking about that a lot. Like, we felt like he didn't have, or I felt, Steven thinks he might be fine. I still feel like he doesn't have enough ways to get guys in his yard.
Yeah, I agree.
He doesn't have any looters. He doesn't have any, like, Putrid Imp or Una's Prowler. He doesn't have Bazaar of Baghdad. He just, a lot of, it's just interesting to see how that's going to come together.
I think he fell into a trap that a lot of people fall into when they realize these are 40-card decks, and a lot of these cute cards that you can take, they're just not going to ever be in your deck.
Right.
And so, like, I think he should have been way more streamlined, way more on the Reanimator plan. No one really took any cards to contest him, like, oh, there's a Grafdigger's Cage. And like, one card in your opponent's 40-card deck is not enough to worry about, if you ask me. And also, he missed Pack Rat, which I think
Pack Rat's a good one.
An insane card for the Reanimator deck, because it's a threat on both sides.
Yeah, it can end the game if they don't answer it. Also,
Absolutely.
it fills your yard with sweet things to reanimate.
Yeah, Una's Prowler is one me and Berklet talked about.
Yeah, Prowler's
another
a good
threat
one.
that you can just do work on its own, and also is a great engine.
Yeah, I think the one deck I'm most interested to see how it plays out is Jesse Hampton. I know he's very, very confident in what's going on with his deck. He thinks that it's very good. We consensus think that it's not very good. He has very few ways to win. He was saying in the room, like, he literally can't beat Sadistic Sacrament if it's resolved.
Yeah.
There's just not possible.
You're talking about Wilky, right?
No, sorry, this is Jesse Hampton.
Oh, Jesse Hampton. Yeah, he cannot beat it.
I mean, he has Bitter Blossom. He has like Teferi. He has just not enough ways to close the game out. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, I thought the same. I drafted Sadistic Sacrament 2 times ago, and I thought the same thing against Jesse Wilky.
Okay.
And I actually casted against him, and he had all 3 of his win conditions in his hand.
Well, that was unfortunate for
yeah, so that was a bit of a bummer. But yeah, I can definitely see. I just, going back to Jesse's deck, everyone has been ragging on him quite a bit about it. Mm-hmm. He doesn't have very many win conditions. He wasted a lot of picks. For God knows why he took Cabal Ritual. I can't figure it out.
We couldn't figure it out either.
When I asked him, all he said was, "It's insane." And so, but at the same time, I have been watching Jesse Hampton win with shitty Magic decks for a long time.
Well, we might be able to do that again today.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens. It's kind of he's familiar with it, so. And, like, let's be real, he's a great Magic player. So.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no one's questioning that.
At the same time, I watched him also go 5-0 in the Hearthstone arena at the same time. So, he's getting work done on both sides.
Yeah. I'm not sure who I like out of this matchup that's coming up.
Yeah, Charles Dupont versus Jesse Wilky, right?
Right, that's what I believe it is.
It's tough, man. Like, both of them can just do ridiculous things pretty quickly.
I think Charles will be able to do it a little bit quicker.
I agree.
You're ready? All right, well.
If people are ready.
If people are ready, just sit down. Let's do it.
I'm going to play your...
Yeah, in the feature match area.
Okay, you guys told me I wasn't.
Well, you said you were going to take 20 minutes.
Yeah, well, I did, but there it took longer.
All right.
Get a match in there. Okay, so we're a little confusion. We might be Mike Thompson. I'm not quite sure who's playing, but we're...
Someone going to play some Magic real soon.
Yeah, at any rate, as soon as Chris gets back in the room here from setting up the cameras, we will do that giveaway for $25. I promise it's coming. Things are taking a little bit longer than anticipated to get set up here. But anyway, yeah. So let's see here. I think Charles. The more I look at it, I think Charles Dupont is the favorite.
On paper, let's see how it plays out.
I can't see a game where he has channel in his opening hand that he loses unless it gets ripped from him. From like a Thought Seize or some type effect, or it gets counterspelled. But even then, he has quite a bit of backup, which is something that the Mud decks in the past have not had. I think taking that Mud deck to green, which is something that we haven't seen yet, might really open that deck up.
That was something I was talking about in between these drafts, was that I felt like the green ramp was good to go with the Mud style decks.
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to see. I also think like it could pair well with red. You could play like some wildfire effects, or even just like the molten what's the dragon molten steel dragon or something like that.
Oh, Steel Hellkite?
No. It's the one that you can pay with Phyrexian mana. It only costs 4.
Oh, yeah. The hasty.
Yeah, he doesn't have haste, but yeah. I thought that would be possibly a good one Looks like we're gonna have Charles on the left side, and
The hand cams definitely need to get adjusted.
no, it's okay. We can get those fixed here in a second.
I don't think they're quite ready to fight either yet. We're still getting quite a little bit ready here. Bear with us here. There we go. Cameras are getting adjusted there. Okay, so I think that people who I think are going to do well. How about that? At this point, it's hard to say who's going to win. I think that Charles Dupont, obviously. I think that Colin McCune actually managed to put together a pretty solid deck.
I think Colin is definitely in that mix.
I feel like Teddy, it's one of the less impressive time vault decks I've seen, but he did do a good job of steering it back. Because
I disagree. I think his deck is a train wreck, to be honest with you.
I think it could have been a lot worse. I think he made some really bad picks in the first 10 rounds, and then he did a good job of bringing it back.
Like, his Isochron Scepter is okay at best. He has Memory Lapse, Fire, Ice, Orms Chant, but his Time Vault combo, he at least has Tezzeret and Key and the pieces he needs for that. Like, he's going to certainly win some games just based off of his combos. But I think in general, just the supporting cast in his deck is just subpar. Like, he has Welder, which doesn't do anything. His Isochron Scepter is underwhelming, and that whole package is underwhelming. We'll just see how it plays out. But I genuinely don't. I think Teddy was actually my pick for the Jed.
Sure.
Who might be possibly
I could
getting
certainly
the Jed.
see that. I feel like Josh Ventura, I was really excited to see them on a red deck. I feel like he kind of just fell apart. I didn't see a whole lot of... he doesn't have a lot of ways to end the game.
No. I was talking with him briefly in between draft and deck building here, and he thinks that, he's just got his 5 1-drops, he has like 3 or 4 2-drops, and then the rest is just burn. It's going to be a much more burn style deck. Red deck wins than the creature style play Ball Lightnings and Keldon Marauders and stuff like that. He's just relying on Flames of the Blood Hand, Flame Javelin you, Fire Blast you, all those sorts of cards.
So it looks like our first match is going to be Charles Dupont versus Mike Thompson. We've got Charles on the left, Mike Thompson on the right. It looks like our hand cams are reversed though.
Yeah, it does.
And the names are reversed as well.
We can get that fixed.
Getting that fixed. Whoop.
Easy peasy.
Neato.
Move that right around.
And then the names as well.
So it looks like turn 1, not too bad.
I don't think this is the game. I think Charles is
he's
just
goldfishing.
Yeah.
Well, that would have been a
enjoying
nice
himself.
one.
So Charles' deck looks rather explosive.
Charles just did an opening hand where he went.
Elvish Spirit Guide into Chrome.
No, he played a turn 1 Batter Skull with Chalice at 0 also.
Hey, Chris.
Yeah.
As soon as you get a chance, can we get a winner for the $25 gift card? All right, Chris is on it. So any second now, we will have a $25 in credit. So they're getting ready here. I can't tell if they've mulliganed it all here. Could you go, Thompson? Could you just watch the hand cams? Because like Mike Thompson's is all messed up now.
Okay, I'll get it fixed.
There we go. Got a costume change from Stephen Berklid. All right, so I don't know if they've rolled the die yet. I don't know. Did you happen to see?
No, it doesn't look like they've done any of that pre-match stuff. Yeah, they're just kind of shuffling up and getting situated, and we should see some. Looks like Mike Thompson started off with a pretty strong one. So Thompson will be on lead. I don't think that necessarily puts Charles at any sort of disadvantage.
Congratulations to who was I already forgot their name. I'm the worst. Was it? Oh, you guys talk too much.
Sorry.
No, not you guys. The chat. Lackios, you win. You win. Yay.
$25 to Northwest Sports Cards.
Congratulations. We still have $75 worth of credit to give out, so we'll have another $25 giveaway, and then towards the end we will have a $50 giveaway. So stay tuned for your chance to win. Looks like players are looking at their opening 7 now. Charles's hand, I don't see a lot of explosiveness in it. He's got a lot of top end. I see looks like a Sylvan Library. And then from Mike, I can't...
we might see a
Mike's
mulligan
mulling
from
it
both
back,
players
yeah.
here, actually.
And both players decide to mulligan.
Yeah, both hands, they didn't look very explosive, and I think both players have to be thinking that they have to come out swinging against each other's decks. It's very possible for either one to fall 2 behind in the first turn or 2.
I don't think Mike drafted enough redundancy to really worry too much about him just going off. like other than Entomb, I don't think he really Entomb and Careful Study. I don't think he really has too many ways to get things in the yard early.
Not early. He does have like Buried Alive and some other cards that'll allow him to get cards in there. But in general, I don't think that it's going to be that good.
I personally think he overvalues Buried Alive in this format quite
I agree.
a bit.
We have a workshop in Charles's hand, but he has a lot of
It looks
forests.
like
also.
it might be all lands, as a matter of fact. I can't see what's at the end of his hand there, but
It's definitely a workshop in 3 forests, I think. It might be keepable if he can workshop into something. Looks like he did choose to keep it.
Mike Thompson leads on Swamp and passes the turn, and Charles draws yet another forest, it looks like. Casts a Verdant Catacombs.
So I think Thompson has at least Thirst for Knowledge in his hand, so that'll be one way he can get things into his yard. But I don't think that he has enough in his hand right now, I can't quite tell, to really make something splash on turn 2 here.
It's a Dark Ritual Mike just drew. We're getting those hand cams adjusted for you guys. Looks like Mike is also holding Mana Leak.
He has no blue sources, though.
Thirst for Knowledge, Mana Leak,
Yeah,
Force Spike.
Mike kept kind of a shaky 6 here.
I agree. There's the island, so now his hand is live. He's probably going to hold up for a counterspell and then fire off that Thirst for Knowledge at end of turn, I would imagine.
That may or may not work here. I mean, Charles is just going to get to beat for 2, and I don't see him changing that plan anytime soon.
Yep. But that's not really going to... We'll see how that works out for him.
So Thirst, he has some lands to discard.
Ashen Rider, Animate Dead.
Woodfall
Primus. Well, that was an awfully good Thirst for Knowledge for Mike Thompson.
It really was. He gets to
Doesn't
discard
get
both
much
his
better
fatties.
than that.
Discard both fatties, and then he gets to untap.
If he draws a land, he also gets to hold up Mana Leak.
Yeah, he has 4 Spike anyways, but he does have Mana Leak. Yeah, things are not looking terribly good for Charles on the mulligan here in game 1.
Yep.
But that said, Charles can just easily draw Channel and do something very degenerate. But Charles's hand does look fairly mediocre at this point. Yeah, it looks like he has Ancient Tomb and 4 lands, 4 forests.
Is he playing? What was that? What is that green card in his hand? Is that the Destroy All Artifacts card? It is that plane. It's the Plane Chase card, yeah. So he looks like Woodfall Primus, Ashen Rider goes to the yard, and he's going to untap, and I would expect he's going to blow up a land.
Yeah, I think the question is, do you get Primus or Ashen Rider here?
I would probably... They're both good if they die.
Yeah, I think you'd probably take Ashen Rider just because there's a world where you need to fly over something that Charles plays. I don't think the extra power is going to be super relevant. Both kill in 4 turns, so... plus, you know, Woodfall Primus can obviously get blocked to an extent. It does have Trample.
Yep.
But I mean, if I'm Mike here, you certainly animate dead one of them, hold up Mana Leak. That's the no-brainer play here.
Mike could not have asked for a better Thirst for Knowledge. That was just absolutely insane for him.
Yeah, he also has Dark Ritual if that's even at all relevant, but I don't think it's going to matter.
Yeah. His deck does not have a way to produce white mana, right? Yeah, no, it doesn't. Okay. Yeah, we were talking, and he was upset that he missed out on the Gifts Ungiven on Burial Rites, but by the time he could have taken it, he just had no way to produce white mana.
There's no fixing available.
Yeah.
It went so fast. We were talking a little bit in chat here about looks like he's going to take the Primus here.
He's going to blow up the forest, I would imagine.
I would think so. He doesn't know that Charles has just 4 more in his hand. You know, in a perfect world, had he had all the information, he clearly would have blown up one of
Charles
the
draws
mana.
another forest.
Charles, I don't know if you noticed, Charles did a very poor job shuffling at the beginning. He only shuffled like 3 times.
Actually?
Like Riffle shuffled 3 times %, and that's after his deck was sorted. So I think we're just seeing some mechanical failure here from Charles. Yeah, Ashen Rider is 4/5 with Animate. That's a good point, Noah, from chat. So this is actually a 4-turn clock, whereas Ashen Rider would have been a 5-turn clock.
Right.
But I don't think it's going to matter a ton.
Misty Rain Force for Charles. Charles just can't draw anything but lands.
No. Yep.
Just gonna send in the
Trying to
Moonball,
send in the
yeah.
crew, try and race here.
Do
It's actually
anything
not
you can.
entirely unreasonable at this point. You know, Charles, it's 14 all, but Charles is definitely on the defensive here. He's going to need to draw something
There's
soon.
an Exhume, so, you know...
This game's probably over.
I got to
if he
imagine
drew
he's going to just Exhume, blow up another land. That's probably going to get the scoop from Charles.
He just keeps
Well, I guess he
destroying
doesn't-
forests. He doesn't know, but
He doesn't know that he has the Mana Leak, but this game is basically over.
It looks like Charles drew Batterskull. I mean, that's going to get Force Spiked or Mana Leaked here real fast. He has Workshop. I didn't realize he had Workshop, so
it's still going to get Mana Leaked.
Oh, absolutely. But at least he did get the blank Force Spike.
That's going to get him to scoop him up here.
So game 1 goes to Mike Thompson, who had a very good Thirst for Knowledge into a sweet graveyard full of dudes. Not quite how I expected it to play out. I was expecting Charles's deck to be a little bit more consistent. He didn't really do anything. That said, he did draw 8 different lands, 9 different lands.
I just think the Reanimator deck is so good in this format. You just, oops, I win. Like, happens so often.
Well, and that's exactly what happened there. You know, he had a mediocre at best hand, drew Dark Ritual, played out his lands, drew Thirst for Knowledge, and then just drew the nuts off of the Thirst. So seems totally reasonable to me. We're going to move to game 2. You have the deck lists up here. Do you have anything you expect Charles to bring in as far as like hate goes? I'm not sure what he drafted off the top of my head.
Let's see here. Charles has I don't think so. Honestly, Charles is not the draft hate kind of guy.
No, not at all. He does have
he has a Chalice of the Void, which isn't going to do a ton.
Chalice 2 is actually not bad against Mike. It counters a bunch of his counter spells. It does counter Animate, Dead, and Exhume.
He has a Phyrexian Furnace.
Okay, well, that's certainly going to see play here, or at least come into his deck. But in general, I don't think that Charles... He'll also probably bring in Seal of Primordium to combat Animate Dead. I mean, it's iffy at best, but I feel like Charles doesn't have very much else to bring in here.
Well, I mean, it's possible he just doesn't bring anything out, right?
Noah asked in chat if anyone had Cage. I'm assuming you mean Grafdigger's Cage. Yeah, it did get drafted. I think Teddy has it.
I think Teddy's got it, yep.
So yeah, most of those like 1 mana artifact graveyard hate, they're all gone. Phyrexian Furnace went.
Colin's got Tormod's Crypt.
Relic of Progenitus went. So, I mean, Mike Thompson's going to have to fight through a lot of hate if he wants to win this draft. But, I mean, as we've seen over and over again, Reanimator, especially when it's unopposed like this, can do that.
Yeah.
You know, we were definitely ragging on Mike a little bit about not having the best version of it or anything like that as far as just some of the picks that he's made. But that said, he didn't have to play any of those kind of middling, you know, Night Veil Spectre sort of cards that game. That card would have been awful this game.
Yeah, Night Veil Spectre seemed like a really loose pick to me.
It was. I like to refer to it as speculative.
You know, maybe he's got that Night Veil Spectre and the Shadow Mage Infiltrator. Maybe that's for like Colin and Jesse's deck.
Sure, it's possible. I mean, he can certainly get value out of those. But even like as he thumbs through his deck, you can see he's not really playing most of those. He's taking out his Force Spike, probably bringing in. It looks like he was bringing Blazing Archon, some of the other spells out of his board against Charles.
Yeah, let's see, Blazing Archon. Blazing Archon's probably pretty good against Charles.
It doesn't seem too bad.
It's got to be better than like something like Elish Norn. Yeah, it's got to be better than Elish Norn, right?
Yeah.
Did the $25 get claimed?
He
Chris?
did.
Okay, so the $25 did get claimed. So we'll do another $25 gift card, or I guess it's just credit giveaway later in the stream, and then towards the end we'll be giving away $50.
Yep.
Mike Thompson won game 1. We'll go ahead and get that updated as soon as we can.
Against Charles Dupont.
So Charles is going to be on the play this next game. Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty convincing game 1 for Mike Thompson.
Yeah, I mean, you can attribute it to him just drawing the right spells at the right time, but Charles was not in a position to put up a fight, and he did draw just blanks off the top several times in a row.
Whereas Mike drew the literal best.
Yeah. So let's see how these next couple games play out and see what happens with Charles's deck. I mean, we've talked quite a bit about how that mud style deck has never really done well, and you know, we obviously have high hopes for Charles here, thinking that he's, you know, quote, broken it. But I don't expect that to really be the case here. I think his deck will be consistent. But
Charles has a fast bond in his hand.
He also has
a crop rotation.
He has Karn crop rotation. You know, crop rotation does let him go get Mishra's Workshop, but I think that Forest is his only hand.
What is that? Is that Masticore?
Hmm? No.
All right, so Charles is going to lead on Forest and crop rotation.
So I think the players that you obviously get Workshop.
If he has cards to support it, looks like he is getting the Workshop. Yep.
Well, I mean, if you look at the cards in Charles's deck, he doesn't really have anything else to crop rotate into. I mean, he could
Well, he
go
has,
get
he has,
a
he
man
has
land.
strip mine. He has man lands. I believe he also has wasteland, or maybe he has Rashadenport.
Sure.
So he actually his crop rotation is real good.
It's real good, but I'm saying in this exact board state, when he only had a forest in his hand.
That was the card I didn't see in his hand. He has a chalice.
So
Chalice
we're assuming
on
that's
1.
Chalice 1. Yeah.
Which is going to be pretty good, I think, against Mike. So it's off quite a few cards in his deck.
Masticore come out here?
All right.
Yeah. Okay, well, we're seeing a start off of Charles that seems completely reasonable. Masticore is an interesting pick for Charles. I didn't think that he was going to take that.
I see is that a Thought Season Mike's hand? And he just doesn't want to cast it, it looks like.
No, it's Chalice 1. He can't cast it.
Oh, right. That is right. So he's got a Reanimate, and he's got a Thoughtseize. So those are just
all
bad
just
cards.
blank cards.
It also looks like a Fact or Fiction and an Exhume.
Well, Fact and Exhume should be reasonable, but it looks like Charles is just going to
He might just be
do
dead.
some beatdowns. Yeah, he might not be able to race this here. Mike Thompson's out here might be Charles forgetting to pay upkeep. Charles did discard that Karn, not as good with Mishra's Workshop. You can't cast Karn off of Workshop.
You cannot.
Unfortunately. But he is slowly making his way.
Oh, wow. How did he get that in his yard?
He might have just drawn discard.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he just drew discard.
And he has Exhume in his hand.
Which card is that? Is that?
It's the one that destroys. It's the Plane Chase card that when it comes
It's
to
the
destroy,
green one,
It
right?
destroys all artifacts in play, and
enchantments.
And enchantments, and it gets a +1/+1 counter for each one destroyed. So, pretty good. He's got the Exhume in his hand. Although
Charles can regenerate.
if he
Masticore,
exhumes, if he
right?
casts Exhume, Charles is gonna get that Mirror Battlesphere. So I think.
Oh, that's a good point.
I think Charles is pretty aware that that's a possibility here.
Well, I mean, Charles gets the Mirror Battlesphere, then they all die, right, to the trigger.
Oh, right. It actually just makes this guy bigger.
Yeah, it's actually kind of bad.
Yeah.
And Charles can't decline to do that either. I think Charles's best bet here. I think he has. I think Charles actually has Metamorph in his hand.
Yep, Metamorph and
So how does Metamorph work with Chalice of the Void? Can he somehow Metamorph the Chalice at 2? I don't think you can, right?
That's a thing.
Charles is smartly keeping regeneration mana up here for Masticore. You also can't regenerate Masticore with Mishra's Workshop.
I assume you could probably regenerate it off of the green card in Mike's yard. I doubt that has a can't regenerate clause.
No, I'm saying he could regenerate it here. I'm saying he does have to keep his other 2 mana available for that.
So it looks like Mike has drawn Careful Study, which is also dead.
Yeah, chat was quick to point out Metamorphing Chalice does
It's always at 0.
Yeah, which is exactly what we thought it would be. I didn't think it would work. If it did work, it would be a great play here if he could somehow get into play it too.
Yeah.
But that's not going to be what happens.
So it looks like Mike is trying to figure out what's going to happen here if he casts this Exhume.
There's a non-zero chance that Mike isn't going to realize that's going to work very well for him. And he might.
Mike's a pretty good player. I think Charles is looking real rough here.
I wonder if Charles realizes that. He must here if he didn't regenerate Masticore.
No.
Or if he kept mana up for Masticore regeneration.
So, I mean, I can't think of any cards that Charles drafted that Mike could even be playing around at this point. I think it's just land Exhume.
You know, I will say this. Every time we do one of these vintage rotisserie drafts, a sweet card comes out of it. And the card that Mike has in his graveyard right now for me is definitely my number 1 candidate for a sweet one.
Yeah. And here comes just the kick in the junk to Charles, I think.
Mike's taking a long time to think about this.
Yeah, he wants to make sure. All right, there's the Exhume. This is the dirty. This is just the big dirty here.
So that thing is going to be enormous, right?
Yeah.
It's going to eat Chalice. It's going to eat Battleseer plus 5
does
tokens.
it have to come into play off Exhume? Do you have to put the Battleseer in play?
I believe that you do. It says both players choose a creature from the yard put into play.
Okay.
I don't think it's a may. Chat asked if this was getting archived. Chris, will this be archived?
We've got a thumbs up.
Thumbs up says yes, it will.
All right, so Charles is currently reading the Plane Chase rare that none of us know what it does. I don't even know how Mike found this card.
So I asked him, actually. He said he had searched Gatherer for destroy all artifacts,
Well,
and it was the only creature that came up. Well, you know what? It's a good one. It's going to be good enough. He did get to regenerate Masticore. Masticore at least can block that thing forever. I don't think it has trample. So, but at the same token, Charles is not advancing his board state by that happening. But it's got 6 +1/+1 counters. The Chalice was gone, so now Mike can actually cast Thoughtseize. Mike actually, between Thoughtseize, if he finds something else, he might be able to run Charles out of cards to keep Masticore alive.
Yep. Mike has that reanimate in his hand, but I don't think it's going to get cast with Mike.
No, it's probably not relevant. And Mike says, sure, you can have that Mana Vault. I don't care. Get rid of that Metamorph. Because it doesn't matter. They're both getting discarded either way. So Charles is locked down under Masticore discarding here, but he can block that creature forever. He's got to hope that he eventually spikes something off the top that's going to be good enough. But Charles didn't draft any, like...
Charles has a Palladium Mirror in his hand, which is pretty unimpressive.
No, it's not very good here. But Charles has to hope that, like, he could draw a Silver Bullet here. But Charles didn't draft removal. Charles didn't draft anything to really interact with his opponent. So I'm not sure what single card he can draft here. So yeah, his play here has to be chump with... actually block with both and shoot it, I think, is good enough. How big is that guy normally without the +1/+1 counters?
The 2/2.
It's a 2/2, so that's actually not good enough either. He'd have to animate Factory and block with all 3, and that just leaves him open to any number of tricks. But I'm not sure he has another play.
I don't think so either. And I mean, Mike is just holding a hand of all gas at this point.
And what's really unfortunate for Charles here is, even if let's say Mike doesn't swing here, he loses his Masticore because he doesn't have any cards in his hand anymore.
Yep.
So Charles is just in one of those near unwinnable board states. I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure if he can rebound here, but we'll see how this plays out.
Yep.
Mike does have careful study he's thinking about. He was smart.
He just passes the turn, lets
Yep.
Charles spin his Masticore. Treetop Village from Charles.
So that means he can suck up one hit from that guy, and then...
The Factor Fiction is just... Ugh.
Yeah. Charles is just getting buried under card advantage. This was always the problem with Mud decks, is that they have no way of rebounding if they fall behind.
Yep, and that, I think this is the nail in the coffin for Mishra's Workshop for me.
Yeah, I think so too for me as well. This was something I had thought about doing. Looks like the split was Entomb and then the other 4, which included like 2 lands, Thirst for Knowledge, and something else. Mike's got 15 cards in his hand.
Mike draws Null Rod, which is even the great Charles Dupont, I think, it just is not going to be able to come back from this one.
Yeah. So let me ask you this. Let's just go on a flyer here, and let's say Mike ends up doing really well with Reanimate, comes in top 3, which we'll assume, is what we would define as very well.
Yeah.
Does Reanimator just have this giant target on its head now?
I
feel like there's been tons of hate draft against it, and it just doesn't even matter.
It just has so much redundancy.
Yeah.
And like so many cards that do the same thing that at low costs that are just super powerful.
Yeah.
And
Mike didn't even draft that much redundancy. That's the funny thing.
Yeah. He did to some degree. Not as much as I would like to have seen. I feel like he doesn't have enough ways to get cards in his yard.
Sure.
But
I think if I'm Mike here, I just Windmill Slam Null Rod and start attacking. Like, Charles has no cards in his hand. All he has is Palladium Mirror and Mishra's Factory, and he has to wait until he has a combination of all 3 to be able to triple block that.
Yeah.
And then at that point, Charles is still just way too far behind. Mike has Reanimate in his hand.
Has an Ideas Unbound, which I'm kind of surprised made his deck, but
Ideas Unbound is actually pretty good, I think.
I guess so, yeah. I didn't know if double blue was going to be super easy for him or not.
Yeah, one of the knocks on Mike's deck was that he didn't have enough fixing. He barely has any. He has like 2 or 3
Which
pieces.
Which is pretty
at
important
most.
for the blue black or for the Reanimator deck, because you really, a lot of times you really want to make sure you cast a turn 1 black spell, turn
Correct.
2 blue spell, So let's see here. He's casting Ideas Unbound. Let's see what he puts in the yard. There's a Grizzlebrand.
Well, you don't have to put anything into the yard till end of turn, right? So he's going to play his lands here. He's going to swing, and he's going to hold up some amount of counter magic. I think he does have Mana Leak in his hand.
He does have Mana Leak, yes.
So Charles just can't win this game. I'm pretty sure we all agree, but we're just kind of going through the motions here.
Charles is a never give up, never surrender kind of guy.
Oh, yeah, I certainly don't blame him for that. That's interesting.
Swamp
play.
Grizzlebrand.
Mike decides not to attack again. I'm not sure what he's afraid of here.
He's just being super, super safe. Here comes a Garrick Wild speaker from Charles, which is just.
I guess
not-
Mike is at 8.
Sure.
So if there was a land, you know, Mike.
That's gonna get mana leaked,
Yep.
and that's. All right. So, does he have a non-reanimate way to get Grizzlebrand in play?
I don't think so. He could certainly. Oh no, he drew necromancy. He has necromancy.
Okay, so that's gotta.
That's got to be. We're done.
I can't think of a card Charles can draw off the top. So let's see here. Currently doing my first rotisserie myself. Powered cube, which is similar.
Yeah, rotisserie a powered cube is totally reasonable. What's appealing about vintage rotisserie is that you do get some fringe cards that don't necessarily make it into powered cubes.
Yeah.
But if you're just trying to get into rotisserie, doing it with a vintage or a powered cube is a fantastic way
Absolutely, yeah.
of enjoying what the format
A little
really
easier,
feels like.
a little easier too to set up.
Yeah, especially like because we're doing it online with you know people are typing. You can actually just lay out your whole cube on a table somewhere. So
Yeah.
round 1 feature match. Mike Thompson takes it down 2-0 over Charles Dupont's Mud Channel deck.
Mike Thompson looking like an early favorite here.
Looking much better than I thought we would give him credit for. Let's see if he can draw consistency like that all day long.
Yeah. So we're gonna get another match on stream here real quick. Should be back to back. I hope. Is there another stream match ready to go?
Move them over?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait. Is everyone in a game?
Everyone's in a match, yeah.
Okay. Is anyone? Yeah. See if you can move anyone.
So we'll move someone over. We'll probably pick up like a game 2 or game 3 here shortly.
Yep.
And then we'll be able to pick up from there.
So yeah, let's. I guess we don't have our slides up, but so again, anyone that's just joining us, this is a vintage rotisserie draft, which is a little different. Essentially, it works kind of like a fantasy football draft where the person in seat 1 takes a pick, person in seat 2 takes a pick, and then it wheels around like a snake. And then once a card is picked, it can't be picked again. Any card that is legal in vintage, even if it's restricted, as long as it's legal to be played in vintage, can be taken. Players take pick 45 cards, build a 40-card deck. They do not have to draft basic lands.
Yep.
And it's pretty sweet.
No, we're gonna get Josh and Greg as soon as they finish game 2. We're gonna come on for game 3.
Josh Ventura and Greg Peloquin. Great.
Okay.
And then you guys can finish that up, and then when we get a
Sounds
rotate,
good.
I'll come in.
Cool. Sounds good. So yeah. So looks like they're sitting down now. So like we said, we're going to be joining Greg and Joshua Ventura in game 3 here. They're split 1-1.
So Josh is playing the red-white Boros aggro artifact hate deck, burn essentially, and Greg Peloquin is playing that black-green. I want to call it like a value deck. I don't want to call it the rock. It's not rock. It's not super mid-range, right?
Yeah.
But he just all his cards have a lot of value. So I could see either player winning. I mean, Greg does have cards like Kitchen Finks, which have to be decent against Josh. Although Josh does have both Flames of the Blood Hand, Skullcrack, and Sulfuric Vortex. So it may just be able to be good enough, but we'll see how this plays out. I'm interested to see how Josh's deck plays. It wasn't quite what I was expecting him to draft.
Yeah, I think that he kind of missed out on the top end a little bit. He has a Johnny Vigent and Koth, but other than that, there's not a lot of top end happening for him, right?
Yeah, no, he just focused more on the burn. I think his top end is resolving a 3-mana and a 2-mana burn spell.
Yeah, sure.
You know, it's not a bad top end. But the thing is about Josh's deck is I think it's similar to Charles, which we just saw. Like if Greg can run Josh out of cards early, Greg, and Greg's still at a decent number of health, Greg might be totally fine.
I'm gonna pull up their deck list here real quick
Sure.
first. Look at see if how much game he's got against that mono red deck. He's got that Kitchen Finks, like you mentioned.
So it looks like Josh has at least Fire Drinker Saturn in his opening hand.
Here we go. We'll just start now. Deathrite Shaman from Greg, which is going to be real good against Josh. We've got looks like a Chain Lightning, which immediately gets pointed at the Deathrite Shaman, and then that powerful Mox Ruby into Fire Drinker Satyr.
That's a nice
Jackal
start.
Pup Plus.
Yeah. Josh does have 2 more lands in his hand, so Josh wants to just draw nothing but creatures here. I'm kind of surprised that Josh didn't use his Arid Mesa to thin out his deck a little bit.
Phyrexian Revoker, I got to imagine it's on Fire Drinker Satyr.
I would actually be kind of surprised. I think if you play Revoker, you name something like Koth or you name something a little bit better.
Sure.
Can he actually? Revoker can name.
Spitting needle.
It's not though. It's slightly different.
Is it?
Can you pull up the on the laptop here? Because I think he can actually name.
Let's name a non-land card.
Yeah, but it doesn't say anything about mana sources, so he probably named Mox Ruby.
Oh, sure.
Is what I was trying to get at. Yeah.
Okay. It looks like it just
like given that board state, that's what I would name.
It got smashed to smithereens.
Yeah. That's a lot of Smash Smithereens number one burn spelling cube.
Yeah.
I think it's just so good. You get so much value.
Looks like Torchfiend Sulfuric Vortex in Josh's hand.
So Josh has some good ones.
Yeah.
But that Smash to Smithereens was a great timing for
One of
getting
my
rid of that
favorite mono
Revoker.
red cards.
Yeah, I value it really highly in cube in general. So looks like we're getting
Liliana the Veil.
Okay.
Which it looks like Josh pre-sacked his Fire Drinker Satyr. Knew it was coming.
Yeah.
We have a Wear Tear in his hand, which there's the Vortex.
I'm guessing Wear Tear will likely get. Sulfuric Vortex gets to deal damage to Liliana.
Yeah, so
that's pretty nice.
Liliana down.
Wear Tear is, I was going to get discarded to Liliana.
See a Dark Confidant and a Natural Order in Greg's hand. So Greg's probably just crossing his fingers here, hoping that that Elves of Deep Shadow does not get killed here.
Yeah.
Which I think he's actually in a pretty good position for that. I think. What do you think he's going to go get? You think he's going to get his Terrasodon, his Progenitus?
I think you just get Progenitus here and just close the game out in 2 turns. I think if you get Terrasodon, like unless Greg's plan is to Terrasodon 3 of his own lands,
It's not increasing the clock at all, though.
Yeah, it's not helping. So
wait, it is actually.
Oh no, if he
actually just
Terrasodons
kills
3
him.
of his lands, the next turn he's dead.
So actually, it does increase it. Yeah.
It increases it, but it's risky. It's very risky. But it might be totally fine. I think Koth got drone.
Yep.
If that's the case, it's not going to be good enough here. He doesn't realize he needs to do it, but Josh has to kill Elves of Deep Shadow.
Yep.
But it's not going to happen. He's going to deal 4. And Josh is going to be in real bad shape here.
Yep.
Just chump block with that Dark Confidant. You don't want to be taking damage from that right now. Greg, you've got a sweet play coming up.
Yep. So here it comes. He's going to go ahead and he draws some kind of card. It looks like a
Windswept Heath.
Windswept Heath.
I think you just fire right now. Yeah, you swing at Koth, and now you just...
there's the Natural Order. Couldn't scoop up that Elves of Deep Shadow fast enough, it looks like.
He must have been very happy that
All
lived
right.
through the turn.
So he is going to go and get... Looked like a Progenitus at first glance.
Yeah, I think Progenitus is the safer of the 2 against Josh. I'm not sure. Like, destroying 3 of your lands is just completely all in, especially against a deck like Josh's. But Greg's at a pretty comfortable 12 life.
Yeah, I think, honestly, I think we're kind of agonizing over it, but I think, honestly, it doesn't matter. Both cards are going to win him the game, and I don't think Josh can do much about either.
Yeah.
Although, what is Greg doing? Is it possible they aren't in his deck? Is he getting a Tarmogoyf? They must not be in his deck. He must have sided them out against Josh.
That's an interesting decision.
So a Natural Order for Tarmogoyf.
So I'm not entirely sure I like living in the world where you side out your targets, but not also
But
the
not the
natural
Natural Order. That doesn't
Like,
make a lot of sense to me.
I can get behind if the plan is to side out that package.
Sure.
But you can't, like, it looked like Greg was so excited in Natural Order and forgot that he sideboarded out some of those
I think
cards.
so too. So let's see if we can figure this out. I see an artifact, a creature, a land, a sorcery, and an instant.
Yep, so that sounds like a 5/6 to me.
Yeah.
If Greg can deal with Sulfuric Vortex.
Man, I bet you Greg is just kicking himself right now.
Yeah, that would have been just game over right there, right?
Yep. And now Josh is
in great shape.
Yeah.
He's going to be able to chump block here in Ultimate Koth in a couple of turns. Ultimate Koth with Sulfuric Vortex in play. It must be 6. We must have missed something. There's
Liliana.
a Planeswalker.
Liliana's
Yeah,
a
good
good
call. So, I mean, the plan is here just chump block, right? Dark Depths.
Dark Depths.
I don't think he has Hexmage.
Yeah, I think Greg is actually has no cards in his hand, I believe.
Did Greg draft Urborg also?
He did.
He did, okay. So, yeah, I think if I'm in Josh's shoes, chump block with Torchfiend. I don't think that matters too much.
Yeah.
And then, up Koth next turn. I think if I'm Greg, you can't swing. That's the problem.
Right.
The The problem is Greg's in a position where he can't swing, but he's just slowly dying.
I just don't understand his thinking. I still can't get over the fact that.
Yeah, I mean, if you leave in natural order, you have to leave one of the two in and just hope that you blank.
Yep.
So, Goblin Guide adds things up for
At this point,
Josh.
I wonder if Josh is just going to sit back,
Yep.
tick up that Koth. Greg can't attack. Neither player can attack, and Josh is just sitting on the Doomsday Switch.
Yeah, and he also still has Wear Tear in his hands, so he has kind of this like secret, backdoor. If you try and do something, I have at least an answer for a lot of things that are going to happen. Worst case, he can use Wear Tear on his own Sulfuric Vortex, but I don't think that's how that's going to resolve here. I think what you're actually going to see is Josh sitting back, Ultimate Koth, uses Grim Lavamancer. He can use Grim Lavamancer to shrink Tarmogoyf by pulling at least some cards out of his yard. I'm pretty sure.
I don't believe that Greg has
creatures
played an instant, so he can at least get the instance out.
Yeah. He could also...
A Johnny Vengeant. Wow. All right. Well, 2 Planeswalkers now.
So I think here it's like you Helix Greg, put him to 5, then you swing at least 2 comes through.
Yep.
And then untap a land with Koth, Grim Lavamancer, and then pass turn Sulfuric Vortex kills you. So Josh is just figuring out the math here.
Josh is going to pull this one out by the skin of his teeth.
No, he pulled it out because Greg punted, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Greg shouldn't have sided out those cards. Or, I mean, I'm imagining he sided them out. There's no way he didn't go and get one of them, right?
Yeah, I can't see a world where Progenitus is in your deck and you decide to get Tarmogoyf instead.
It's unfortunate because we were just looking at the board saying, we're like, wow, I don't know how Greg can lose. Well, we figured it out. He looks like he had some of the cards missing out of his deck. Yep,
yeah,
that's
looks
not
like that's
going
to do it for Greg, and Josh takes it down. So
Josh
looks like Josh and Mike Thompson are both 1-0. Let's go ahead and try to get another match on stream here as soon as we can. But yeah,
cool.
Unfortunate for Greg on that one.
So right now, some of the early standings: Mike Thompson is 1-0 over Charles Dupont. Josh Ventura is 1-0 over Greg Peloquin. We'll probably get another match over here very shortly. But in the meantime, we're going to cut to a quick break while we shuffle some players around and see where things are. So thank you guys for watching again. Thanks to our sponsor, Northwest Sports Cards, and everyone that's involved. And we will be back in about 5-ish minutes or so. So thank you guys very much.
Yep. When we're live.
We're
We're good?
All right.
Okay, so real quick here, we already had a game in going, so we have Joshua Ventura versus Greg.
Nope.
No, that's not true.
Teddy Vitro on the left and Jesse Wilky on the right. Jesse took game 1 in fairly epic fashion.
Really?
Yeah, he cast Heartbeat and then cast Time Walk, regrew it, Time Walk again, and then on his first turn he was like High Tide, Time Spiral, Turnabout, Rude Awakening, Brain Geyser, Blue Sun, you're dead.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, so it looks like Teddy's got Voltaic Key in play. He's got an Ice Conceptor, but
He has Chant in hand,
and
so-
Chant, and so he's got a
And
Spell
to
Snare.
back it up. That's
Wow.
pretty good.
All right, Teddy's looking good here, and this is game 2.
This is game 2. Jesse's up a game, yeah.
Okay. So we've got a Spell Snare, whatever Jesse cast. I'm not quite sure
I missed it also.
what happened there. I'm a little confused.
Probably a power sync. No, some kind, I don't know. It was in response to the Grim Monolith for sure.
All right, here comes the Ice Conceptor with Orm's Chant.
So actually, that's much less of a power play against Jesse than it is against basically anybody else.
Sure.
Because he can do a lot of stuff at instant speed.
Yep.
Uh,
All right,
okay,
there we
so
go.
it
So
was
he
Memory
memory
Lapse.
lapsed the Grim Monolith. The Grim Monolith or the memory lapse got spell snared.
Yep.
And then Grim Monolith made some mana.
and then now we have Chant on upkeep, and Jesse's gonna kind of have to do some jockeying for position to go big at the end of this here.
All right, so
Teddy
Jesse's-
with the
Jesse's-
Time Vault deck, and
Jesse's certainly gonna have a hard time winning this game.
yeah, but Teddy's down to 1 card, and his chips are in the middle.
Oh,
He's
and it looks like we got is that an
Oxidize.
Oxidize?
Yep.
So Jesse found an answer.
He just
Does
needs
he have
to-
the green mana?
He has
cast it?
Trop in his hand.
Okay.
Yeah. He can't do it this turn, so Teddy has a turn to draw a counterspell. But
What was the last card in Teddy's hand?
I did not see it.
Okay.
I don't know what it was. Oxidize on top, and we draw for the
Draws
turn.
it, plays
Here's Trop.
Tropical Island, and passes the turn.
Teddy has
Hollowed Fountain.
Hollowed Fountain. Ah, yes. Do it during your upkeep. Don't even give you a draw step. Very good.
And Jesse's got quite a bit of gas in his hand.
Yeah. He's got a Frantic Search. There's an island there.
Looks like a Brain Geyser and
Stroke. That's a stroke on the left. Yeah.
So lots of X spells. Do an Enlightened Tutor.
That's good. We
He can go
tutor
get-
for Time Vault, and he's dead next turn, right?
Yep. Is he casting it now?
He is.
I guess he just doesn't want Jesse to have a 2-mana counterspell.
Yeah, that's a fair play.
But
He kind
He
of
just
lets
keep-
Jesse know you've got 1 turn, and then
if I mean
It's
if
time
he's
to
if he's
go.
playing around the 2-mana counterspell, he's still gonna have it when he tries to cast that time. Right?
not if it's like Condescend or something, right?
Sure.
I guess that doesn't work against Enlightened Tutor anyway.
Yeah.
So-
So weird. He's just kind of giving him a warning, I guess. For no
Possible
good
free
reason.
information there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm not seeing something.
So Jesse's got a turn here. His line is probably going to need to be High Tide, top deck High Tide, I think.
Teddy has a lot of class leaving that time vault.
Wow.
Face up.
Jesse drew Force of Will.
Drew the Force of Will. Ooh.
Growth.
Jesse Wilky can just do no wrong.
It's a powerful mage right there.
Yeah.
So now that Time Vault's going to hit the bin, Jesse... Yeah, he's Brain Geysering for 2. Yep, I like it. Give himself more options of what to pitch that Force of Will.
Yeah.
He has,
And to Teddy, it looks like he's digging for the Force of Will.
right.
So, did Teddy get Academy Ruins?
No, that is in Colin McCune's deck.
Okay, so Teddy doesn't have a lot of ways to win at this point.
I don't think he has any way to recur anything. He didn't get like the Argivian Restoration or the Argivian Find. And yeah,
There's
here's
the
the Force of Will on Time Vault, and he has Thopter Foundry Sword. I think is his only way left.
Which we both have talked about is not going to be good enough. for
Yeah,
most
probably.
of the time.
Probably not. I'm excited to see how Jesse's gonna to kill him. I hope Teddy doesn't scoop him up. It's pretty sweet.
So, what did he draw? He's got the.
It looks like Turnabout, Frantic Search, Stroke, and Energy Field.
Okay.
No, that's the Stroke in the middle there.
So Teddy's ran out of cards, and Jesse's got a decent amount of gas.
Yeah, he's playing no pocket cams for us.
Drew a Plains.
Time Spiral is the other card in his hand.
Ooh.
Yeah, so he's stroking for 2.
Island, it looked like.
We've got a big Time Spiral coming up soon. Although, if he casts the Time Spiral, that gives Teddy the outs back of the Time Vault.
Sure.
Candelabra is the draw for Jesse here.
All right. Teddy draw. Did you see it? I didn't see it that time.
I didn't see it, no. It looks like he has Red Blast and an island, or Plains, rather.
Red Blast. There we
Red
go.
Blast the turnabout. Okay, that's fine. So, Jesse is probably setting up here to go big and tell Teddy to go home, I think.
Yeah, I think so as well.
We've got a large turn looming here.
Yep.
I think it's going to be Time Spiral into hope to draw High Tide or Heartbeat.
Do you think he's gonna pull the trigger now, or do
No,
you think...
I mean he's definitely setting up, but he has plenty of time to wait. Teddy has no pressure and no threat
Yep.
of pressure.
It looks like he's gonna cast that Time Spiral.
He could just go for it because he's probably not getting much better
Yep.
than untapping his 6 lands, and he doesn't have any other cards to set up. I mean, he could try to top deck into a Heartbeat or something.
I will say, not only is he shuffling Time Vault back in, but he's also shuffling Lightning Tutor back in. So
That's true.
So if Teddy draws that Lightning Tutor here and Jesse doesn't kill him, he could just go off next turn.
EOT type, yeah.
But Jesse could also draw Force of Will. So well, let's see how these. This is a pretty exciting Time Spiral, if you ask me.
They always are.
Yeah.
It's always a big sweat. I've cast that card in Legacy like many times, and I was playing against Reed Duke once, and I cast it, and he goes, "So who's the favorite at this point when it's resolving?"
Who knows?
Who knows? I don't know.
All right, both players taking a good shuffle here. I think they're both well aware of the situation.
Just a big giant sweat.
Yeah.
All degens here.
Teddy's got quite a few counterspells though, right? So
He has a few. Most of them are like Spell Snare or Mental Misstep
this is
type
exciting.
counters.
I'm all about this Time Spiral. Looks like a Transmute Artifact, Pentad Prism,
Time
and
Twist-
a Null.
Time Twister, Brain Geyser, Turnabout, Oxidize, Root Awakening, Mind Over Matter. For
Well,
Jesse.
I gotta say, Jesse Wilky came out slightly ahead on that exchange.
It seems that way. He doesn't have any way to duplicate his mana, though.
Oh wait, Transmute Artifact though.
Transmute Artifact can sacrifice Grim Monolith to go get the Time Vault, but Jesse has Oxidize.
Right.
So what are we gonna do here? Wonder.
All right. It looks like he's casting Mind Over Matter,
I think that's the lead.
which gets annulled.
That's fine.
I bet you Teddy's just happy he got a cast out of Null here.
Yeah, probably. You probably. Yeah, I mean, it's like its best target is probably Heartbeat. So Teddy drew what? Just a boatload of lands.
Yep.
And
He's a Transmute, so
that's it, right?
He's got to think he's live here, but holding on, he has all his lands in one pile and that green for Oxidize. So
Yeah.
he's just basically daring Teddy to do anything.
Yep. Yeah, Teddy's eggs are in the basket again, but Jesse doesn't have much gas either, so he might be forced to Time Twister next turn.
You know, if
and
I'm
then
Teddy,
let's sweat it all over again.
if you're Teddy here, do you pull the trigger? I think I do.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I would absolutely pull the trigger because I'm not gaining anything by waiting.
Yeah.
Yeah. You just kind of have to
It's
hope.
like he's doing it.
Yeah.
And Jesse's going to let him do it, I believe. I just want to say to Chris, this is some pretty epic music we have going on right now in the background.
It's good. So, Transmute Artifact on the stack. 3 blue floating, I imagine.
So this is now the second time Teddy Vitro thinks he's about to win the game.
Maybe. I mean, if Jesse hasn't scooped his other cards up at this point, he
Sure,
probably
sure,
isn't dead,
sure.
right? Obviously, we're going through the motions here. I don't think there's anything you can go get to try to play around Oxidize.
Yeah.
Just kind of have to go for it and hope that Jesse is running the
But
poker pro bluff
Once
on him.
again, if Jesse casts that Time Twister,
Right.
we're right back where
Yep.
we were last turn.
Big sweats.
This has been a fun game to watch for me.
It's pretty. Jesse's deck is nice.
Yeah.
I like it. There's a lot of sweats, a lot of big epic stuff happening,
Yeah.
and a whole lot of blue mana in the mana pool.
All the blue mana. Where is a good boil when you need it?
Yeah, that's. If Teddy cast Boil right now, we'd be. Well,
Well, there's that thawing glaciers in play. So.
That would be pretty good. So Teddy's got a Pentad Prism for follow-up, and that's about it. Okay.
All right, so he's passing the turn back.
Jesse gets another turn with a lot of mana, and his hand is Time Twister, Brain Geyser, Rude Awakening, and Turnabout.
Well,
So he can make some mana.
yeah.
If you draw, is that High Tide? No, it's an island. Okay.
One time high tide.
I know, dude.
All right.
He's probably gonna have to cast the Time Twister. I'm not sure how he's gonna get huge without a High Tide or a turn or a Heartbeat. He also can't assume that Teddy has 4 lands in his hand.
Is he activating glaciers there? It looks like.
It looks like it, yeah, because he gets to untap it with Turnabout.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, Teddy's holding 4 bricks, and Jesse has no way of knowing that. So
He's gonna. Yeah.
got to play around something. Although maybe he just doesn't. Floating 3, and we're gonna untap all our lands. Then he's gonna Rude Awakening, get more lands with the Thawing Glaciers. That's a nice interaction.
Yeah.
Didn't see that one when he drafted it. He can also use Candelabra to do it multiple times a turn. So we have 2 floating left, activate the Thaw, and get a bunch of lands in play. At this point, Jesse's Time Twister is probably going to be a lot better than Teddy's.
I would expect so.
Yeah, there's not many
but
bricks left in
it
it.
does give Teddy a chance.
That's true. But Teddy has a chance now. Not much of one, because the Time Vault is in the graveyard
I will
again,
say,
but
if Teddy gets his Time Vault oxidized twice, and with
Yeah.
no way to recur it in his own deck, and
Yeah.
manages to win,
that would be impressive.
I'll be impressed.
That would be impressive, to say the very least.
Is this the Twister it looks like?
Yeah, I think he had 2 floating, so this is going to be plus
Is he just
9.
Brain Geysering for him? Yep. Okay. Rude Awakening.
Rude Awakening with
On
Entwine?
I don't think he
No,
has
he
enough.
doesn't have 2 green. So he was 2 plus 9 is 11, minus 5 is 6, and all of our lands on tap. So we have 6 floating, and all the lands are untapped.
Cast Time Twister.
He might Brain Geyser first, for some number of amount, and try to get to a High Tide or Heartbeat, and then go huge off the
I'll say this. I don't know if Jesse Wilky's going to win the tournament, but his deck is so real cool.
Yeah, it's sweet. It's. I thought Charles had the best deck. After the
Charles
draft.
got smashed
Yeah,
last game.
he was goldfishing after the match and before the match, and every hand he had that weren't the 2 games in the match were insane.
I'm going to get to hear about that for weeks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you absolutely are.
Yeah.
I think his deck is still quite good. I probably matched up pretty badly against Mike's. He didn't have
Yeah.
any sort of a hate card, but
You know, I just don't think Mud is good.
you might be right.
I think this
And
is
I'm
going to
telling
be
you what, if Charles can't do it with this deck,
no one can.
no one can do it.
And how crazy is that? How far have we come with these drafts?
Yeah.
Where what about the next draft? Mishra's Workshop just doesn't get picked.
Right.
That would be pretty crazy.
Yeah.
But anyway, so we're Brain Geysering here. It looks like.
Okay, so we
There's a
had
Force of
6
Will.
floating, and we tapped 5. We tapped 6, so we're probably Brain Geysering for 10. And we have Regrowth, Stroke, and
I think he's showing.
Force.
He's showing the combo.
Do it. Go through the motions.
That's the game.
All right. What was he gonna Regrowth? It was probably sweet. Turnabout, maybe. He was probably gonna Regrowth Turnabout. He didn't have enough mana though. Oh, he might have
Whatever
gone
it
the High
was,
Tide.
it was good enough to get Teddy to scoop up his cards.
Yeah. Jesse's deck is
It is real nice.
Goulet.
So let's try to get another match here.
I think that is Jesse and Teddy's first match. The only remaining match in round 1 is Colin and Jesse Hampton.
The
and
2
they
control
were-
decks.
Yeah, they were deep in game 2.
Yeah, those games probably gonna take a while.
Yeah, probably for a little bit.
Mhm.
But once those happen, we'll get them mixed up here. And let's see our standings currently. We have Josh Ventura, Mike Thompson, and Jesse Wilky all with victories. G. Pelly, Charles Dupont, and Teddy Vitro have Taking the first step on the quest to the Jed.
Yeah, the coveted Jed trophy. For those of you who have not seen it yet, it is the person in last place.
The scornful ego.
The scornful egotist.
Such scorn, much ego.
Yeah, has to take it home with them and display it promptly.
Gets to take
Gets
it
to take it home with them. Displays it promptly
and is allowed
for a month.
Yes.
So while we're kind of waiting for the next match to start here, actually 1 second, Dwayne's here.
We're gonna have Greg Peloquin versus Mike Thompson picking up after game 1.
Okay,
Who won game 1?
Mike Thompson.
Okay, so yeah, we're gonna be having. For those of you who didn't hear that, our next match will be Mike Thompson versus Greg Peloquin. They are actually They will be starting with game 2. Mike Thompson took game 1. While we're waiting here for players to get set down, and while we play, do a little shameless plugging here of the stream.
Sure.
So
Why not?
So anyone watching the stream now haven't heard of us before or whatever, there's a link right below the stream that is a link to our Facebook group.
Yep.
And if you think what we're doing here is cool, if you want to be more involved, you want to know when we're doing the next one of these, it should be in about a month, but we haven't set a date yet. Join the group. If you want to be involved, join the group. Put your name in the hat. We can get you into one of these drafts at some point.
Basically, whatever you do, join the group.
Join the group.
Yeah.
And if you think what we're doing at all is cool, join the group, and you can ask any amount of questions, whatever you want to do.
Doesn't mean we'll answer them, but
yeah, we probably will. But
we'll do our best.
Yeah. So also, at this point, who do you think is going to be entered into our draft of champions?
Man, I want Jesse to win.
You want Wilky?
Yeah, I think I wanted his deck to be insane, and it's like 2 cards short of insane.
Yeah.
If he had Fastball and Merchant Scroll, he thinks that his deck's basically unbeatable.
Okay.
And because like we were talking about how his deck's kind of slow.
Yeah.
And the kill is slow.
Yeah.
But it's not like he doesn't have stuff.
He has
to
ways
do.
to interact.
He doesn't have stuff. Yeah. He's also like he's never scared of the red deck really, and he's not afraid of cards like Time Vault, like you might be. He has a lot of counter spells, and he has really good cheap defensive tools.
Yeah.
Some cheap bounce spells and the Oxidize, and I think the Nature's Claim also.
Sure.
So, I like his positioning for the tournament, especially because it kind of delineated away from all the broken stuff.
Sure.
Into more of these fair decks. So.
So one more thing, shameless plugging. If you do think what we're doing here is cool, tell your friends. The more people we get to watch this, the more people we get involved, the bigger and better we can do this in the future.
Absolutely.
So yeah, we're trying to really do this once a month. Like I said, at this draft of champions we're talking about, once we have 8 unique winners from these, we're going to do a draft of champions, which is going to be this big tournament. Everyone that has won one of these before will be entered.
Yes.
And we're going to do some sweet prizes, all kinds of cool stuff. So
absolutely.
Currently the queue for that is
3 deep.
It's got Charles Dupont.
Yep.
Peter Beckfield.
Yep.
And yours truly.
Yep.
Paul Waite. So
yeah, it's going to be a strong field.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Looks like we're getting started here.
All right, so Greg's on the play this game. Looks like he's got a couple of lands and Elves of Deep Shadow.
Man, it would look like 6 lands and an Elves of
Okay,
Deep Shadow.
not much.
From Mike, we've got a Swamp. I saw a Blazing Archon in there.
There's a Lotus.
He's got the Lotus. Now, what can he do with it? That's Force Spike,
Force
Thirst for
Spike.
Knowledge, and some kind of black spell that I don't.
Thoughtseize.
Thoughtseize. Okay.
So he can Thoughtseize Thirst on the first turn? That's not that busted.
I probably actually go Island here. Island, hold up Force Spike.
Okay. Sure.
Keep him off his mana, guys.
You don't just Lotus Thirst first, and then if you draw Reanimate,
Does he have? Oh, he has Blazing Archon.
is a thing to discard.
I suppose.
And then, I mean, like, if it sucks, then you can go Island Force Spike, right? Or Swamp Thoughtseize. So we'll see.
So-
Greg starts on
Force
Land
Birds.
Bird, okay.
He's got a Mesmeric Fiend, and which
What else is
and a
over there?
Mind Twist. So he's gonna really be messing around with Mike's hand.
What is
quite a bit.
the 4th card in his hand?
Mike Thompson drew Reanimate.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely thirsting then.
So he's gonna go. I think we're gonna see at
100%
the very
Lotus
least a
Thirst,
Blazing
right?
Archon on turn 1 here. This is gonna be a powerful turn.
Or maybe he just wants to Thoughtseize and try to get a better, one more turn at a better target for Reanimate than
Sure.
Blazing Archon.
He also
It
hold up?
lets him get one card deeper, and he can make sure that
There, that's
yeah,
what he's
Greg
gonna
doesn't
go.
have something busted over there. So he's got 2 lands, Mesmeric Fiend, Mind Twist. Man.
What does he got?
That hand is relatively Thoughtseize proof and makes you really wish that you'd put the Blazing Archon into play.
Yep. Wow.
So,
I mean, even if he gets, I think he's got to take Mind Twist.
yeah, and then he gets fiended. The Reanimate probably goes away, or the
Yeah.
Thirst. The Thirst might go away. That is probably the target, right?
Mike has got to be just a little tilted off that Thoughtseize. He just probably
Yeah,
can't
and
believe.
I mean, like the top card of his deck is probably Woodfall Primus too.
Yeah.
You know? Just for the big salt rub-ins. So Mike in the tank, you would take the Mind Twist here.
I think so.
Okay, he takes the Mesmeric Fiend.
Because now, Greg doesn't have a play except for land Mind Twist for 2.
Which is
right?
actually not.
I guess if he hits the Blazing Archon.
Yeah, and doesn't. I mean, all he has to not hit is the Reanimate, right?
Yeah, and Mike plays the Black Lotus wisely here. Make sure it doesn't get hit. Also increases the
Draw
chances.
Octavia Orangutan.
Also increases the chances to hit the Black Lotus.
Sure.
No, Octavia Orangutan, he just fires off that Thirst for Knowledge, right?
Yep. All right, so Greg's getting a little greedy with the Mind Twist.
Wow.
And
Mike has got to be doing
Mike gets paid off.
backflips. There's the Entomb, so that's gonna. Greg's is basically dead to rights at this point, I think. Hey, Chris. Also, Mike is up a game.
so Mike has to decide whether he's going to sack the Lotus for black or blue because he doesn't have 2 black outside the Lotus, so he can't cast the Thirst for Knowledge and both the Entomb and the Reanimate. I guess he can sack it for black and then play the island and cast the Thirst, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's probably his play. So he sacks the Lotus, presumably for black here. All you.
I mean,
What's the best target he can get with Entomb here?
It's got to be Grizzlebrand.
Okay. You think it's Grizzlebrand?
I think so. I mean, he's got Iona. He's got. He's Iona for black.
Iona Black is very solid. Grizzlebrand is.
There's the Grizzlebrand.
Is
I
a
mean,
good choice.
Grizzlebrand just lets him do.
Hard to
anything.
argue. It's hard. It's hard to argue with
when
that
he's-
play.
Yeah.
Let's see. We've got. Oh, Coffin Purge was the top deck.
Wow.
That's why you didn't cast Mind Twist. That's
Hey, Jackie.
a good reason to not cast that.
Let's see. Mine is against Reanimator. Gotta hit them.
I'm going to cut the mics for a second because I see you're trying to talk to
Yeah.
2 other people.
All right, we're back up.
Okay, so
All right, sorry about that.
Mike cast Reanimate, but Greg's one draw step since he was Thoughtseized was Coffin Purge, which allowed him to remove the Grizzlebrand from the game and
also
stifle
has another-
Mike's entire turn.
Yeah.
And effectively removing the Lotus in the
Yeah.
in the
I
time
mean,
of doing
Mike drew a great one. Greg drew a better one.
it. Yeah, for sure. And then now Greg's going to presumably cast the Mind Twist for 3 because Mike has, I think, 3 cards in his hand.
Yep.
But one of those cards is Force Spike, so it's going to get countered. And then we'll see what happens after this. Now Mike down to just Thirst for Knowledge and Blazing Archon.
Yep.
And Greg on the mulligan with it.
Drew
Wow.
an Exhume.
Okay, so we
which
need
he can't Coffin Purge right
we
now,
need a
right?
land.
Oh, but it's removed, right? That's right.
Yeah. Greg's starting to build an offense here, try to get Mike dead before he can top deck his way out of this
What do
one.
you think he named with Metamorph?
Grizzlebrand is gone. Black Lotus also gone. I have no clue.
No.
I think those are the only 2 targets that Mike has.
Yeah. It
That
might
are
just be
relevant anyway.
it might just be a 2-1.
Yeah. He could theoretically name Lotus just in case Mike has some way to recur it.
Yeah. So Mike is pretty live here. If he draws a land, he can Thirst for Knowledge, put the Blazing Archon in the yard, and then Exhume it.
Well, the Coffin Purge will still just remove it from the game.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
That's
because
correct.
it
I
has
keep forgetting
flashback.
I keep forgetting about Coffin Purge. So Greg is in a good job of battling back into this game.
Yeah, and that's one of the weaknesses of the the all-in reanimator strategy, right? Is that you are really susceptible to those kinds of cards. React to your reanimation spell targets.
Which is why
you
I
can
think
beat the rest in pieces pretty easily. You know,
Right.
end of turn, do that, put my guy in the graveyard and kill you.
Yeah.
But the cards like Fairy Macabre,
Ooh, a
and Coffin
Shell
Purge-
Dock Isle.
Okay, that's a business spell. We've
Careful
got
study,
Elish Norn.
Elish Norn. That Elish Norn has got to be getting put under there. I got to imagine.
Yeah, I think that's the play.
So yeah, that's my problem with Mike's deck. Is he missed cards like Pack Rat, Unis Prowler,
Threats on their own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I still think his deck is pretty good.
Yeah. Even the Pack Rat wouldn't be that great in this spot because of Phyrexian Revoker. But,
Right.
yeah, you would think that, like, I mean, even just casting a Grave Titan is a strategy that's going to beat what.
Well, he does have
Greg's
Grave
doing
Titan in
over
his deck. Sorry for the cutting mics. That we were ordering our getting our monthly chicken order.
Yes, the Azel's run has begun.
So it looks like since we left, Greg Peloquin has solidified his position even further with Liliana, which is
Interesting that he left that in against the deck that wants to discard the fatties.
But the edict effect is really strong.
That's true. You would think. I mean, is it not worth just leaving it on 3?
Yeah, I think that it is.
Okay. He did activate it, and Mike did discard the Blazing Archon.
But he has the Coffin Purge, so
Sure.
It's interesting. It's a tough call there, I'd say.
Yeah, it is actually, because I mean, Mike has a couple of turns right before Liliana makes him sacrifice 3 lands, and then start it back up again. So, I guess if Greg doesn't have much else going on in the way of pressure, he feels like he needs to attack Mike on some angle, and that's probably why Liliana ticked up.
All right, so I think Greg is looking like he's going to take this game down. I mean,
there's a lot of time left.
A lot of time.
Mike's got 8 hits left out of that Phyrexian Revoker. Okay.
Well, that's going to help.
That's definitely going to help. Probably. Interesting.
Gets back the Coffin Purge.
Okay. I might have gone for the Mind Twist there.
Yeah, Coffin Purge isn't the worst, though. I mean, between having 2 Coffin Purges and a Liliana, I don't know what Mike's going to do.
Yeah. That Shelldock Isle is getting close to activating. Ooh, here we go. Grave Titan. Next turn.
Yep. Which is the exact card that he needed to draw.
Right.
Also,
those are reasons that I would have gone for the Mind Twist.
Sure. I will say I don't know how far away that Shelldock Isle is, but it does have.
It's getting close.
It has an Elish Nord under it.
Yeah.
So,
Mike has 3 cards in his hand. There are 6 on the table there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 and 9 is 18, so he's got 2 more cards left to go before the Shelldock Isle gets active.
So yeah, actually Mike's right still in it.
Yeah, and the Elish Norn it's going to die to the Liliana, but it is going to wipe Greg's entire board.
Well, if Mike can actually resolve Grave Titan first, and then
Greg might be dead.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Mike he left Liliana on 4 this time. Interesting. We have Grave Titan is going to get summoned, I believe.
I got to imagine. It's
I don't see much else happening.
The exact card, and doesn't have to worry about counter magic, so he certainly doesn't want to get it removed from his hand.
Yeah, although Greg only has Duress and Inquisition left that can target Mike for his hand disruption, so the Mind Twist and the Mesmeric Fiend are in the graveyard. But
and there's the Grave Titan.
No reason not to cast it, I think, here. It's dominates the board and makes Greg do something with that Liliana.
Yep. and he's just going to have to sacrifice one of those zombies. Grave Titan was basically the best possible card for him there.
Yep.
Get a Vampire Tutor out of Greg.
All right. Mike is now on a 1-turn clock because Natural Order is going to get a Progenitus, I think.
Possibly.
I don't see. I mean, is there much? What else can Greg do here?
Yeah.
And what else? What else can he do that Mike can't beat? Right.
Sure.
Mike doesn't have a lot of defensive elements in his deck.
All right. So we're gonna get confirmation on that real quick.
The draw is Natural Order.
Natural Order. All right.
Oh, there's a Fair
Fair
Macabre in his
Macabre
hand
as
too.
well.
Well,
But at this point,
yeah,
pretty irrelevant.
the Grave Titan is doing its duty. So yeah, we're gonna get rid of that birdie.
So yeah, I think
It's got to be Progenitus here.
It's gotta be
Terastodon is the other option, but I don't see any reason.
so. Let's see
yeah.
here. He's gonna have to sacrifice a token. He's gonna be able to swing in with probably. He's gonna be able to put Ellis Norton to play next turn.
He is
It's
going to be
6,
able
7,
to do that.
8.
But he's still
10.
looks
Looks
dead
like
to the
yeah. I think he's gonna. I
Progenitus.
think Greg's got it here with the Progenitus. Looks like they're gonna be moving to game 3 unless Mike draws something crazy.
Does Mike have the blue-black comes into play tapped, gain a life land? That would win him the game.
He might.
I think Jesse took it. I think Jesse Hampton took it. But if he has that one, that'd be a sweet one. So this next turn, he's going to get to attack with 2 creatures. Progenitus can block the Grave Titan, not die to Death Touch because it doesn't get dealt damage. And yeah, I think Mike is low on outs.
And then he's just gonna get those out of there now.
Okay.
Little risky. I don't know why he fired it off then.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe there's a way that Mike can get another creature into his graveyard now and figure some way out of this Progenitus lock here.
I didn't see what he drew.
A swamp.
It looked like
He
a
drew
swamp.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's he's got to read the Progenitus. You know, a lot of people might think, oh, he has to read Progenitus. Mike Thompson may have legitimately never played against a Progenitus.
It's possible.
Yeah, the guy hasn't played Magic in 60 years, so
Yep,
it
there
shows
is.
the
Okay,
Ellis Norton,
all right.
shows him, all right, I almost had you, and we're gonna move on to game 3. So wow, what
And,
that coffin purge might be the top deck of the tournament
So far, yeah. And it all would have been different if Mike just didn't play Thoughts.
It's a little bit of justice though, because there game 1 against Charles, Mike Thompson had a pretty bad hand. Drew the island he needed, cast Thirst for Knowledge, hit reanimation target, reanimate spell.
Yeah.
And then cast it next turn.
Yep.
You get some, you lose some.
Yeah, that hand, he could have had a turn 1 Blazing Archon, but decided against it and cost him, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to game 3. Mike Thompson's on the play, which is going to just automatically make him a favorite in my eyes on this one.
Sure. On the play with a Lotus.
It's pretty good.
It's hard to argue against that.
I still feel like Mike should have a Bizarre Baghdad in his hand or in his deck.
Yeah, I think Mike would disagree with you. I'm not sure how I feel about it. It's certainly a powerful effect, but given the fact that Mike was prioritizing cards like Hypnotic Spectre and Phyrexian Negator and Shadow Mage Infiltrator and stuff, it seems like he really doesn't want to be taking the deck in that direction.
But I think he ended up probably sideboarding a lot of those cards.
It's possible.
For, I would assume, Colin and Jesse.
Sure.
And it looks like we have updated some matches there. So if you look, Charles Dupont looks like he's 0-2. Looks like he lost to Joshua Ventura.
Okay.
And Colin McCune has lost to Jesse Hampton.
So it looks like the Jed is
What?
on its way
Oh my goodness.
to the artifact home.
Chanles Dupont.
He can't do it. I mean, I don't know.
He channeled the oh wow, I could.
Yeah, he did channel.
He's channeling the Jed through the mud deck right now.
There you go.
So we'll see how it goes.
He had one of the best versions of that deck that I've seen.
Not good.
He had 4 ways to get 3 mana on turn 1. He had Crop Rotation for Workshop. He had Workshop, and then he had Mana Crypt. And
This could be sitting prominently on Charles Dupont's mantle
very
by
soon.
the end of the day.
Very soon.
Wow, I would not have expected. I thought it's possible Charles' deck just might not do anything.
Yeah.
I did not think that he would be in contention for last place right now.
No.
There's a lot of Magic to be played,
Certainly.
but he's out of the top 3. It looks like
Yeah.
for the first time
Yeah.
ever.
I mean, he could rattle 5 off in a row. It's certainly a possibility.
Sure.
Josh Ventura, looking like that.
A powerful
that-
magician.
yeah,
Oh,
that
we've got a Black Lotus and a Thirst for Knowledge on turn 1 here, so we'll see where this takes us.
Does Greg have the Fairy Macabre?
There's an Entomb.
He's going for it this turn.
He's
not messing
he is
around
not
this time.
messing around. Swamp into Reanimate on Blazing Archon. Here we go.
Okay.
4 turn clock. Let's
We
do
are
this.
at 11.
Mike says, "Bring it on! I got my stuff out before you can mess with me." This is why Black Lotus, I think, is inarguably the best pick, first pick of the draft.
Yeah, it's pretty good. So we have Greg is still in the game. He's got 4 turns, now 5 turns because he has a chump blocker, and
and he has a Liliana in his hand.
he does have Liliana. Okay,
So
yeah, game on.
it's not over. But Mike is holding that Entomb and I believe it's a Thoughtseize, so he's probably gonna Thoughtseize the Liliana out of the hand here.
Yep.
This turn. I got to imagine. Just gonna scry. We don't get to see it.
Big cheats. Mike's hand looks like he's kind of all in on this Blazing Archon, setting it up with Thoughtseize. Nope, it must not
Well,
be Thoughtseize.
he is gonna.
It must not be Thoughtseize, right?
It is
It's Footsteps of the Goria.
Footsteps of the Goria. Okay, so he's gonna get it killed, and he's just gonna Footsteps. Footsteps doesn't really do much for it. So
Here's Greg with the Liliana.
Liliana is.
It's a powerful spell.
I think it's the best Planeswalker in this format.
You think it's better than Chase?
I do.
Wow. Okay.
Bold words.
Yeah.
I know. I know those are bold words, but
That's
it does.
it's all shell dependent,
All
but
right. He drew an Exhume off the top, just brings that Blazing Archon right back.
that's fine. We can
But he gets
chump
Greg,
with Bird
yeah,
and +1, but then the Liliana's gone now. It's not in play.
sure.
But then Mike has traded his Thirst for Knowledge, his Reanimate, and his Exhume for Greg's Birds of Paradise and Liliana.
Yeah.
So Mike is definitely at the short end of that exchange.
I think. I honestly think Blazing Archon's not good enough.
No, I think that's not.
I don't
even
think it
a
should be in this
draftable
deck.
Card. Ooh man, couldn't have discarded that last turn.
Ooh.
The Exhume.
Yeah. Mind Twist, yeah, for 2. Which is he's gonna fire off that Entomb, it looks
Yeah,
like.
cast the Entomb first.
Really, no harm done.
Yeah, not really.
Actually, he could have Entombed Footsteps.
Gristlebrand.
Gristlebrand. So yeah, that was actually a big time. I mean, he would have drawn land, but
Yeah. So now we're gonna be basically even. Mike in top deck mode with 3 mana, and Greg also probably gonna be in top deck mode, but he has 1 card left. Did you see what it was?
I did not.
Yeah.
I think it might have been a land.
Okay. And he has 5 mana. So
Woodfall Primus seems strange.
it's got to be Gristlebrand, I think. Ashen Rider.
Ashen
Okay.
Rider. What is he trying to blow up? Is he trying to get something back in play and blow up the Lily? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess if he does top deck this turn, he can kill the Bird and the Liliana, and
Sure.
then keep his Blazing Archon. So if he gets in the 1 turn window, it's going to be great.
Looks like a land is what it looked like to me.
But if he doesn't, reanimating basically anything is probably pretty good.
And there goes Blazing Archon.
Yep.
I mean, I guess Mike is.
That's a good follow up to an
Wow.
empty hand.
Looks like we have a new match update. Looks like Charles Dupont is bringing it back. He has defeated Collins, so he's now 1-2. He could rattle him off, get back up there.
There you go. It begins with 1, as they say.
Yeah.
Jesse Hampton looks like he won the control mirror against Colin McCune.
Yep.
So that's
There's
one.
Vampire Hexmage. So, Greg, both players, are a top deck away from pulling away real fast.
Yep. Dark Confidant is going to do some work here.
I just don't know why he got. I still can't. I'm gonna have to talk to him after this. Why he got Ashen Rider? I'm very confused by that.
Sure. Like Gristlebrand just gets him way back in the game.
Yeah. Inquisition reveals an island, and then he's gonna cast the Vampire Hexmage. Greg's got that dice on there to remind him so he won't be forgetting that anytime soon. Elshnorn into Mike's hand. Pass the turn. Mike really just needs to draw a reanimation spell here. One that preferably doesn't kill him.
Yeah. I think the reanimate's already gone, so he can't kill himself with a reanimation spell here. But he's got 2 turns left.
Mike didn't draw Life Death, did he?
No. Nope. His reanimation cards, I think, Footsteps of the Goryo, Exhume, Reanimate, and Animate Dead.
I guess he has some cute interactions with Footsteps, but I think possibly Life Death might have been better.
Yeah. Or just in addition to, right? I mean, he
Yeah.
has some very good interactions with Footsteps.
Yeah.
It's insane with Woodfall Primus. It's
Ashen
very good
Rider.
with Ashen Rider, and it's
Totally fine with
perfectly
Grizzlebrand.
fine with Grizzlebrand.
You just draw another reanimation spell for him.
Yeah, exactly.
So Mike's at 5. This is looking like Greg. Oh, and Greg
Has
draws
survival, but I think he drew survival this turn and doesn't have a creature to discard. So,
That's game.
all right, we're
All right.
done. Greg Peloquin defeats Mike Thompson 2-1 and
All right,
evens
so
out that leaderboard.
No one is really pulling away yet. Josh has got those 2 wins, but it's really anybody's game
Yeah.
right now.
Anybody could get the good trophy, and anybody could get the Jet here.
Yeah. So
We shall see.
we were gonna try to get another match on. I'm gonna go see if Dwayne wants to tag back in.
Okay.
So you sit tight, I guess, and I'll go see if I can track him down.
Better spell.
He got punished in the first game by waiting.
Yeah.
If he had put the Blazing Archon into play on turn 1 in the first or in game 2, the first
Sure.
one we saw on camera, because he had the exact same option.
And he waited.
And he waited and thought seized into a hand that had Mesmeric Fiend and Mind Twist.
Oh.
And then Greg top decked Coffin Purge. So when he went for it the next turn, he got Coffin Purged and got punished. This game, I think he was a little bit burned and was just like, I want to put this into play right away. He also, in the first game, he had a choice of his choices were to do that or to Thought Seize or to Force Spike. So
Okay.
he had good options alternatively. This game, he didn't have anything else.
No, this was his play.
So
right?
he definitely just did it. And Greg's deck, like we talked about, is capable of some very busted openings.
Yeah.
In terms of interacting with people. He's not going to kill you on the first or second or third turn.
Sure.
But he can. I mean, he has 2 Moxes that are on color that can enable some very, very busted
Absolutely.
starts. So it looks like we have Greg again against Colin McCune.
Yep, Colin has not had a very successful day so far. Starting off 0-2, Greg's 1-1. You just saw his win right there.
I'm a little surprised by Colin's 0-2.
Me
I
too.
liked his deck quite a bit.
Yeah, he lost a squeaker to Jesse Hampton,
Yeah.
losing to Helm Leyline both games.
Okay.
It's possible that Colin's deck just doesn't have enough ways to close out the game.
It's possible.
That's what I was wondering.
He also was a little short on counter spells, it seemed like.
Yeah,
Like he had good ones, but
Mm-hmm.
not a critical mass of them.
sure.
And when you're playing, a control strategy that's trying to set up a win on turn 6 or 7, you really need to stop everything your opponent does in a format like this, because everything they do is so good.
Looks like Colin won the roll here, I think.
Okay.
So he'll be on the play. I think that's definitely actually pretty important here.
Who do you think has the edge in the matchup?
I think Greg does, to
Yeah.
be honest with you. I do. I think Greg's disruption is better than Colin's resiliency in general. That's not to say Colin can win the match. It's not a foregone conclusion, but
Sure.
I think Greg's deck is just a little bit better positioned in this matchup. Plus, I mean, when you're running bad, it doesn't stop, right? So Colin's already 0-2. I just don't think he's going to turn around.
Okay.
It's unfortunate. He was definitely one of my early picks.
Yeah, I liked his deck quite a bit.
Everyone did, yeah. But just not quite coming together. So looks like we're just rearranging a
Some
little
camera
bit.
adjustments.
Yeah, trying to get a little bit more the playfield shown here. So what's been the most surprising thing so far for you since these games started playing out?
I'm really impressed with Jesse Wilky's deck.
Yeah. It's interesting. I didn't realize at the time you guys were obviously commentating. I was wondering why he just didn't entwine his rune awaiting or entwine
He didn't
his
have 2 green.
He said he had 2 green. He said he was just 1 land short of killing.
He didn't have 2 green.
Okay, so maybe that was the case. I asked
He had a
him.
tropical island, but he didn't have Heartbeat or anything in play.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, he had just tropical island.
All right. I mean, it was still just a perfectly reasonable turnabout,
Yeah.
which
It
is
was
essentially
quite
how
good.
it functioned.
Yeah.
Just ramp up some. So
Yeah, I'm super impressed with how his deck turned out.
Yeah.
It especially worked out because everyone drafted unbroken, like not hyper aggressive combo kill use.
yeah,
Mike took his Reanimator deck a lot more mid rangey. Obviously, he's capable of turn 1 or turn 2ing people, right?
yeah.
But he didn't all in his deck that way.
I took a look. All of those like random 3-drop dudes that he has, they're all in his sideboard.
Yeah.
He's going to be bringing those in against control matchups against anyone that's not going to want to. If he's not going to want to play those against everybody, so he smartly put them in his board, which is surprising. What's that? Dupont. It's a
Charles
quick
has
update.
lost
Yeah.
game 1 to Jesse Hampton, who we thought would not win a single game.
I mean, I gave Jesse more credit
Sure,
than that.
yeah, we thought about 3 and 4.
I didn't think he was just going to come dead last. I just didn't think he was going to be as competitive. He thinks his deck is just absolutely sweet. We should probably get him in here to talk about it a little bit at some point.
Sure.
But, overall, like, I mean, Charles, I do know this. Charles has mulliganed a ton today.
Yeah.
I think he mulled to 5 twice already.
Yeah.
I mean, the cards aren't going his way. Also, it's just possible that what we thought was a good strategy is just not. It may
Yeah,
be,
Paul
we've
and
had
I
those
were
strategies where it looks insane on paper, and it's just not that
Right.
good.
Paul and I were saying that if Charles can't do it with this deck, the
Yeah.
artifact is just not good.
Yeah.
The workshop, how crazy is it that we do 4 of these drafts and in the 5th one, Mishra's Workshop is just undrafted?
It might be. It might happen. I mean, I still think Workshop itself as a card is a reasonable card to
Is it,
have.
though?
I mean,
If your deck's not full of artifacts, I mean, it's a dead land a lot of the time.
yeah.
City of Traders didn't get drafted in this draft.
Maze of Ith didn't get drafted.
Yeah, I don't think that's a...
I mean, I'm just throwing
Sure.
lands out there, right? Caracas didn't get drafted.
Yeah, that's a big one, actually.
Yeah, I was more surprised about maybe about Caracas not getting drafted in the Maze of Ith.
Yeah, as well.
So, looks like we're just kind of running things out here. Greg with the early start with Noble Hierarch, and following up with that Mesmeric Fiend. That Fiend is so good.
Yeah.
For 2 reasons. One, you obviously get, in this case, likely Swords to Plowshares, I'm guessing. But then the flip side is you also just get all that information. Actually, he just might take... Yeah, he's got to take Swords, I guess. He has half of the Painter Servant combo within Painter Servant.
Yeah, I mean... I don't think he has to take Swords here.
Sure. So, someone in chat did point out he did have Candelabra, so he could have gotten the 2nd green if he needed it.
Okay.
But he didn't have enough lands that was actually able to attack that turn. He was 1 short, so which of course, just being a viewer, you don't necessarily catch that. So, looks like a Deathrite 8 got countered by a Spellstutter Sprite.
Interesting that he wouldn't have taken the Spellstar Sprite so that he could resolve the Deathrite Shaman.
I'm wondering if Greg just doesn't think that Deathrite Shaman's that important in this matchup, therefore he's just getting that Spellstar Sprite out of the way.
Very possible.
I'd much rather resolve, I think in this matchup specifically, I'd much rather resolve like a Thoughtseize, or I guess he has Inquisition and Duress, than try and worry about Deathrite Shaman. That said, I mean, Deathrite's very, very good, obviously.
Sure.
Painter Servant, I don't think the color is going to be super
So
relevant.
Colin is left with just a Misdirection and Marsh Flats, I think.
Just a land, right?
Yeah,
It's,
Marsh Flats.
Okay.
And Greg's hand is stacked. We've got a Survival, we've got a Vampire Hexmage.
This is one of those games
We've
where
got a Green Sun Zenith, and I think he has Dark Depth too.
you're going to look at Greg's hand and you're going to say, wow, this is so stacked. Here comes Hexmage. If he has Dark Depths, I think he would have just played it this turn, right?
No,
he needed
two black.
He needed the second black.
He needed the second black, yeah.
But I mean, you never know. Colin can easily just rip Grindstone off the top and end the game.
That's true.
So Greg doesn't have any reshuffle effects, right?
Uh,
He has Progenitus.
he has Progenitus.
So I mean, that only buys you so many turns.
So Greg he does have the Dark Depths, which is gonna be in play.
Yeah, I
soon.
think you just pull the trigger here, and then obviously pull off the counters at end of turn. I don't think there's any reason to wait. Every turn you wait is another turn that Colin can just rip Grindstone off the top.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean,
Well, and you know what Colin's hand is too. Oh, he does have Riptide Lab, Spellstutter Sprite to block forever,
oh, that's kind of interesting. And,
and
the
he
Dark
did
Depths
rip
can.
Grindstone off the top.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Wow. What a miser! Just rip it off the top. Why? You know, you could have infinite blockers, but how about he just wins? How's that sound? Does that sound good? Does Greg have Abrupt Decay? No, he has nothing in his hand. He has
So,
land survival.
He's gonna get milled, and then he's gonna have one turn where he draws the Progenitus, right? Because it only
Yes.
shuffles itself, not the whole.
So
graveyard.
here's the thing. Greg can actually... The game isn't over, right? Because Greg can discard a Progenitus to survival and just continually draw that every turn.
Okay.
Because he's not forced to find a
Okay.
creature out of his
Yep.
deck. He can decline after Progenitus is in there.
Yep.
So he's not dead if he doesn't see it. Or if he sees that. He might not see that. And we have a dime representing a 2020 indestructible.
Oh, and actually, so if Colin plays the Sprite and doesn't return it and tries to go for the Grindstone kill, then he doesn't have enough mana to return the Sprite, and so he's not going to be able to block forever, and Greg can get out of.
Yes. So at some point, Greg can try and grind this game out.
Yeah.
But he does have to be able to win with what's on board.
Right.
He's not going to be able to draw any more of his cards, I don't think. Does he have any way of getting value out of guys or things in his graveyard?
Nope. He just has the
I
Eternal
don't
Witness.
think so. Which will be in his graveyard, obviously.
I think that's it. So is he returning it? He is returning it. Okay. So he's not going for the Grindstone kill. Smart move by Colin, I think.
Yeah, I think it is too. Colin should know that Progenitus is in Greg's deck. There's no need. He can just chump block, in theory, forever, and just wait until he draws some more lands
Yep.
to be able to do both the cast, bounce, and draw. The problem with that is eventually Greg's going to draw a removal spell.
At some point,
I'm assuming
the
Greg
more
has
time
Abrupt
he gives
Decay
him
in his
anyway.
deck. Yeah, Abrupt Decay, any of those sort of things are going to ruin Colin's day one way or another. Green Sun Zenith for two. I'm not sure.
Probably Tarmogoyf.
Just to put more pressure on the
Yeah,
board.
I think so. Because now
Yeah.
Colin can't. He's not at parity by chump
Right.
blocking every turn.
And by having that Tarmogoyf in play, it means that if Greg does get into that just draw Progenitus over and over loop, he at least has a very real threat because all those cards are going to be in his graveyard.
Right, if
So
he ever gets
Tarmogoyf's going to be
milled-
enormous, right? It's going to be a 6 or 7.
It's going to be as big as it's going to get. That's for sure.
One
Interesting-
way or another, one of these players is going to grind the game out.
Yeah. I think Greg is also just waiting to draw creatures so that he can survival for Uktabi Orangutan.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that's actually an interesting choice. Orangutan, the Painter Servant here, is pretty good because Grindstone's just terrible if you don't have a Painter Servant in play.
Right.
And I don't think Colin has a way to interact with Orangutan if he does cast it here. Did
Yeah,
we
I
see
think
what Greg draw for this turn?
No, I did not see. So Colin's still just on Misdirection and Spellstutter Sprite. We've got Painter Servant blocking the Tarmogoyf, and Spellstutter Sprite is going to block the Noble Hierarch.
I can actually hear Paul Waite upstairs yelling, "What is Colin doing? Why has this game not ended?" It's pretty funny. So what?
So Vampiric in response, or Vampiric before damage, which makes the Tarmogoyf a 3/4 to kill the Painter Servant.
Wow. That's got to be a misplay by Colin, right? There's no reason not to just suck up, take 2 damage. Who cares?
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, Greg has cards in his hand. He can make his guy bigger.
He's also just not going to win with the Grindstone combo, right?
I mean,
He can lock Greg out of new cards.
That's the thing. I think like that might win him the game by making it so Greg can't draw relevant spells for the rest of the game, and Colin has to hope that he can catch up before that Tarmogoyf kills him.
Colin's turn has like an upkeep of like 6 mana though. Like he's in such bad shape.
Exactly, just to keep from dying from that
Yeah.
2020.
He's just got to get rid of that mesmeric fiend to get his swords back.
He does have Academy Runes to rebuy Servant, so
Okay.
he's not entirely drawing dead. He still has his combo that he can get to.
If he ever needs it again, he can get it
Right.
back. Yeah.
You know, it's funny. It's very possible that there's a different line that we're not seeing here, but I feel like this is
sculpting for like 3 turns.
not just sculpting, but I think that this is actually just very tight play by Colin, knowing the situation, recognizing that he can't just grindstone out Greg Peloquin, realizing that he has to, play conservatively until he has a nice clear shot to do what he needs to do.
I can get behind that.
Yeah. I mean, right now, Colin has access to 7 mana, and it takes him 5 just to replay and bounce Spellstutter Sprite.
Yep.
So that means he's just taking 3 a turn, which isn't the end of the world, but he does need to get to a point where he can put Painter Servant back on top, redraw it, and then he has to figure out a good way to either get rid of Survival,
Yep.
or...
natural order for Terrastodon coming up.
You think it's a Terrastodon? I think it's a Terrastodon also.
Yeah.
Okay. This might put the game out of Colin's reach.
Yeah, I think Colin doesn't have a Wrath in his deck, I don't think.
No.
And, I think Greg might just blow up a bunch of his own stuff here.
Normally a Wrath effect is not that good in this format.
Yeah, it's good against the green decks.
I think if you're drafting a deck like Colin, you have to have one somewhere. Probably Supreme Verdict, and even if it's in your sideboard, you bring it in these sort of matchups. Because if someone does resolve a Terrastodon against you, you just have no real good ways to interact.
Yep. So Terrastodon is going to kill Grindstone and Riptide Laboratory, and probably one of Greg's own lands.
Yeah, I would think a land here. Survival is too good, and he does have to recognize that, Survival is probably not going to be as relevant since the Painter Grindstone combo is out of the game.
But just in case.
But it's the best way for Greg to find answers if Colin does find a way to rebound here.
We have a match result. Josh Ventura has defeated Jesse Hampton.
Are
2
you
games to
3-0,
1.
Josh? Are you just lighting everyone on fire?
Absolutely.
How does it feel?
Some men just want to watch the world
amazing.
burn.
This is one of those men.
Fair cards.
Yeah.
Yeah. The fairest of Magic cards.
Do you have an MVP so far?
Wear and Tear is just...
Wear and
I
Tear?
realize it just destroys an artifact most of the time.
Yeah.
We're going to talk to them for this.
Wear and Tear.
So we have off camera, we have Josh Ventura with us here just talking about his deck while we shuffle up for what looks like coming up game 2.
So you've played against Greg.
I have.
And you've played against Jesse Hampton. And who was your other match against?
Charles Dupont.
Charles, okay. What happened in your match against Charles?
I pretty much beat him out of mana. He got mana screwed one game playing Fastbond, running out 3 lands.
Okay.
Never saw his forced land, and then Smash to Smithereens was just insane against him.
Yeah.
Really, the main deck artifact removal in Smash to Smithereens, in Wear and Tear, is really putting me ahead.
Are you main decking Shattering Spree?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Shattering Spree sideboard.
Okay.
Yeah.
You are main decking Torch Fiend, though, correct?
I am main decking Torch Fiend.
That's
and
also
Mana
just
Vandal.
a sweet dude.
Yeah, it's just a guy that gets in there. Against Greg, the big play would really have to be the turn 2 or turn 3 Sulfuric Vortex. He turn 2 Phyrexian Revoker.
He actually, he probably would have won that game if he'd left his Terrastodon in.
Yep.
Yeah.
But either Terrastodon or I don't know if he has Woodfall Primus, but either one of those would have destroyed me.
He doesn't.
Okay.
That's in Mike Thompson's deck.
Yeah.
Yep.
The sideboarding out Terrastodon against the red deck is perfectly fine, but leaving natural order in and sideboarding out the Terrastodon.
If you're going to take out Progenitus and Terrastodon, you might as well take out natural order because you're not getting anything.
That's what we were saying as well. You got a Tarmogoyf, and it's just not that exciting.
Yeah.
It was fine. It was a body, but
happy with the consistency.
Absolutely.
Lots of 1-drops.
I'm playing 24 identical cards.
How many of your opponents have been miserable?
Oh, every single one of them.
All right, well that's the goal, right?
Yeah,
3 for 3.
Yeah, 3 for okay.
I'm just tilting him.
Yeah,
it feels great.
Nice. All right. Well, we'll let you go, and
we hope you have continued good luck.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
And that was Josh Ventura updating us that he is now 3-0, defeating Jesse Hampton, Greg Peloquin, and Charles Dupont.
So we are sideboarding in here. We've got Pelly's up a game. Colin gonna have to kind of go back to the drawing board here. Grindstone not gonna get it done.
No,
against
and
the guy with Progenitus.
yeah, not only that, but like Greg does have cards that interact, like Abrupt Decay. He also has some other ways of, like you said, Octavia Orangutan.
Yeah.
So he has ways to interact. He's not just Stone Dead, even if some
And
of those pieces get into
Octavia Orangutan can't be misdirected either.
yeah, that's a pretty good one to remember. We're also going to get ready here to do another giveaway. I think it's about time. Whoop, whoop. So Northwest Sports Cards, the gamer's choice. We're going to be giving away I believe, I'll double check, but it's a $25 store credit. So that'll be going out to some lucky fan here in a few minutes. So if you want to have a chance to win that, make sure you are logged into your Twitch account and just in chat. You don't have to say anything, just be present. And we will pull that probably after this game. So we'll give you 5-10 minutes to get ready for another drawing. And then that's going to lead up to right at the end, we're going to do a big drawing for a $50 store credit. And one thing to remember, if you live in the Pacific Northwest, you can head down to Northwest Sports Cards, or you can always order online, and we will make sure that information is available through the stream.
There you go. Good plug. Good plug.
It's like I've done this a few times.
Yeah, just once or twice.
It's not. It's yeah. So we're shuffling
KG
up.
veteran.
Yeah, something like that. Colin will be on the play this game. I think that'll help Colin. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Watching these games play out, it's interesting seeing Colin's deck. I think Colin's deck would have been very good in the last cube draft.
Yeah.
Similar to what like Josh Ventura had, but even like if you just took Colin's 45 cards and moved them into that draft, I think Colin would probably be having a lot more success. This draft is just a lot stranger than what we've seen before.
Yeah, it's different.
Do you have can you pick a reason for that? Do you have any suspicion?
Metagame development.
Yeah,
I think people are seeing what other people have done in the past, know what they want to avoid, and then you end up with a couple of people making similar decisions and a couple of people getting into free archetypes that no one has drafted before.
So we were speculating early that we were wondering if the metagame would shift because we'd have 3 to 4 people who have done this a lot, like Jesse Wilky, Charles Dupont, Josh Ventura. This is his second time. Even Mike Thompson has done these a few times. But then you have all these newcomers: Colin, Teddy, even Jesse Hampton. This is his first one. So the question is like, are the veterans just going to prey on the people who haven't drafted?
It's
and I don't
possible,
think
but I don't think
it's
so.
been shaking down that way.
Because Charles has the most experience of anybody here, and obviously started 02. Also, it's a game of Magic the Gathering. There's a lot of variance involved, and it doesn't matter how good your deck is, you can lose because
true.
all these other guys, they all have decks that, they're not bad.
So it looks like both players are going to start with them all to 6 here.
Okay.
I didn't quite catch what they had, but clearly neither was very satisfied.
Cripple fight here.
Yeah, so we're going to go to 6 across the board, shuffle up. It's funny, I think Colin has a better chance of winning this game if Greg mulligans poorly. But in general, I think that Colin is probably going to be behind regardless.
I think Colin's deck mulligans a lot worse than Greg's does.
Absolutely. Colin needs every single one of his resources.
And Greg has cards like Noble Hierarch and Elves of Deep Shadow to get him back accelerated. He has 2 Moxes, and then he has Mesmeric Fiend, Duress, Inquisition, and Mind Twist.
Having all those discard spells it's such a good way for Greg to mulligan and not really worry that much. Being able to pull the best card out of your opponent's hand with Mesmeric Fiend is so good if you both mull to 6. Because Mesmeric Fiend is clearly not going to be the best card in your hand, but you do get to neutralize the best out of theirs. So.
And Greg also is trying to assemble 1-card combos, whereas Colin is trying to assemble 2-card combos.
Yeah.
And Greg has the disruption to fight that, whereas Colin doesn't really have that.
Greg is kind of exhibiting in this match something that we've seen time and time again throughout these rotisserie drafts. Charles is one that's done this in the past. You don't necessarily have to have the most degenerate, the sickest brew, or any of those things. Sometimes you just need a Tarmogoyf and some amount of board presence.
Consistent things.
Yeah, even putting a 2-drop dude or a 3-drop dude in play and telling your opponent, okay, here's a clock, do something.
Yeah.
A lot of times that's actually enough to be good.
Like Colin's 6 is pretty good.
Wow, that is a very nice 6.
He's got an Academy in there too. What's the back card? Grindstone looks like?
Yeah, it looks like Grindstone. So he has a really explosive opener, but he does have to draw something good here.
So land, Urborg, Mox Jet, Vampire Hexmage.
Both players with the early acceleration here, but I think Greg's in
Good mulligans from both players, it looks like.
absolutely. Unless Colin draws into something good here, he's certainly going to be a bit behind.
Yeah.
Playing that grindstone early, you know, he the best part about Colin's draw is that anything he draws is very live. Wow, he drew Trinket Mage. Is that game?
No. Painter Servant cost 2.
Oh, Painter Servant. Oh, right, he has the grindstone in play. Sure.
So he can
so
get
he's just going
Mox
to get another
or
box.
Engineer Explosives.
I wonder if he left in explosives. Also, can you even cast it here? You got 2 1s, a 2, and a 3 in play.
He doesn't have a 0. He could kill Mox Jet.
Okay.
Or he could trade his Signet for the Vampire Hexmage.
I'm not sure. I mean, both of those are real options, but I'm not sure. He also couldn't do either of those this turn the way he tapped his mana.
Engineer Explosives also kills the Dark Depths token if Greg has it. Right? No, it's indestructible.
No, it's indestructible. Yeah, and EE just destroys it, doesn't sacrifice.
Yep.
But Colin is absolutely in shape to
Start
cast
grinding.
anything he does.
Yeah.
And yeah, if I'm in Colin's shape, you just start throwing the grindstone activations out there. There's no reason not to.
The only reason not to is you don't want to give the guy targets for Eternal Witness.
Sure, that's fair.
And Greg has Cabal Therapy too, but
Okay.
Colin's hand
Okay.
is all in play.
Yeah,
think-
Colin has what? Riptide Lab. That's it.
Yeah.
Is Trinket Mage a wizard?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, it is. It's a human wizard, I believe. He did draw Spell Stutter Sprite with Riptide Lab and another wizard in play.
Okay.
So he gets to do a few different cool things. But Spell Stutter Sprite only checks fairies, not
That's
wizards,
correct,
right?
yeah.
So he can counter any
So
ones.
We missed an attack for 2.
Yeah.
Oh,
maybe
he's a block. Pick it up.
Yeah, that's probably his plan. He's already got his mana kind of laid out to
So
support that.
Greg's hand looks like I see a Crozen Grip, another Forest. I think he has an Eternal Witness also.
I mean, Grip Witness might be good enough just to win this game, right, against Colin. He does have to have some more pressure. He just says pass here, which is kind of an interesting option from Greg. I wonder what he was scared of there. Like, did he not? I mean, if Colin wants to rebuy Trinket Mage, he's able to do so regardless.
Yeah.
So I feel like you just attack and make him spend his mana.
Maybe if you don't attack, if you attack, he's definitely going to block pick it up, right?
Yeah.
And if you don't attack, maybe he does something else.
Yeah, so it looks like, I mean, Colin just ran that Spell Stutter Sprite out there. There's no reason not to with Riptide Lab in play.
Yep.
And Colin has tons of mana through Academy. But in response to that, it looks like that Crows and Grip came in on Grindstone.
And then Vampiric Tutor is being cast while Spellstarter Sprite is on the stack and not able to counter it.
Right. So let's see what Greg tutors for here, because I feel like Greg's it's weird what the board state is like.
He doesn't have a green creature, so he can't natural order.
Right. So he could just straight up go find like survival or something here.
He does have Eternal Witness in his hand.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure I saw it.
So I mean, maybe
in which
he gets
case natural order is quite good.
Maybe he gets natural order here, and then just Eternal Witnesses, and gets back probably Crows and Grip.
Yeah.
Or Vampiric Tutor, if just depending on what he thinks
Vamp's
is better.
probably no good because of Spellstarter Sprite.
Oh, good call.
So I think it's probably Crows and Grip, and then try to natural order.
Sure.
See what happens. Colin really needs to top deck Jace the Mind Sculptor here.
Ooh, that'd be kind of, right.
No, you just
Hex
fate
Mage
seals
is in play.
He fate seals the cards.
Oh,
bottom.
sure, but he then immediately loses it to Hexmage.
Sure.
I didn't see what Colin drew there. He just drew and said go. So
I think it was an island.
it looks like Greg drew Dark Depths.
Okay.
With Hexmage in play, that's a pretty good combo.
Yeah, Spellstarter Sprite Riptide is.
Yeah.
We're back to that game.
Yep, exactly. But it does give Greg another avenue of attack, should he need to pursue it.
Yeah. So he definitely did not have an Eternal Witness in his hand, it looks like. He probably...
Or he may have declined to cast it.
That must be what he Vampiric Tutored for, right? Yeah.
To go get Dark Depths. Yeah. So, I mean, all things considered, all he needs to be able to bust through with this Dark Depths is a way to deal with Spellstutter Sprite recursion.
Yes.
So whether that's in a way of dealing with Riptide Lab, or a way of like exiling Spellstutter Sprite, if that's possible.
Right.
I'm not sure what avenues Greg has for that, but I mean, he clearly overcame it last game.
He
So
has Liliana.
yeah.
Because the Spellstarter Sprite can never attack the Liliana, right? 'Cause
No.
then he's just dead.
It just has to. I mean, he could, in theory, bounce, replay it. No, he couldn't do it.
Right.
Yeah, he could never do it.
Because then the Dark Depths token could block it. And so we have Survival, comes down. Greg's hand looks like Forest and some flippy card. Colin holding an island, unknown burial rites, and something else that I didn't catch. So I think Greg has quite a bit of an inevitability here.
Yeah, I feel like that. I mean, Colin can certainly draw out of this.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like Greg's just kind of assembling one of those board states that's. He's going to say, well, whatever you do, I'm going to find an answer for it. Whatever,
Right, I mean, he has-
whichever way you try and attack me. we're
Oh
gonna
wow!
do it.
Survival discarding Dryad Arbor.
That's a nice one.
That's good.
Dryad Arbor actually does a lot of work in Greg's deck
Yeah.
between
Cabal Therapy.
Cabal Therapy, something that he can fetch if he
Natural
needs a
Order.
blocker, Natural Order, discard a Survival.
I like Greg's deck a lot.
It's pretty sweet. I think it's better than I thought it was.
Yeah.
As these matches are playing out, I feel like Josh's deck has been giving him a little bit better performance than we thought. Colin's doing a little bit worse.
I think Greg is a little bit.
Everyone else kind of like fits in where we thought they'd be right now. It's still pretty early. There's a lot of Magic still to
Certainly.
be played. So
I think Josh is a little bit on the positive side of the run good. Possibly, I still
it's
don't
possible.
think his deck is quite that good.
But to be fair, he's already beaten at least two of the people that we thought were going to have a very successful day. He beat Colin and he beat Charles. So looks like Orangutan's coming in here. Take out Soul Ring. Makes his Academy a little bit worse. Just kind of Strangle holds him a little bit on mana, but I still don't know if that's going to be good enough. Looks like Gift Ungiven is getting cast for Colin. Do you think he goes for like a just the Unburial Rights package?
He has Unburial Rights in his hand, so he can go get just 4 good cards, right?
4 good ones, yeah, absolutely.
Academy taps for 2 right now, so he has 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana.
I know one of the cards that he just put in sorted to the top there is Balance.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It's not bad. I don't know how good it is.
So the fact that the other thing that's really good about getting Jace here is that if he trades Jace for the Hex Mage, right? Like he gets a Brainstorm out of it and then trades it, then the Hex Mage is no longer in play to threaten Dark Depths. And then Colin's kind of out of the woods there for that one. And then he can put Sphinx into play and actually do a lot of damage with it. So if that's what he's trying to sculpt, a few turns from now, that's a good plan. But it's possible that Greg finds an answer to the Spellstarter Sprite or the or the Riptide Lab before that happens.
Also, one of the cards Colin can put in this gifts package is Academy Ruins. And if he wants to do so, and Greg essentially will very, very likely have to make that be one of the cards that gets put in Colin's graveyard. Because I don't think Greg's lining up for a longer grindy game. I don't know if Academy Ruins will be good enough. So
yeah, and Greg also has the Terrastodon in his hand. So if he draws Natural Order, he basically has to get Progenitus.
Sure.
Well, I mean, it's not
the
bad,
worst.
right? But
so it looks like the cards are
Balanced Swords, Wipe Away Chainer's Edict.
Correct. So clearly Colin is very worried about the board state.
He needs to deal with it.
So I think if I'm Greg here, I probably give him. Geez, none of these are great. I mean, it seems like Balance might be the least impactful of the bunch.
Yeah,
at
but
least
it
on the
could
current
be
board state.
so good.
That's the thing. Yeah, it could be really, really good, but it's not. I think you actually just give him like
he's
swords.
end of turn doing this, right? So
Yep.
Balance isn't that great, but right now, he could pick up Trinket Mage, pick up Spellstarter Sprite, cast Balance.
Yeah, and then Greg can't sack his Hex Mage because it's just gonna get balanced away.
But if he gives him the Chainer's Edict, then he can just cast that twice.
I think, well, yeah, but I still think out of all of these spells, I think the worst for Greg might be Wipe Away. It's just the one he has no way to interact with whatsoever.
Yep.
At least the others he can try and set up various
It looks
boards.
like Greg is going to put Wipe Away and Swords into the graveyard, which are probably his best bets.
Okay.
Wipe Away in the graveyard. And we've got Greg in the tank on whether to give Colin a Swords or a Balance.
So he's definitely decided on Wipe Away, right?
Yeah, and Chainer's Edict is in Colin's hand.
Okay, so it's between Swords and Balance where they're going. Greg must be doing the exact same thing we did, where he's like, well, Balance isn't going to be that impactful.
Right.
So.
And Greg has given him the Balance. So we have the end of the... we have Phyrexian Revoker, which can't name Riptide Laboratory because it's a land.
No, you probably just name... Either you name Jace, or you name a Mox here. What is it, Orzhov Signet?
Orzhov Signet or Mox
Yeah.
Sapphire. Orzhov Signet, the only source of white mana. So maybe we name that.
Yeah, that's probably the right play. And then... But
Can
if
you
that's the
find out what they
case...
named? Can you find out what they named with Phyrexian Revoker?
Chicken break.
Thank you. So, I think if that's the case, though, don't you just give him Swords and Balance?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. Yeah, like, if you're going to bank on the deny white mana, but it looks like he named something different. It can't name a land.
Yeah, can't name a land.
All right, so we're going to correct some game state here while they figure out what to do.
Yeah, it looks like Greg tried to Big Chief Cheatham's and name Riptide Laboratory with his Phyrexian Revoker. It is now Orzhov Signet.
What's your
is the
record,
name.
Jesse?
1 and 2. I just lost.
Who did you lose to?
Berkeley has my potatoes, and those are his corn.
Who did you lose to?
Mike.
Mike Thompson
Mike's deck's really good.
defeats Jesse Hampton. So we have Mike Thompson at 2-1. Jesse Hampton falls to 1-2.
I don't know where his sideboard.
And so now Colin is trying to figure out what to do now that his Orzhov Signet is turned off. He has a Glacial Fortress for white mana. His hand
That barely
consists
came
of-
into play untapped because of Underground Sea.
Oh yeah,
So
wow.
many non-basics.
His hand looks like Spellstarter Sprite.
So do you just
Balance, Chain of
bounce your
Edict.
Trinket Mage and Balance here?
Probably, but then he has to discard a bunch of cards, so
Uh,
it's like a little worrisome. His Trinket Mage also doesn't get much, so he might Chainer's Edict himself. Yeah, there it is.
there you go.
So he Chainer's Edicts himself, and then he's going to cast Balance. Greg has 5 lands. Colin also has 5 lands. Greg has a bunch of creatures. Those are going to die.
They are.
Balance.
I mean, this is the line that Greg had to see coming, at least from the bounce the Trinket Mage. But I mean,
Yeah.
Edict is just as good. Also, he's going to be able to get some pretty good value coming back out of that Edict. So
Yeah.
now Greg is on the slow Dark Depths plan, unless he draws Eternal Witness.
Right. Well,
to
or
get
a
back
creature,
Hexmage.
because he has Survival.
Oh, sure, he has Survival.
And he has Terrasser on his hand, so he actually just has access to.
Yeah, and he hasn't used it yet. I'm wondering what he's waiting on here.
I think he wants to.
Here it goes.
I think he was thinking it was going to get to the point of casting it.
Oh, that's very reasonable. So one of the cards I would have liked
Because
to
he has
see...
Urborg, so that's 7 mana now, right?
Sure. Greg, I'm surprised Greg didn't take like a Living Death.
I don't think that was quite where he wanted to be. Terrasser
No.
is the only card that like.
It's not even so much that. Well, kind of. Like, I mean, he actually wants to reanimate all of the cards in his graveyard right now, right? Like, getting back Hexmage, getting back Orangutan, all totally reasonable here. Whereas...
That's a pretty narrow application.
Yeah.
And I think, like when you cast Living Death, you don't want it to just be like, that's fine.
Get some guys.
Yeah, you want it to be the other guy just scoop up all his cards. Like, you're done. Okay.
Yeah.
And in order to do that, you need to pack your deck full of, like, half the cards that are in Mike's deck.
So we found the same situation that Colin was in last game, where he has Riptide Lab and Spellstarter Sprite that can just block that 20/20 for as long as he can do it. But that's a 5 mana tie.
It's a 5 mana upkeep, and he has 2 mana left, it looks like. Takes 2 from the Eternal Witness getting through, and now Greg is probably going to search up a Tarmogoyf at first opportunity.
And just put more pressure on the board.
Yeah. Green sun for 4, probably getting Thrun the last troll.
Pretty good in general. I mean, we do know that Colin has an edict that he can flash back, but it's probably not going to be as relevant.
just
I
gonna
mean,
get
he
the
can just
Eternal
Eternal
Witness
Witness, right? I think Greg is definitely, like you said earlier, just building to inevitability at this point. Colin would have to draw extraordinarily well. Spellstutter Sprite, certainly not going to counter Thrun. Going to draw some... I think he drew O-Ring. I think he drew O-Ring.
Oblivion Ring.
So O-Ring that token, get that out of here. Now Colin's in a considerably better board state.
He's definitely
Granted,
in a better spot.
Thrun is still in play.
He can take 4 this turn, though.
Right.
And kill the Eternal Witness, and then Chainer's Edict to kill the Thrun if he wants.
Yeah, he would have had to lose his Spellstutter Sprite to do so, and I'm not sure he's willing to do that. He did draw Snapcaster Mage.
So now he can trade.
So he can actually Snapcaster Mage, give balance, flashback, return Snapcaster Mage balance.
That's a gross.
It's not good for Greg. That O-Ring was a great draw for Colin.
Yeah, that was powerful.
He only had a handful of ways that he could deal with that 2020, and that's one of them. He also had, I think he has Swords to Plowshares. He doesn't have Path to Exile, though, so. But Swords was already in his yard from the Gifts Ungiven.
Right.
So Colin's draws there were very few.
I don't think he has enough mana to do that.
Snap, sure he does.
Yeah, he does.
He definitely has. He has extra.
So he didn't do it.
It's 2 for Snapcaster, 2 for balance.
I wonder if he's just going to try to wait to get another creature.
Yeah, maybe he's just being greedy. He is at 16. He does. He can actually just keep Snapcaster.
I think he
for
just
value.
didn't. I think he just didn't see it.
Well, he can Snapcaster Plow. He can Snapcaster.
Oh, he can just pick it up with the Riptide anyway.
Yeah, it doesn't actually matter. Okay. So, but the problem with that is that now that Greg knows, he can see that line also. I think if I'm in Colin's shoes, I actually just like doing the Spellstutter Sprite thing just one more time. So yeah, you see here with that, yeah, like now Greg knows, hey, there's something up here. Let's run this Mesmeric Fiend out.
Yep.
Rather than possibly taking that with survival. So.
Yep. So end of turn, Gifting. But now if Colin gets to cast his Chainer's Edict, Greg's going to sacrifice his Eternal Witness, but then we're back to parity.
We're back to parity again.
Thrun versus Spellstutter Sprite, because the Mesmeric Fiend can't attack.
Exactly.
Because it sets up the balance play again.
Sure. Yeah, that Mesmeric Fiend has to stay in play for Greg. If Colin can start just rebuying for value Snapcaster Mage every turn.
Greg just has so many good top decks. Like just any creature, though.
Yeah.
Although, Colin drawing some good ones off that Gifts. All those are quite powerful at this point in the game.
And is Unburial Rites still in Colin's
I
hand?
believe it is still in his hand. It hasn't gone anywhere.
Wow.
So it looks like
Just
Sphinx is coming into play next turn.
I mean, Colin could just cast Sphinx if it went to his hand, right?
That is correct.
So, yeah, Greg has to say, you can have these 2 wizards, even though you have Riptide Lab and Spellstutter Sprite.
Yeah.
His Spellstutter Sprite gets much better. Is Greg just packing it in?
Yeah.
Just knows
I think
he can't
Colin's
beat
just telling him he has Unburial Rights.
Oh, sure. All right. It looks like Colin rebounded, took game 2 off of Greg. That one, it was haymakers both ways.
It was a little bit of haymakers. I mean, if Colin is telling him that he has Unburial Rights, I don't know if Greg has enough time, but he could top deck Liliana, and if Colin taps out for the Sphinx, that's the only thing he's got.
I think Greg's scooping there was pretty premature.
I mean, he probably threw away like 0.05% of a game, right?
I mean, when you're playing for this
It's
much
not zero.
alcohol, let's not throw it away.
No, yeah.
We have priorities here.
It's a lot of good
Steven.
drunk.
Yeah, it's a lot of good drunk right there. The difference between first and second is 2 bottles? 3 bottles.
3 bottles.
That's a lot of bottles.
That's a lot of drunk.
Yeah.
It's a lot of degeneracy that could happen.
So this puts Greg on the play going to 3. I still think I like Greg's board position in general.
So we saw in that game where once Colin got it to the mid game and kind of had exhausted Greg's Dark Depths plan, Greg doesn't have a lot of potent things to survival for.
No.
He's got, Thrun, right? That's it. Once the Terracodon is in his graveyard, he doesn't have anything to get it back. So Greg has a lot of good initial plays, but he doesn't have a lot that he can do super late.
Sure.
And if Colin, it looks like Colin's best way to win the game is gonna be Sphinx and not Painter Grindstone.
Yeah, I completely agree with that.
But as long as Painter Grindstone is still in Colin's deck, Greg has to respect that and not necessarily be natural ordering for the Progenitus.
Right.
Because if he gets Progenitus into play, then it's not protecting him from getting decked.
Yep.
Yeah,
I think the best natural order target for Greg is Terracodon instead of Progenitus. I would actually, it's unfortunate because you have to leave Progenitus in as insurance,
right?
But you never want it to come into play unless you're 100% locking the game up.
The other funny part about that is that Progenitus is the best thing to put into play against Colin. His only balance is an answer to it.
No, he has Chainer's Edict also.
Okay,
assuming that it's a
only
naked,
creature.
but still.
I mean, he doesn't have any way to race it.
Sure.
Except for Painter Grindstone.
So you know what time it is?
What time?
It's time for a giveaway.
All right.
Let's give some money away.
I like.
So we have
money.
a $25 store credit to Northwest Sports Cards.
If I log in, can I win?
No.
Dang.
You're not eligible. It's in the fine print.
Okay.
It's some fine print. So if you don't mind, good sir, if we could pull a name and give some money away here. He's the sound effects guy.
Well, he didn't have one up yet. What do we got?
So the winner this time for the $25 gift card is player number 16, and because I can see everybody that's in chat, everybody that's watching it, no matter if they're in chat or not. So number 16 is actually, look at that, it's Hi Rai Rai. Hi Rai Rai has actually won $25 in Northwest Sports Card Store credit.
Congratulations, Hi Rai Rai.
Yeah, personal message me on there, and we'll get the details for you to get your stuff together. All right.
Sweet. Congratulations, Hi Rai Rai. You are the lucky owner of $25 store credit to Northwest Sports Cards to be spent at your discretion on anything you should choose. Sweet things.
Free stuff is good.
It's not bad. And you know what? All he had to do was put up with us.
Well, that's a price.
It is.
That's a price to pay.
It's the blood price.
And you know what? Thanks
for
sticking it out.
So we're going to move to game 3 here. Greg on the play. I did hear a rumor also. I don't know if you've heard this rumor, that we're going to have another guest commentator on tonight.
I started that rumor.
Did you? Well, I heard it from someone else, so it's a good rumor. I heard that it's going to be Max McCall.
Ooh, that's going to be good.
A good Max McCall appearance. So we'll see how much he berates everyone and,
I wonder how,
and ridicules how bad all their play is.
I wonder how deep into that bottle of bourbon he got.
I mean, I would imagine there is no more bottle.
He actually drank the physical glass.
Can you go past the bottom of the bottle? We'll find out. Stay tuned.
Yeah.
Looks like Dark Confidant reveals Elves of Deep Shadow. Greg taking a small 1 damage. Pitiful price to pay for how good Dark Confidant is. Jam in there. And then looks like Liliana.
Liliana of the Veil.
Going to start taking those cards out of Colin's hand. Hopefully put it to a point where Colin is too far behind for him to win. That's got to be Greg's plan at this point. So we'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, Liliana going up is a threat for Colin, to be sure.
And Colin doesn't have a ton of ways to deal with planeswalkers in general.
No.
He has O-Ring. He has Wipe Away.
He can attack with Vendilion Click.
Sure, yeah. He can flash something into play. But really, planeswalkers have to be kind of a problem for him. But to be fair, not that many players drafted them in general. So
yeah, we've got a Johnny Vengeance out of Josh Ventura.
Liliana here. We have a Garrick out
he
of Charles.
He has the Jace the Mind Sculptor.
Correct.
And that seems like it, right?
I think that was it.
Tezzeret the Seeker out of Teddy.
Yeah, that's not the planeswalker that's going to kill him, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So after this match, we're going to do another quick interview, and then we're going to have Colin playing Josh Ventura. But once we do the interview, we're going to switch up some commentators here, shuffle some people around, and move on to the next match. It looks like this one's going pretty much as we thought it might, with Greg developing an early board presence, Colin just running out that Signet, and there's not much happening out of Colin right now. Do you think he's building up?
He's got some potent punches in his hand.
So what do you see him having here? He has
his gifts, which can go get Unburial Rites into Sphinx, but then that gets Liliana'd. So he has to kind of be careful about that. He has Vendilion Click that can threaten the Liliana.
Yeah.
If Liliana doesn't go up to 5 this turn, I assume it's going to go up.
I would assume that also.
But if it does go up to 5, then Colin can cast the click, attack it to 2, and then it has to trade. with the Liliana.
Yeah,
Or
so
with the Vendilion.
I actually think that that's a totally fine line for Colin, because that lets him the following turn be able
To
to
gifts.
gifts
Yeah, for
and get a
Unburial
good
Rites
package,
and
and
things.
he should, in theory, at that point, still have Vanillion Click in play, if Greg hasn't already
Right.
edicted
But
it.
we don't, Greg has an Abrupt Decay.
Ooh, that's gonna make Colin's day less good.
Yeah.
Colin does have Snapcaster Mage, but he has nothing to do with it.
That's fine.
Oh, that's
yeah.
not true. He has a balance in his hand.
Balance doesn't deal with Liliana at all.
No, not even a little bit. Wow, Greg's hand is very good also.
I mean, it's fine. It's none of those cards are nearly as good as the things that he has in play.
Sure.
Dark Confidant and Liliana are doing a load of work against Colin here.
Liliana, I think, is doing the bulk of the work at this
I
point.
mean, it's the big threat, but Dark Confidant is, if he deals with the Liliana and doesn't deal with the Dark Confidant, like,
sure.
he's in a lot of trouble. So Liliana going to tick up to 6 here.
Colin's got to actually worry about that ultimate coming down. Do you think he just Snapcaster Mages for value here?
I mean, it's no value, right? He doesn't even have a target.
I mean, he'd have to Snapcaster just to attack Liliana from ultimating.
Yeah.
And now that plan's even off the table with Deathrite Shaman in play, so...
You draw the Sphinx.
He drew it?
Yeah.
That's even worse for him.
Well, he's just going to discard it to Liliana, right?
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, Greg's going to tick his Liliana up. And,
You don't think Greg just uses it to ult here? And destroy
not right
half
now.
of Colin's
Absolutely not.
permanents?
Yeah, it's such a powerful threat. In fact, I might even tick it up like 2 or 3 more times.
Just till Colin's just completely out of cards?
Yeah, just so that you don't get blown out by a Spell Stutter Sprite next turn.
Yeah, that's fair. So the last card in Colin's hands was Gifts. Let's see the package he puts together.
Well, it doesn't really matter very much now because the Sphinx is in the graveyard and Deathrite Shaman can eat it.
Yeah,
so
Deathrite is active.
He can't do a whole lot. He's going to have to find a way out of this Liliana. He can't put the O-Ring in the package because that's his only way to kill it.
No, yeah, he can't let that go to his
So
graveyard.
he has to do something else. He has Wipe away, but that's not going to do a whole lot. Yeah, man, he looks like he's in some trouble.
Yeah, Greg's deck showing that it's a real deck here. You said you really liked it. I was not
funny thing
sold.
is
I'm
if-
becoming more and more sold as we watch.
If he didn't draft the Progenitus, I mean, this match would be 3-0 Colin.
That's correct. Colin would have just activated his grindstone already, and the game would have been done over long ago.
But I think that these like kind of aggro control-y black base decks are really underrated.
Yeah.
And they're capable of putting up a great record in these things.
So here's his package. Jace the Mind Sculptor, Oblivion Ring, Wipe Away, Swords to Plowshares. So he immediately says, no, we're not doing this Swords to Plowshares.
That's interesting. I would let him keep the swords for sure.
Yeah, it's funny. I think I agree with you. I think I would give him swords and
I would give him
Jace.
swords and Wipe Away.
You would give him Wipe Away?
Yeah.
I actually like giving him Jace. It doesn't do anything.
It definitely does stuff.
Really?
Yeah. If he just pluses it every single turn, just plays it and starts plussing, Greg doesn't have any way to defeat that at the moment.
Oh, sure. Okay.
And like even Liliana doesn't deal with it.
Right.
So I think, and like if he Wipe Aways your Liliana, then like, okay, just play it again. You know,
So-
he's spent a card, and you're gonna like get another activation out of it. And
Yeah.
Another activation out of it.
He gave him Wipe Away Jace, and then he promptly ate the Sphinx of the Steel one out of the graveyard.
Sure.
So I'm guessing we're going to probably see a Wipe Away on Liliana.
Probably. It's a perfectly reasonable play to give him the Jace, but I would bin it.
Yeah.
Just because that's how Colin's going to get back in the game.
It's fair. So we use Jace to brainstorm.
Yep, that's fine too. He's got, he's going to have some cards that he can definitely discard to that Liliana now. And now, Greg might have to ultimate it, which is not the worst thing in the world.
No,
because
it's still going to get rid of 3 permanents, right?
And he's safe from it dying because Colin can't cast a instant creature. Because Spellstarter Sprite has not been played yet, so actually he is.
Yeah, he
threatening.
doesn't know that Spellstarter Sprite isn't in Colin's hand. I don't believe.
I don't think he's gonna play around it though.
No, I don't think you do here either. Like
You can get a Dryad Arbor here, yeah, to threaten the Jace. Yeah, I'm not sure who's gonna win this game. Actually, I think Greg is ahead, but by a lot less than he was 2 turns ago.
That's very true.
Which is another, that's just why I would put Jace in the bin.
Yeah, fair enough. Looks like he drew Revoker here.
Yeah.
Also has Inquisition.
Inquisition to get the Brainstorm. Like Brainstorm in response to that?
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that didn't happen.
I mean, he knows what the top 2 cards are.
That's fair.
So maybe they are
He just knows exactly what.
both Inquisition targets.
Yeah. All right, let's make some piles.
Jace versus blue mana. Not a bad split.
Yeah. And Colin has to keep Jace.
Yep.
And Colin has to start upping Jace.
He also has an island in his hand, so it's not the end of the world.
Right.
I am surprised.
Revoker naming Jace, that's pretty good, right?
Yeah. He might have named Orzhov Signet too, because Jace is just dead next turn. No, okay, he did name Jace. So Jace down, Liliana up, Thrun. Yeah.
Thrun.
All right,
Well.
Greg is in business now.
Yeah, this game is very likely out of reach. Kills Jace just in case.
Yep.
I think you named Jace not to let Colin draw
And the
out of this board.
and the Snapcaster and the Balancer in the graveyard.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I'm not sure Greg can fall out of control here. Now it's just up Liliana, ride his creatures to victory. You
Yep.
can use either half of Deathrite Shaman if needed.
And Colin's dead this turn, I think.
So, barring any craziness from
Down to 7, down
from
to
Colin,
he's dead.
next turn.
Yep.
It looks like we are very likely seeing
That game got
Greg.
over quick.
You know, it wrapped up in a hurry.
Yeah.
We went from about 45 seconds ago. I'm not sure who's going to win this game.
Yeah.
That Phyrexian Revoker did a lot of work. So,
Certainly.
anyways, so we made a giveaway. We had a match win. Greg Peloquin wins 2-1 over Colin McCune, and that puts Greg himself at 2-1 overall in draft.
Yep.
And Colin falls to 0-3.
Yeah.
Not going to cut it.
No.
Not going to cut it today. So we're going to take a very brief break, rotate some commentary here.
Okay.
And then we will be back with another match here. It looks like it's probably going to be Colin McCune against Josh Ventura.
Tight.
Let's see if Colin can break that losing streak.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you guys for watching. Yeah, we'll be back in a minute.
All right, welcome back. We are joined with a special guest, former R&D member Max McCall.
Hello.
How's it going? Max has been itching on the chat to let us hear his opinions, and he just decided to just roll up to my house today, and we decided to stick him in front of the camera. So I'm sure you've got a lot to say, Max, about this format. You're a pretty widely respected player around these parts. I guess, who's your favorite to win? We'll start with that. Who do you think did a good job?
Well,
and then we'll talk about who you think did a bad job.
Sure. So, right now I think Josh Ventura is actually clearly the favorite just based on the fact that he's 3-0.
Sure, easy math, yeah.
Yeah, right. So that the advantage of, post-draft knowledge is very powerful. But the decks I was most impressed by were Charles Dupont and Jesse Wilky's decks. I think are really, really strong. The thing that I found in doing vintage rotisserie drafts is that what you really want to be doing is just a really powerful sort of proactive strategy that is capable of being resilient against other people's proactive draws, but something that is, you're actually getting a really powerful game plan against decks that are sort of, slower, trying to dirtle around and whatnot. So, I think that Charles figuring out a way to build, like, the artifact channel deck is just really impressive. A lot of his draws are, like, just completely unbeatable. I got here an hour ago, and he was soundly crushing Jesse Wilky with turn 1 Furnace turn 2 Crucible Strip Mine Lock. Yeah. And then he played Lodestone Golem. It was very,
unbalanced.
And, right, yeah. And, Jesse's deck is just this really resilient combo deck where he's, like, exactly like the high tide decks of old, where he's all counter spells and card drawing. He doesn't have to kill you until he wants to. But when he can, like, when his deck goes off, you're dead for sure. And because, he's all blue card drawing and counter spells, he is also very resilient against the other people doing broken things. So
I guess one topic we've been talking about a lot here, and you say you like Charles's deck, but one thing that's been a very hot topic in the stream is the Mud deck.
Sure.
Do you think the Mud deck is a viable deck?
Yeah, so the first time I did Vintage Rotisserie, I was like, oh man, like Mishra's Workshop, like Transfigure, like this is going to be awesome. It was actually the deck that I drafted. And it went, 3 and 4, 4 and 3, something like that. It wasn't that good. And what I found was that the card Mishra's Workshop is really powerful. And like when you have an opening with that, it's really impressive. But you have to have Workshop and something else. That, like, already you've built this 2-card combo that's not Time Vault Ultiate, which isn't exactly where you want to be. And when you don't have Workshop, you just have a bunch of, like, pretty unimpressive 4-drops. Which is why, I'm really impressed by Charles's, like, of course I'll just play Channel instead of most people assume the artifact deck is going to be red with, like, Goblin Welder or Tinker Shenanigans or something like that.
Yeah, I totally agree. Who do you think messed up? Who do you think is just, without looking at the records?
Yes.
Who would you say had the wrong idea?
Yeah, so I really like Teddy Vitro starting off with Time Vault and Tinker. I think that's a really, that's a really proactive strategy. It's, like, definitely a place you want to be. But I feel like he sort of veered off a little ways when he started picking up, Isochron Scepter pieces and Herm's Chant, and sort of going away from, like, the base of, like, blue for the drawing and removal, or the card drawing and permission, or, like, black discard or something like that. And then he just sort of, like, he has a bunch of combos that, aside from Time Vault, aren't actually that powerful.
Yeah, Thopter Sword Foundry.
Right.
I kind of was super critical of him. I mean, it's already a bad combo. But after you take Thopter Foundry, you don't need to take Sword of the Meek.
Sure.
Like, taking Sword of the Meek 7th or 8th or whatever just really set him in a bad spot, I think.
Yeah, one of the things that's been most interesting as I've been talking to players, as I've been walking around here, is, sort of where people thought certain cards would go. Like, Jesse Wilky was, very disappointed that Charles Dupont took Fastball in 3rd, because this was like, I've been looking at past vintage drafts, and, I feel like Fastball is really underrated, like, often going very late, and I think I can take it 4th here, and I think that'll be pretty safe. And Charles had come to the same conclusion. It's like, I better snap it off 3rd.
Yeah.
Jesse was just like, God.
Yeah, I mean, Fastball actually went undrafted in our last draft.
Yes.
And I think the two, I would say the two most, I guess, prepared players both were very aware of that fact and tried to take advantage of it. And I think Charles took it just that turn earlier. Yeah,
I think the metagame around who is drafting what when is actually one of the most interesting parts. Like, that's like the most fun part of the draft for me to watch is, like, the first 10 or 15 picks where it's just like no one has anything quite figured out, and it's just like in this draft when the fetch land started going in the 3rd round, it's just like, oh my god.
That was pretty sweet. It's interesting to watch the metagame develop as well. Like the decks that are getting drafted this time versus the decks we drafted, 6 months ago are very different. I don't think anyone would have been brave enough to draft the mono red deck until today.
It varies from draft to draft. We did some rotisserie drafts in the Wizard's office from time to time, and the red deck was usually but not always drafted, and usually but not always did, well. I remember Sean Mann won one of the drafts with just straight up mono red and just smashing everyone with goblins. So.
If you could draft your ideal archetype in this format, what's the deck?
Sure. I think probably the most powerful deck would be like a really powerful Time Vault deck. Like, I would suspect that by virtue of the fact that in Vintage the best deck is a Time Vault deck, probably the best Vintage Rotisserie draft is also a Time Vault deck.
Safe assumption, I'd say, yeah.
I think the deck that's most fun are decks like, Charles, the deck that Joey Zappelli had in a former Vintage Rotisserie draft, where it's just like, you have all the storm cards, all the card drawing, like, you're just, like, playing really good cards every turn, and then you kind of have to go through the puzzle and figure out how to win. I think that's really fun.
Mentioning Storm, I know, looking at back drafts that we haven't done, a lot of people think, obviously gone into the draft thinking Storm is the best deck.
Right.
Why do you think I think we found through doing these drafts that's not the case.
Sure.
Why do you think that is? Why doesn't translate to a 40 card deck?
Yeah. I think the main problem is not necessarily the 40 card deck that you have. Like, it's pretty easy to build a 40 card storm deck that has all the pieces you want. The problem is that you get into situations where first, like, you have to put a bunch of like sort of do nothing cards. Like Tendrils is actually kind of a good draw in some of your matchups, but not others. And so you have a bunch of cards that are just automatically in your deck that aren't necessarily good in your opening hand. But also your opponents just draw cards like Thoughtseize more often. They always have mana drain. They're more likely to have Force of Will. You know, cards like that, or even like Nullrod. Like Stephen Berkowitz a huge fan of just the punishing prison decks. And it's like if he locks out your mana, Stephen's sitting right here and is very pleased with himself about how he's good at making other people not be able to play Magic.
Absolutely. All right, well, I think these guys are just about ready for the next match. Do you want to commentate one with us?
Yeah, sure.
All right, do you want to go give them a thumbs up, someone?
Oh, got it. There's also a results update if you want.
Oh, okay.
Teddy Vitro beats Mike Thompson 2-0.
Looks like Teddy Vitro has taken down Mike Thompson 2-0, so Mike's gonna, I think, is 2-1 correct, or is he falling to 2-2, Chris? 2-1. All right, so Josh, we've got Josh Ventura battling Colin McCune here. Josh is out to an early lead at 3-0 with the mono red deck, just being a man.
Yeah, he's just been thugging it out. That's one of the impressive things about the red deck. Like, the most powerful cards in the vintage draft are often artifacts. And so you normally think, oh, like, a red deck can't really do anything about, like, unfair combo decks. But, like, red's really good at blowing up every artifact it sees.
The only kind of permanent it gets to interact with is the most important kind of permanent in this format.
Yeah, you can blow up artifacts and lands. And, like, people can't cast their spells. It doesn't really matter what you have to do. Yeah.
All right, so who do you think's the favorite in this matchup?
I would have to imagine it's Josh. Like, Colin has a moderately slow, like, blue control deck that's, heavy on counter spells and has a pretty strong, mid to late game for sure. But in my experience, like, the red deck's just going to be able to get underneath, before Colin can really get up a wall of counter magic.
Yeah, with cards like Figure of Destiny and things like that.
And Colin's going to have a really hard problem beating cards like Figure of Destiny. Even a card like Jackal Pup is, pretty likely to deal 8 damage.
Yeah. I'll also say that Colin did draft some interesting tech for this matchup. He's got a lot of misdirection type effects.
Oh, sure.
So I'm interested to see if he's going to side those in. If he's really, I don't know if those are necessarily good in this matchup, but it's interesting. I think. Yeah, he has both Hydroblast and Blue Elemental Blast.
Sure.
So he definitely has a sideboard that it could compete.
Yeah, I know Josh snapped off the chill before
anyone
Colin
could
could pick that
grab
one
it.
up.
Yeah.
I don't know what sideboard cards Josh has for the matchup. I would suspect he has Red Elemental Blast. I can't imagine anyone else would have that.
Yeah, I think they actually, him and Teddy split them.
Oh, I see. Oh, yes, of course.
But I'm not sure who won the die roll here.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to watch. I think the first 2 turns are often really, setting specific.
Josh has a Mox in his hand, which I think if he can really take advantage of that early, that's going to be super hard.
He has Mox and he has Ankh-Misher and he has Wasteland. It's going to be very hard for Colin to catch up this game, I think.
So it looks like Colin is on the play. I think. Looking at his hand, he's got Underground Sea. It looks like he also has a Mox, Spell Pierce, Spell Stutter Sprite, and some lands.
Yeah, the die
not
roll.
A great hand against mono red.
No, not well.
Lands Sapphire with Spellster Sprite, so I guess real.
Right. The going first in the vintage rotisserie drafts are a very big game because of the Moxes, because of all the really powerful interactions that can happen. Right. Like if Josh goes first this game, I think he's a huge favorite. If Colin's going first, I think he's in really good shape. Like you said, he has Mox Spellstutter Sprite that's just very good against anything Josh is doing. Of course, Josh doesn't have a 1-drop, so.
Yeah. And he also has a Mox, unbeknownst to Colin McCune. So. This is going to be an interesting first couple turns, I think.
Yeah. Do you think if Colin plays a land Mox go and Josh plays land Mox, do you think Colin's going to Spellstutter Sprite his Mox?
Probably. I would have to assume.
Yeah.
I think that especially the fact that it is an off color, the other color, really adds extra value to that.
Oh, he's playing the Mox first. Okay. Oh, Colin's hold up. All right. Hang on. Oh, Spell Pierce. Not right. Okay. All right, Goblin Guy, get in.
So Josh ripped the Goblin Guy, it looked like, and doesn't let Colin draw land, so that's good for him.
Yeah, but this is another interesting spot, right? Because now Colin's gonna have to defeat Goblin Guy, and his hand's not really well set up.
It's like he has a Gifts Ungiven.
Yeah.
So he can cast Gifts Ungiven, go get Still Hellkite, with on Burial Rites. Just put those 2 in a pile, put them in the graveyard, and then get that Still Hellkite next turn, which Josh I don't think can beat.
Yeah, and he's drawing Grindstone now, so he can also set up gifts with the combo.
And there he has the White Source, so.
Josh is not
So
even
good draw from Colin there.
right. It's the haymakers that everyone has prepared for this matchup. Or I guess it's really more on Colin's end, sort of like he's just trying to manage his life total to last long enough to do one of his many powerful strategies, and Josh is just trying to like club him over the head and just hold him down in the early game as long as possible, and like finish him off with a bunch of burn spells.
So Josh looks like he's drawn a Figure of Destiny and a Skullcrack. Oh, and a
Wear
Tear. Which is definitely going to slow Colin down.
Yep. He's just trying to manage Colin's mana as much as possible.
Yep.
Colin hasn't missed a land drop, I believe. No, he hasn't. So Josh is still not giving him. Yeah, Colin guy's doing a lot of work. Just straight up R2-2 haste right now.
Yeah.
He's yet to reveal a land.
How does it feel?
Yeah. Very powerful, I'm sure. But now Colin really is in trouble because he doesn't have a fourth land.
Right.
So
although maybe he finally gets lucky off this Goblin Guide.
Yeah, his fingers got to be crossed right now. No.
Flusterstorm. It's not even. Flusterstorm's not even going to be great against Josh, especially if he knows about it.
Right. Yeah, we are about to get a lot of value out of our spell setters right though.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wow. I was gonna say I feel like it's strange that Josh walked into that spell stutters right that he knew about, but
well, he didn't know about it per se. No. He didn't reveal it. Colin paused on turn one to spell.
Oh, right. Sorry, I'm confused.
Yeah. But yeah, spell starter sprite checks for Fairy's Line Resolution. So Josh's Figure of Destiny is going to resolve here.
Yeah.
And now
good play by Josh.
Mm-hmm. Well, he got to shuffle, so nope, no land though.
Unfortunate. He can wipe away that Figure of Destiny if it gets too out of control, because he's not going to be able to do much better with it.
Right. We finally found a land. Josh is holding up mana instead of casting his Onchemistry and wants to be prepared to pump Figure of Destiny, it looks like. Get it right out.
Yep. So I think we're just going to see land pass from Colin here.
You think he's going to be setting up Gifts on Given and try to get his combo going?
I think so. I guess Colin is at 5, so... But he doesn't have a lot of other options other than that.
Sure. Just got to cross your fingers and hope.
Well, it looks like Boros Charm's drawn, so that's going to be game here.
Yeah.
Unless... Oh, wow.
That's interesting.
Well, Colin's still going to be dead here, right? Because he's going to go try to get his guy, and Josh is just going to Boros Charm him on upkeep, I got to believe. Or during his turn, at least. Oh, yeah. I guess Colin... I did forget that he could get other things with Gifts Ungiven.
Sure, yeah. It's kind of interesting. We were just tunneled in on the on Burial Rites plan.
Yeah,
of course he has Gifts Ungiven gives him so many other options.
Yeah. That's my bad on that one. Steel Hellkite's so good, though.
It is very powerful. It's too bad Colin doesn't have access to something like Sphinx of the Steel Wind for a matchup like this. I'm sure he...
Oh, I think that's the card I keep meaning to say. He does have Sphinx of the Steel Wind.
Okay.
Because he can actually just cast it.
Sure.
As well.
Sure. Yeah, casting Sphinx of the Steel Wind is also an enormous game. As for 8 mana, it should be.
Yes.
Is that the only thing he's doing with black mana? Oh, of course, on Burial Rites.
On Burial Rites, yeah. Which I actually think was a sweet addition to his deck.
Yeah. The gifts, adding, even in Modern, we've seen like just adding the gifts package to your deck gives you a lot of angles that you wouldn't normally have in certain like matchups. And here it's likely to be his main plan in this matchup.
And Colin is basically just dead here, though. I don't know how he's gonna. I guess he does have Grindstone in his hand, right?
Yes.
So he could theoretically. It looks like gonna get dispelled. He also still has that Flusterstorm. So you got to imagine he's gonna take. Well, Skullcrack just kills it, right? Or no, he can Flusterstorm it.
Right. But Sulfuric Vortex is going to be very difficult for his Sphinx of the Steel One to defeat.
Yeah.
So he's got a lot of options here. Yeah, this is where you really wish you could see into the mind of Colin right now, because we figured he'd set up his Unburial Rites plan with his Gifts Ungiven. He's not doing that, and so it's tough to sort of figure out where we're at.
Yeah. So Skullcrack gets chosen, and he gets replaced with a Grim Lavamancer. Which is just as big of a problem for Colin. At this point, Colin is just hoping to survive the turn in top deck, a part of his combo. Well, I guess he knows Explosives is on top, so...
That's going to be very helpful for him, although it's, very mana intensive. He doesn't really have the time to be clearing out 1-drops. It will kill the Grim Lavamancer before it goes active.
Yeah.
I bet Josh is kicking himself now for casting Figure of Destiny instead of just waiting and forcing Colin to tap mana and just kill him in response to Gifts Ungiven.
Yep. So now he has a blocker, and he can counter any spell that Josh tries to kill him with this turn, which Josh has multiples of.
Yeah, we are starting to get out of the woods a little bit from Colin's side, but he's definitely not safe yet.
Being at 3 life against the mono red deck doesn't feel out of the woods ever.
Right, absolutely not. He's very excited to block though.
He is.
He's waiting.
Get that man in front of him.
Yeah, it's tough for Josh to sort of figure out how to sequence his spells because he's still so choked on mana.
I might have just let that. I think I just let that resolve. If I'm Colin.
Looks like what Colin decided to do. Yeah, I'm not even sure it was the threat Josh wanted because, it certainly does cut Colin off from his mana, but he's got 6 lands in play. He's got
and he didn't
plenty of resources there.
How did Colin go to 1?
He. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The Orzo Signet to get around the Alchemist. That's really unfortunate for Josh. So Colin's hand is now Grindstone, and
Colin is doing his best to take this game down.
Right. Josh is just pondering all of his options.
Yeah, Josh, it's like he has a Lightning Helix, a Grim Lavamancer, Sulfuric Vortex, a Johnny Vengeant, and a Koth of the Hammer.
Right.
Which Colin has answers to all of those right now.
Yeah, I think for Josh, it's just a matter of trying to figure out how to sequence your spells in the correct order such that, you manage to try to overload Colin's mana or get him to a point where it's you unstep your Lightning Helix and then tap and cast a lethal spell. It's like, okay, the Grim Lavamancer, he's cleared out the Engineered Explosives. Okay, well now his Lavamancer is threatening lethal, so Josh has to respond to that. Or rather, Colin has to respond to that. When he responds to that, he's going to tap low, and maybe our Lightning Helix is going to get in range.
That Lavamancer is going to kill him on upkeep unless Colin can do something.
Mm-hmm. Looks like Colin is...
and that is the Soul Ring that was revealed, so I think that's going to be game here, unless... Yep, all right. Yeah, so Josh takes game 1, as we expected. Colin's gonna... Let's see what Colin sides in here. Let's see if we can see what he puts in. I missed the first one there. I think I saw... Are these siding out right now? I think. Oh, nope. There comes the Hydroblast and the Pyroblast.
I did not realize he had access to balance.
Yes, he also has balance.
Looks like we're not bringing it in. But that is a very interesting option for the matchup. Because it's certainly a very good way of clearing out the board, but it's also likely to Mind Twist Colin, so the risk reward there is pretty interesting. I wonder if we could send somebody to find out, at least what they're sideboarding out, if not what they're sideboarding in.
Looks like Berklet is calling to action here.
Because you mentioned earlier Colin has a bunch of misdirections and whatnot that he can board in, but it wasn't. He didn't really lose that game because he didn't have misdirections. He lost the game because he didn't have control of the board.
I think the reasoning for it. I don't know if it's right. This might be reaching a little bit, but if Josh leads on a guy and then tries to burn him and he can reject that to his guy, that's probably good enough to get Colin to win.
Yeah.
And I think Colin has 3 or 4 effects that do that.
Sure.
So. That might be reaching, but Colin might need to try some crazy stuff to win this matchup,
Yeah, he's certainly not favored, and it's not terribly likely that Josh is just going to play a guy and then, bolt him for 3 on turn 2, but depending on how Josh's hand is set up, that might be the most efficient way to goldfish Colin, and then it really is going to just turn it right around.
Yeah.
Looks like we're thinking about a Relic of Progenitus, I guess to get around...
Colin does an Academy Ruins?
Sure. We don't want to get locked up by Engineered Explosives, it looks like. We also might just be boarding out a card that's, slow and expensive and just want to cycle the Relic off.
Or, if he figures he destroys Painter's Servant or Grindstone, he doesn't have to deal with it again.
Right. Wow, it's pretty sick that Painter's Servant is going to shut off any of Josh's Elemental Blasts.
Yeah.
That's very interesting. Still no word on the sideboarding, it looks like. Yeah.
Can you guys do me a big favor and speak up just a little bit?
The silky smooth voice of Max McCall.
Yeah, it's. I'm telling you, I want you to. Any bad news I get, Max, I want you to read it to me.
Hypnotic. My headphones are really loud, and so I'm trying to modulate my volume.
What you can change it on that. Yep.
So,
thank you.
Sideboards. Colin brought in the both blue black. Oh, I can get on the mic here.
Oh yeah, we have a third mic. So fancy.
All right, so sideboarding, we have Colin brought in Blue Elemental Blast, Hydroblast, Unburial Rites, and Sphinx. So he's not main decking that package.
Oh, okay.
He boarded out a land, Dispeller's Capsule, Wipe Away, and Chainer's Edict.
Okay.
Josh brought in Pyroblast, Disenchant, so way to kill the Sphinx, and Relic of Progenitus, another way to remove it to keep it from getting.
So he sided out Dispeller's Capsule, sided in Disenchant?
No. Colin brought out Dispeller's Capsule.
Oh, okay, right.
Josh brought in Disenchant.
Okay.
And then Josh sideboarded out Spirit of the Labyrinth, Flames of the Bloodhand, and Smash to Smithereens.
All right.
So.
Yeah, I guess he just figured Colin wouldn't have enough targets. Does Colin have Vedalken Shackles?
No, I believe the Vedalken Shackles were undrafted.
Really?
Yeah.
It's surprising.
It's only good against like maybe 1 or 2 decks.
Sure.
But it is real good against those 1 or 2
I
decks.
might have expected it to be very good against, Greg Peloquin's deck, for example, as well as, Josh. And
Those are the 2 I was thinking at first, yeah.
So we're going to be pressuring Colin's Unburial Rites draw, but, Soul Ring is just going to take...
We're at 4 mana here. He's not going to do anything with it yet. Or he does have a Gift Given his hand, so that Relic of Progenitus is probably very frustrating at the moment because Colin could just go off next turn. Could just get that Sphinx in play.
It looks like Colin's just going to cast a Gifts for Value instead.
Yeah.
And just like, nice Relic of Progenitus. I'm going to get up a card.
Still had
here,
all these.
Right. Well, it's going to be really tough for Josh now, right? Because a large part of his game plan against Colin in the last game was just pressuring his mana with Wasteland and, trying to put more on with Ankh Mishra. And, it's just, you're not going to bottleneck there with Soul Ring on mana.
It looks like Josh does have a Disenchant. He may choose to disenchant that Soul Ring. And I would imagine, especially if Colin was to miss a land drop, I don't know what his hands are, what his hand is, but so Wasteland, Swamp, Koth, Ajani, Manic Vandal, Mountain. It looks like for Josh. Get Dispel, Blast.
Looks like Colin just wants to have a lot of options that are very mana efficient for anything Josh is trying to do.
Yeah.
Because he has all this extra mana, so he wants to use it as efficiently as possible, which means the cheapest sideboard cards, even if he doesn't necessarily think these are his strongest sideboard cards.
Right. I'll tell you what, if Colin doesn't have another blue source, that Wasteland's looking real good right now.
That's certainly true.
I'm thinking he is going to disenchant here.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised that we brought out Smash to Smithereens. I feel like that's one of the other cards that helps pressure Colin's mana because he has, he doesn't have a ton of artifact mana, but he has Seed of the Synod, he has Soul Ring, and he has Mox Sapphire. And, I suppose on the draw it might not be as powerful, but, I would certainly expect on the play, your opponent plays a Mana Rock on turn 1, you just shatter it and deal them 3 on turn 2. That goes pretty far, especially if you had a 1-drop. Now
another just
right.
I'll just keep this mana going. He says.
Is Josh splashing Ancient Grudge by any chance?
I think Teddy has Ancient Grudge. I was gonna say.
Okay. We're just putting Soul Ring back on top, but interesting.
Josh just doesn't want to let him have that artifact mana, and for good reason.
Right. Also, that's the only creature Josh has, and he needs to get pressure in somehow.
Yeah.
So if he casts a Vexing Devil, Colin will just take 4 and continue with his game plan, and it's going to be really hard for Josh to win. We're relicking each other down now.
Yeah, there's the Wasteland on the Academy runes, but it keeps his blue source safe.
Is that? I couldn't. Okay. I wasn't sure if he had Wastelanded the Tundra or the Academy runes. Feels like it would be reasonable for him to go after either one. Making him ruin the Mox Sapphire back on top is also pretty reasonable play, I think. But I think we're just too concerned about the recursion. I guess we have Relic of Progenitus in play. I am really surprised that I went after Academy runs.
Yeah. Okay, there we go.
Trigger Mage for a land. The classic.
Yeah, Trinket Mage is real good in Colin's deck. Gets those, also gets Grindstone.
Gets the Mox.
Gets the Mox, gets the Soul Ring, yep.
It's Engineered Explosives, of course.
Yep.
Yeah, so if, Colin had been able to Trinket Mage for Engineered Explosives, that would have been able to put a lot of pressure on Josh, just lock him right out of the game. Feels like now Josh has excuse me, Josh has to put a lot of his hope into a Johnny Vengeant and start working the Planeswalker angle.
Yeah.
Which is going to be tough for Colin to beat, right? You know, the blue deck's not known for its creatures or burn spells, which are the ways you're going to defeat Planeswalkers.
Oh, and speaking of Planeswalkers, Colin McCune has his own.
Yes, well.
Some might argue the planesiest of
Yes.
walkers.
Jace has been known to walk around places.
We see a Rift Bolt get suspended for Josh, so he says, "I'm not going to walk into a counterspell with my Johnny Vengeance. It's too important, I think."
Right, I believe he knows Colin still has that Spell Pierce from the Gifts Ungiven. It's going to be tough. Colin's just passing right back.
I think Colin drew a Vendilion Click.
Oh my.
So he's going to probably try to Vendilion Click him and see if the way is clear for Jace.
That's Divert. Colin's, the card on the right is, yeah.
Oh, so he does have Divert. He didn't cite it was in his main deck. Attaboy.
Yeah. Now, Josh can pay 2 here, I believe, too. No, we're not interested in that. Yeah, it looks like Josh is trying to decide, okay, yeah, we're going to pay 2 to prevent the effect of Divert.
Which I think Colin is totally fine with.
Yep. In much the same way that Josh is happy to pressure Colin's mana. Colin's ahead on mana right now, and he's totally happy to spend. He has so many extra cards that he just wants, to keep control of the board long enough to everything else. And he's going to be able to Flusterstorm the... Flusterstorming...
I'm
yeah,
confused.
we're trying to Flusterstorm the Riftbolt now, I believe.
I think that's what's happening.
So now we're countering unless we pay 3, and Josh was confused. He thought it was countering the effect from Divert. Yeah, so Manic Vandal's still in play. Riftbolt is countered, and we're going into Josh's draw step now.
Okay.
And Josh decides he's not interested in attacking, so he feels like he's on the defensive. He might want the creature in play to defend a Johnny.
Yeah, Colin's looking good this game.
Yeah, I feel like we're in a really good spot here on Colin's side.
So it looks like Colin's holding up for a counterspell this turn. This is probably the turn we're going to see the Vendilion Click, see if his way is clear.
Yeah.
And then get that Jace into play.
We do have another match result to report. Charles Dupont beat Teddy Vitro 2-0.
So Charles Dupont on the way back.
Yeah.
He said, "I don't want the Jed. Get the thing away from me.
Certainly.
I'm gonna still take this thing down."
I think more people want to not earn themselves a scornful egotist than people who want to win the Vintage Rotisserie.
Very much.
Yeah.
I don't know. The first place prize is pretty sweet.
It is very impressive.
There's a bottle of Belvedere as big as my arm in there.
Wow. Yeah. Those are the kind of stakes that you can really get behind.
Yeah.
Keeps it still really friendly, but it's still it's a great story.
Yeah. So we see a Johnny Vengeant come into play here. Josh finally pulls the trigger on it.
Mm-hmm.
He also has Koth. So we're gonna see some planeswalkers here.
Right. So now Colin has Vendilion Click, which is okay. It is gonna get Josh's Koth.
So and he gets replaced with a planes. So, what do you think? Do you think he plays Jace, bounces the Manic Vandal, and kills the Johnny here?
Yeah, I feel like that's a pretty commanding board position to be in.
And he still even has counterspell backup.
Right.
The Spell Pierce is pretty dead here.
It is, but I mean, it still did its work. Like Josh had to wait so long for his Johnny that it really didn't do him any good here. He just kept something tapped that is now untapped.
And he still has that Dispel too, so he can, if Josh tries to draw Lightning Bolt, or there's a few spells, Boros Charm, Lightning Helix.
Sure.
So
right, but removing the Jace isn't going to bring him back to parity, right? Like Colin still has Vendilion Click Trinket Mage, and Josh has Plains and X, or X's.
It looks like Josh drew Mox Ruby, so I think we're going to see Colin start to really pull away here. I think Colin's basically locked this one up at this point.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough for Josh to mount any sort of comeback. He's going to have a real series of runners.
You think? What do you think the right? There's so many choices with Jace. What do you think the right mode is here? I think you probably peek. I would have peeked at Josh's deck personally.
Yeah, it's tough, right? We know that Josh has 2 blanks in his hand,
Sure.
but from Colin's perspective, this could be anything, and he might want to decide, okay, there's a really good chance I'm going to lose my Jace next turn. I really want to get that extra card out of it and sort of set up my draw steps and know how I'm going to pressure him for the rest of the game.
Riptide Lab now in play with that Vendilion Click. That is one spicy meatball.
Yeah, that is. It also, Riptide and Trinket Mage. He's not out of targets. He still has that Engineer Explosives.
And Grindstone.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I was really excited to see Colin take that Riptide Laboratory. I saw it, and I was just like, oh man, he's got a lot of value.
Yeah, I really like those, niche sort of cards that are only good in like 1 or 2 decks, and they go like 35th or whatever. But when they're in play, they're just the most enormous beating.
Yeah.
So.
What happened to the Trinket Mage? Oh, he bounced it with the Riptide.
Picking it up, getting all of the value, as it were. I just want to start singing Bare Naked Lady songs. Yeah, we're just gonna keep brainstorming.
Why not?
Yeah, it almost doesn't matter.
And there's no Glen Archmage, which is gonna really help.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like if Colin thought he was even further ahead, he'd be fate sealing right now.
Yeah.
But he's not quite sure. He wants to keep grinding out cards. Like he's happy to just keep playing an attrition fight where he's drawing 2 cards a turn, especially with all the mana he has.
And I think he's gonna try to resolve. I think he's gonna play probably the Glenhorn Archmage here with the Riptide Laboratory back up. He's basically just locking Josh out of ever playing a spell again. Right.
We're not too concerned about creatures when we have Riptide Lab going with Vendilion Click.
Yeah.
And, we're not very concerned about spells when we have Riptide going with Glen Elender Archmage.
This is basically Riptide Laboratory at its finest right now.
Yeah.
It doesn't get much better than this.
All we're missing is Ventura Shaper's Avant.
Which I was hoping to see Colin also get, but I think Jesse's very late.
Yeah.
But I don't think Colin knew he was taking Riptide Laboratory at the time.
No, well, it depends. Like, when you have the sort of fairy sub-theme going, like, he has Spellstutter Sprite. So I'm sure it was on his radar, but, again, it's not like you set up your deck to take advantage of the, Josh has had enough.
Yeah. He's like, all right, I'll attack your Jace. He's like, I will gladly block, and then...
Block, kill your guy, put a counter on this. Oh, you're not going to play another spell, right? Pick up my guy, cast it, your turn.
So blue cards win this one. We're going to go to game 3, it looks like. Josh just didn't apply any pressure early on.
Well, he didn't. It was really tough for him to come over the top of that Sol Ring, right? Like, he didn't have a 1-drop, I believe. No, he played Relic of Progenitus, like, when his opponent played a Sol Ring. Like, that's not really a game the beatdown deck's ever going to win. Looks like he's boarding out a Johnny Bench, and he's like, this is too expensive.
Yep.
Colin did board out a land in the last game. Boarding out a land on the play is, pretty interesting. I think you can board out a land on the draw pretty safely, like, very often, because, the extra card makes it, like, does considerable work for the statistics of, making your 3rd lander up on turn 3 or 4th on turn 4. But when you're on the play, it also, like, changes drastically. Like, Colin, like, he is sideboarding 1 card out here. I wonder if he's bringing, an island back in or something like that. Or if there's a card he thought was only good on the play, right? Like, Glen Elender Archmage doesn't seem so strong on the draw in this matchup, for example.
Right. Happy to see that Divert get there.
Yeah.
Called shot.
Divert did very honorable work.
It did exactly. I mean, he paid for it, but it basically did exactly what he needed it to do.
Yeah, all Colin really wanted was just get the time walk, and then he countered the Rift Bolt anyway, and that was totally fine.
Yeah.
But just spending a mana to deny Josh 2 of his own. And, now Josh has got to really wonder the next time he spends Rift Bolt in game 3. It's just like, what is going to happen to me here?
I mean, and he also knows that Colin drafted that misdirection, which...
Right.
He's got to wonder, am I playing into misdirection too?
Right. I feel like Divert makes me very suspicious of misdirection. Colin did draw it that game. He didn't have to use it though.
Yeah.
So Josh is in a very, very tough spot when he's trying to figure out, what order he wants to cast his spells in.
Speaking of misdirection, I kind of wanted to see Josh try to draft Wild Ricochet.
Wow. Does he have Ricochet Trap by any chance?
He does not. It was mentioned in stream. People said he should have taken it. It's interesting.
Counter spells, like quad counter spells, aren't actually very good against Josh. He's pretty happy to just get into a straight up battle against even cards like Remand, which are at their best against, aggressive-ish mid-range decks, aren't that good against Josh. So it's not like he needs to be like, oh, like I better hose their counter spells. Like, if he has that much mana if he has the mana to cast Ricochet Trap, like the counter spell's probably not even that good against him.
Sure. Or
they're so late in the game where it's not a big deal.
So Josh this time gets that early pressure early on with Figure of Destiny, but Colin has the Sol Ring again. But I see that Colin has one of the blue blasts in his hand, so that Figure I doubt is going to get out of control.
Right.
So I think he also has Divert.
Oh my.
Oh lordy.
Yes, this could be just going to get in for 2.
And the Gifts Ungiven, which is always in danger of just going and getting Sphinx of the Steel Wind.
Josh is going to scry with Temple of Triumph.
So this Colin's looking good here, unless
Yeah.
Josh resolves or plays a Relic of Virginis here. Or I guess he could, if he disenchants, it's going to slow Colin down a turn, but he's still going to fire off that.
Right, like Colin's just in the driver's seat here in terms of mana, right? He's pressuring Josh on so many angles. Josh might not even be aware of all of it. Like, he passed the turn here, but, you know, Jesse has, or rather Colin has Blue Elemental Blast. He has multiple counter spells, and he has much more mana than Josh.
All right,
So,
here it is. I think this is going to be game
Yeah.
here. Josh is probably going to hit the Soul Ring with a disenchant just to give him a turn.
Well, I'm not sure that Josh is going to want to disenchant the Soul Ring.
Oh wait, can you disenchant Sphinx of the Steel Land?
Yes.
So okay, because it doesn't have pro white.
That's correct.
So this is not game. Far from it.
So Colin's used, you know, Josh can't really make his 4/4 into all that untapped mana. Like, there's so many things that can go wrong. And so, you know, the threat being greater than the execution, Colin was able to manage Josh's mana and then use his mana for gifts on given. But setting up the Unburial Rites here, you know, he gets into a situation where the reverse can happen, right? If he just makes the Sphinx of the Steel Wind here, it's going to get disenchanted and he's going to get crushed.
Yeah. Quickly.
Yeah. So the Figure of Destiny has the 2 on it. I'm pretty sure that means it's a 2/2 and that it's not on level 2. I'm pretty sure it's still a 2/2, not a 4/4.
Man,
Yeah.
disenchant is rarely better than this.
Also, Colin's mana is not tapped correctly.
That is correct.
Oh,
hey,
wait, no, it is. You flash it back for 3 dub.
Oh, right.
My bad. We can rig it if you want. So, but I mean, it's really too bad for Colin here. Like, he's hoping that he can counterspell the whatever Josh has to answer the Sphinx with his dual elemental blast.
Flusterstorm is good enough here.
Flusterstorm is going to make him pay 2.
Make him pay 3. Right? Unburial Rites,
No,
Flusterstorm,
This is-
and disenchant.
We're on Josh's turn. now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so now we're... Oh, my. Oh.
This one, Colin. I think Colin thought he
Yeah.
had this one locked up, and it is quickly slipping away.
Yeah. Blasting all over the place here. It's tough. I mean, so now Josh has all the pressure. Colin's, you know, early advantages have gone away. Like, having Jace bouncing the Figure of Destiny is a really strong play here, but it's going to be tough to manage that into, you know, the rest
Fire
of the board.
Spark, Hellspark Elemental, and Manic Vandal.
Oh, we're brainstorming.
Interesting.
Ooh, and we drew a Mox. That was a good draw.
Yeah, it really was. So a good brainstorm here. Drew a Blue Blast. Drew a Blue Mox. He has Grindstone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it feels it's very fortunate for Colin. Like, it's probably correct, you know, that I say it. Like, oh, like if you know, plays Jason, bounces a Figure of Destiny. He's not very likely to win if that happens. He's
Right.
you know, much better in the short term, but it's not really looking good for the long term. So he takes the, you know, more risky but also I think higher EV play of just brainstorming, and he's, you know, richly rewarded.
Yeah, absolutely.
Josh, of course, has Hellspark Elemental to get the Jace.
Yeah.
Colin is going to be able to get the Figure of Destiny.
Just get it out of there.
Which is going to stem a lot of the bleeding.
I mean, Colin's going to go to 9 on this. Or, no, he's going to still remain at 12 on this turn, but...
But a lot of his, like, sort of game plan was set up around, okay, I'm going to get Sphinx of the Steel Wind in play, and once that happens, I'm going to be good. And he executed his game plan, and now he's in real trouble because of the disenchant. You know, this sort of goes back to what I was talking about earlier about, you know, you want to have proactive game plans that are really, really powerful, right? Like, you don't want to execute, like, it's pretty tough to assemble all the cards to do what you're trying to do. So if you actually do the thing, you want to make sure that your opponent is dead.
Yeah.
Right? Like, if you draw your sideboard card, you want it to just, like, stone cold your opponent, like, no outs, as opposed to, like, okay, well, now the game is about Sphinx of the Steel Wind, and Josh just killed it.
Yeah.
And now Colin's, you know, in really bad shape.
Yeah, absolutely. So I got to imagine that Josh is also going to cast Goblin Guide here.
Yeah. You know, Josh is probably just thinking about, you know, what he can and can't beat. Like, engineered explosives is, you know, very concerning, right?
It's true.
And, you know, like, we've just, you know, spent the last few minutes talking about how strong Colin's position is. It really is, you know, very good for him. But Josh doesn't have that many cards in his hand, and Goblin Guide really is almost his last threat. So if he does play an engineered explosives and Colin does have it, like, Josh is going to start to top deck while Colin's going to get some time to draw out of the problem season.
So Colin has a mana drain in his hand. I wonder if he has anything that can take advantage of that in his hand currently.
Mm-hmm. I bet he wishes Sphinx of the Steel was in
There's
his
a
hand now.
Grindstone.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would just be able to cast it for the most part. I mean, depending on how big it hit, but
Right.
I think you got a mana drain here. Yep.
Yeah, it's not even the shatter. It's just the 2/2 is too
Yep,
much for Colin to take.
Absolutely.
I
Hellspark
imagine,
comes back.
Yeah.
Sends Colin at 9.
Right. I gotta imagine Colin's plan now is to set up his combo with Grindstone and Painter Servant. Given that he already has the Grindstone, I think the best option he really has is to try to do that as opposed to sort of try to set up the Riptide shenanigans that we got last game. Although we did just saw Spell Setter Sprite, so
Which is going to be good.
shenanigans are certainly more live.
Do you think you just run the Grindstone out there?
I am surprised that he did that, but it certainly looks to be working out for him.
Well, all right.
Wow. That is a lot of activation. So Grindstone keeps
You
going.
can tell Josh is just slamming every one of those cards in his graveyard. He just can't believe how good that Grindstone was.
He's not happy.
And of course he draws a land.
Well, he just milled 6 or 8 spells.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Goblin guy gets Spell Starter Sprite. Colin is battling back.
Oh, Josh is in the tank about whether or not he wants to fire blast that spell starter sprite. It looks like.
I think he very much
Just
does.
get it out.
Yeah.
All right. Please don't have misdirection. Colin does have divert, I believe, but Josh can pay for it. Yeah.
But he's going to. I think that's going to make his Flusterstorm good enough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So.
Oh wow! I don't know why he didn't cast Flusterstorm.
Oh,
He has
we're
no
out
blue
of-
mana.
We're out of blue mana.
Out of blue mana.
So, which is actually, it looks like a function of how we tapped to Grindstone, Josh.
I think we just tapped planes. We used mana drain mana.
Oh, of
to
course.
tap planes.
Of course. Yeah. So the Grindstone just in the dark there was interesting. I feel like it's going to be really tough for Colin to just manually Grindstone Josh out. But I suppose with 40 card decks, it might be more likely than in the 60 card formats.
Yeah. We have a Vendilion Click, which is he stepping in? Is it stepping in front? Oh, okay.
Yeah, just get rid of this Flusterstorm out. It's not doing him a whole lot of good.
He gets replaced with a Tundra, so not any better, but at least it's one card that he's not going to draw.
Right. It's one card closer to Painter Servant.
And that Grindstone was not as good.
Milling lands is actually.
Which we get another land.
Right. Milling lands is not that strong for Colin right now, actually. All the grindstoning is really interesting, mostly because it lets Josh know that Colin doesn't have anything to do with that excess mana, which I suppose after the first, turn or two, Josh is certainly going to know, okay, well, he's not doing anything with, 8 mana or whatever, so I'm pretty safe here.
Yeah.
But, now we have Colin.
Colin's like, how many cards you got? How many you got?
Right, so manual grinding might be really where we are at now. I think Colin's trying to figure out, okay, do you have enough spells left?
Yeah, I guarantee you, he's doing a count. But then, how many lands is Josh playing with his mono red deck?
Right.
It's kind of a fun guessy game.
Right.
He's gonna send Colin to 1 here, and he's gonna Grindstone him again.
Okay, we're
hit some good ones.
Keep going, keep going.
Oh yeah. All right.
So I think Josh has 3 cards in his library now.
Oh, things have gotten exciting, but he's got
only 2. Wow. Yeah, just grind him right out.
Did that happen?
Did
Colin just win?
Sure did.
Wow.
Yep. Manual grindstone, just get him.
Dirtiest grindstone I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Puts an end to Josh's win streak.
Yeah, absolutely.
With the grindstone, I'm just gonna tap this thing until you die.
5 or 6 grindstone triggers is a lot of triggers.
Wow. I guess you lose games sometimes, huh?
Really well played by Colin.
We have people coming into the booth in disbelief of what just happened.
Yeah, well, I certainly was very suspicious when Colin was just like, all right, well, grindstone, you get him out, and then he's like, is that really gonna work? Yep, sure is.
Why? I don't know why it wouldn't.
Yeah, mill 8, mill 6.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Straight to the bones.
All right, let's go ahead and figure out what our next match is here. Do we have another match coming in?
Yeah, someone.
Do you want to get it in, or do you want to switch out?
Yeah, I think.
Or do you want to do one with Berkeley?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Sure.
So yeah, we're gonna get who's on next?
Whoever. Oh, it's Thompson versus Josh.
All right. So next up we have Mike Thompson versus Josh Ventura. We're gonna get Stephen Berkeley in the booth with Max McCall here, and yeah, I'm gonna step out.
Probability of what just occurred.
Imitate my flow, then remake my flow. But while they try and take my flow, I make but I'm standing in the booth and the skills is still here. Yeah, the hustler home, the hustler home. Let's celebrate and toast with a cup of Patron. I got my drink and my two-step, my drink and my two-step, got my drink and my two-step, my drink and my two-step. It's on, it's on, it's on, and I'm home. Get the Patron and tell them that it's on. I got my drink and my two-step, my drink and my two-step, got my drink and my two-step, my drink and my two-step. It's on.
But like one of them was the last activation when it didn't matter.
Yeah.
Because it was like Land X.
Yeah, it was. We were talking about the last game over in the booth, and Corbett, like everyone, here is just in astonishment that Colin just manual.
Yeah, that was a
grindstone
nice little epic
activations
ending
there.
there.
Yeah.
He grinded that one out.
Right.
As they say.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you from the Peanut Gallery.
Yeah, we have Mike Thompson on the right hand side of your screen against Josh Ventura, the just defeated top of the standings.
Yeah, Josh has certainly got to be disappointed to be knocked from.
Yeah, so close to 4-0, and then now it's anybody's game.
Certainly didn't want to lose like that either, right? Like,
right.
You kill the Sphinx of the Steel one, you got to feel like, all right, I'm certainly in good shape here, and then it's just like, well, grind him.
Yeah, I mean, he did. He was forced to fire blast a spell stutter sprite.
Yep.
And he was just almost there.
Right.
And Colin was at 1 life.
Yeah, it was hard.
He just, man, that was a gnarly game.
So, what do you think about this matchup? Mike's the mostly
Reanimator
black Reanimator deck.
Yeah, he actually has a lot of blue.
Okay.
He has like counter spells in, I think just Force Spike is his main counter spell.
Okay.
He has lots of blue card drawing. He has Ideas Unbound, Careful Study, Thirst for Knowledge.
Sure. Force Spike is one of the big cards in this matchup, right?
Yeah, it's solid. Josh has Rest in Peace, and I think a relic as Graveyard Hate.
Sure.
And he has like some cards that are actually like corner case good against Mike in Spirit of the Labyrinth.
Sure.
Because Mike is doing stuff like Thirst for Knowledge and Careful Study.
Sure.
So I think the edge for me is on Mike.
Okay.
But that being said, his the quickest thing he can do is reanimate rather than exhume or something like that.
Sure.
So if he gets some 8-drop, right? Josh's deck is constructed of a lot of burn spells, and he can just kill quite quickly.
Just pressure all the life total.
Yeah, and you see it's he's starting out with Goblin Guide into Spirit of the Labyrinth, which is very good against any of Mike's non-entomb draws, which he obviously has.
Right. Yeah, one of the things I wanted to talk about was like the Entomb is Mike's main selection card for picking which bullet he ends up with, right? Certainly Mike is going to mostly be wanting access to cards like Gristlebrand.
Right.
The huge bombs against the beatdown decks. Although here
Gristlebrand is so huge.
Here it looks like we entombed Ashen Rider.
Yeah. Ashen Rider also quite good. Something on the way in, something on the way out.
Sure.
You're going to get a 3 or a 4 for 1 out of it.
Right.
Hopefully he doesn't have to cast Reanimate on it.
Right.
Also, Josh has Disenchant in the sideboard and Wear Tear in the main to deal with Animate Dead and Necromancy.
Sure.
So,
it's interesting how their cards are all matching up against specific other types of the cards.
yeah,
right?
so like if one guy draws one half of the deck,
Right.
he's going to win. But if he draws that half and the other guy draws the other half of his deck, he might win.
Right. Like we're seeing it now. Josh has a really good draw against a like filtering draw from Mike, but Mike has Entomb, which just sort of sidesteps all that. But if Mike has Animate Dead and Josh has the Wear Tear, which he does indeed have here, okay.
Wow, that was quick.
Yep. Just run him right over.
Yeah.
This is Mike is not really happy about his hand of all uncastable cards.
Oh, wow, he had all the good targets in his hand?
Yeah, which is certainly one of the...
That makes sense as to why Ashen Rider was the one that went to the graveyard.
Yes, it does.
Yeah. Because the 3 that he had in his hand, like, Josh can't beat any of them.
Right. It certainly speaks a lot to the power of the red deck, and just sort of like the red deck is not a powerful proactive game plan.
It is very consistent.
Yeah, but if it doesn't really give you any time to mess around either. Like Mike's draw was a little bit poor, and he was just dead on turn 4.
He was real dead. Yeah.
Yep.
And Josh actually has like just enough kind of keep you on your toes type cards, like Smash, like Manic Vandal. And then he can accelerate his turn with Moxes and stuff. He also has Wasteland and Ankh of Mishra to give himself free time walks.
Right. We saw him pressuring a lot of Cullen's mana. He can do pretty much exactly the same thing that Mike. Does Josh have Tanglewire by any chance?
Nope, undrafted.
Really?
Yeah. I was going nuts that card didn't get drafted.
Wow.
I think he just didn't want it.
Sure.
I don't think he forgot about it, but yeah, I did is tailor-made for the kind of deck that he's drafting.
Yeah,
I think.
I actually was, one of the things I was thinking about when I heard that Josh was drafting the red deck was like,
Charles ended up with the Tanglewire
Charles was
at like pick 43 or something.
Okay.
Just crazy late.
What do you think about cards like Shrapnel Blast in the red deck? If you have all these artifact bombs, if you have Tanglewire, you pick up your Great Furnaces, you have Mox, you have Alchemist.
Yeah, not bad. I think it's definitely a card that can be on people's radar. You are kind of forced into drafting cards like Great Furnace and Ancient Den.
Sure.
Probably not the Ancient Den because you never want to draw that one. But
right.
yeah, Great Furnace. And then
you have to have cards like Pirate Spellbomb, stuff like that. I suppose you're not as excited to sort of hurt your own consistency.
Right, and it's not like you have artifact creatures that are aggressive that you can draft, like Phyrexian Revoker and
Porcelain Legionnaire.
Yeah, that's the one. Those are the only two really aggressive artifacts that you can draft.
Nobody really wants to be Phyrexian War Beasting in Vintage Rotisserie.
Probably not, yeah. Or your snow-covered swamp or snow-covered mountains for your Phyrexian Ironfoot.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
you probably don't want those.
Do people have to draft their snow-covered mountains?
I don't know what the rule is on that, actually.
Like because I mean, Scred is actually quite the Magic card.
It's fine. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I would say that it is a basic land. You shouldn't have to draft them.
Sure.
But we hadn't determined that rule yet.
Sure. So Mike has a careful study draw here.
And Josh has no 1-drop.
Yes, that is very, very unfortunate for the red deck.
So we're starting on Ideas Unbound. Josh has Rest in Peace. That's why he kept.
Sure. He just doesn't think he needs to have pressure if he can lock Mike out with Rest in Peace.
Yeah.
What sort of answers does Mike have to Rest in Peace?
A couple bounce spells.
Okay.
Yeah. I think he has Chain of Vapor and something else along those lines.
But I can't imagine he has very much of the tutors given the way Jesse Hampton's deck is constructed.
Yeah, Mike first picked the Lotus, and then on his first wheel he took Dark Ritual and Tomb.
Okay.
And left, like when Paul won the draft and drafted Reanimator in the 1 seat, and he left Vampiric and Demonic on the wheel. Mike did the same thing. He left Vampiric and he left Demonic on the wheel.
Okay.
So I think that these guys who want to draft Reanimator in the 1 seat, they really want to signal early.
Sure.
And they take that Entomb. I personally I think taking Entomb is fine to signal because it in itself is a demonic tutor.
Right.
But I think having taken Lotus first, you have to take a Vampiric or a demonic and also on the wheel to get yourself another Lotus or a free Entomb.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I have to wonder sort of the power of signaling as opposed to the power of just having your strongest cards, right?
Yeah. I mean, if 1 Lotus is game breaking, like 2 is better, and 3 is better than that.
Right.
Granted, like if he's putting Gristlebrand in the graveyard with Entomb, like that's obviously very, very good. But Vampiric can go get the Entomb.
Sure.
As opposed to just having more kind of all-in draws with Dark Ritual.
Right. Well, Vampiric can also get your Chain of Vapors to get around Rest in Peace, right? Like
exactly.
If
you have 2 outs to everything.
Right. Like Mike cast that Factor Fiction, and Josh put Entomb and Reanimate in the same pile, and if Mike had just had Vampiric Tutor in his hand, like the game would be over right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Upkeep Vamp for Chain, and then we're good.
Mm-hmm.
So Josh still has nothing.
Right.
He's just Rest in Peace. But it looks like his hand has 12 points of burn.
Quite a few burn spells.
Yeah, he has Boros Charm, what looks like an Active Aggression, a Fire Blast, and I can't see the card all the way on the left, but yeah.
Active Aggression is very powerful against the Reanimator deck.
It's pretty good against Gristlebrand.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
It looks like Mike is still trying to figure out what he wants to be doing with his Thirst for Knowledge. He's starting to get in range of, a lot of his quote uncastables become live, especially if he draws Lotus.
Sort of, yeah. Lotus is what's going to keep him live.
Right.
But the only castables he has are like Gristlebrand and Grave Titan, I think.
Okay.
Without Lotus anyway.
Right.
Obviously, both of those are quite good. And Josh is going to have a hard time beating them, but
I got Hellspark Elemental.
Okay, that gets
Not-
gets RFG'd.
Not the strongest card.
Non-bow.
rest in peace.
That ain't Falco. What do we got here? We've got. Is that a Lotus?
I can't quite. Yes,
I
that is
think he
Lotus.
impulsed into Lotus.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So we're live. I think is it Iona that's coming into play next turn? Or no, Iona got discarded on turn 1. So that's a Woodfall Primus.
Ah, Grave Titan. That was a good one to draw.
Okay. In business, I say. So do you lead on Woodfall Primus or do you lead on Grave Titan? I guess he's going to lead on Woodfall Primus. There's no way you would put the Lotus into play and not use it, right?
I suspect that is true. Yeah, he just wants to get the rest in peace out immediately. I might have gone for Grave Titan, feeling like 10 power is better than 6.
Yeah, I think the clock is faster, and you don't need the rest in peace out of there, right?
Right. Like the way his hand is set up right now, or like actually I don't know what the rest of his hand is. He does have an animate dead, so it makes sense that he wants to get the rest in peace off the table.
Yeah, but like
if you have a Grave Titan,
he
rest in
doesn't
peace is
have
not-
anything in his graveyard, so
Right. Absolutely.
yeah. I mean,
of course-
Josh is going to have to race here. I think he's very close, actually.
Yeah, he does have a lot of burn spells, and the
He's
active
got
aggression
8
is-
plus active aggression. Oh, he has Zealous Conscripts in his hand too.
Oh my.
So he's going to hit for 9 this turn, and then have Boros Charm, and yeah. So Mike's dead on upkeep.
Right. Yeah, I didn't really consider the implications of all of Josh's threatens, but that's also a very strong argument for playing Grave Titan, right? Like the zombies can block.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, he has Flame Javelin too. So I think
Is he
yeah, Mike is
he
just dead
right now.
6 ways to Sunday. Yeah, I would probably have led on Zealous Conscripts there, but
Counterspells.
I think he just wants to cast 2 spells in a turn. I would have played Zealous Conscripts just to like deal the most damage this turn,
Sure.
and then next turn I have active aggression for his guy plus, damage.
Right.
Oh, double strike. Oh my Lanta. So he just dealt 12. Mike's at 5.
Yeah. So Josh's hand is Fire Blast.
Fire Blast, Flame Javelin, and Zealous Conscripts.
Yeah. It is many of the damages. Oh, Blazing Archon. Wow.
That's not going to do it. So we've
Yeah.
got Gristlebrand that can get ritualed out this turn.
Mm-hmm.
We've got Grave Titan that could get cast.
It's gonna
But
be,
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough for Mike to find a way to get around the burnt spells in Josh's hands.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way he can gain life this turn, right?
Right. He can lock
And
up
he's
the
just
board
dead
really
on
well.
board, yeah. So he's trying to figure out a way out of the board and cards that he thinks Josh might have.
Right.
But
These are the most frustrating parts in Magic, right? Like you tank forever.
Yeah,
like,
and it just
looking for
doesn't matter.
The thinnest value, and you're like, all right,
Yep.
well, do you have anything? Yeah, I do. In fact, I have something. Yeah. Josh shows Zealous Conscripts. Mike's not convinced he's dead. Zealous Conscripts gets Gristlebrand. Gristlebrand has flying.
Yep. So
Also,
dead.
still had all these Flame Javelins and Fire Blasts.
Yeah, you were at -13.
Yeah.
That was so his opening hand, I guess, was 4 lands, Rest in Peace, Active Aggression, Zealous Conscripts.
Sure. So
It's probably a keeper.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's like, using your game planning. I said, like, again, Mike executed his game plan pretty much in both of those games. Or no, not in game 1. But so we saw Colin execute his, Sphinx of the Steel game plan against the red deck. We saw Mike execute his game plan against the red deck.
And the red deck is the deck that historically people think that these reanimator strategies are the best against.
Right.
You
Like,
know,
oh, how are
they
they
can't
gonna-
beat it. They just have burn. But yeah, they Sphinx of the Steel win. How does the red deck be? Disenchant. Okay, it's battle. This deck, like Gristlebrand in a play, Woodfall Primus in a play. How are you going to beat that? I will take it and use it against you.
Yeah. I'm in the market for large creatures, actually.
Josh Ventura showing the best of the judo school of thought. Take your opponent's momentum and use it against them.
Yes.
So yeah, Josh Ventura moves to 4-1 with his little Boros brew.
Yep, absolutely.
Mike Thompson falls to 2-3, and looks to be out of contention for the winner's trophy here. But at this point, we've got Charles, Greg, and Josh all in contention. Jesse could rattle off a few. He certainly has a deck sweet enough to do it.
Yes.
And everybody else looks to be looks to be in trouble.
All right. Well,
So
I think we're gonna.
I think we're switching out here. We are. Who's the next match?
Josh Ventura versus Teddy Vitro.
Josh Ventura is going to stay on camera, King of the Hill style, and he's going to battle against Teddy Vitro and his time faults. Me and Max are going to step out here. Dwayne and Paul are going to come back in and take you guys through the next one. So hang out, and thanks for watching.
All right. So we're back already, real quick here.
Yep.
It's Paul Waite and Dwayne St. Arnold again. We're watching Josh Ventura and Teddy Vitro here.
Yeah, and Josh had one unfortunate loss. I call it unfortunate because it was unfortunate.
It was
let's be honest.
pretty insane. That I think most people probably in here saw that insane loss.
The grindstone.
Just grindstone you. Don't need my painter servant. I'm just gonna get you with this.
I mean, the lone grindstone is probably best against Josh's deck than anyone else.
That's
right?
true. That's true.
Like he's just dense on the same color, right?
Yep. So Teddy Vitro is going to go ahead and mulligan here. I think at this point we've all been kind of talking. I think we're all rooting for the mono red deck here. I think we all want to see Josh take this sucker down.
You know, it's funny. I feel like the F&M kid in all of us is kind of like, burn him,
come on,
burn him, light them all on fire.
Screw all those blue cards. Let's get this guy.
Don't go that far.
All right, I'm
the
sorry.
Blue cards are okay, but everything else, light them on fire.
Yeah, I'm excited. I think Josh is the favorite here.
I would think so. I mean, he has enough disruption. He has enough artifact disruption that I don't think he'll be too scared of the Time Vault combo. And I feel like without Time Vault combo, Teddy won't be able to win this game. I don't think Thopter's Sword is good enough.
I mean, if it is good against a deck, it is this deck.
Kind of. Josh has he can turn it off with Sulfuric Vortex.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
All he gets out of that is 1/1. So we'll see what happens. Starts off with a quick grab Lavamancer here. Passing it over to Teddy after the mulligan.
Looks like Teddy's holding Pintad Prism. He's got a Tinker. Oh, wow.
He has Tinker and Key and Isochron Scepter in his hand.
So he is actually all set with the combo in his hand, just as long as he can...
I think he needs to draw more mana. I think he... Does he have more lands?
Maybe he doesn't.
I think he just kept a one-lander.
Which, with a hand like that, it's hard to blame.
Yeah, you're on the draw. You've already mulled the 6. Like, it's not going to get too much better. He does at least have some things he can do. But you know that Josh is doing backflips when Teddy's turn 2 is just Chromatic Star Pass.
Yeah. Josh just fires off a Skull Crack there, gets Teddy down to 16 real quick.
It's just a bad lava spike right now, but I'll take it.
Yeah.
Good enough.
My opponent's doing nothing.
Also just got in there with
why
Grim
not?
Lavamancer.
Why not? Save those cards.
So that's interesting.
I would have cracked the
I would have cracked looking for a land.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's not going to do you any good because if he does it end of turn, then he could just potentially draw land.
I mean, I guess does he need it to tinker?
Maybe. No, he has Pentad Prism.
Yeah, that was.
I would much rather play Pentad Prism and use that to tinker it away.
I would have absolutely cracked that.
I mean, Chromatic Star's fine to tinker away, of course, but not in this board state. I just get it out there.
Yep.
Yeah. See, now he gets it Manic Vandal. At least he does get to draw the card since it is Chromatic Star.
If he draws a land here, he's going to be kicking himself. I tell you that right now. Yep.
Kick it is.
Unfortunate, and especially if he draws a second land here, which he does.
Yeah.
That is unfortunate. But he still might be super live here.
The funny thing is he goes Pentad Prism here, use 1 mana to play Voltaic Key, and then next turn he can go get Grindstone. Oh,
interestingly enough, if he had cracked the star on his turn,
he had Grim Monolith, which we didn't realize.
Interesting, but I would say if he had cracked the star, Josh would still have the Manic Vandal in his hand.
That's true. I guess that line is important to
I
recognize.
don't think Teddy has any idea that that's the line.
I think he kind of fell into that.
Yeah, I definitely. But I think maybe it worked out for him here. I definitely don't think it was the right play, but so he's gonna untap, play a land, and is he just gonna tinker?
I think the game might be over. I don't think Josh has anything to do in his hand. I think he has He has Chain Lightning, and I'm not sure what that last card is.
Why is he casting Pentad Prism?
Because it's free and he can tinker it away.
All right, he just wants to keep the Grim Monolith.
Yeah, he just gets to have free mana that way.
Right.
Or he could just not do anything we thought he was going to do. That's cool.
Well, he's going to win the game.
So he's going to tinker with a colorless floating. I mean, that's also good enough. Like, he has a number of different ways to get there, so...
and with just a
I think
chain
that's
lightning.
Koth.
Yeah, it was just Chain Lightning and Koth. Josh can't
that's
get
it.
anything. So
Yep.
Teddy's going to pull away from that one real quick.
You know, it's funny. Teddy's hand was good enough that he could overcome some of those mistakes.
Yeah.
But I do think he ran his key out there when I'm not sure he needed to. Josh doesn't really have anything aggressive to make him discard that.
Yeah.
And running it out there just to untap Grim Monolith, I mean, all he did was untap Grim Monolith with his key. That's what he tapped Grim Monolith for. So it just seems kind of like he left himself at risk there needlessly for a little bit. But we'll see what happens. We know Stony Silence is coming in.
Yeah, you see Josh starting in Serenity, Stony Silence. He's going to say, yeah, screw your artifacts. I got some answers. The Disenchant he also has.
Yep.
So... Looking here, Josh Ventura 4-1.
Teddy Vitro is actually up a game, not Josh.
Or it was that was the first game, right?
Right.
Yeah. So let's see.
I know it looked like Josh was winning.
As
Teddy stole that one out from under him.
Yeah. As things are going along here, Josh Ventura is looking like the possible favorite to win here. But if he loses this match, Greg and Charles are right back in the mix.
You know, there's a number of people still in the mix. Even somehow, Jesse Hampton is still in the mix. Now, Jesse doesn't think he's going to win enough to really get there. He's actually just playing to not get
the Jed.
The Jed. Sorry, we'll morph him. It's better.
Yeah. But so let's see here. So Josh's gonna be on the play this game.
Yeah, Josh on the play. I mean, that's definitely where he wants to be. So, I think Josh can certainly win this game.
We're getting trolled from outside the booth here.
That's not trolling. That's just good compliments.
That's fair.
It's not even a troll.
That's fair. Okay, so I guess a quick reminder here what people are playing for. In case people are just now joining us, we are playing for a lot of alcohol.
Use the hand cam to...
Do it. Go hand cam it up.
We're gonna show you.
I'm gonna use Teddy's hand cam.
Yeah. So on I think it's Teddy's hand cam. We're gonna get a quick view of the actual buy-in, the actual prizes, so you guys can just see exactly what it is that people are playing for here.
A lot of alcohol. This music is fantastic.
And that bottle of Belvedere is gigantic.
Some absinthe.
By the way. And Charles brought the super classy bottle of Everclear and 2 Four Locos.
Very nice.
Which, mixed together, I think is probably his specialty drink.
Yeah. He I think he needs to start getting on those today.
Yeah.
I think that'll help him rebound.
Yeah, Charles has learned playing sober, not for him.
No, it's just not. It's not part of his normal game plan.
Yeah.
Players are still sideboarding here. It looks like Teddy's done. No, Teddy's still figuring things out. Josh is done.
Mike's having a hard time getting that hand cam back in place. Mike looking like he maybe has been drinking a little bit.
Yeah, that hand cam is on an adventure right now.
All right, looks like we're getting back here. So again, coming back to the match here, Teddy Vitro is up 1-0 over Josh Ventura. He just pulled off his Time Vault combo, and Josh just scooped him up.
Yeah, it didn't look like Teddy had much game, just because he kept that one lander and then bricked for land, but yeah, good enough.
Yeah.
Good enough to win.
Yeah, you did it.
I'll take it.
So Josh has got to be a little steamy at this point, losing to the Grindstone, losing to.
I mean, that game he had won until that happened. And the funny thing is Josh, Teddy didn't have that for sure. Josh has a number of ways at instant speed to deal with artifacts.
Yep.
So, Teddy just kind of had to go, this is good enough.
I mean, I think Teddy absolutely had to go for it.
Oh, yeah, nothing wrong with that.
I see a Tinker in Teddy's hand again here. God. I don't know if he has a good enough hand to keep it. I see a lot of lands. And a Daze. And some type of artifact. Might be a Time Vault, even.
I mean, if he has Tinker Time Vault, that's good enough.
I think I see a Fabricate as well. So he's close to the combo again.
Yeah, we see a noticeably faster start from
Yeah, he's going to have
here.
to really, really Well, he's got a negate. It's kind of anybody's game at this point, although
Josh's hand is actually just a couple of lands. I didn't catch what else he had, but
it's interesting here. Now, it's possible. I think Teddy maybe should have cast Time Vault here and just crossed his fingers.
Oh, I can't do that. Josh has so many shatter effects.
That's true. He does side in quite a few.
He has Shattering Spree,
But
he
at the
has
same
Wear
time,
Tear.
I think that he's not gonna have enough mana to get that done in time. Josh is just gonna kill him.
It's possible. I mean, Teddy might have something up his sleeve here, but I think running it out is just so risky.
Yeah, it's true.
But
sometimes you got to be a man.
So it looks like we're making a big figure of Destiny here.
Hey, Chris. Oh, never mind. We're good. We're good.
We figured it out. So Teddy should be at took 2, then took 6, so he should be at 12, right?
Oh, is that what is that?
It's warmth.
Teddy has warmth in his hand, which
but his white mana for this turn was Temple of Enlightenment, which did come into play tap. Scryed something to the bottom. I missed what it was, but warmth won't resolve until next turn. At which point, well, maybe it won't
be coming
resolve.
into play. And you also see Josh Ventura with Manic Vandal, so he's got answers to artifacts now, and I think he's got a Lightning Bolt in his hand as well there.
The best part is Josh, I think unintentionally, but Josh is just totally playing around days right now.
Yeah, Teddy ripped the planes, so
okay,
just scoops them up.
Teddy was at 6.
Well then,
yeah, the numbers here were not quite right. He was at 6, facing lethal.
All right,
warmth ain't gonna cut it.
It's not good enough when the creatures in play kill you.
Not good enough. So Josh picks up game 2. We're gonna go to the rubber match here. Teddy on the play. I mean, I want to say I want to favor Josh, but at the same token, like Teddy can just have an opener that just wins, that Josh just can't deal with. So,
yep. So,
just a quick reminder to everyone listening: once we move towards the final match, and we're getting ready to crown a winner of the Vintage Rotisserie Draft April edition, we will be giving away the big prize, a $50 store credit to Northwest Sports Cards. Yeah. So if you're on, you should not leave. You should hop into chat, because that's the only way you can be in. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to talk.
Just be logged in.
Be logged in, because we're just pulling off of active players in chat.
Also, if you guys haven't already taken advantage, there's Northwest Sports Cards down there in the bottom is actually running some pretty sweet promos. So check those out. They online ordering, so you don't have to be in the Pacific Northwest. And they've been generous enough to sponsor us today, give us a lot of stuff to give away, which is pretty sweet. So it looks like Teddy Vitro's leading off with Preordain here.
I didn't quite catch hands yet here, but Preordain, they both kept.
Wear Tear.
Wear Tear is a great draw for Josh. Like, it lets him interact with Teddy.
I see a Boros Charm.
Okay.
I see
Isochron Scepter with Path to Exile under it.
That is going to be pretty good, except for it's gone now.
It's gone. So a quick 2-for-1 from Josh, getting rid of that Path to Exile and Isochron Scepter. It's interesting because Josh has enough burn in his deck that he could, in theory, get the game just off of Burn to the Dome and not worry about Path. But he clearly had some spells in his hand that he wants to cast. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept that around.
So I see a Time Vault and a Tinker in Teddy's hand.
So I'll say this: that Manic Vandal on Sword of the Meek is kind of questionable.
Time Vault, Voltaic Key.
He has the combo in his hand.
And he needs to draw land and not get his thing blown up.
Yeah, Josh has already used 2 of his instant speed artifacts.
And there's the Torch Fiend.
Well, if he didn't have Torch Fiend, then I would have really questioned what was happening here. But with Torch Fiend backup, he still can do whatever he needs to. That's clearly why he got rid of the Isochron Scepter with Path to Exile under it.
Yep.
It lets him mount some pressure here and have a good way of dealing with Teddy's random combo.
Yep.
He just has it in his hand right now, right? He just doesn't have land and can't use it.
Yeah, and just to clarify, the correct life totals are the dice on the table. It's 20 to 14 currently. Teddy Vitro is taking 6 damage. Mystic Gate, so he now has the mana to do it, but
just get that warmth out there. Try and slow down Josh. What Teddy doesn't know is that that Mystic Gate is just going to get eaten by Wasteland here very shortly.
Yep.
And in response, it sounds like we're going to get a
smash to smithereens.
It's got to be in response that he does that, right? Yeah, he did. So Oh, and a Boros Charm in response. So, how about you go to 7? You're going to be effectively at 3 after my attacks.
Yeah, the warmth just isn't going to do it. That's got to be frustrating for Teddy. He just has all the right cards, and it's just not good enough. This mono red deck
Wasteland, yep.
is just setting people on fire.
It really is. I mean, that's definitely what it wants to do. But he's going to cast Vexing Devil here. Is that good enough? Gonna gain some. Is he going to take 4? I don't know if he has too much of a choice here. Teddy does have... No, Colin has the balance in his deck. I'm not sure what Teddy can do here. Teddy's drawing real dead. Draws Sacred Foundry here.
I think he's already he's entered the scoop phase. I think he's just...
Yeah, the writing's on the wall.
There
Looks like there's the handshake.
All right.
Josh Ventura moves to 5-1 with a victory over Teddy Vitro.
And it looks like Greg Peloquin is advanced to 4-1, so he's in the mix.
Yep, Greg and Josh are the front runners here. Dupont picking up his 3rd loss. That's not going to cut it at 3-3. The only other person really in the mix here is Jesse Hampton. He's a little bit behind on overall matches. He still has 3 to play at 2-2.
Absolutely.
So,
can we cut the mics for just a second? Sorry about that. We were just hammering out some details real quick, folks. So just for some clarification, the number 1 and 2 seed, regardless of records, will play off in a finals match. So currently it's looking like Josh and Greg. But we still got some matches left. It could shake out. Jesse still has some games to play.
Greg could still end X3, which would, cause a lot of different possible tie scenarios. I think the only person that's completely eliminated out of that in contention for the Jed.
Which I think is probably a more important race than the race for first.
That's racist of you to say. You can't say race jokes like that.
I can say
Teddy
whatever
Vitro in prime position to be showcasing the fine
Jesse
Jed.
Wilky is battling very hard right now to not get it.
Teddy will be the first person to take a Jed home in a long time, I'm guessing.
Okay.
So
okay, that was a good one.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a match going on. We should probably check into here.
Mike Thompson led with a careful study. He binned Ashen Rider and I think Woodfall Primus. I didn't quite catch the second card. There was definitely an Ashen Rider involved.
Jesse Wilky's getting a counter spell off of a Mystical Tutor, it looks like.
Yeah, he's gonna have none of this Reanimator stuff. He's saying right here, I have a counter spell. Do whatever you need to do, but I'm gonna counter it. So.
All right. So, and you know what? Hey, Josh, would you mind going and adjusting Mike Thompson's hand cam? Thank you, sir.
You mean his elbow cam?
Yeah, his irrelevantly placed cam. There we go. Okay, so We see as a reanimate. Well, so Jesse's got Counterspell as well as Cryptic Command, and I can't quite make out the third card.
So Mike just drew the reanimate, correct?
Correct.
It's probably one of the best cards for him to draw here, knowing that he's facing a counterspell, because it does let him look for situations where he can squeeze that extra 1 black mana in after Jesse counters something.
I think he's also holding a Force Spike.
Oh, wow. A Force Spike's pretty sweet.
So he could
Thompson.
possibly trick Jesse into thinking he's in a safe position.
Sure.
And then just get him with that Force Spike.
Get him.
Although Jesse now has Cryptic and Counterspell, so...
I mean, to be fair, they're essentially...
I think Mike just drew a Black Lotus. He also has a Footsteps in play.
Huh.
Or he has a Footsteps in his hand, so he could Footsteps, get Ashen Rider, blow up a land. Ashen Rider leaves play,
blow up
blows
another land.
land.
Yeah, 2 lands. I mean, we know that they'll get counterspelled.
But I think
the
can't
reanimate.
counterspell both.
Yeah, he's gonna pull out. Well, that's the thing. He's gonna pull out the counterspell with reanimate here. Then he's gonna. I actually don't know if I like this play. I kind of like using the Footsteps first.
Well, he's got to resolve the Black Lotus first.
It's Woodfall Primus, not just he's going to get Woodfall Primus. That way, with Footsteps, the creature actually stays in play after the sacrifice.
Very good. So he's going to get an island out of there, which doesn't really hamper Jesse
get
at
another
all.
island. Yep. So I mean, it certainly doesn't help.
Oh, it
Jesse's
turns off his
situation.
Cryptic Command for a turn. I still can't tell what that last card is. It Brain Geyser
in Jesse's hand?
Yeah.
Yes, I believe it is Brain Geyser. Oh, that might be Time Walk.
Did he have Time Walk?
Oh no, that's High Tide.
High Tide.
It's High Tide.
Okay.
So really, not much here for Jesse to do. He's going to end up
Cryptic Command the Woodfall Primus.
He's going to bounce it. Oh, he has High Tide Candelabra. So Jesse is actually just 1 draw 7 away from being able to have a pretty good turn.
Mike is just drawing off the chop like a champion. He draws Necromancy, draws Dark Ritual. So now he's right back into being able to apply some pressure.
Kind of. I mean, those draws from Mike Thompson...
I think he's about to get blown out by Cryptic Command.
Yeah, counterbounce. And now Jesse has a lot of
the
time.
Force Spike.
Oh,
we forgot about the Force Spike.
So dirty.
Well, Jesse's got to be a little tilted off that one.
He's pretty salty.
Yeah.
Doesn't have a Cryptic Command. Can't tap his creatures down. And Mike Thompson takes game 1. To go up 1-0 against Jesse Wilky. Reanimator showing some resiliency there through some counter magic.
Yep. And, unfortunately, I think Jesse's deck is just not panning out for him. He had some cool ideas. He got a couple cards, snapped off from him. The Merchant Scroll, the Fast Bond.
The Fast Bond is, I think, he thinks is the worst one.
Sure.
Now, important to know, you can see on the hand cam here, if you caught it real fast, Jesse is definitely bringing in bribery.
Absolutely. Absolutely. This is the
Mike,
matchup he brought it in for.
Yeah, he brought it in for this, and he did bring it in for Charles also.
Mm-hmm.
Both of those matchups, bribery is very good in. I would expect Mike to take out some of his reanimator targets, shuffle those around a little bit, but I don't think there's a way for Mike Thompson to be resilient against bribery. I think he just has to get his guys in the yard.
I see him putting all of his reanimation targets to the front of the pile. I was talking to Mike a little bit, and he had talked about he can actually just sideboard into
the blue-black mid-rangey.
Yeah.
That's what he took the Shadow Mage Infiltrator, Night Veil Spectre, Hypnotic Spectre. I don't know if that's going to be good enough against Jesse, but it's certainly possible that that's a good sideboard plan for him. I mean, if he's taking out all of the Reanimator targets, like, I would imagine he would probably still leave in cards like Grave Titan, which still, I mean, it makes bribery not entirely blank, but at least it's not going to go get Woodfall Primus, right?
Right. So while these guys are shuffling up, I'm just going to go ahead and remind people again, if you're having a good time watching the stream, you want to be involved, anything like that, right below the stream, right below us, we have a link to the Facebook group. So go ahead and add yourself to the Facebook group. Go ahead and join. You can follow along when we're going to do the next one, which should be about a month, but you can get the exact date. If you live in the Pacific Northwest and you want to be involved and you want to get in one of these, shoot me a message, or we'll also put up a thing on the group probably the next day or so. It says, hey, are you interested? Leave a message there.
Yeah, and we'll start gathering some names, and put you guys in the running for being in some of our upcoming drafts. We run these about monthly, and it's something that we really want to be active. We really want to be part of the community. We're working with Northwest Sports Cards just to really kind of get you guys not just a quality entertainment experience, but something that if you live in the area, you can participate in.
Yeah.
As well, if you're interested, if you're not in the Pacific Northwest and you want to kind of do your own thing, feel free to message us, pick our brains. We've done this a few times. Happy to give some advice and get you on your way.
Absolutely.
So, looks like players are consulting their computers right now. I think they're kind of feeling out what cards each other has.
Yeah. Players are allowed to look at the draft, and
Right.
so you know exactly what you're playing against in this format. It's a pretty neat format. So do you want to tell us, maybe for some people that are just tuning in the last little bit, they don't quite know what vintage rotisserie draft is? Do you want to maybe tell people real quick?
We'll run it down one more time today.
Yeah.
So vintage rotisserie. So think
a quick
of
spiel here.
Yeah, rotisserie draft is like if you had one of every single Magic card that was legal in vintage, which is essentially all of them except for anti-cards, and you had one of everything, and then you have 8 players that are choosing one at a time one of each card. So they start off and you go 1 through 8, and then it's a snake draft. So then you finish, the round 2 starts 8 and goes to 1. And then you draft 45 cards across anything in vintage. It's only 1 per draft. So once you take it, no one else can have it. And just like that, if someone else took a card, you can't also draft that.
Yep.
And then basic lands, you don't have to draft those. You can have as many of those as you like, but you are drafting your sideboard. So, cards like Tormod's Crypt and Rest in Peace, those are cards that you need to prioritize in your draft if you want to have them in your sideboard.
Yeah, and it's interesting because you get to see what everyone else is doing. If you didn't see along, the way we did it is we have a spreadsheet that we do. And that way, people can easily keep track of where the picks are.
Yeah.
And you get to react to what every single pick your opponents are making. It's a really interesting, really skill-intensive format.
It's funny because the more of these that we do, the deeper and deeper I think people are going. People are initially when we started doing these, people were like, well, this is my strategy, I'm going to stick to it, and they just kind of drafted. Now people are starting to be a bit more reactive, a bit more cautious with their picks, watching what other people are doing, having strategies that let them be nimble enough that they can switch into something else if some things aren't going their way.
Yeah,
a good example, Jesse Wilky, he wanted Fastbond in his deck. Charles Dupont snapped that up. 4th round. Hadn't been drafted in 2 drafts.
Yep.
Who could have known it would have gone in the 4th round?
Yeah.
Not Jesse Wilky, but he was able to kind of maneuver a little bit. His record isn't so hot right now, but he still put together a deck that's capable of winning every match if he draws well.
Also, if people are wondering where can I go look at the decks and where can I look at the draft, there's also a link down below for that. You can go and see exactly where cards got picked and everything like that.
Absolutely.
Also, one more shameless plug here. If you do like what we're doing here and you're having a great time, tell your friends. Tell your friends about it. Tell them to join the group. Tell them to share the link for the stream. The more people we get watching this, the bigger and better we can do it. The more stuff we can give away. Which, speaking of giving away, we still have that $50 worth of store credit to Northwest Sports.
That's a lot of store credit.
Yeah, that's some good stuff.
You could buy yourself like $51 commons.
Yeah, I just have one thing to mention that I know that you guys don't know because you're not on Facebook right now. But Lee Sharp has actually gotten all of the lists of every rotisserie draft that we've done and did a big data research on it. So show percentage of what was picked first, what was picked second. We've got a lot of stats on the Facebook group now.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Very cool. Thank you very much, Lee
Thanks,
Sharp.
Chris. And Lee Sharp.
And Chris, yeah.
And also thanks again to Northwest Sports Cards for helping us do this today. They're our sponsor today. They've got some pretty great deals down there scrolling on the bottom, as well as they gave us a bunch of store credit to just give out on stream to people.
Yeah.
It's pretty sweet.
So to give you guys a quick preview of what's coming up while these guys draw their opening hands, resolve mulligans, once we get to all of the matches have been played, the top 2 in standings will play a finals match. So I think Josh is locked for that match, right?
I believe
Josh
so.
can't get out of that. Greg is looking good, but not necessarily locked up. So we'll see what happens.
If
from
he
here.
loses, Charles can sneak in there.
Charles
or
could
Jesse.
sneak in. Yep.
Or actually Mike and Colin and
they could sneak
Jesse
in.
Wilky could.
Yep. So I think Josh's slot is good. Teddy's slot for the Jed is probably good, but he could still rebound. Looks like a quick thought seized from Mike Thompson takes that counterspell out of Jesse Wilky's hand. Jesse on 3 mana is going to play Candelabra and ship it. So Candelabra's pretty integral to Jesse's plan.
Yeah, he's on that high tide plan.
Yeah, but it's not really going to do much on its own. It's not going to win him any games. So
Hypnotic Spectre for Mike.
So I think Mike did move out of Reanimator for the most part. He might still have a spell or two.
Yeah.
But you can see like he's got Hypnotic Spectre.
He's got Shadow Mage Infiltrator in his hand as well.
In his hand, yep.
He's like, well, you've got all these counter spells. I'm not going to try to spend all my resources on one or two things. I'm going to just have multiple cards that I don't want you to have to be able to deal with.
I'm just going to shred your hand.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I think it's an interesting strategy for Mike.
You know, it's funny because we kind of berated him. I'm not sure he needed to go as deep as he did, especially when he did. He might have been able to pick up some better choices for his deck, but all things considered, it's not too bad. Taking Time Twister away from Jesse.
Jesse's holding Cryptic Command and also
Meditate and an Island. I don't think he can afford to cast Meditate.
Definitely
yet.
not.
He also can't really afford to just have it get stripped away by Hypnotic Spectre.
So it looks like an in-step bounce your Hypnotic Spectre. He doesn't want to get hit.
Bounce, draw, untap, draw. The problem with this line is that he doesn't get to do anything after
He also
it.
drew Island,
Yeah.
so that's kind of a bummer.
So all he really has here is Meditate. So the thing is, you know, against a deck like Mike Thompson's, Jesse doesn't know that Mike has boarded out all of the Reanimator spells. He could have just boarded in a Hypnotic Spectre. So we have a little bit of a leg up here. I think what we're going to see here is a Meditate and see what happens.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to give Mike a free turn.
Briar's a Bribery. That's a card.
And all things considered, Jesse's going to have 6 cards in his hand. So if he loses one, essentially 2 turns from now after the free turn, it's not going to be the end of the world. Hopefully he can dodge getting a really good one taken from him.
So looks like Mike Thompson just drew a Night Veil Spectre, which just leads me to believe he really did. I think he did side out his entire
I completely
Reanimator plan.
He did leave in Dark Ritual, it looks like, since he
Well,
picked that one up for the turn.
Dark Ritual is great.
I mean, yeah, of course.
When you're putting Hypnotic Specters and Phyrexian Negators and Night Veil Specters into play.
So this is the moment. This is the truth moment, right? Where this is where it all pays off for Jesse. What's the card that gets hit? It was Frantic
That's
Search.
unfortunate for him. I mean, it's not Bribery.
It's unfortunate, but it's certainly not the end of the world. Now the question here is, if Jesse tries to cast Bribery next turn,
you know what Jesse might not know is Bribery's probably not that good anymore.
It might not be. I wonder if Grave Titan is still in there.
Yeah, Grave Titan.
I think that would probably be the best one
even
that might get
with
left.
Dark Ritual and Lotus Petal, you got to imagine it's still hiding in there somewhere.
Now, the other side of that question is, did Mike Thompson take out all those spells with the plan of, I need to beat Bribery, or did he just think that this was better? If that's the case, if he thought this was better, he might have left Gristlebrand in his deck. Because he can legitimately cast Gristlebrand with Dark Rituals and Black Lotus.
Yep.
But what's going to surprise Wilky here is that there is absolutely a mana leak in Mike Thompson's hand.
Absolutely. What is that weird looking card in Mike's hand? The second from the mana leak.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I don't know what that is. We'll see when it happens.
It is a Rebound.
Oh,
you can change the target of a spell that targets a single player to another target.
All right.
So I believe Bribery says target opponent. I could be wrong.
He's gonna read that. He's gonna read it. Yeah.
I mean, either way, I don't think it's gonna resolve the way Jesse wants it to resolve.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of interested to see if Mike just says, go for it." I don't think he's going to, but it would be pretty funny.
It depends what he left in his deck, and that's probably what's going through his mind right now. Is it worth it? He also has Delay, so he has 2 different counter spells in his hand. He's probably figuring out which of those 2 is best to use here. I don't think he can use Rebound because I do believe that Bribery says target opponent. I'm not 100% sure.
It does. Chris is giving us the thumbs up. Chris knows all.
Someone in chat asked if we've rotisserie drafted a cube. I have in the past.
I have, yeah.
It's a lot of fun. It's similar to this, and I completely agree with our chat right now. It's pretty cool to have all the cards physically laid out. I completely agree.
The cool thing about doing a vintage rotisserie draft, though, is you get to play a lot of cards that you would never see in a powered cube.
Oh, absolutely.
Like if we just look right now, like
Candelabra would never be
Candelabra,
in a cube.
yeah, High Tide, a bunch of these, maybe not these cards particularly in play, but it really does open up a lot of neat stuff.
So the nail in the coffin here might have just happened. Night Veil Spectre connected and hit Memory Lapse. I thought Memory Lapse was in Teddy's deck.
No, Jesse sniped it super late.
Oh, really?
Like I want to say like 35th pick or something.
Interesting.
Jesse, I got up
Can
and
you
did a
show
little.
me?
Jesse got up and did a little dance when he took memory lapse. We're just gonna check real quick here.
I'm curious where it went, if it was that good.
34th. I was close.
Where is it? Oh, wow. 34th. Yeah, no kidding.
Yep.
That's pretty good. Sheldock Isle. I just don't see a world where Jesse can rebound off of this. I think the 2-2s are going to get there. You know, it's funny. We were kind of ridiculing Mike Thompson for taking those. They're certainly going to win him this game.
Yep.
The transformative sideboard against a bribery plan just put some pressure that puts some disruption on your opponent. It's going to be good enough, and we've actually seen that strategy time and time again be worthwhile. You know, Charles Dupont's been doing that for a while. You know, drafting blue-green tempo. You know, cards that disrupt your opponent while putting pressure on them. You know, that's something that Stephen Berkley did in the last 2 drafts as well. You know, it's something that I think people that draft this format are going to have to start respecting quite a bit more.
Yeah.
Just because, you know, there's it's winning. It's winning over and over and over.
Yep.
So, and I think that includes us, to be honest, because I think we thought that this was very questionable for Mike Thompson, but
you know what? You know,
it's
I
showing
think
that's working.
It's showing that it's working, and people are going to have to start respecting is mono red from this draft. Although let's get back to here. We see a time twister in play, which is always exciting.
So what's weird here is like
which gets memory lapse put back on top.
But memory lapse lets Mike Thompson draw it now. Which is just so. Like,
so now Mike's like, no, I'm gonna use my mana to cast.
Mike guess. No, I don't think he's gonna cast it at all. Actually, you know, Jesse's down to 2 cards. Mike doesn't know what they are, but they are Force of Will and an island. Now they are a Force of Will only. Which is not going to be good enough. Jesse needs to draw Time Spiral here. That's I think, in the same token, he doesn't know that there is a delay in Mike Thompson's hand. But all things considered, Jesse has to
and
trust.
A Force Spike. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 would just be the dirtiest.
Yeah, that's true. No,
drew a Stroke of Genius, so maybe. I think that Stroke of Genius is very likely going to get Force Spiked at the end of this turn.
Yeah, I don't think Jesse will play tight enough that he can. Oh, there it is. Here comes the. Oh, look at that! Look at that! He's playing around that Force Spike.
Like a real man. And it looks like we have a match result. It looks like Colin McCune defeats Teddy Vitro in 3 games.
So Stroke of Genius, that's one that can get rebounded, however. And yep. So Mike Thompson picks it up 2-0.
2-0. So
pretty quick. Jesse's deck not really going the way he wanted it to.
Yeah. So Jesse and Teddy and contention for the Jed, which isn't quite completed yet, but this is good. This is our last place trophy.
The Jed.
If we can
back a little bit. There we go.
So last place has to take this beautiful piece here, which will be turned into a trophy. We have a base for it, and we're gonna add some stuff to it. But we did it kind of quick. And they'll have to display that in their home proudly. I won the Jed
with pride,
and they'll have to display that until the next draft, which is about a month from now.
Yep. And that'll be the way it works. We're gonna move from draft to draft, and the Jed will be passed around.
Absolutely.
And then evenally find its home.
You guys like my sideboard plan?
Yeah,
it was a good sideboard plan.
It was nice.
It was nice.
So I think I'm gonna duck out. I'm gonna let Berkley in if you want to commentate with
sure.
Berkley next.
Sure.
And
I'll slide over.
Okay. Do they have to play off for the Jed too?
Yeah.
So you watched that match?
That match was Yeah, that was sweet. We were knocking Mike's deck during the draft, talking about all these cards. We didn't know what direction he was going. Turns out he had 2 directions.
He just straight up
A
had
fork in the road, as it were.
Yeah, he had that transformative sideboard plan, and
And he took the road less traveled.
I mean, it was good enough. It got him there.
That was, the old rope of dope.
The ropes and the dopes.
He didn't have meddling mage, but man, he tried to get that little dinky aggro control deck
and
going.
it worked, right?
Yeah,
I
it did.
mean, no one's complaining about Hypnotic Spectre. Night Veil Spectre was a little questionable at the time, but when he hit that Memorylapse lapse off Night Veil Spectre, I was like, well, okay, fine.
Not only is just hitting a counterspell off it insane, he hits a counterspell that gets him the card that he wants to counter.
It's so good.
Oh man.
I'll memory lapse that time twister.
Yeah, and
by
then
the
Night Veil
way,
Spectre,
also,
it's mine.
Please.
Yep, that was.
So who are we seeing on camera next? Do we know?
We're trying to see if Jesse Hampton. Let me get this thing. Is this on? I have to flip it on. So we're trying to see if Jesse Hampton is going to finish up his match. He hasn't been on camera much, so we're trying to get him on.
Okay.
Has he been on at all?
He had one match, I believe. So we're trying to get Jesse Wilky and Jesse Hampton on next.
The Jessies.
Yeah. If this next match goes to 3, we're going to try to get someone else on though. So
Okay.
the guys aren't waiting too long.
Okay, sweet.
We'll hang out here for a little bit.
Yeah, for sure.
So
things are just shaking out.
They're shaking. That's true.
Shaking in.
I think they're shaking and
Shaking
burning.
down,
They're
shaking
burning.
Yeah.
With Josh Ventura lighting everything on fire. You know, it's
Some
funny.
men just want to watch the world burn, man.
The only way he lost was just that crazy grindstone. Did you see that?
Oh, yeah.
You were watching, right?
Yeah.
So many cards in a row.
That was nuts.
It was very good.
Yeah.
Very good, and all things considered, like you can chalk that up to variance. I mean,
Yeah, and
he had Colin to
he
one,
also
right?
would have lost against Greg if Greg had not boarded out his Terastodon.
Correct.
Yeah. So,
Correct.
that's just the narrowest of margins in these things. You know, all these decks are capable of such powerful things. Like Teddy's, 1 in 5, but his one win came from like 2 turn 3 kills.
Exactly.
And if he just gets those kinds of draws, if he's on the right side of the coin flip for the day, he's going to be 4 and 1 instead of 1 and 5. So.
Quick match update. Greg defeats Jesse Hampton. So Greg, it's looking like a Greg and Josh Ventura finals.
So it's a lock, right?
I believe so. I haven't done the math, but it's got to be.
He defeated Jesse Hampton, so that's Jesse's 3rd loss.
Yes.
So that puts everybody at 3 losses.
That actually, yeah.
So we have our finals locked.
So the other matches do matter. The next 3 players advance to the next draft, or not even advance isn't the right word, but they get to play in the next draft.
Yep.
As well as they get paid. They get paid in booze.
Right. So the next match is going to be Jesse versus Jesse.
Okay.
And we're going to go ahead and get that set up right away.
All right. So we have Jesse Hampton at 2 and 3 on your right, and Jesse Wilky at 3 and 1 and 4. I'm sorry, on your left.
I wish I could tell you with confidence that I think Wilky will win.
So I actually think Wilky will win.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Hampton has a ton of counter magic. I don't know if Wilky
think
can
that
push through.
makes the matchup good for Jesse.
Really? How come?
Yeah, because it makes the matchup good for Wilky. Because Hampton's deck is just going to try to play a couple of lands and counter all the spells.
Sure.
He's anticipating that his opponent is going to be playing a bunch of spells every turn into his counter magic.
Sure.
Whereas Jesse is just going to be setting up Thawing Glaciers in combination with Candelabra.
Okay, that's fair.
And just out-manaing Hampton.
How about this? I think if Jesse sticks to turn 2 Bitter Blossom, I don't know if Wilky can win.
Okay, that's yeah.
If he just sits behind something.
Yep.
That's the thing about Hampton's deck. He just doesn't have a lot of ways to actually put pressure on you. But if he does, he can just sit back and ride that.
He also needs it on the play because Wilky has Force of Will.
Okay.
I mean, like, he has Force of Will, he has Counterspell, he has Power Sync, Memory Lapse, like all these counterspells that play. And like those cards also go a long way towards him being able to fight through his powerful spells.
Sure.
So I think that historically in Legacy, the High Tide deck has a huge edge against the blue decks that aren't clocking you.
Sure.
It's a great matchup against the countertop decks.
Well, you said that Jesse Hampton would need to be on the play, and he is.
All right. Okay.
So
he has a library to start us off.
It's not the worst way to start, I suppose. He has library. He has Counter Squall.
Is that an Undermine at the front of his hand?
No, I think that's Counter Squall.
Okay.
I don't, Undermine
Library
wasn't
Island,
drafted.
Ancestral Vision? No, Mike has Ancestral Vision.
Jesse Hampton has Undermine.
Yeah.
He has Undermine also? Okay, so maybe it is Undermine.
Yeah, we have. We don't have any cards out of Wilky's hand here.
When
A bunch
is-
of islands,
someone-
Time Walk, Sensei's Top, and Memory Lapse.
Okay.
And a tropical island, it looks like. So a
I
bunch of
mean-
lands from Jesse and a top. So we're going to have...
Both hands seem keepable to
Yeah,
me.
both hands seem quite good, actually. The fact that Hampton has the library here is going to be really hard for Wilky to deal with it.
Yeah, Wilky doesn't have any way of putting pressure on the board, right?
Yeah.
So Jesse's just going to kind of curl up behind that library.
He also doesn't have any way to deal with the library.
Right.
So, if Jesse can draw the Thawing Glaciers, we might have a game here. But
You think Thawing Glaciers is that important, huh?
I think it is, especially when library is in play on the other side. It's
Sure.
gonna put a lot of pressure on Wilky to do
Is
something.
that the
Sajiri Refuge or
Jawar
Isle something, gain a life, right?
Yeah, it's the gain of life dual land.
Yeah.
So not too much action so far.
Yeah, it's the stereotypical blue on blue.
Well, there's some action for you.
Yeah, that guy's gonna a little plink 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 until it's time to move it on in.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Wilky let that resolve, I guess. Because
It's on the stack.
Oh, it is on the stack.
Yeah, he's topping in response.
Nope, it resolved.
Yeah, now it resolves. We have Thawing Glaciers to try to battle the library, but man, Library Psychotog is gonna do a lot of damage and real quick.
Yeah.
So Wilky's gonna have to find a way to at least put some pressure on Jesse Hampton here to get out from under that library. He's got to try to get 2, 3, 4 cards out of his hand so that he can't go infinite, as it were.
And the problem with that is that, I mean, Wilky doesn't really have a way to aggressively attack this strategy.
No.
He just has to kind
he's
of
critical
do
mass
his
on
thing.
turn like 7. Yeah.
Right, and at that point, Jesse will have had a board full of permanents and still a grip of 7 in his hand. This is kind of where I saw the match going. Not necessarily the library route, just in general, like Jesse Wilky needing to resolve some 1 or 2 critical spells, and Hampton having some way where he can just sit back on all his counter magic.
Yeah, sitting back on the counter magic is only good if he has something that is pressuring Jesse Wilky. And ways that he can pressure are Psychotog and Library that he has right now. Those cards are giving him some sort of inevitability. If they aren't on the board right now, if Jesse Hampton is looking at island, dual land swamp, go, then I feel like this is a massive edge to Wilky.
I don't necessarily disagree with you now, seeing how this is playing out. But
yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, Hampton has like at least 7 or 8 counterspells main deck.
Yeah, that's fine.
And he's drawing 2 cards a turn.
Yeah,
so.
the drawing 2 cards a turn is what's going to win him the game.
It's gonna,
if he was only drawing 1 a turn, I think that
Wilky
would
could get
have
there.
a huge edge.
Sure. I mean, Wilky does have Thawing Glacier's Divining Top. He's going to find answers. He's going to find the cards he wants.
He just has to race that Psychotog now.
Right.
I mean, he could even beat a library, because if Hampton is sitting on 7 cards and Wilky's not doing anything into it at all,
right.
Then the library just becomes a looter.
Right.
And it's way less good. And then Wilky has time to thaw, especially when he starts getting Candelabra in play, because then he can thaw twice a turn.
Sure.
And so and then eventually he's going to have 15 mana in play to Hampton's 6 or 7.
Sure. It doesn't look like that's how this game is going to play out.
No, yeah, he's in some trouble. I mean, Psychotog math is starting to become a thing.
Yeah, and I mean, even just at 17, Wilky has to be feeling the pressure from that Psychotog. Hampton's going through essentially 9 cards a turn, or he has access to 9 cards every single turn between his draw step and then pitching, then drawing a card off library. Exactly what we're seeing happen here.
Yeah, now he's starting to hit for 2 a turn because Wilky is letting him get to a full hand size, so he doesn't have anything to do with that 8th and 9th card, so he's just discarding them to
There's at
Psychotog
least
for free
an
value.
Undermine and a Deprive in Jesse Hampton's hand, and he can cast both.
Yeah.
I don't want to call this game early, but at the same token, it's looking very poor for Jesse Wilky to be able to rebound off of this.
Yeah, he also has like really good cheap test spells, and end of turn test spells.
Wilky does.
Yeah, he can lead on High Tide, and Hampton only has 2 islands in play.
Sure.
And if High Tide resolves, like, Jesse's in decent shape. I mean, he's probably going to try to dig for a Candelabra, and if he can get a Candelabra into play, it makes his Thawing Glaciers much better and makes the threat of High Tide huge.
He's still going to need to find a way to resolve like a draw 7 and not have Jesse just have him dead.
Yeah, true. I don't think Wilky has it main deck, but after sideboarding, we're going to get into a card that Hampton I don't think has a way to beat, which is Giga Drowse.
Giga Drowse is a pretty big game against Hampton. He doesn't have days, does he?
I don't think so.
No, that's in someone else's deck. So Jesse has the Force of Will. Jesse Wilky has the Force of Will.
Even if he had days, it replicates. They're all individual copies.
Oh, that's true.
So,
well, I'm saying he could, in theory, maybe daze something after all of his stuff is tapped. But I mean, it's not the best plan.
Yeah, even if it's end of turn doing that, like he doesn't get to replay the land. And I think Thaw is a really big card here, and I think Wilky got a little unfortunate that Hampton had a clock and library.
Yeah, I mean, library let him draw into the clock.
Sure.
He
drew a couple extra cards.
He drew a couple extra.
He had Tog on 3. He only drew 1 card off library before that.
Exactly. So. Yeah, he skipped his draw a card with library to play the Psychotog that turn.
Yep. So we have a Demonic Tutor resolving here from Jesse Hampton.
What do you think that gets?
Probably just another counterspell. Whatever the cheapest one he's got is Unmask. He got Unmask, okay. So he can draw off library and then cast his Unmask for free. And then see what Wilky is brewing up over there.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be clear to...
Yeah, get the coast clear for that Psychotog.
And it's got to be clear to Hampton that Wilky is trying to sculpt that hand.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
He knows that Wilky knows that he has a handful of counterspells.
Right.
So Wilky has to be playing. I'm only taking 2 a turn. I have a quote decent amount of time. I mean, that Tog can get out of control real fast.
Yeah, I mean, Tog math is getting real. There's 4 cards in the graveyard right now. I think Jesse has 6 cards in his hand. Yep. So that's 6, 7, 9, 10, 11 plus, and then plus the one from Psychotog is 12. So Wilky is like 2 turns from dead here. And if any of the cards that Jesse Hampton has in his hand draw him more cards, or if he casts a spell and gets undermined.
So how many cards are in Hampton's graveyard? 4? 4
in the graveyard, 6 in the grip.
So next turn, if he goes to 7, draw to 8, is that game?
8 discards into, so that makes 12, 13, 14, 15 damage.
With a 1 on Psychotog. So Wilky's actually just facing lethal if he doesn't do something
and
here.
He also is in a ton of trouble because he's going to get undermined and or countersqualled here.
Right.
Which increases the clock again. However, if Hampton has to cast one of his spells, he can't library next turn.
Good call.
So,
and that takes lethal away.
Perhaps. He also goes to 13 or 12 from getting countersqualled or undermined. So I think it's probably going to be countersquall, just so that Hampton can represent another counterspell that I don't think he has, actually. I think he's on the undermine and countersquall.
He has deprive also in his hand.
He has deprive.
He absolutely has deprive.
So then it's definitely going to be countersquall here to bring Jesse to 13.
So it looks like Unmask is still on the stack, and Wilky is trying to memory lapse that.
Yeah.
I think Wilky just has to try and preserve his hand here.
If Jesse, if Hampton casts the countersquall, that puts Wilky on 13. He also hasn't attacked with Psychotog this turn.
Correct.
So that puts him on 12, and then he will have 5 cards in the graveyard and 5 in the grip. Draw for 6. That makes 9, 10, 11, 12. Plus the 1 from Psychotog is 13, so he will be dead.
And minus the 2 from Countersquall, yeah.
So yeah, if he Countersqualls here, he still has lethal next turn.
Does he have lethal this turn?
No. Actually, yeah.
Oh, actually, if for some reason Wilky tries to resolve anything else...
Oh, he had a fetch land too, so he's at 12.
Well, not only that, but deprive bouncing lands to his hand.
Yep.
Will definitely increase Psychotog math, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a free card.
Yeah.
Or free half damage, right? The
Exactly.
Deprive goes to the graveyard and it replaces itself in his hand.
Right.
So he gets to unmask here.
So it's actually 1.5, right?
No.
Because you get to discard the land if you want.
Yeah,
and then
the
2 more
Deprive
out of the
just
yard.
replaces itself.
Sure, but then it fills... Oh, yeah, I
half
see
a
what you're
card in
saying.
the
Sure.
So he's probably just going to cast. So Wilky has a hand of Frantic Search, Meditate, Land, Time Spiral, High Tide.
I mean, that's got to be the hand he was looking to get.
Yeah, he was probably trying to find a Force of Will.
Sure.
But now I think he's just dead.
Yeah, I mean, he could top into something, I guess.
Right.
I don't know what he could draw here. I don't think he has any bounce spells to get rid of that Tog right now.
So Tog is going to put him on 11.
The question is does Hampton all in? I mean,
Yeah,
he knows
he had lethal.
He
but,
had lethal. I don't know if he did the math.
There's 5 in the graveyard and 5 in his hand, so he can discard to put it to 10 in the graveyard. That's 5 activations, and then remove all 10 for 5 more. That's 11.
It's Xaxes, but that would require. It seems like there might be some life discrepancy. Maybe our numbers were not as correct as their numbers.
It's correct now.
12. Okay, it's 12.
I thought Jesse sacrificed.
He went from
to fetch
13
land.
to 12.
Stopping so we can count.
Okay.
Okay. So he could have done 11 this turn, not 12.
Okay, I thought Jesse was at 11 from.
Okay.
I thought he was
from the splasher. Yeah. So he could have put him to 1, but he would have had to discard literal everything to do it. I don't think that's the way he wants to go. There's no reason to all in here. He does know what's in what's in Wilky's hand, and really the only card I think he has to counter is that Time Spiral.
Yeah.
He doesn't care if he high tides. That's fine. I don't think he cares
The high
if he
tide got
meditates.
taken with the unmask too.
Oh, that was what was taken. Well,
so he left him with Frantic Search, Meditate, and Time Spiral.
Interesting.
Yeah. Jesse's going to get a top activation here at the end of the turn. See if he can't find a regrowth for the high tide or something.
Yeah. Something to force that.
He needs to find
undermine.
in the top 3. He needs to find a counterspell and a regrowth.
Well, he found Turnabout and 2 lands. Turnabout could, in theory, try and buy him a turn by tapping that Psychotog down.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still not really what you want to be doing.
It's not enough. I think too little, too late here.
Yeah.
He might have to. He might have to just thaw and upkeep and try to get a fresh 3, because those aren't going to cut it.
No, Thaw. He
Thaw
used
returns
Thaw.
at the end of turn.
He returned at end of turn. He doesn't get a chance to do that, so he's going to draw that Turnabout. And I don't think. I mean, he's got to try and do the Turnabout. Fog for a turn essentially.
Yep.
But little does he know that's really not going to work out in his favor. And the game will basically end at that point, assuming that Jesse Hampton pulls the trigger. But he does have, after that Turnabout's revealed, he does have perfect information.
Right.
It would require Jesse to draw something off the top of his deck with top, which we know
He could
won't
cast
be
the
happening.
Frantic Search too.
He would also cast Frantic Search. Not if he casts Turnabout though, right? He's short a land. He'd have to
perhaps.
play. He'd have to. I think he has
He
to
has
play.
a land in his hand. He might not play the Thaw. This
Right.
turn.
He'd have to play that instead of Thaw.
Let's see. So, Jesse deep in the tank here plays his 7th land, not Thaw. He is just going to go for the Time Spiral. Oh,
Well,
Turnabout.
start off with Turnabout with 3
Untapping
floating.
his own lands. Okay.
So
now Hampton does have perfect information.
Right.
And although he doesn't know what the top 2 cards of Wilky's deck are, and he could flip top into them.
I don't think that matters too much.
Probably not. I mean, it could be a counterspell. And if that resolves, if Hampton lets that resolve, or if it is a counterspell and Hampton counters the Turnabout and Wilky flips the counterspell, then Time Spiral is going to resolve.
Exactly.
And Hampton is quite scared of that. And so I think he's just waiting to counter the Time Spiral.
I mean, it's probably the smarter thing to do. Not that's what's going to happen.
I guess if Wilky has a counterspell on top of his deck, it doesn't matter when you cast your Deprive.
Sure.
Right? So might as well do it now.
I mean, Wilky knows that he's going to draw.
So he's going to get
2
a couple cards deeper. He can Frantic Search, untapping 3 lands, and then draw
Blind-
2, discard
blind
2,
draw.
and then he can activate top because he has 3 floating right now.
Oh,
So
sure.
he can still find counterspell.
Okay.
Or Power Sync, or Remand, or Memory Lapse. It looks like he super bricked.
Regrowth, Mystical Tutor, and I can't see what that back card is. It's a land. So yeah, that's. He could also Mystical into draw. He doesn't have to use.
No, he has to draw the Mystical with the top.
Oh, sure. Got it. So
game 1 to Hampton.
Psychotog, good enough.
Good enough, I guess. Yeah, that was...
The Unmask was
a quick
actually
game.
really, really good.
Yeah, it was quite good.
It's actually funny. I didn't feel like that game was that fast at all. Even though it did go fast, I felt like there was just so many good decision trees in that game.
Yeah.
So
And I mean, that's what happens when you have blue on blue.
yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah, these are always fun puzzles to try to find the answers to.
Yeah.
So the sideboarding begins, and comes Giga Drowse, I'm sure, for Wilky here.
I mean, you've got to assume that that's going to happen. I'm not sure what else Wilky has in his deck. We can pull it up here real fast if I don't break the laptop. Jeez. All right.
Jesse Wilky.
So do you think he's going to bring in cards like, I mean, Nature's Claim doesn't seem very good here. Bribery doesn't seem very good. Bribery seems awful.
Nature's Claim doesn't seem embarrassing. I mean, it kills Bitter Blossom, which is a...
There's one that'll be brought in. How about that Seed Time?
Yeah.
That'll be a good one.
Yeah.
I kind of want to see someone get gotten.
Yeah, that was...
With this, all the seeds.
That one's going to be quite good, I think.
So Seed Time, Giga Drowse.
I think it's Seed Time, Giga Drowse. He probably isn't bringing in the Nature's Claim. Even though it's not, like, awful. Boseiju, who shelters all.
Yeah, that's a good one, too.
Yeah, it's not bad. That Time Spiral is probably going to resolve if we do that.
Yeah.
And then that untaps Boseiju. So we can cast another spell off that.
It's pretty good how that stuff works.
Yeah, also he can activate it multiple times with Candelabra. He can activate it multiple times with Mind Over Matter. That's
Heck, he can even just frantic search for value.
Yeah.
Just to untap it if he has to.
Yeah.
I hope we don't get to that point. That sounds awful.
That sounds pretty sweet. I think. Yeah, that's a nice little spice ball he drafted there. In the
Do you think
45th
he
round.
brings in Disrupting Shoal?
It might be in his main.
Okay.
I think it's probably a little expensive.
Yeah.
But then again, if he is just thawing and thawing and thawing and thawing and thawing the entire game, he's going to have a plethora of blue cards in his hand.
Oh, absolutely.
To fight Jesse Hampton. Hampton, on the other hand, has some cards. Swan Song, probably going to come in.
For sure.
He has Teferi, Mage of Zalfir.
That's been in his main deck, I believe.
Oh, really? I thought he was thumbing his sideboard.
Maybe it was in his sideboard. At some point, I
guess we can
asked him to
check
show me his deck.
Yeah, we can check his deck list, right? Jesse Hampton deck list.
So, you're right. That Teferi is in his board. As his, so he's probably bringing in
Vencer, Shaper, Savant.
I would also expect Pact of Negation to come in.
Deprive in the sideboard that he cast in that game.
Well, that's an interesting choice.
Interesting.
Not sure what we do about that.
Big Chief Cheatums.
Seems like it.
Rules enforcement level. Don't be a dick.
Call the boss. I'll get the boss.
All right, call the boss.
Would you call that being a dick?
Maybe.
Maybe.
It's possible he's just a big dumb dummy and just forgot it.
I mean, I would put money on Jesse being a big dumb dummy before I put him on. No, he could be both.
Big dumb dummy or big scum scummy? Which one do we have?
How about a big dumb scummy?
There we go. Let's see what else. Muddle the Mixture, likely to come in here. Pithing Needle is an option. It shuts down Candelabra, shuts down Thawing Glaciers, shuts down Mind Over Matter.
Absolutely.
I think that's probably a cheap answer he's going to bring in.
That's a good one.
So he's going to bring in the Deprive and the Swan Song and probably the Pithing Needle.
You've been waiting to use that big scummy. For
No, not at all. I've been waiting for about
off
half
the
a
cuff.
second. Yeah,
that was pretty slick.
Yeah, that was right off the top.
So what do you think is going to happen here?
I don't know. I think we might have the first VR DDQ.
Ah, wow. Rule enforcement, don't be a dick. Well, here you are.
The official ruling from the head judges.
It's fine. It stays.
What do we have up here?
See what's happening in chat here.
All right. People are asking about Jesse Wilky's win condition. Yeah, he has 3 Brain Geyser effects. Basically, he has 2 in the main, a Blue Sun in the side to Cunning Wish for. His game plan is just to get a Heartbeat or a High Tide going, and then he starts untapping lands with Turnabout and Rude Awakening and Candelabra and Mind Over Matter.
Time Spiral.
Frantic
Search.
Yeah, Frantic Search, all these sorts of things. And he gets up to, 10, 12 mana, right? And then he casts Stroke or Brain Geyser or Blue Sun, floating like 6 mana.
Yep.
And then he'll use that mana to untap more of his lands, and then he has a bunch of cards in his hand, and then Mind Over Matter just creates so much mana.
It
And then,
plays really close to the Legacy High Tide.
yeah, it's like obviously less consistent because you only have one High Tide, and he didn't get the Merchant Scroll, and you only have one Time Spiral.
Exactly.
And the fact that the Legacy deck can chain Time Spirals is part of what makes it a playable deck. But Wilky has Time Twister, and it doesn't obviously make him 30 mana or whatever, but he can.
It's still pretty good.
Yeah, if he has Mind Over Matter in play, it's still 21 mana,
Sure.
right?
Which, don't forget, we're also playing 40 card decks.
Right.
So to mill someone out,
It takes
they've
a
drawn
lot.
their
Yeah.
7, they've drawn a few. At most, you have to hit is 30, which is
Right.
not hard whatsoever.
Yeah.
The reality is you probably only have to do like 24, 25.
Yep.
Because it's not going to happen on turn 3, right?
Yep,
We're,
absolutely.
Wilky's aiming for that like turn 6 grindy sort of high tide combo you out then.
Yeah.
So.
Obviously he doesn't have a way to defeat Library of Alexandria, but outside of that card, I think he has an edge in the matchup.
Sure. Well, I mean,
the Psychic Tog also would have got lethal a lot less fast.
Oh, without
If
library?
yeah.
Yeah, because he wouldn't have been able to attack for 2, right? He would have
Right.
only been attacking for 1.
He
'cause
did only
needed to
attack
keep
for
his
2 one
resources.
turn.
Twice, I believe.
Okay.
But still, it was not very much.
It
I
wasn't
agree.
very much, but he got to threaten lethal so much faster.
Right.
Yeah.
When you know that Tog can just hit you for 11 just out of nowhere.
You have to play differently.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, also, it was really important that Hampton had not just the library, but pressure along to go with it.
So Wilky starts with it looks like what seemed to be 2 lands, an island, and that Boseiju.
That Boseiju.
And then he has Mystical Tutor, Time Walk, and some other stuff here. So
I think he's in fine shape. That looks like a keeper to me. I think he
it might be he's
Does he
a
have
little
enough
land
lands?
light. No,
He
he
only
only
has
has
2?
2. He's a little land light, and he doesn't have Thaw. So
Hey, just real quick here, guys. Since we have Greg Peloquin in the finals, I thought it only fitting that we got some steak
let's
knives.
bring those on stream. So, the second place gets this lovely set of steak knives.
So what we've learned today is that Josh Ventura is our champion.
Well, yeah, I mean,
he's playing Greg Peloquin in the finals. Josh Ventura has just won your vintage rotisserie draft.
we can just call it right now. Yeah, I mean, there's, Greg essentially lives in a steakhouse at this point
It's
with
true.
the number of knives that he
Yeah.
has. And this is just going to be a nice addition.
Greg the
to
Butcher
his
Peloquin.
collection. Greg the Butcher always loses in the last round.
So Jesse did keep his hand and leads on Boseiju, and Jesse Hampton has the library.
Why
again.
wouldn't he?
Yeah, why wouldn't he? The big miser, as they say.
Yeah,
So Wilky has an uphill battle.
Wilky does have Forcible in his hand, so
He did draw Forcible, but he's so short on lands.
yeah.
He really needs a Thaw.
I mean, he's just time walking just for value here.
Explore.
It's explore.
He can regrowth it
Hopefully,
later.
it is explore.
He can regrowth it later.
It is.
but
It is not explore.
is that a regrowth?
That
he
is
just drew?
regrowth.
Yeah, he doesn't have green
He has a
mana yet,
land,
but
at least he had a land. So I don't know what you think about this. Like Jesse, end of turn, just using meditate for value here might be totally fine.
Absolutely.
If you're going to give Hampton an extra free turn, now is the time to do it because Hampton's not going to be doing anything.
if he has meditate,
because
I
of
would have just
library.
cast it right there.
I mean,
think.
he has it now. I
Cast
think he's
it-
going to end step meditate.
or upkeep. I mean, it might get
Upkeep
countered.
meditate's
you know?
probably better. Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually do like upkeep meditate.
Because if he
meditate.
casts it on his own turn, he's going to have 8 cards and have to discard, right? So
Sure.
Um,
Yeah, casting it on his own turn is certainly not an
but
option.
upkeep is quite good.
Yep.
Certainly better than end of turn, I think.
Looks like remove Leyline to get Chromox in play. Does Hampton have too many more lands? I don't think he does. I think he might have kept a 2-lander with Library and Chromox, of course.
Yeah. So that's a mana vault.
That's like a land.
It's
I
pretty good.
think we're going to the discard phase.
No, he's certainly going to cast that mana vault.
No, he has Chromox. Sure.
Yeah.
That's fair. I'm about to say you had to tap Library. I don't know how he's casting it, but
the game like land in his hand.
oh, he has
he's-
Tajiri or Jwar Isle Refuge.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
So.
Hang on, we have a.
And Colin McCune has officially won the steak knives. Or not the steak knives, sorry, the Jed. Sorry, not Colin McCune.
Teddy Vitro.
Teddy Vitro has officially won the Jed.
At 1 in 6, could Jesse Wilky not catch him?
Jesse Wilky beat him heads up.
Oh, So
And Teddy has said he has no interest in a playoff game. He said he would like
that's
to
fair.
go home, take his prize, and get out of here.
I don't know about the words prize, but he can take this card, unmorph it into the 1/1 that it is,
Yeah.
and shamefully place it on his mantle. I don't want to say proudly place it. That you don't place this proudly.
Teddy Vitro. Woo. There we go. The scornful egotist will stare you down.
So we might be able to
Did
to
the
start
frame show
a
up?
series here. The next one could be the Ted.
Oh, there we go. The Jed, the Ted.
And we need to get Cedric in here. That way
And
we
then
can
the
have
Ced.
the Ced.
Yeah. I know that if Cedric drafts one of these things, he plans on drafting a deck that is not good.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. He wants to draft a Dredge.
So it looks like Greg Peloquin has won his last round to move to 6-1. Josh Ventura,
deck
have
is
you played
sweet.
your last round yet?
No, he's playing against.
You have to
Wilky.
play Wilky. You what?
I'm a lock, even if I lose.
You're a lock for the top two.
Yeah.
Right. So we're just jockeying for pride at this point.
Right.
But the final match, it's determined, will be Josh Ventura versus Greg Peloquin. Now, you guys play heads up already? Yeah?
Yeah.
Who won that match? You did, Josh?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, that might be a sweet preview.
But that was the really close one where if Greg had left the Terracodon in his deck.
The Jed meet the Ted.
So can we talk to Teddy just for like 30 seconds?
All right.
Absolutely.
I'll get in here. Oh, we got Teddy on the
We can just
on the mic and the headphones.
we don't have to have him on camera. That's fine. I don't know if he wants to be on camera.
I don't really care one way or the other.
So Jetty, what happened?
The draft did not go that great. My deck kind of didn't come together.
Okay.
I've also literally never done one of these before.
Yeah,
oh wow,
sure.
the music is a nice touch.
The music is
wonderful.
fantastic touch.
I feel like I should be walking down the roadway like the end of the Hulk. So the draft went kind of poorly, and then a bunch of my matches I just didn't get to play Magic.
That's too
like
bad.
The match against Josh on camera was pretty indicative.
Yeah, you didn't play any.
He rattled
anything.
off 4 artifact destruction effects in a row in a hand where I just needed one to stay in play for a turn, and I at least would have been in the game.
So, it's quite the sob story. Teddy.
Hey, look, I still like my deck better than I like Jed's, so I like to think that I'm carrying on the legacy but improving it a little over time.
Well, I've got bad news for you because you have to leave your deck behind and take the Jed home.
You know what?
Trade.
It's something that I can look fondly at as I go to bed at night because I actually managed to win a match.
It has to be unmorphed. You cannot have it just sitting morphed.
Why on earth would I want to have it face down? Have you seen that art?
Yes.
It's beautiful.
It's a wizard.
It is.
All right. Here you go. Proudly display
Much scorn.
your Jed. Much,
Very ego.
Such ego.
Very ego.
Wow.
All right, back to the grind amounts here. Library still doing work. Wilky sculpting a Boseiju turn.
It looks like he did burn his meditate,
Yeah.
as we expected.
Yep. Ashiok Nightmare Weaver. We got a reader, boys.
This thing is.
I mean, I don't necessarily blame him. That's a brand new card that, let's be honest, doesn't even really see much play in standard.
I don't know what it does.
It mills them. The up
Plus
mills
2 to
them
mill?
For, it's up +2 mill 3 cards.
Okay.
I believe it actually exiles them.
Oh,
which is pretty relevant,
yeah.
especially against Wilky's regrowth, time spiral, etc.
Absolutely.
And then the second ability is very not relevant. It's minus X.
Yeah,
He gets to like
recurring
play a
nightmare thing.
creature. To be honest, I have no idea what its ultimate does. It's probably not good.
All right, so it's just +2 RFG3.
Yeah, it's essentially just going to mill out Wilky. At the
quite
very
good.
least, it's just going to get value cards out of Wilky's deck so he can't spiral back into them.
Yeah.
So-
Giga Drowse, here we go.
Giga Drowse on the stack, replicate once just to tap Hampton's lands
2
down.
lands, yep.
Or sorry, replicate, yeah.
Mystical, okay.
Okay. Well, I mean, if Ashiok's coming online and going to start exiling cards, Wilky has to pull the trigger here,
Yeah,
right?
better get to work.
Yep. Here comes that spiral. So
Does he
he
have
only
a
has
high
4
tide?
land. He must have a tide.
His hand is pretty stocked.
Yeah, he did have to burn Force of Will, unfortunately, already. But
Oh,
I
on
don't,
Mana Vault.
Yeah. Does Hampton have any free counter spells?
No. Pact of Negation, which is in his hand, actually.
It's in his hand,
Yeah.
and it's live. He can pay for it. So
that is true.
Wilky may have what we would call a bad time.
Yeah. He's certainly not going to have a good time.
I want him to have a good time. It looks so fun.
Are you
He does.
having
He
a
does have
good
seed time in his hand.
Okay.
He doesn't. He
I don't
doesn't have any
think Jesse's.
green mana
I don't
though.
think Hampton is gonna. Oh snap! There.
I think you can actually see in his hand movements how upset Wilky is. Wilky would just snap Seed Time here had he had a green mana.
Yep.
Also just has regrowth in his hand, has a million things that he could do.
Yep.
But unfortunately, none of those are going to be good. Jesse was a good player and remembered to pay for Pact.
That was brutal.
I can actually just straight up hear Jesse Wilky tilting from here.
Yeah.
This is a giant bottle. This is the bottle of Belvedere. I'm going to put this with a Berklid for scale.
That's good.
It's good.
That's a powerful bottle.
You can drink this in one sitting.
Yes, I could actually.
You could die.
I could do that too.
Dead drunk is the best.
Yeah, dead drunk is the best drunk. Yeah.
Best drunk, dead drunk.
Yeah. Okay, we have a time spiral resolving.
Just for value here.
Just for value.
I mean, he's got to hope he draws into a good 7. There's not much.
He gets to
else
untap the
can do.
Boseiju and draw 7 new cards.
Yeah.
So we could get a high tide. He was gonna. Oh, so the turnabout is gone.
Turnabout is gone. So he has Rude Awakening. He has Frantic Search.
Doesn't have any green mana and played his land for the turn.
It's true.
So he could time walk to get a green mana into play.
It's not unreasonable.
Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, at the very least, I think he just wanted to rebuy a lot of those sweet ones that.
Unfortunately, he had better do something powerful now, because Jesse gets 7 new cards too, and gets to redraw off that library.
Let's actually take a look here real fast. What does Ashiok do? Because it's becoming surprisingly relevant real fast here.
It's getting up there in loyalty.
Yeah. So
he drafted it real late.
Real late.
Actual last.
Yeah. Ashiok.
Exile.
All cards from all opponents' hands and graveyards.
Okay.
So it's like kind of like Identity Crisis.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not too bad. I mean, it would certainly be very effective, and it costs 10.
So it's 1 turn away.
Yep.
All right. So what did Wilky draw off his time spiral here? Looks like a couple of lands. Oh, he hasn't played his land this turn, I guess. Maybe I was just wrong. What do we got? Is this Rude Awakening, Heartbeat of Spring, Time Twister? Okay. So he's got some big uns.
I mean, High Tide Time Twister should be. That's pretty good. He can Rude Awakening, buy a ton of mana, Twister, and see what he draws.
Yeah, he can. So the problem is though he can't cast Heartbeat and Rude.
Okay.
In this turn, he can Rude into Heartbeat, but that's not.
I mean, he has Rude, and
wow.
he can
Pact into Pact.
Pacts on Pacts.
Pacts on Pacts on Pacts.
So I think that's actually fine because Jesse can just Twister.
Or he can just cast Heartbeat and Twister?
I don't know if that's good enough. Like, what are his options? So he taps 3 to cast Heartbeat, and then taps 2 floating 1 to cast Twister, and essentially has access to 3 mana after that. He'd have to hit Frantic Search.
Yeah, he would have to hit Frantic Search.
Turnabout's exiled, right? With Ashiok.
So, yeah, Frantic Search is the only one that he could do. However, he can also just do... So if he plays Heartbeat and passes... Hampton has to pay for Pact on upkeep,
right?
Which is going to leave him with 3 lands untapped. Actually, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, I don't think you can go Heartbeat go.
I was thinking that it would set up a Rude Awakening for next turn.
I mean, it's
to attack Jesse, because he can kill the Ashiok and deal Hampton like 8 damage.
I think he would need to have for him to think that that's a good line here. He'd have to have Force of Will.
Okay.
I guess he can just definitely resolve Rude Awakening through Boseiju,
also
right?
his odds of drawing Frantic Search off of a Time Twister aren't like super low.
No, actually, because there's at least 6. There's 6 cards exiled with Ashiok. I don't think any of them are Frantic Search.
Yeah.
And then 2 already exiled through Force of Will, and then Time Spiral itself.
But
and a number in play.
Yeah.
So he's really only shuffling about 23, 24 cards.
Yeah.
And
the problem
drawing
with this
7
line
off of
is
that.
you have to assume both of these spells are resolving, and Hampton cast Pact of Negation, leaving up 2 mana
Sure.
to represent. However, that being the case, I think if he had if he actually had another counterspell, he probably plays that and leaves back the pact in his hand, because you can get a guy better with the pact than you can by representing a counterspell, right?
Exactly.
It looks like he has a daze in his hand, and that's the only, or a miscalc. And that looks to be the only counterspell he's got.
So I mean that makes sense also, because he couldn't miscalc High Tide.
Right.
Like that doesn't do anything.
It doesn't do enough.
And if he lets High Tide resolve, then miscalc is blank.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I mean,
you assume it's blank.
Miscalcing the High Tide is actually not a terrible play, because it taxes Jesse for 4 mana, essentially, right? Because it taps 2 islands that would have made 4 mana.
Exactly.
So I think Wilky is kind of seeing through what Hampton's
that said,
is.
if High Tide resolves, I mean, and Hampton doesn't know this, but if High Tide resolves, even if he miscalcs it just to suck up 2 mana, Rude Awakening is going to untap all of his lands.
Yes.
So he goes for the Heartbeat play here.
Yeah, I think he has to. He's under a lot of pressure with that Ashiok.
Yeah.
And he's just kind of running out of time. He's just not going to beat that library if it keeps getting active. Also, Jesse's going to start attacking you with Creeping Tar Pit.
So just here it is. Eat this miscalc, because it's not going to be very good once we're done. So, and there's no way Jesse's not going to pay for it there.
Yeah. Let's see if Hampton remembers to pay for his pact.
He is, but
so I actually, if I'm Wilky in this game, I think I would have not paid 2, let the Heartbeat die, and cast the Time Twister, get the pact out of Hampton's graveyard,
and hope that he forgets.
and just hope that he forgets about it.
Yeah, it's a completely reasonable line.
I think that's the best chance of winning the game.
Hampton's,
at this point.
Hampton's good enough that might not actually happen.
Sure, but you got to play to your outs.
Oh,
at
I
this
completely
point,
agree.
At this point, I think that's your best out.
Okay.
He certainly, he has Rude Awakening in his hand. He could top deck some sweet ones.
Looks like
he has Time Twister in his hand too, so he can't. If he gets a turn with Heartbeat, he's actually in decent shape.
Here comes some more cards out with Ashiok.
What do we get? A Nostalgic Dreams, it looks like.
No, that's Seed Time.
Oh, that's Seed Time. What else did we get?
Can't actually tell from here.
Yeah, Greg, can you have him?
Whatever
just the 3 cards that we hit with Ashiok.
Force of Will, Seed Time, and I'm not sure what the third one is.
It's another green card, it looks like. Or
no, I think
artifact,
it's
Candelabra, maybe?
Might be Candelabra. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, it is Candelabra.
Okay.
Yep, we got it.
Yeah.
And Jesse is now Ancestraling.
Yeah, Ancestral Recall. He drew Unmask, I think.
So that's going to fill up his hand for Library, and then now he gets to Unmask.
He just also has... So, unfortunately for Jesse Wilky, Hampton has also has Heartbeat in play with Yogg Will in hand.
Yeah.
That's going to let Jesse do some just absolutely bananas things here.
Yeah, I mean, he gets to unmask Wilky's only real card away.
The only consolation here for Wilky is that Hampton had to tie up 5 mana.
Right.
So the things that Hampton gets to do this turn aren't completely busted.
And that's one of the things I liked about Wilky's deck, after the draft, is that Heartbeat in this kind of format is a lot stronger than it is in a cube format. Because in this format, people are kind of stopping playing lands at 3 a lot of the time.
Yeah. And
their mana curves are so low that they're not, going to play some game-breaking spell all the time when you cast Heart. You can play a Naked Heartbeat.
It's not going to be as backbreaking, or it may not be as backbreaking.
If you play a Naked Heartbeat in a cube match, you expect your opponent to play 3 spells and then kill your Heartbeat.
Oh, absolutely.
In this kind of a format, if you play a Naked Heartbeat, your opponent's probably going to play something sweet, but...
So it's interesting here. I think Hampton has to take Twister, but he knows that Rude Awakening is going to get him pretty good next turn.
Jesse can't... he can entwine it because of Heartbeat. So
correct.
If he entwines... he's getting hit for 14.
Yeah, the problem is obviously that's not good enough, but it will kill the Ashiok, which, as much as I know that Wilky probably doesn't want to have to worry about Ashiok,
right. So
at some point that's going to hit critical mass.
Hampton's going to take 4 and kill Ashiok, but be empty-handed and empty everything.
Exactly.
And then Hampton gets to untap with Heartbeat in play.
Heartbeat and Yogg Will in hand.
Yeah. So Time Twister hits the bin, and Jesse Wilky is
Jesse
on his last legs here.
Jesse, is Regrowth still in his deck? I think
it is.
It is.
I believe it is in his deck.
So that would be a nice one.
Yep, that would be a good spell.
Frantic Search would be reasonable here.
Yeah, Frantic Search.
Here comes Wilky determining if he actually has to deal with that Ashiok or not. I think he's gonna have to come to the conclusion he does.
It is 10. He could try to Mize and just.
The problem is like Jesse's just not
land,
set up to win with damage.
Yeah. Right. He doesn't have a follow up.
Yeah.
He can put Jesse to 1 and then never kill him.
And I think if anything, Wilky just has to like sit up on Rude Awakening and wait till he can try and attack for lethal. Yeah. I mean, the problem is like we all know that that's not going to happen.
Well, he's only got one more turn because Ashiok is going to go ultimate after this next turn.
Exactly.
Right. So he's going to have 16 lands or 16 damage to attack with, but it's not going to be enough.
So he's in for some. Well, he is in for a Rude Awakening this turn. When he sees that Yogg Will is going to go absolutely bananas.
Yep, and Jesse has Teferi also,
and he just drew Demonic Tutor. So, yeah, I mean, with Jesse essentially has all his lands mana flared. I mean, is there a card Wilky can draw to recover here to not get
his draw 7s are both gone?
Sure,
he could draw Regrowth, but it's probably just going to get countered. I think Demonic is just getting a counterspell here, probably Undermine. Jesse already to 11 from Boseiju, so that Creeping Tar Pit is looming.
Yeah, the Creeping Tar Pit will get there real fast.
So there goes Sensei's Top, a land, and a Time Walk.
A Time Walk would have been really good.
Would have been okay. I mean,
if it resolves.
Yeah, he doesn't really actually have anything to do other than just Rude Awakening and deal the damage, right? And
sure.
He doesn't have a follow-up card to play, so. Hampton looks to be firmly in control of this game. He's not even going to cast the. He's not even going to cast the Yogg Will. He's just going to say go.
He could actually use Boseiju to cast Rude Awakening Entwined, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's true.
So.
But it's. I mean, it doesn't do enough.
Is it not going to do enough?
No.
He's going to be able to do 16. Not enough.
Yeah.
He needs to somehow have another attack step. The problem is if he passes here, then Ashiok's just going to exile Rude Awakening.
Right. But if he goes to 9, then if he goes to 9, then Jesse has.
Can you stifle that?
No.
No, right? You can't stifle Boseiju.
Yeah, you can't. You can't stifle anything that's in a mana ability. Yeah, they figured it out. Big scummy. So, yeah, Rude Awakening is going to get its 16 damage in, but that's not going to be enough. And
yeah, I think he has to just kill Ashiok.
Wilky's going to go to 9 here, and then
promptly go to 6 next.
No,
turn.
3. I mean, Teferi's coming in.
Oh, good call.
And it's probably going to block one of the lands. I assume the Boseiju, but or maybe even the green mana. So, the Rude's going to resolve, but it's just not enough.
Yeah. I think we're just kind of delaying the inevitable at this point.
Yeah, Jesse Hampton's kind of trying to figure a way out of the scenario, but I don't think he needs to. Yeah. He's got this game firmly in hand.
Unless there's something here that we don't know.
Maybe Wilky's going to get another turn, so has outs, perhaps.
The thing is Wilky has just real no way of dealing damage, especially in one draw step.
Yep.
I mean, he'd have to hit like Regrowth, get Twister.
Spiral's exiled.
Yeah, sorry, I meant Twister. Yeah. Regrowth, Twister, then Twist into Rude Awakening again.
Yep.
So he's not entirely drawing dead, but man, I mean, I'd love to live in the world where we get to see that.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's gonna happen.
Yeah, that's
the good news for Jesse Wilky. He can't get the Jed.
Yeah, that is good for him. He has defeated the other 1-6 player.
Being ineligible for the Jed seems like a win by itself.
Yeah, it's a good feeling. I imagine. Yeah. We are ineligible for the Jed as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I feel like I've won
not by
already.
mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we have a Teferi. The Rude Awakening happened. It looks like Jesse just attacked with everything. So the Teferia blocked the breeding pool, cutting Wilky off of green mana for the rest of the game.
He did kill Ashiok.
He did kill Ashiok, but now here's the Yawgmoth's Will, and Wilky scoops him up.
All right. So that is match.
Yes.
So Jesse Hampton, which puts
Game
Jesse at 3-3. Jesse Hampton at 3-3, and Jesse Wilky moves to a not very respectable 1-5.
Yeah, it's a disrespectable, as it were.
So, a couple things to remind our viewers of. We're going to have a $50 giveaway here very soon. The finals match should be coming up very, very soon here. There's a couple of games that have to be left to be played. In particular, Josh has to play against Jesse Wilky.
Our next match is going to be Charles Dupont versus Jesse Hampton. It's the only relevant match left because Charles could sneak into a playoff for third place.
So could Jesse.
So that'll be our next camera match. After that, we'll have the finals match between.
One of them will be in a playoff for third place.
Absolutely, yeah. And then we'll have our finals match between Greg and Josh.
Okay. And just to make sure it's clear, the playoff match for third will not be on camera, correct?
Correct.
Off camera, we'll announce the victor.
Correct. And the finals match is actually a 5 round.
Best of five?
Best of five. Best of
Okay.
5.
All right.
And so we suspect, I don't think it can be any other way. It'll be Greg versus Josh. Right?
That's correct. Yeah, we've known that for about an hour.
Great.
Once they were both locked in at 5 wins and everyone else had 3 losses, the best anyone else could do is 4-3, and the worst they could do is 5-2.
So I'm gonna throw a curveball here. Hey, Chris Cowan, Greg Peloquin, Josh Ventura. Who's gonna win? Best of 5. Who do you think it's gonna be?
I think Josh.
I know. I'm calling you out here. I know you're not ready. I want to hear your 2 cents. We've been talking all day.
You said between Greg Peloquin and Josh Ventura?
Yeah.
You know, this is the thing.
Teddy Vitro left the jet. We have business.
He needs to drive back here and get it.
We didn't lay this out, but I've heard that better record plays in the finals.
This is great.
Yes. Okay.
You made this.
Okay.
If you're tied for match wins, then it's the same.
Hey guys. Hey.
Yeah.
Back to the finals.
So I think I've seen Greg play a lot, and his black-green deck is pretty solid. It looks like he put a lot of thought into it before he even showed up. So I mean, mono red is mono red, and sometimes with every single format, it can just kind of get away with wins. Just unbelievably, with good draws. He's got low curve. All the matches that we saw on camera. 3-4 lands, he was good. He was with 2 lands and he still took a game away from somebody. So I don't know. I mean, if Greg can hold him back for a little bit and kind of stifle his 3 turn 2 turn 3, then I think he might be in good shape.
Cool. Well, it'll certainly be cool to see how it plays out. So we're gonna see very shortly here. We're gonna see. They said it was Jesse Hampton versus Charles Dupont, right?
That's correct.
The battle of the 3-3s.
Yes.
So. It's interesting. This will be the first one that Charles definitely finishes under second, no matter what.
Paul. I have Teddy's number in my phone.
Okay, he's
We've got a couple of trained Armadons battling here.
They're playing for 3rd and 4th, I think.
Right.
They're playing for a tiebreaker into 3rd, 4th.
Yeah, third is a big number than 4th. Much bigger.
Yeah, 4th is the actual stake knives of our draft.
No, the steak knives will be Greg Peloquin in 2nd place.
Well, yeah, but the actual steak knives.
Vitro on stream and tell him that he forgot.
All right,
we're gonna call Teddy Vitro here.
Actually, what you can do, I can call him on Skype so all of us can hear him.
Oh.
But just put a speakerphone.
Hey, Teddy. Are you on speaker? Can you hear me? Yeah. Hey, guess what you forgot? What? You forgot your prize, and we're calling you out on stream. You forgot your prize, the Jed.
You better come back here and get it.
Teddy the Jetty, you better get back here. This belongs to you. Your pride and joy. You must display it prominently for 1 month.
You agreed to these terms, buddy.
All right.
You get back here. You get back here now.
I actually feel bad because he was probably halfway home by now.
Who cares? Get over here.
You've got to Own up to your faults.
You do. You do.
Teddy the Jetty. That's awful.
It's not good.
So we're gonna swap some people around. I think it's time for me to duck out. I'll duck out. You guys can cover this one. So coming up next is Paul Waite, and then thanks for viewing, guys.
Can you tell them to hold off for just a second?
All right. So we have Charles Dupont here on the left-hand side of your
Just
screen.
real quick, Stephen, we've got some people running how many rounds are left here.
Oh,
so we have the actual Swiss, or it's not even Swiss.
We're going to have 2 more matches.
Yeah, we've got Charles Dupont for Jesse Hampton, which is going to basically decide how third place is going to shake out. There's probably going to be a tiebreaker there, but that won't be filmed.
So Colin has locked up a slot in the tiebreaker for third, and he will be playing against the winner of this match.
Right.
That match, for third place, will not be on camera, but we will inform you of who has won it and earned the slot into the next draft.
Right. And then after this match, we're going to have Greg Peloquin and Joshua Ventura on camera in the finals, the best of 5.
Yep.
And so during that match, actually, we were also going to be giving away that $50 gift card to Northwest Sports Cards. Free money. Gotta like it.
Gotta love it.
So,
gotta want some more of it.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I think we're basically ready to go here. If we want to go give the players the go-ahead.
Sweet deal. I'm actually pretty stoked that Colin ended up at 4-3 after that 0-3 start.
Yeah.
His deck was pretty sweet. I liked where he took his draft, and this is vintage. There are some very powerful Magic cards that people have, and no matter what you do, you're not going to win every match.
But even though it is vintage and there's all these powerful cards flying around, third pick Lightning Bolt getting it done today.
Yeah. Also, no islands in our finals.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
I hadn't noticed that.
We have a Boros deck and a Golgari deck.
Interesting.
So
I don't think anyone would have called that.
I don't
final
think
match today.
so either. But it just goes to show you that there is design space in this format.
Absolutely.
My favorite thing, I was telling Mike Thompson about this. And my favorite thing about this format is there's 8 drafters and 14 good decks.
Yeah.
There's gonna be something insane that goes undrafted every time, and there's gonna be just a lot of cards that.
Hey Jesse, can you please get out of here?
There's going to be draft strategies employed that you haven't seen in the last draft or the draft before.
And the metagame is really changing constantly.
It's a thing.
You see, Fastball didn't get drafted in the last draft, and then you see Charles Dupont, Jesse Wilky see that they want to take advantage of it.
Yeah.
And they gets picked third in this draft, and Jesse Wilky just about flipped a table over it.
I did most of my preparation for commentary talking to those 2 guys, and it just so happened that they both told me they wanted to draft Fastball.
I had also talked to both of them,
and
I was just going, this is going to be fun on draft day.
Trying to bite my tongue as much
absolutely.
as I possibly could. Those guys, they were both deep on their strategies and
very spreadsheets upon spreadsheets.
I was kind of hoping that it would end in Jesse Wilky sort of getting his time vault strategy so that Charles wouldn't get fought over any of that stuff.
Right.
And he ended up getting basically where he wanted to be with the Fastball deck. And I think that his deck is much, much worse of a Fastball deck than Jesse's would have been. But Fastball's still a very powerful card, and he can go infinite with Strip Crucible on it.
So it looks like players are about to start here. Ignore the O2 up there. Huh?
Yeah,
they're good. It's not 0-2. This is game 1 here. Charles versus Jesse Hampton. This is the last match before the finals, where we will be giving away $50 in store credit again. So make sure you're turned in. Make sure you're logged into your Twitch account, because we're gonna just pull someone randomly from the Twitch account. So you've got to be logged in so we can see your name. There's the workshop for Charles into
Workshop
Metalworker.
Metalworker with Batter Skull on turn 2.
Yeah, you can't ask for too much better from Charles's deck. Maybe a channel, but
he's capable of some pretty busted openings. That's for sure.
Yeah. So we see an Imperial Seal from Jesse Hampton. We'll see if we're able to see what he gets here with it. With Jesse Hampton, it really could be anything.
It's probably going to be like a library or something. No, he wouldn't do that. He's already got the Ancestral.
He has Helm of Obedience in his hand, but I don't think he's going to try to find the other piece of it.
The Ley Line. That is his fastest way to win.
Yeah.
And it's either some way to aggressively win the game or a good reactive spell. Looks like he's thumbed Steel Sabotage to the front of his deck. So I think that was the library that he grabbed.
Yeah.
So he's going to have probably a follow-up land here, and then Charles is going to it was Unmask.
Oh. Is he going to cast it now?
What is happening?
I think there's some confusion about where this card's is supposed to go.
So Pondering?
Well, he cast.
It goes on top, and then he's casting a 1-mana blue spell that is probably going to let him draw the card. Ponder.
Yeah, it's off camera. Jesse, bad screen etiquette here, even though he's been here before. But we're pretty sure he cast a Brainstorm.
He just cast the Ancestral.
Just
the Ancestral, straight draw 3, and then unmasks Charles to get that Batter Skull out of his hand.
Yeah, and Charles isn't going to have a great follow-up after that. That Metalworker is not going to do really much of anything except for start attacking for 1, I think.
Yeah. Charles does have a couple of man lands that Jesse doesn't have much of a way to deal with.
Yeah.
So, and actually, you might see him cast that Elvish Spirit Guide.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a ways away. He doesn't really have a way to
Yeah,
cast
if he
it.
drew an artifact, he could cast it off of Forest Metalworker.
Sure.
But he's probably going to start deploying Mishra's Factories before then. So Charles drew a Treetop Village and is now getting in there for 1 damage.
Slowly but surely. I mean, with those manlands, all those manlands he has,
the manlands are quite good against the counterspell decks.
Absolutely, yeah.
And he's drawn all 3 of them. So as long as he can keep plucking lands off the top of his deck, Jesse's going to be under some duress.
Yeah, that was a good unmask, but Charles really isn't in as bad of a spot as it looks like.
Yeah, definitely. He's out of gas, but he's got a lot of backup gameplay.
It's a Talisman, which he uses to cast Night's Whisper.
All right. Back up to 5 cards for Jesse.
Looks like he draws a
Ponder and a Darkwater Catacombs, I think. Channel drawn from Charles, basically a brick at this point, unless he peels into the Emrakul or something, which might not even be in his deck.
Yeah.
He probably is just going to start deploying
I think so.
Some artifact mana creatures here. And what does Jesse have going on over there? He's got the Aether. Is that an Aether Spellbomb in his hand?
I don't know if he drafted Aether
I don't think he
Spellbomb,
did, but
so,
it looked like it.
Metalworker's coming in again.
1 more for the Metalworker.
14. And with those manlands, Jesse's going to find himself running out of life quick. But I think Jesse's very aware of his situation on those 2 manlands in play.
Yeah.
And little
he
does
didn't
know
draft much in the way of removal spells.
Right.
I don't think he has any.
He was trying to deal with people's cards before they came into play, and I don't think he really accounted for manlands at all.
Yep.
Yay!
Teddy Vitro.
Teddy Vitro has come back and has collected his prize. A good man, Teddy Vitro. Have a good one, buddy.
A little salty.
A little bit.
A little salty.
Somebody's got to win it, though.
It's true. It's true. We could have had cut the jet in half and give it to 2 people.
Wow, that's going deep.
So Ponder is resolving here for Jesse. He's now got. Does he have Leyline and Helm?
Did he draw the Leyline?
He has the Leyline in play. So.
Well, there you go.
It looks like Helm is coming down next turn,
and Charles doesn't have
game
a way
1
to
is
deal
going to
with
go
it
to
at all.
Yeah, game 1's going to go to Jesse here.
Yeah, that's the problem with Charles's deck is he just can't interact.
Yeah,
I mean he has a few cards like Trit Sphere and such, but he just has a lot of dead draws. Like he's just casting Elvish Spirit Guide. It's just not good enough.
I mean he has a 2-turn clock set up right now.
Sure.
if Jesse has Helm, then
And Jesse's just gonna snap
That's
it
big
off here
G,
and show
but-
him that's the game.
Yep, there
That's
it is.
gonna- that's-
Okay.
Yep.
So game 1 to Jesse, and Charles doesn't have much in the way of sideboard.
Right.
He normally, when he drafts these green decks, he has cards like Nature's Claim and Oxidize to deal with those kinds of combos, but he doesn't have much this time. He's going to be looking to really just nut draw Jesse, and hope that it's good enough.
He's gonna try to get something out underneath the counterspell.
Yeah.
And just go from there.
Being on the play is going to be quite good for him.
Yeah.
You know, he has crop rotation in and workshop, and then he has also mana crypt.
Yeah.
And he has 2 ways to cast channel on turn 1.
Sure.
And I know he has Spirit Guide, and I think he has another one, but I can't remember what it is.
He might only have the one.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm gonna take a second here, just to remind people of a couple things real quick. We are going to be giving away $50 during the next match to Northwest Sports Cards to their online store. So make sure you're tuned in for that. Make sure you're signed into your Twitch account so that we can see you and that we can be entered into the random drawing.
Get your virtual Ulysses-esque grant.
And then also, if you like what we're doing here and you want to know when the next time we're doing one, if you want to try to get involved, want to be in the next draft, and
Pro
things
tip,
things like
you
that.
want that.
Yeah, you want to be involved. We're having a lot of fun. If you want to do that, click the link below to the spread, or not the spreadsheet, to our Facebook group. Join the Facebook group, and then you can follow along for any updates that we do.
Absolutely.
And like I said, we're going to be running these about once a month.
Yep.
And also, after we have eight unique winners, eight
Yep.
different people win, we're going to do a draft of champions at the end, and we're just going to probably give away some pretty crazy
Can we
prizes.
draft a new name?
Yeah.
For the draft of champions.
Yeah, we'll draft a new name for the draft of champions. You're just upset because you're not a champion yet.
I'm not. I'm the Cinderella story.
Yeah, I think you'll get there.
Probably.
You'll be one of us.
Yeah,
someday.
I'll be the 8th one once the field is diluted enough. right?
That's
And
fair.
then,
That's fair.
Yeah, once all the sickos are out of there, then maybe I can get
sneak in.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in the next one I can get in. First pick in that strip mine.
Yep.
And
yeah,
just force it right in there.
Hey, Charles Dupont was right there with you. I think he took it like second.
Yep. He took it
Maybe
in the 3rd round.
Third round.
Yeah.
Oh, Channel was second. Right?
Yeah, he took Mana Crypt, Channel, Strip Mine, and so yeah, we'll see what happens. I think that strategy is quite good, but
clearly you do.
Yeah, I do. Greg drafted quite a similar deck with the Black Disruption and then like kind of a mid-game punch-out card.
Yep.
He didn't end up with the Strip Mine,
Yeah.
which maybe that element isn't necessary to the deck, but I really like the Black Disruption plan.
It was pretty cool. When Greg was telling me about his deck, he was telling me, I really want to go Golgari.
Yeah.
And Golgari isn't really a deck. That color combination is not really anything.
No one's drafted it
even
before.
so much so that like we had to like scramble to find a Abrupt Decay because no
Yeah.
one has ever drafted it before. It
Right.
wasn't on our list.
Yeah.
So I was pretty shocked. Like, wow, Abrupt Decay has just never been drafted.
I was
And
excited.
Here it is. Greg's in first place.
Yeah,
with
I was
it.
excited to talk to Greg about his deck because I asked him what he planned on doing. He goes, actually, I was going to draft your deck. And I was like, all right, sweet, let's brew. And going into the last draft, I drafted black white back to back in 2 straight drafts. In the second draft, I actually wanted to mix it up and be black green, but 4 cards like Fast Bond to go with the Strip Mine and the Crucible.
Yeah.
For mid game power stuff like that. But I couldn't find a list that I was happy with. I tried natural order packages and I thought you needed too many mana elves. I tried survival packages. I thought it took too many cards because I had, I was planning on having Vamp and Demonic, but
Right.
Greg just ended up with the Vampiric Tutor, and not the
And 2
Demonic
Moxes.
Tutor. Yeah, and 2 Moxes.
It's
And
interesting,
He didn't move in on the Null Rod plan. He moved in on the just disrupt you and then do something pretty good. And I wanted to lock somebody out of the game, and so that was where we deviated. And his deck is certainly capable of some very powerful openings.
Speaking of Moxes and powerful openings, if you look at Greg Peloquin and Josh Ventura, they're the 2 drafters that both have 2 Moxes.
Yeah, they both started on Mox.
So I mean, maybe there's something there. I know Charles won the second draft when he had blue Mox, green Mox.
Yeah, they are powerful Magic cards.
So it looks like this game is just getting underway. Jesse has a turn 0 Leyline in the Void, which won in the game last turn, or won in the game
last
game. we're gonna move on.
Yeah, it doesn't really do much until Helm's in play against Charles, I think.
Yeah.
But
I guess it turns off his Crucible if.
Oh, sure.
But Charles probably sided that out against Jesse. I would imagine after seeing that ley line and then
yeah,
that
that's
it's a real thing.
possible. I mean, Strip Crucible is like a really good way to lock a blue deck out of the game.
Yeah.
So
it looks
see
like
what
he's
planning on doing, but
crop rotation away for Mishra's
crop
Workshop.
rotating for Workshop.
I
okay.
really like crop rotation in Charles's deck.
Yeah, it's sweet.
So many sweet
Super
cards to
sweet.
go get.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head on that one. Did he just say go after that?
Yeah, no play from him,
Okay.
which leads me to believe he's going to do something kind of
Lodestone
crazy next
Golem on
turn.
2, probably.
Yeah,
Yeah, Lodestone Golem and Mutavault.
which I don't. Just probably doesn't have a lot to do about here. He has an unmask in his hand. I bet she's going to fire it off here. Get rid of that Yawgmoth's Mill.
Yeah, man. Does he have a Mana Vault in his hand too? No, that's the Yawgmoth's Will.
No, he does have
Oh,
a
the
Mana
Mana
Vault.
Vault. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's RFGing to.
There's
cast
the
that
Lodestone Golem.
Unmask.
Called it. Yeah. And suddenly Charles's hand looks.
Yeah, that's the Lodestone Golem is the only thing that makes sense to crop rotate for Workshop and not do anything on the
right.
first turn.
And like suddenly, Charles's hand is not great. I mean, he has that memory jar, which is
Yeah, he's gonna need it.
yeah, absolutely. But I mean, he's got to assume he's going to have a hard time even getting that into play against Jesse's all the counter spells.
Yeah, that's
deck.
true. But Jesse did just RFG a card to, to exile a card to cast the Unmask, and he started with a ley line on turn 1.
Sure, yeah.
So his options are a little bit low at the moment.
I'm trying to see what those first couple cards in his hand are.
They
there.
look like 2 lands, or a
one
gold
looks like a
card.
refuge.
Okay. Undermine.
Undermine refuge. So he does have a counter spell.
Undermine, not so good with Mana Vault.
We have someone that just came into the group saying paper cube draft. No, this is actually a vintage rotisserie draft. So this draft had every card legal and vintage Magic available to draft.
Yes.
And it was a rotisserie draft. So when it's your turn, you're gonna just pick any card that exists. No, it was not.
That hasn't been drafted yet.
Yeah.
So.
We actually have a collection of about 1,600 cards at this point. We've gone through basically all the cards that have been drafted before, and yeah, it's kind of neat.
You have people drafting, a Time Vault strategy.
Time Vault strategy. So we had a High Tide.
Yeah, we had a High Tide deck.
Long.
We had a Reanimator deck. Corbett once tried to make Second Sunrise work. He failed.
He
tried.
miserably. His eggs deck. Yeah.
Yeah, he had a E for effort, and then we've got people have drafted all sorts of prison decks. People have tried to draft the Mud deck, the mono artifact mid-range prison aggro deck. Basically, every draft it's been someone has had a Workshop deck, and not once has it been a good deck.
Yeah, and
this is the best one that I've ever seen drafted.
Yeah,
and
using
Charles is
the
sitting at 3 and
channel
3.
is probably the best way to take the deck.
Yeah.
And Charles, very good Magic player. Everyone was really afraid of him this time. And he kind of, I talked to him, in the weeks coming up to this, and he said, I want to prove, not so much prove, but he wants to go that I can make Workshop work. When everyone says it okay, he goes, I want to prove a little bit of an ego, absolutely. And
scornful egotist.
And I think what we've learned here, Charles, there it is. There's the helm, and Charles looks pretty frustrated. I think what we learned here, I think we might live in a world now
where Workshop is just not good.
Workshop just may not get drafted in Vintage Rotisserie, at least not until the metagame shifts quite a bit.
Yep.
I think if Charles Dupont can't do it with a channel, I don't know what you would have to do.
Yeah. Charles comes in, palms to the air.
Memory jar.
Yeah.
No, we're talking about the deck in general.
Yeah.
But I could have memory jar.
Yeah.
I'm just like, I think you got it. I'm memory jar. But then if I think he has it, why didn't he
do it?
Yeah.
Well,
so we're gonna have the
2 for Jesse Hampton, and that's the match.
We're going to have a playoff for third between Colin McHugh and Jesse Hampton. That will be off camera. We'll let you guys know how that ends up. But next up is going to be Greg Peloquin versus Josh Ventura in a best of 5.
Yeah.
And we will be giving away $50 in store credit for this one.
Lots of sideboarded games for Greg to hopefully leave that to rest.
And for the people that are just joining us and don't know what we are playing for.
This is a small sampling.
It's just a small sampling. Basically, that is a giant bottle of Belvedere, by the way.
Do we have a banana for scale?
We have my arm. It's
there we go.
comparable.
It is the size of your arm.
But anyway, that's not it. Every drafter was required to show up with a bottle of booze, a sweet bottle of booze. Sweet
That's the
bottle
qualifier.
of booze.
You can't show up with some Monarch.
We're not bringing bottles of Bacardi up in here. And so first place gets 5 of the bottles.
5.
Second place gets
Big.
2.
We're
First
going
place
big.
gets 1. So
Third place gets
third place gets 1. So first place is essentially a mini bar.
Yeah.
Which is kind of
Or a bar.
kind of badass. Yeah, or a
Yeah.
bar. When you have bottles of Belvedere that large, it's basically a bar.
You can
at
serve
that
some
point.
drink.
Yeah, you could just run a nightclub for.
There's
a couple
also
nights.
a half gallon of the Dirty Bird Wild Turkey. in
Yeah,
there.
we got a half gallon of wild
Yep.
turkey. There it is. There are the actual prizes.
There it is.
Charles Dupont.
In all its glory.
Charles Dupont brought the classiest of booze. You can
Yeah,
see
the-
there with Everclear with some Four Loko
Yeah,
chasers.
the Cubans of
yeah,
the draft.
yeah, absolutely. So it's kind of fun to play for something different.
We got a bottle of absinthe we're battling for.
Yep.
Man.
Yeah.
Josh
so-
Ventura.
Josh Ventura. He did say when the draft started, he said that if he wins, we're having a party tonight, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to hold him to that.
All right. Well, I would love to drink a lot of that.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna get my fill. My wife is staying with her family at a concert downtown
Well,
tonight,
ring it
so let's get her done.
You guys are up.
They're still playing. Josh is still playing game 3.
Yeah,
Josh-
Josh
if
Josh had to
loses-
play a match against Jesse Wilky.
Oh, so Josh is still currently in.
Yeah, they're in game 3. So if Josh loses, I play first.
Okay, I think we're gonna go.
I think we could probably fill 5 minutes of airtime, just me and Berkeley just rambling.
I don't know. That's a lot.
I can come entertain too. Hey.
So we have one of our finals matches. Greg, grab the mic and your headset.
Oh, we could probably sneak him in here. There's actually quite a bit of room. If
Well,
you
we'll have a
maybe
chair.
you have to take a kneel or something.
You just put some ice in front.
Click the thing up.
All right.
Yeah,
but put some, like ice me or something on the right in front of you.
Yes, yes. He's got 2 in his backpack ready for you.
Yeah.
To get
Yeah.
counter.
I'll tell you, this man has iced me before. It has happened.
I have iced many people in the
Oh,
Seattle
yeah.
Magic community.
Oh, yeah.
So we're joined here with Greg Peloquin, who is going to be in our finals match. Greg, I talked to you when I selected you for this draft, and you said you were basically just happy to be here. You fully expected to just get absolutely smashed.
Correct.
And here we are. You are in the finals.
Stranger things have happened, I guess.
So what do you think?
Stand up.
No, just stand up.
Just stand up straight.
All right.
All right. So everyone can see me? Okay, cool. All right, so what y'all got?
So what do you think? What would you like to attribute your success for today?
Berkeley not being in the draft.
Yeah.
Because, well, like, again, I said it early on. I said it's not only who's in the draft, it's who's not in the draft. And we know Berkeley aggressively likes his black cards. And so I figured that there'd be at most one other person fighting me for disruptive black cards. And it was Thompson, and it was only to supplement his reanimator plan.
And actually, in the last few drafts, me and Berkeley have almost exclusively been the black drafters. So you had black pretty wide open this time.
I did. Mm-hmm.
Except for, a few cards from Mike Thompson there.
Yeah, and the cards that Mike was taking weren't necessarily cards that you were concerned about, except for Thoughtseize, right? Like
Yeah.
you ended up with Mesmeric Fiend, you ended up with Mind Twist, Duress, Inquisition. Those are all really, really powerful
Yes.
cards. And how did you like your survival package? Were you happy with it?
Not so much.
Okay.
I wish it was Worldly Tutor.
Yeah. Okay. I actually
like. So I have. So my only experience is having watched the last rotisserie, and Dupont was the only green drafter in the last one, and that wasn't even anything.
It was like half green.
Yeah. So like my deck is mostly uncharted territory.
Yeah.
I haven't played one of these, and I haven't seen one drafted.
But you just know survival's a powerful card, so you thought
Yeah,
it was good.
it was okay.
I noticed there were a couple of game states where you got into the mid game and had survival, and it's like, wow, any card he top decks, he can just get anything in his deck. But it wasn't like you didn't have any beefy cards to go get with it at that point.
Kind of wish I had Living Wish. That would have been a good one. As soon as I saw Jesse draft Cunning Wish, I should have followed suit and drafted the Living Wish.
Okay.
The Natural Order package has overperformed for me all day.
Yeah.
Hexmage Depths is underperformed because
It's hard to assemble. I've
assembled it 3 times.
Yeah.
Twice I died, and the third time it had nothing to do with me winning the game.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
So
because Spellstutter Sprite, Riptide Lab, just sit there and block it forever and ever. Or somebody swords it or bounces it or something.
Correct. You say you guys saw 2 of them on camera.
Yeah.
The other one was the other one's against Teddy where he Orms Champ me to block me for a turn, then shows me Time Vault Voltaic Key. I'm like, yep. But against Ventura, when I play him in the finals, if I assemble that and don't die, I'm gonna win.
Yeah, because he doesn't have a way around
He has
it.
0 ways to stop me.
Yeah.
So you are fighting against Josh Ventura in the finals. You played against him earlier. He beat you heads up.
Yes, you did.
What is your? Are you changing your strategy at all going up against him again here?
A little bit. I have more respect for Sulfuric Vortex than I did before, because that was what got me.
Sure.
That card is such a beating, because he got he got like 8 to 10 damage out of me.
Right.
He had a fairly lackluster hand game 3, but that stupid full Vortex got him 8 damage out of me.
But your deck's not necessarily fast. Your fast draws include Natural Order for Progenitus, and if you attack with the Progenitus, he could just kill you on the counter.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I learned a lot from that first play, so I have an idea of how I'm going to approach the match the second time. I very well could just bring in Crows Grip, because he has a few enchantments and artifacts, so
Sure.
I think I just want to have access to...
He has Ankh, too.
Yeah, I want to pick off the stupid stuff that's going to get me for damage, so I think Crows Grip's coming in, Abrupt Decay stays in.
Yeah.
And I think I also... So it gets... The thing is, with Dark Confidant and Progenitus in my deck, I can be like, fuck it, 10 damage, I don't care.
Yeah.
Right? So like everyone else's control decks against Ventura, out you go.
Yeah.
There will be. I'll probably keep the Bob, but there'll be no There'll be no stupid Natural Order packages.
Okay.
I don't think I can afford that.
Okay.
Absolutely.
You wouldn't even keep the Terracodon in there.
I just don't think I can afford to hit 8.
Okay.
Because if I do, it's auto lose.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't know if you saw, but we actually found some steak knives for you if you do in fact lose this match.
Oh boy.
Dane, would you mind showing us Greg Coe's possible future prize?
Oh, the finest.
The finest, chef mate, 4-piece steak knife set. It's not as nice as the tons of steak knives you have at home.
Oh, well, he doesn't get it yet. He has to earn it.
I have to fight for it.
But he's got a set of steak knives here.
He'll find a way.
We are ready to actually give him if he loses.
Yes,
and also if he loses, there's a good chance we're going to make a silver steak knife trophy. We can call it the G-Pelly.
The Pelly.
The Greg.
Yeah.
We'll come up. We'll
the Butcher.
So
Greg the Butcher.
I'll tell you guys a funny story about steak knives. So, Liz moves in, and she's doing she's debachelorizing the house, right? And she's doing she's doing the cooking and that kind of thing. And she's like, she looks through my kitchen and starts laughing her ass off. She's like, "What?" She's like, "I can't believe this, but we're going to go to the store and buy steak knives because you're a suck." She actually had to go and actually buy steak knives.
You just can't win the good ones.
No, I know, right?
You get the steak knife of steak knives.
The dullest.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think Josh's match is probably just about done here.
Well, he's a burn deck, so naturally.
All right. So I think we're going to go ahead, and me and Berkeley are going to prep for the next match, and good luck to you, sir.
Very good. Thank you.
All right.
All right. Big battles.
All right, so we are back. We're just about ready for. Actually, I'm not sure where their match is at, but we're getting close.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and plug.
We are prepping for the finals.
We are prepping for the finals match.
Are you guys doing the finals?
We should figure that out. Do you want to actually unmic us just real quick?
Yeah.
All right, we're back again. I hope you guys love the
This
music
time for
selection
real.
by Chris has just been pretty on
It's
point
solid.
today.
Maybe next time we should incorporate a soundboard.
He's actually been he's been
Okay.
doing it
All
a
right.
little bit.
All right, sweet.
I've heard some springs and some stuff in here. So anyway, yeah,
There we go. Yeah. We should get the diesel ding for top decks.
Ooh. So anyway, I'm just gonna go ahead and plug the Facebook group one more time here. So down
Shameless.
shameless
Shameless
promotion.
plug.
I mean, whatever. Anyway, So down at the bottom of the stream here, right below us, there's a link to the Facebook group. If you enjoy what we're doing here, you want to see us do it in the future, go ahead and join the group. If you also want to be involved, possibly get in the draft if you live in the Pacific Northwest area, put your name down. I'll get you in the queue. You might get in faster than you think.
Yeah.
We
go through a lot of alternates.
Yeah,
this one less, but the last one we went through like 5 alternates.
Yeah.
And we went through a couple on the cube draft thing.
Yeah. So we also have the cube draft satellite,
which is a sweet.
Yeah. For the last spot in the vintage rotisserie draft, we actually do a cube satellite.
Seven slots are predetermined. 3 by the first, second, and third place in the previous draft, and then 4 are
based
selected,
off like a running queue
selected from a queue of guys who have some experience in these types of formats. And then the cube satellite is for somebody who's fresh, and we might not be known around the circuit so much, and we give you a chance to prove that you can earn it.
Yep,
and,
absolutely.
And
Colin
McCune is the cube draft satellite winner for this draft, and he is playing 1 match to get an invite to the next one.
Yeah, if he wins his match here, he'll really have taken full advantage of that cube slot, because he'll get into the next draft. Because the top 3 drafters from this round get to play in the next round.
Yep. So oddly enough, let's look at the standings currently.
Yeah.
We have a black-green disruptive deck at the top, along with a Boros Beats deck.
2 decks we have not seen so far.
Yeah, Charles drafted like a red-white-black disruption deck, like a combination of these 2 decks actually.
Basically,
in the first draft that you won, and he finished second in that one. Then we have a blue-white control deck. With a Painter Grindstone Kill,
which did well last time as well.
And then we have a blue-black control deck with a Leyline Helm Kill.
Yep.
So 2 very similar decks there.
Very similar.
And then we have in 5th through 8th the 4 combo decks.
Yeah.
We have the Artifact Aggro combo, in like big mana combo. We have the Reanimator combo. Those 2 decks went 3 and 4 respectively. And then at 1 and 5 and 1 and 6, we have the High Tide combo deck and the Time Vault combo
Interesting
deck.
to see Time Vault went from first to last this time around.
Yeah, I think that Peter had a much better plan about what he was going to be doing.
I think Teddy unfortunately wasted a few of his top first 10 picks.
And in a format like this, where your deck is so dense, you're losing a lot of value on those picks. So it didn't work out for him this time.
Yeah, unfortunately. I still think the Time Vault deck's very powerful.
I agree. In a vacuum, I think that if you can draft a Time Vault deck with a real plan for everything, because you're uncontested for tutors I mean, you're presumably going to get Tinker in the second round.
Yeah.
And then you're going to get cards like Reshape and Transmute Artifact.
Yep.
I think like Fabricate was pretty late or pretty expensive for him, and doesn't do a whole lot. Enlightened Tutor was a good one. But I think one of the things that Peter did that Teddy didn't do was he moved in on individual copies of the 2 most powerful combos, and then took the second copies soon after.
Right.
But what Teddy did was he took Time Vault, then he took Key 5, and then...
Which I actually think is actually...
Key 5 is great.
Key 5 is totally fine.
But I might have taken Painter Servant 4.
Sure. Also taking, I think you just misevaluated the power level of Thopter Foundry's Sword.
I agree.
Sword of the Meek. It's a pretty weak combo. And also...
Oddly enough, much better against this field than it would have been against any other field.
Right, but even after he takes... So, something to think about for Vintage Rotisserie Draft, and this is why it's so skill-based, is after you take a card like Thopter Foundry, who on earth is going to take Sword of the Meek?
Right.
And he just followed it up with Sword of the Meek. I think it was just like around 7th pick, and just really blew a powerful spot of a pick.
Yeah, I think the reason that he did that was that because he realized that he kind of let the key go a little later than he maybe should have.
Sure.
And he was really worried about losing that second piece. But he didn't think about the fact that Key is a card that can actually go into other people's decks and go in their deck well.
Yeah.
Sword of the Meek is just, I mean, like, nobody's going to be drafting Mogwar Marshal.
No one in their right mind is going to take that card.
So
also, if you guys would like to see how the draft went, also below us, there's a draft to the spreadsheet, and it basically lays out all the picks in order.
Yeah.
Which is pretty sweet.
You just follow it left to the right, and then the next row is right to left, and then left to right.
It's like a snake draft, so it just moves back and forth.
Yep. Who do you like in the finals?
I gotta like Josh. He beat him the first time around. Greg said he's going to sighting chords like Croson grip.
I actually liked Greg until he told me that he wasn't leaving in the Terrastodon.
Yeah.
I think that the only way he can beat Josh is to get some giant thing.
I agree.
And like if he casts Natural Order and puts Terrastodon into play, just kills 3 of his own lands, that's 18 power. Josh can't beat it.
Yep.
I mean, like he has so much redundancy with Mana Elves and Moxes and Dryad Arbor and Green Sun Zenith and stuff like that. Like he can definitely cast that Natural Order on 3, probably 4, because he's going to have to get a couple guys killed.
Yep.
But if he's getting guys killed, he's not getting killed.
Yep.
And so I think that I think he's taking the wrong approach.
I think so too. We'll see. And Josh doesn't have to even put too much thought in his side of the matchup.
Yeah. Josh constructed his deck in a way that has turned out quite well.
Yeah.
We were skeptical because during the draft we don't see the mana curve as well.
I agree.
And when he built out his deck, he had Wilky defeats Josh in 3.
Yep.
All right. So Jesse Wilky comes out of the cellar there and gives it clean to Teddy. So we already knew he was going to get it, but now there's no doubt.
So that's going to move Josh Ventura to 5-2, which means Greg is going to get the advantage in the finals. He's going to choose to go first or second. I believe he's going to go first. He's going to go first.
It is confirmed.
So it's going to be a best of 5.
Yeah.
At some point during the game or during the matches, we will.
Can we play best of 31?
You know what? I don't see why not.
Yeah,
let's do it.
I got all night.
First to 16.
Yeah. But you have to drink that bottle of Belvedere during the match.
Yeah.
And if you
take a shot before every game.
Yep. And you're not allowed to finish playing that until it's gone.
What if someone pukes or passes out?
Then you lose.
Yep, you lose.
Well, Josh has had far more drinks than I have.
All right.
I'm lightweight.
That goes well for you.
All right. So let's go and get you guys on camera. We're pretty much ready to roll.
Okay.
I think.
Just to clarify, we are actually doing best of 5.
Still playing, but it doesn't matter at this point.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Who is?
Dupont and Thompson are still playing. That's the last match out.
Yeah,
it doesn't.
That's irrelevant.
Yep.
Who got third?
Colin and Jesse are battling for 3rd.
Yeah, Colin and Jesse are battling for 3rd. All right, so it looks like we have got Josh Ventura. Jesse Wilky runs in.
Jesse gets one.
Happy to get a win.
Down with red decks.
So blue, at the end of the day, takes down the red deck.
Some people just want to watch the world burn. Jesse just wants to put out the fire.
Yeah. So I believe we have Joshua Ventura on the left side, and we'll have Greg on the right. Greg is electing to play first since he has the advantage.
Yep.
And we'll see how this goes. I think Josh has a strong matchup. I mean, Greg has a few cards like Kitchen Finks and things that do help him out.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, like Greg might reevaluate if he wins game 1 off of a Natural Order for Terrastodon.
Yeah.
He might keep it in. So I think worrying about taking 8 damage from Dark Confidant, as the reason to board out Terrastodon. Like, Dark Confidant is probably not going to live anyway, and if you flip 2 spells off it,
I think you side out the Dark Confidant.
You very well could, or just use it as a seal of doom.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Because certainly Josh isn't going to not attack past it, right?
Yeah.
So you might get a trade out of it. But I certainly wouldn't plan on activating Dark Confidant or triggering it. And for that reason, I think Natural Order for 18 power is just certainly not something that Josh has any way of dealing with.
Absolutely not.
So we'll see what happens and see if Greg gets that Natural Order draw in game 1.
Yeah,
some epic finals music going on.
Always. Chris just on spot with the music again. So. Yeah, I mean, we'll see how this all shakes out.
So Josh's 2 losses were to Jesse Wilky there and Colin with the runner grindstone.
Yeah, if you didn't see it, Colin McKeon was battling Josh Ventura, sticks his grindstone, but doesn't have a payment server, and just decides, you know what?
He also doesn't have anything else.
He has nothing.
Josh has an Ankh of Mishra in play, and Colin has about 30 lands in his hand.
Yeah, and Colin goes, well, I have all this mana, I don't have anything else to do, I'm just going to activate my grindstone.
The first one hit 10 cards.
I think it was 8. Maybe it was 10.
Yeah, a bunch.
Way too many.
Yeah.
Second one hit 6.
Yep.
And then the next thing we knew, Josh got basically perfected out for grindstone.
Perfected out, and also attacked Colin to 1 the turn that it happened.
Yeah.
And Josh that was a game. He had to Fire Blast sacrificing 2 mountains to kill a spell stutter sprite in response to its own trigger to keep his goblin guide alive.
Yeah, it was it was an epic game.
They went deep.
Probably one of my favorites we've seen.
That was
today,
a good one. Yeah. So Josh's deck certainly capable of dealing a lot of damage. He was very happy with his deck, but the cards that he was missing would turn out quite good in this matchup. But he said he wanted Searing Blood and Searing Blaze were the 2 cards that he did not draft that he would draft if he got the chance again.
I'm still a little surprised about no Winter Orb.
Yeah, me too. Also no Tangle Wire. I asked him. He said he did just forget about it. So he definitely that would be a card that in this matchup would be quite good.
And I'm gonna remind people, if you are logged in right now, but you're not logged into your actual Twitch account, get logged in, because we're gonna be giving away $50 to a random person on the stream. But we'll only know you're here if you're logged in. We had a gentleman's handshake to start out the match. It looks like. These guys have known each other a long time.
Yeah,
playing together.
they go way back.
So
a couple old school guys.
So they're from the same area, and they should be interesting.
All right, here we go. So what's Josh looking for in his opening hand here? He's got a couple of lands and a lightning.
A goblin guide. It looks like he's drawn it.
Yep. And a rift bolt and what looks to be 4 lands.
I see 4 lands. One of them is a scry land.
Yeah, so he's got Lightning Helix, Rift Bolt, Goblin Guide, 4 land.
So it's looking like Goblin Guide, play the Scry land, and then
Greg has Survival and a Mox and not much else. It looks like he's shipping it back. So I think my edge is on Josh here. I liked Greg's matchup if his plan was the natural order.
I think Josh is just the clear favorite here.
Yeah. Personally. They did. I watched their their 3rd game was on camera of their first match, but I watched the first 2 games and they were back and forth. Greg's deck is faster than people give it credit for. Like we've been saying it all day. You look at a black-green deck and you think of the Rock, some mid-rangey troll ascetic pernicious deed deck, right? Well, no, that's not Greg Peloquin's deck. He's got a lot of 1 mana discard. He's got Mind Twist. He's got 2 Moxes and Mana Elves to power it out. He's got Vampiric Tutor to set it up. He's also got Vampiric Tutor to set up Natural Order. Yeah. He has cards that are very good against the red deck and Thrun the Last Troll. So he certainly has a lot of play. Tarmogoyf, also another one that Josh is going to have a heck of a time dealing with.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
Josh has started the pre-celebration drinking, it looks like.
It looks like it.
I think it's been going on for a while. There is the Tarmogoyf. So.
Yeah, so we have a Tarmogoyf, a land, and what looks to be a black disruption spell. I think it's a Mesmeric Fiend in there. It looks like he's got a lot of lands.
No, I doubt he's
in the tank here. Okay, so he leads on Dryad Arbor. And we have
good Josh noticing that's a Dryad Arbor, by the way.
Yeah, Josh draws a Mox. Doesn't actually do much for his hand, I think. He can suspend a Rift Bolt, which is probably what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Goblin Guide Suspend Rift Bolt is a pretty good start.
And it actually the Mox is actually not bad for him here because it allows him to play that Temple next turn and still hold up
and still Helix or any 2-drop he draws, right?
Yep.
Little non-bow here with the Rift Bolting on Dryad Arbor and letting him draw a bunch of lands with Goblin Guide, but he could also just kind of landlock him if he doesn't draw a couple in the next turn. So Tarmogoyf probably coming down.
Does the Rift Bolt just kill the Tarmogoyf?
It would, yeah. It would make it a 2/3 going into the graveyard and deal 3 damage. So maybe he just says go.
He has the Mesmeric.
He does have Mesmeric Fiend, but that's
also just dies immediately.
But then that makes his Tarmogoyf a 3/4 as it comes down.
Right.
So I think that's probably what he's going to do. Also, he just gets to kind of see what's up.
Yep. Josh reveals he's got nothing after this.
Yeah. Gets his Helix back, and Greg's going to go down to 15 on the attack from Goblin Guide. Draws Wear Tear.
Wear Tear not as good in this matchup.
I mean, it kills a couple of Moxes.
Survival.
And it kills Survival. So, wow, it leaves Ankh on top. Interesting.
Well, I mean, Greg only has 2 lands so far.
So is he going to Helix the
and you got
Dryad Arbor?
He is going to I was going to say, yeah, he's going to just keep him off lands and then stick that Ankh. So it's going to deal a lot of damage to Greg if he's going to even try to
Greg's only land is Dark Depths. Wow.
Well, time to start removing some counters.
Yep, here comes. He can't. He doesn't have any more lands.
Yeah. So 4th land from Josh, and we see Ankh.
He just said go. Wow, no attack with Goblin Guide. Okay.
Why is that?
I don't know. I think he's just trying to make sure he doesn't draw a land or something. That can't be right.
Yeah. I also think Josh accidentally played Ankh and then played a land. So he's taken 2 extra damage for no reason.
Yeah, and it's also a fetch land, so he fetched after the Ankh.
I think he just might not want Greg to draw lands.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if you attack with Goblin Guide and the card is a land,
Then
he's
you
going to
take
draw a
another 2
land
damage.
anyway.
So I think that I don't think he actually passed is what happened there.
Okay, we were just on that same turn.
Yeah. I don't think Greg's at 4 yet. So Greg can go to 13. He does get a land.
There
off
we go. Okay,
off
clock is on now.
All right, and so he's gonna get this land.
Is that gonna be enough? He's on 7.
I can't imagine with that Ankh in play, Greg has many options.
Yeah, he's gonna go to 5. Cast
And
the Tarmogoyf.
He's dead, essentially. Not quite.
He's not quite dead.
No, he's
now
out.
he's dead.
Yep.
Okay, yep. Big.
So,
Game 1.
Josh takes down game 1, as we kind of expected to see.
2 more to go.
There's that Croson Grip getting snapped in there real quick. I don't think that's the right plan.
Is that a Maelstrom Pulse that got boarded in?
Maybe. I don't think Croson Grip is what Greg wants to be doing.
It's certainly not awful. I mean, it kills Vortex, which is real good. And, if Josh keeps a Mana Light hand, he can cast a turn 2 Croson Grip on a Mox if Josh misses a land drop or something.
Mm-hmm.
But those are about it. And I guess he can kill Ankh. So,
and we are getting ever closer to giving away that $50 on stream here to Northwest Sports Cards.
yeah, are we going to do that after game 3?
Yeah, let's say game 3.
We should do it actually after game 2, so that way if it's a 3-0 sweep, right?
Sure, we'll do it after game 2.
Okay.
So go ahead and get logged in. If you are not in the Twitch chat, we will not see you and enter you into the drawing. So make sure if you're just in here as a guest right now, make sure you get logged in so that we can count you for that.
Yeah. So Josh bringing in, it looks like a couple of his threaten effects. He has active aggression that he's bringing in. I think he's leaving conscripts on the bench.
One thing we need to point out, if you're not in the chat and when we call you out and you don't contact us right away, after a little while, we're going to go ahead and move it to someone else that is here.
Yeah, down the queue.
Yep. So make sure you're here. Chris is
minutes.
giving us
Okay.
the 5 minutes, so you have 5 minutes to claim it.
Yep.
All right.
All right, so sideboarding here, Greg bringing out the natural order package like he talked about.
Which is...
I mean, that's what his plan is. I would, if it were me, I'd be on a different plan. I'd be on the draw natural order plan.
I think Greg needs to win the game quickly against Josh. He can't play the long game because he's going to just get burned out.
Yeah.
The more draw steps Josh has, that's just more damage Josh has. It's just going to go straight to his face. And cards like natural order are only going to make the game go longer.
Right.
You want. Or not natural order. Cards like Croson Grip are only going to make the game go longer. And natural
that's
order
just more fire blasts you can draw.
Exactly. And natural order just ends the game. So
it certainly can.
And one more time here, if people are kind of asking about the format a little bit in the chat, if you go ahead and join the Facebook group below us, you can learn all about the format. You can check out when we're doing these next, and you can also be submitted to be in one of these.
Yeah. So the format that we're playing is a vintage rotisserie draft. Basically, these guys are selecting one card at a time from all of Magic.
Yep. Except for unglued and anti.
Yeah. Imagine if you had a kitchen table that had one of every card that is legal in vintage on it, and then you took turns taking one card off that table.
Yep.
And that's what these guys have done. They've taken 45 cards each, and then they've made 40 card decks, and then we took. Everyone played 7 rounds, so they played every other player in the draft, and you see the records on the right side of your screen there. Greg Peloquin was your number 1 seed after the round robin, and then now we are playing in a best of 5 finals match between him and the number 2 seed. This is a winner take most. The winner is going to win 5 bottles of sweet booze, and the loser will get 2 as consolation.
Absolutely.
Also, a set of steak knives is guaranteed to G Pelican.
Greg Peloquin leads off on Noble Hierarchy here. He also has
It's a good
some
start.
disruption that looks like in the form of duress.
Here we have Mox land.
So
Sulfuric
Josh just
Vortex.
coming out
No,
the
he has
gates.
planes, not mountain.
Oh wow.
Wow. So he doesn't have another red mana, obviously. Otherwise, it would be in play, as would the Vortex. So he's gonna have a turn to a Johnny Vengeant though,
which is not too bad. There's a Kitchen Finks.
Kitchen Finks is a good one.
Good about that right now. But Greg's also holding a Mind Twist. If he has black mana,
I don't think he does. A Johnny is probably going to come down and kill the Noble Hierarch.
Yep.
Just tap the Noble Hierarch.
Sure.
Okay.
Good enough.
Yeah.
It also survives a hit from Finks if he can deal with his Torch Fiend as a blocker. I think the Torch Fiend's probably going to jump in front here because Greg doesn't really have any artifacts that Josh cares about.
Right.
And I think he's fine with that.
So yeah, the Torch Fiend does trade with the front half of
There's
Kitchen
Bayou, and
Finks.
we might just see. I think we're going to see a Mind Twist for
That's
2 here.
fine, right?
There's also the Eternal
Josh
Witness.
can't cast any of his cards.
There we go. Mind Twist for 2.
Yeah, he can't cast any of the cards in his hand anyway. So now the Ajani Vengeant is probably going to... the Torch Fiend did not trade with the front half of Kitchen Finks because of Exalted.
Oh.
So he just kind of chumped. So let's see what
what he's got to do. Otherwise, that Ajani just dies.
Right.
So now the Ajani is going
kept
the Finks
Sulfuric
down.
Vortex. Ajani is going to go. Looks like, you probably just keep the Kitchen Finks tapped.
I think so.
Yeah. And then waste the Bayou. Okay. So now we're back in business. Greg is cut off of his color again.
Josh is also cut off from casting any of the cards in his hand.
Yeah, he's cut off from Flame Javelin and from Sulfuric Vortex. That Plains is haunting him a little bit right now. A little bit.
It looks like Greg drew a Wooded Hills, but I don't believe Greg has another...
the Overgrown Tomb? I think he does have the Overgrown Tomb.
Does he have the Overgrown Tomb? Chris is shaking his head yes. So.
He probably doesn't want to pay 2 life against the red deck.
He's at 22 life right now.
That's true, but he still probably doesn't want to pay if he doesn't have to.
He also just doesn't... Again, he doesn't have a way to end the game quickly against Josh anymore.
Right. Yeah, that Natural Order not being in his deck, he's just going to have to grind out and find some, dorky dude.
Yep.
So it is Overgrown Tomb, and it is going to be a duress,
I believe.
Yep.
Which is going to get that Sulfuric Vortex that Greg hates so much out of Josh's hand.
So this would be gross if he just didn't end up with somehow the tomb got sideboarded out or something. He just like, show me your hand. So Greg takes 3 damage from 22 down to 19 to set up that duress.
Yep.
And takes the Vortex because can't beat it.
And we're going to have a Witness, possibly getting back Mind Twist.
Yep, looks like it. The duress probably should be in the graveyard. Yeah, okay, there we go. Oh, he's getting back the duress.
Duress, okay. I was going to say, duress is actually just about as good as Mind Twist here.
Yeah.
And costs less mana.
Yep, for sure. So we're probably going to... take down the Kitchen Finks. Actually, it might have been a good play there to a Johnny one of them and then Lightning Helix on combat. But this is fine too.
This is totally fine.
At least, yeah. Now a Johnny is a turn or 2 away from threatening Geddons.
The Duress snaps the Flame Javelin out of Josh's hand. They did that pretty quickly in case someone missed it. And it is a Fire Drink Crusader off the top.
All right, and that is going to be enough to block the Noble Hierarch. So Greg is going to have to do something to get that Ajani down from 7 loyalty.
Greg's holding Croson Grip, which is just a dead card for him at this point.
He
could what if that Croson Grip was a Natural Order?
Well, it'd be quite good, but he could also he can Croson Grip Josh off of red mana completely.
Oh, I guess that's true. He does have 2 Moxes in play.
And I would be shocked if he doesn't do that, especially since Vortex is in the graveyard now.
Oh, actually, he's gonna just be a man and get the Dark Confidant.
I think that's kind of a loose play. I guess he gets to put a creature into the battlefield that can threaten a Johnny. So
yeah. And now that Kitchen Finks gets to swing in.
Yeah. Goblin Guy can trade with the front half.
And then Johnny can finish off the second half, actually.
Yeah, and then be a 2 loyalty. Or a Johnny can tap down the Kitchen Finks and start... Oh, no, he can't tap it down because it comes in untapped off Persist.
Yep.
So 21 life for Greg.
Croson Grip.
Maelstrom
Pulse
okay.
Johnny away. So...
Josh still on 1 land, 2 Moxes.
Croson Grip, the Mox.
Yeah, that could have happened.
And... both players above 20 life currently.
There's the red mana. Okay, so Kitchen Finks persisted, and we're in a kind of a top deck war here. Got to give the edge to Greg when he has a bunch of green cards.
Oh, that's gonna help him out a lot too.
Yeah, Deathrite Shaman is going to gain him a bunch of life, and add to the clock.
Yep.
There's quite a few instants in the graveyard too. So, Deathrite Shaman is not a card I think that was on a lot of people's radar for this sort of a thing.
I think it's a sweet card for the
yeah,
format.
it's quite good.
I think it's a sweet card in every format.
Yeah, you can probably count on getting 1 mana out of it.
Yeah.
Over the course of a game, and it's just a sweet card against the red deck. It's a sweet card against the blue decks. It's a sweet card against the reanimator decks. It's a sweet card against the decks that are trying to recursion with regrowth and stuff. There's a lot of applications with it. So
Josh Ventura just blows up his own Mox Pro with Manic Vandal.
Wow. Had to do it.
And it looks like he's going to start dealing damage to Josh, which I agree with here.
Yeah.
Gets to decide, in which way he wants to play the game. I think trying to end it is the correct choice.
Yeah, absolutely.
It looks like he drew a Liliana of the Veil, which he's gonna. I think he's gonna up to. I think he has a land in his hand.
No, he just makes him sacrifice the Manic Vandal to get in for more
sure.
damage.
I forgot the Manic Vandal.
Yeah.
In play. Pass from Josh.
Yeah, Josh having not much here. Looks like we're going to be in game 3
He has
pretty
an
shortly.
active aggression.
Yeah, that's not going to do much.
I think that Josh doesn't know that Greg cited out his natural order plan, and so he cited an active aggression.
All right, smash for 3.
And then he acts.
Oh, smash the 3 damage kills Liliana.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So Relic of Progenitus. That's an interesting one to have brought in.
Yeah, I mean, Greg has Tarmogoyf. He has, I think, it does interact with Kitchen Finks.
Wow. He sacrifices Relic, removes all the graveyards, and draws Grim Monolith.
Wow.
Grim Lavamancer. Relic does get, it does interact profitably for Josh with Kitchen Finks.
Mm-hmm.
It also interacts profitably with Tarmogoyf.
Yep.
And it's decent against the Deathrite Shaman. So, Koth drawn, that's going to be a good one when he, if and when he draws that 4th land. Uktabi Orangutan, then Mox
Greg
Jet.
says, I'm going to play my mana or my artifact destruction after or before my Mox.
Yeah. We have a Lightning Bolt drawn from Josh. So Deathrite Shaman takes him down to 7. Elves of Deep Shadow. There we go. Koth of the Hammer.
Koth.
Untaps a mountain, and we get in for 4.
Get you for 4.
So Greg goes down to 17, but Josh is going to have a tough time winning the race here. He's going to take 1 down to Koth. Greg draws a Dark Depths. He can start ticking down manually here. He's going to take 2 damage from the Deathrite Shaman.
It's Chain Lightning, which
he's probably going to keep that.
Yeah, I think that's good here.
Fours Greg with the Koth and takes 2 from Deathrite Shaman. So the way the math works on this, let's see, 2 ticks going down on the Dark Depths, and Josh is on 5 life. It's close. It's close. There's a lot of top decks that both players could have. Koth goes down to 3 this turn, and Josh goes down to 4. 1 and 1 are split by Greg, or the attacks.
There's Chain Lightning to get
Chain Lightning takes out the Deathrite Shaman, and now the race is definitely in Josh's favor. He's going to take 4 give 4 damage to Koth, and Dark Depths down to 6 counters now, and Greg on 9. He's probably going to try at some point soon to chump block a mountain off of Koth.
Not yet.
Not yet. One more turn. I think you got to keep that Koth down. There we go. That's a good top deck right there. Is quite good.
I think Josh drew a land.
Yeah, I think it's over. Yep.
Nah, he's gonna skip
there it
him
is.
up. All right,
yeah,
so
2 turns away from Dark Depths.
We've got a 1-1 split here.
And it's time.
Oh yeah,
it's time.
We are going to be giving away that $50. So
big money.
Chris is going to go ahead and
oh god, it's just a giant disaster over here.
Yeah.
Toss it. There you go.
All right. So Chris is going to go ahead and announce the winner as soon as he selects one randomly here. So good luck to everyone.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and get that Renner. So let's go and get this going. Oop, hold on.
The voice
I just
from,
kinda
from,
fucked it
from
up.
above, Chris gone.
Yeah.
Just don't wanna-
The voice of an angel.
Yeah, absolutely. Just
Okay.
You
giving
sound
away.
like a mix between Fergie and Jesus.
Oh, that. I've never had something nicer said to me before. I don't know how to
You know what?
react.
I totally get it. Yeah.
Okay, so right now we have 58 people on the chat that I can actually see. So, 58 on there. I'm going to go and do my little Linux random number magic. How much did I say? 58? 58. Okay, and number 19. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Lucky number 19.
Long ass drum roll.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so the winner is I Wind. I Wind. EY Wind. EY Wind. You win. I win $50 in store credit. $50 in store credit.
That's a fitting name.
You just have to personal message me in the next 5 minutes. Yeah, the next 5 minutes, and then we'll go ahead and give you your $50. So
Yeah, go ahead and message MTG commentary in there.
Yeah.
And congratulations.
Congratulations, I win. Guess what you are? You're the king of the world. Good job. You did it. You did it. End of the night, the finals. You did it. $50. That's
pretty good.
All right, so congratulations. So we still got some Magic to play here. Josh Ventura is leading off on Figure of Destiny. And
Greg has a
is phoning a
Mox.
friend.
You're calling in a lifeline. He's going to probably pump that thing on turn 2 and play at Temple. It looks like Greg is starting off with Swamp into Duress, and he's probably going to follow up with a Mox.
All right, and thanks again to everyone. I know we're not quite done here, but I just wanted to go out and thank everyone that tuned in today. I hope everyone had a good time watching the stream.
I know I had a good time.
Yeah, it's a blast. And again, if you're loving it, join the Facebook group. You won't miss another one if you join the Facebook group. We're doing these every month, and you can even possibly get involved. You can
Regular
possibly be in the
updates,
draft.
regular posts from everybody.
Yep.
Yeah, a lot going on. Duress takes Ankh of Mishra here.
The winner was I Wind, EYWIND. So we've got a Greg Peloquin, Swamp, Mox, cast a Duress, gets Ankh of Mishra. Interesting. I don't know if I like casting the Mox there.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter, right? He knows that Josh can't draw into second land plus smash.
Theoretically, Josh could have been sandbagging Mox Ruby and Manic Vandal.
Well, no, he just cast Duress, right? So
he cast Duress. But at the same time, if I was Greg, I
There's
would not
no upside.
No,
in it.
I actually do. I think. Well, sure, yeah. For Greg for casting it. By holding it in his hand, Josh doesn't know that he needs to look out for a 3-drop next turn.
Right. So Josh left with Lightning Bolt, Lightning Helix, and a Magus of the Moon. Did we see whether he put the card on top or bottom with the Temple? I missed it.
I missed it as well.
All right.
That Magus of the Moon is looking very unimpressive here.
Yeah. If anything, it's going to turn off his own Lightning Helix.
Yeah.
Greg has 3 mana on his turn, and it looks like the best thing he's going to have to do with it is just cast Dark Confidant.
Which is, by all means, not a bad thing to do with it.
Yeah, certainly. So, Confidant going to come into play. Probably going to get Lightning Helix from Josh, and then continue the beats with Figure of Destiny.
Yep.
We'll see what Josh has on top of his library. Set up his draw a little bit with that Triumph last turn, or Temple of Triumph.
Yeah.
What else is Greg holding over there? He's got
looks like a
Maelstrom Pulse, Dark Confidant,
and that's about all I can see for now.
So he's pulsing the Figure. Okay, most efficient use of his mana.
Sure.
Pads his life total a little bit. Yeah, here comes Magus, and now he just shut off his Lightning Helix. Oops. He realized it after he played it too. This is the funny part.
Greg draws
a mountain. Greg draws a mountain.
Yep.
And down comes Dark Confidant, it looks like. Nope. What's he have? Is that Thrun?
Greg has Survival of the Fittest in his hand and a Phyrexian Revoker.
Okay. So he might be playing 2/2 drops this turn?
Yeah. Dark Confidant and Survival
Revoker.
probably. I would have probably sent the Survival there.
Yeah, I mean he can have Tarmogoyf, I guess, which gets is a 2/3, but Relic is in play.
I guess
he could go get a Thrun, but he needs another
He
land
can't
for
cast
that.
Kitchen Finks.
Yeah.
So maybe not yet.
Yeah, you can't cast Thrun either. So I think just putting a couple of guys into play is
Yeah, it's
fine.
not
His
too
life
bad.
total is certainly high enough.
Do you think Josh is just like, oh, please block my Magus of the Moon?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Because he just drew another white card, right?
Yeah.
So he's certainly not in the best shape.
A Boros Charmer looks like.
Yeah. So we'll see what Josh can do about these 2 cards that he can't cast from his own spell here.
He's going to duress you, so hey.
Inquisition coming up.
Josh is like, well, that Magus of the Moon is just going to stay in play as long as I can.
Yep.
And then he gets that survival out there.
Another mountain from Josh here. Not much going on.
Nope.
He really needs to draw like a Koth pretty quickly.
Greg draws an unknown card.
As long as it's a creature, he's probably in pretty good shape, right?
Yeah. What can he cast for red, black, black in his deck, though?
Mesmeric Fiend.
Sure.
He can also just go get an Uktabi Orangutan, which can then kill the relic, which can then set up a Tarmogoyf later.
Sure. He does. Looks like he's discarding Eternal Witness.
Yeah.
To go find something.
He's also if he gets a creature right, he's ahead in the race, and so Josh has to kind of top deck out. He can draw a card with that relic, but we've noticed he did this against Colin too, where he was kind of in dire straits a little bit, but he just kind of left the relic in play rather than drawing until the turn before he needed it.
Yeah.
Greg goes and gets Vampire Hexmage, which is actually a great card for him in this spot.
You know, but it blocks Magus of the Moon really well, but I don't know if it will be blocking Magus of the Moon. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Magus of the Moon hangs back this time.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
And there it is. It looks like he is passing turns without attacking.
Yeah, because he's just well behind in the race.
Yep.
And if he does attack, he's trading 2 for 4, and that's not going to get it done.
And I think he wants those planes back.
Yeah, pretty badly. Although oddly enough, it's hurting Greg too.
I was gonna say maybe not now because he it is hurting Greg just as much.
He would probably want it a lot more if he had the Lightning Helix in addition to the Boros Charm.
Yep.
But the Boros Charm isn't actually doing all that much for him. So, what are we getting here? Deathrite Shaman is the play from Greg. That relic's going to have to pop soon.
It's got a I believe a Revoker.
Oh, the Revoker's on the relic. Okay.
Otherwise, I think he would have probably popped it a long time ago.
Oh,
Manic Vandal takes it down. So
good draw.
And serves in with the Magus.
All right, so the life totals. Greg a little bit behind here. But he does
Greg suddenly is finding himself at 9 life.
Yeah, he does have Deathrite Shaman, which doesn't get killed by the relic. So if he can start to fill some graveyards after that activation, so he's going to be in decent shape.
So here again, he
split second. That's good.
Ooh!
That's a kick in the balls right there. That's a kick in the balls. He punished him.
Yeah.
He could have just sacked the relic. He didn't do it.
Greedy.
Get snarfed.
Get snarfed.
Get gripped.
All right, so
now we are in Deathrite Shaman territory. Looks like that Vampire Hexmage is just going to hold the fort for quite a long time.
Yep.
And Josh is gonna slowly get whittled away by the Deathrite Shaman. Yep. I think. Obviously, he can. I
think Greg is actually electing to gain life here with it.
Yeah, but the game is slowly going to get away from him
as
Deathrite Shaman incrementally creates value. And now the Magus of the Moon is just going to suicide into Greg.
Hold on, I think we may have missed something here. I think someone may have... Well, hold on 1 second here. I think someone taps their mana wrong, possibly.
Let's get it backed up here. Oh, he Crows and Gripped and gained life.
Oh, yep. Can't do that.
Okay, so Greg should be at 9. And he can use the black to gain life, or to take Josh down to 12, right?
Yep.
Good catch by the mad genius Chris Cowan.
And the stream. Stream was blowing up.
Oh, okay.
Actually, yeah.
Yep.
People were calling for mad cheatery. So
Big Chief Cheetos.
No big deal.
We got it figured out. And
so Josh Ventura is at 12, and Greg Peloquin is at 9, I believe.
That's correct. -2 for everybody.
Yep. Mesmeric Fiend in hand for Greg Peloquin, and he draws yet another mountain.
So Vampire Hexmage still holding the fort. Not much he can get with that. Looks like the Magus is now dead though. So the Wooded Foothills can go get forests now.
Yeah, Greg really cheating there too, because he happened to just crack the wooded or the fetch land for green mana. So that was a gross mistake by both players.
Yeah. We have,
but it happens.
Yeah. So
survival. We're surviving away, and now that he's got green
Finks,
mana, I was gonna say it's got to be a Kitchen Finks.
Green for days.
Yep.
And Pelly looking good for this game here. Who was Josh was Peloquin's only loss, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Josh won the match. Yeah. So we have a Wear Tear, which kills Survival and Mox. And Josh is going to take 2 in response. Bringing the life totals pretty even. Board state far in favor of Peloquin here. Josh left with just a Boros Charm in his hand. No cards he can top deck to deal lethal.
Greg basically has like the best possible board against a red deck right now.
Yeah, a 2/1 First Striker and a Kitchen Finks, right?
Yeah, and a Deathrite Shaman.
Yeah, so so he's going to give his Vanek Vandal First Strike or Indestructible.
I wonder if Josh Ventura is hoping or wishing that he had drafted Pyroclasm right now.
Probably not. Probably not. He's really wishing that he had Searing Blaze or Searing Blood.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what he really wants. Yep, trade with the other half of the Kitchen Finks, taking 2 down to 5, and Josh on a 1-turn clock here. It looks like he's going to
do it.
Yep. All right. So to game 4 we go. Peloquin up 2 games to 1.
Greg Peloquin does not want to win the Steak Knives.
He's going to get them either way. They are the Greg Peloquin prize.
We have actual Steak Knives for Greg Peloquin if he gets second place.
4-piece steak knife set.
4-piece.
All right,
one for every disappointment.
Josh going to be on the play again for this game. His last opening, not the best.
Yeah, I think he opened on Figure of Destiny, didn't he?
He opened on Figure and then turn 2 Temple, and Relic of Progenitus.
Right. I think
this is not a matchup where I think you want those kind of grindy-ish cards like Relic. I think this is a matchup where you want to count to 20 as fast as possible.
Yep.
And I don't think Relic is gonna. I mean, Josh is trying to, by him sideboarding in Relic, he's signaling that he wants to be the control deck and answer Peloquin's threats.
Yep.
And I think that he should be doing the other thing.
I agree.
And just hyper aggroing.
Yeah.
Peloquin is just deciding that he is definitely the control deck by boarding out his natural order package and by focusing on prioritizing Kitchen Finks and things of that nature. So he's put himself in a good position. That Crows and Grip was quite good in both games that he had it. And Maelstrom Pulse also did some work.
Yeah.
So we'll see what Josh can do in the next game. I think he's really going to need a really good turn 1, 2, 3. I don't think that his deck has the same punch that Peloquin's deck does once we hit turn 4.
Yeah, I expect Josh to mulligan probably pretty aggressively here.
I would think so, but I mean, he kept a hand the last game that was relatively weak.
Yeah.
He had stuff to do on the first couple turns, but it wasn't powerful. Like he played Figure and then didn't even level it on turn 2, and his second land was Temple of Triumph.
Sorry, cut in here real quick. We have someone asking about the cube draft dates. They have not been set up yet, but if you join the Facebook group, we will be posting them.
Yeah, it usually takes us about 10 days.
Yeah, it takes a month of prep to get ready for these things, doing all the coverage and such. So give us a day or two to rest, and then we'll start posting new dates and stuff for the next one. The cube draft generally takes place 2 weeks before the is the idea around 2 weeks before the vintage draft.
Yep.
So the vintage draft should be about a month away. So I'd say about 2-3 weeks. Expect the cube draft.
Yeah, and expect info on the cube draft to be up in a week
days.
to 10 days.
Yeah, or probably sooner than that.
Yeah.
But,
Okay.
So yeah, both players looking at their 7.
Greg has Josh has what looks to be a Grim Lavamancer and a fetch land in his hand, which is quite a good start. He has that Temple of Triumph again.
I wonder if he's kicking himself. That Temple could have easily,
could
have easily been a Sacred Foundry.
Yeah, or just it could have taken Strip Mine or Rishadan Port.
Yep.
Both of those cards are quite good, especially against a multicolor deck that has black, and green cards in it.
Yep.
So, I think the Temple of Triumph is definitely not where he wants to be, especially when the Temple is fine when it's like your 4th land.
Yep.
To scry a land to the bottom or see a sweet card on the top, but you really don't want to give up your 2nd turn scrying 1 in a deck where you're trying to put a threat into play on the first 3 turns.
Right. Just one more time about the stream here. Someone's asking about the list of the cube. This is actually not a cube draft. This is a vintage rotisserie draft. Chris will probably throw the link in there what a vintage rotisserie draft is. It's a little bit different. It's a pretty cool format. Check it out.
So should we pull up the slide? I guess we probably don't want to cut away from the match, huh?
Yeah.
So,
Grim Lavamancer for Josh Ventura fetches out at Plateau.
Another Mox from Peloquin. He's probably going to have a Mesmeric Fiend on turn 1, I think. Greg's deck has had some pretty good starts. It's funny that if Josh had in game 2 had a mountain instead of plains in his opening hand, he just easily would have won the game because he would have had turn 1 Sulfuric Vortex. But instead he's ended up down 2-1 and back against the wall here.
I think we're going to see a Mesmeric Fiend from Greg Peloquin here.
Yeah, it looks like it, or perhaps a Deathrite Shaman. Probably, Deathrite Shaman and Noble Hierarch. So, threatening a lot of power on the next turn. He could put Thrun into play. He could Mind Twist for 3 or 4.
Yep.
That Deathrite Shaman has 2 activations out of it available to it. So
yeah, absolutely.
Here's Temple of Triumph on turn 2 from Josh without a 2-drop. He keeps the card on top, it looks like. I was thinking about it now.
For the cube draft satellites, people are asking. Sorry. The last one we did was I think we used the 2012 Magic Online cube. This next one might be my cube, which I can post a list to if it ends up being. Otherwise, it will just be one of the Magic Online cubes that we have.
Yeah. Last time we used Jesse Wilky's cube, which was a copy of the Holiday Magic Online cube, the powered one, without the Theros cards in it. So
correct.
I might have a cube available that'll be pretty sweet for the next one. So we could also maybe spice it up and use that split card cube.
That split card cube was pretty neat.
Yeah.
We see a Temple for Josh Ventura and nothing else.
Yeah, just Temple Go on the 2nd turn. Not a lot of board presence here. So he's got Greg is going to have a Deathrite Shaman, Noble Hierarch. Yeah, turn 2 Thrun, and neuter your Grim Lavamancer is this looks
this I think Greg is going to break the streak.
Yeah, this looks quite good for Greg. Josh does have a Manic Vandal to deal with the Mox, but that Thrun is
Thrun plus Deathrite. I don't think Josh can deal with.
Thrun is looming, and he doesn't have any threats on his side of the board. He doesn't have anything to race with, and he's got Koth, he's got Boros Charm. Wow, Greg has Kitchen Finks too. Yeah, this is a strong opening.
That's Josh
and Mesmeric Fiend the Koth.
That Greg just throwing his cards onto the table and saying, "This is what I got. I don't think you can beat me."
All in, as it were.
Josh is fetching out a 4th land.
So he's casting a 1-mana burn spell, presumably to kill Mesmeric Fiend to get his Koth back. Probably just going to be too little too late, right? He's got a 1-mana burn spell. He can kill Mesmeric Fiend. Then he can kill Kitchen Finks and Skullcrack in response to the returning. He's probably going to do that on Greg's turn so that Kitchen Finks doesn't get to attack. Oh, killing Deathrite Shaman, okay. So he can trade with the front half of Kitchen Finks and then Skullcrack on the way down. Still no way to deal with Thrun.
Yep.
Yeah. So this is
I think the writing is on the wall.
A
here.
solid getting out of harm's way, but man, Thrun is really bearing down.
Yeah, absolutely.
Manic Vandal, is going to block Kitchen Finks, and Skullcrack is going to keep the Finks from gaining Greg 2 life, but Josh far behind in the damage race, and that Lavamancer is going to pick apart everything but Thrun, and Thrun is going to pick him apart, I think.
Yep.
Koth is going to give him a 4-4 and then die to Thrun.
Yep.
Is there anything that he can draw to get out of this?
I don't think he has a very good answer for Thrun. I could be wrong. It's certainly happened before.
Yeah.
But I think Greg's got it. He just had an insane hand against Josh. Had all the cards he wanted. He had Deathrite Shaman. He had the Mesmeric Fiend. He had Kitchen Finks.
So we do have if Josh can block Thrun with Grim Lavamancer, shoot Kitchen Finks, and keep Koth alive. And then Koth can go to 5 next turn. If he can get Koth to ultimate, so he would need to top deck again.
Yep.
But if he can do it,
is he not blocking first?
I'm not sure.
He better be.
They might all just be attacking Josh.
All right, there's the block.
Okay, so it is blocking, and he's RFGing. So if Greg has nothing, and Josh top decks, all right, Greg doesn't have nothing. Fine.
Eternal
Okay,
Witnesses.
yeah, just
certainly
nothing. Yeah,
not
that's fine.
nothing.
All right, so Josh Ventura probably not going to be able to get it done here.
Yeah.
4 damage comes in. Eternal Witness just jumps. Yeah, to keep Greg safe.
It looks like Greg Peloquin is going to earn his invite to the Draft of Champions.
Yes. Yeah, he's in the queue, number 4.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see him back in our Draft of Champions and see how it goes.
This draw from Greg was really, really powerful.
Yeah.
Just goes to showcase that the Mana Elves are to be a force to be reckoned with.
That Boros Charm has been really bad for Josh these last 2 games.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything until they're already dead.
Yep.
And here he's left with Smash and Boros Charm, and he's not in a good spot.
No.
That Thrun is.
What is the card that he drew this turn?
Smash to Smithereens,
Smash
I think.
Smithereens, okay. I mean, Josh isn't dead.
No, writing's on the wall though.
Yeah.
He's got. He's taking. Greg's at 16. He's at 11. He's taking 4 down to 7, and his Koth is dead now.
Yep.
And he has nothing. So here we go. Greg Peloquin is about to seal the envelope here.
People are asking how many cards were in the draft. All of them. All of the cards were in the draft. This is a vintage rotisserie draft, so every legal card in vintage
was available to be drafted. We
Correct.
drafted 45 cards each.
Yep.
And there it is. Greg Peloquin is your winner,
That's
ladies
gonna
and
do it.
gentlemen.
Yep.
Colin, have you played Jesse yet? Jesse defeated Colin McCune
So Jesse,
for 3rd place.
Jesse Hampton sneaks into 3rd place and will be invited back to the next draft.
Yes.
So in the next draft, we will be seeing Greg Peloquin, Josh Ventura, and Colin McCune.
Yeah. We won't be seeing Josh because he's going to be in Japan.
Right.
But he'll queue up for the next one.
We're
So maybe
also-
we get the Peter slot.
Yeah, we're going to have Peter Beckfield back, our champion from the last one. So again, this was our last match. Just a reminder to people, if you thought this was cool, if you thought it was sweet, if you want to know more about vintage rotisserie, join our Facebook group down at the bottom here, right below the Twitch stream. If you want to check out the draft and how it went and kind of analyze it, also down below we have the link to the spreadsheet, which laid out all the picks in order. And I had a great time. I think everyone else did.
Yeah, this was super sweet. Chris has something to say over here.
I think that we wanted to show the liquor picks.
Oh,
yes.
Okay,
The
we're
liquor
gonna draft the liquor bottles.
So here he is himself.
Greg Peloquin.
Greg Peloquin.
All right, so sit tight. Unfortunately, Josh, I think you won some steak knives.
No, I won bottles of alcohol.
And bottles of alcohol. So if you guys want to see the booze get drafted off here, stay tuned. In the meantime, I want to give a big shout out to Chris. Chris Cullen
Yeah, absolutely.
for helping us do this whole stream. The guy's got just a wealth of AV equipment and really turn this thing into something pretty special.
Basically, just keeps us from being amateur hour. You know?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Makes us look a lot more professional than we really are.
Yeah.
We also like to thank.
I had to dress up. You know?
Yeah, the bow tie was nice. Thanks again to Northwest Sports Cards
Absolutely.
for all the free credit to give out on stream, which was really cool.
Much appreciated.
Also,
by those guys.
Just a reminder to people.
Make things a little fun for everybody.
Yeah.
You know, a little more sweat.
Just a reminder to people down there at the bottom of the stream, we do have some pretty sweet deals there. 20% off all supplies and things like that. So check that out. Let's see. What else? Thanks to Dwayne St. Arnold for commenting as well.
Yep.
Max
for a round or two. Yeah.
Thanks to all the drafters, especially thanks to all the streamers. You know, this is basically me begging at this point.
Thanks to everybody who linked it on Facebook. Yeah, trying to get the word out.
If you thought this was cool, you thought it was something, join the Facebook group and tell your friends. Get your friends to join the Facebook group. If it's something that you guys want to get going, feel free to message me on Facebook. How do we get this going? We want to do this ourselves. If you look down at our hand cam down there, we've got this is set up in my garage actually. So as soon as people are saying they missed Max commenting, this will the whole stream will be up on the Chits channel for a couple days, and then Chris is going to edit it down and get it up on YouTube, which you'll also be able to view through our Facebook stream as well. So if you want to rewatch the draft, you can rewatch at the beginning of the draft, watch the matches. It'll all be up for your viewing pleasure. But like I said, tell your friends. Let's get the word out about this thing. I think it's pretty sweet.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to see what happens in the next one.
So here's the real question.
There it is. That's first pick.
I think it might be.
But go get it on camera. Go get it on camera.
Yeah.
So what's your first pick of the draft here?
My first pick is definitely the bottle of absinthe.
I think for me, it's the giant bottle of Belvedere that is literally as large as a man's arm.
Yeah, I'm not a big vodka dude.
Belvedere's really nice, and look how big that bottle is.
I've never owned a bottle of absinthe, so
that's fair.
I think I would take that and just probably not drink it for a while.
I think that the combination of the Everclear and Four Loko Chasers,
also the jug of Wild Turkey.
Yeah, I think the Four Loko Everclear might be the dark horse pick here, though.
Okay, yeah, those are. Also, we just have additional picks, right? So it's not 5-2-1.
It's first place gets to pick, and then
second place picks, third place picks.
Did you turn it? Oh, okay, here we go. Whoa, we're really big now.
I think we're gonna get that the liquor cam on the screen.
There we go, liquor cam. So these guys, if you want to stick around for a minute, we're gonna have a little fun here. We're gonna draft off the booze. Part of my
two angles.
Of my messy ass garage. The remains of some donut boxes.
What is Bushmills Irish Honey? Who brought that one?
That was Jesse Hampton's.
Okay. All right.
Entry fee. The Smart Water is not, in fact, it's stuck in there. That is not one of the prizes.
Not only the Smart Water, the empty bottle of Smart Water.
Yeah, so we've got a bottle of Ciroc, a bottle of Wild Turkey, a bottle of Jameson's hiding back there, a bottle of Everclear and 2 Four Locos, a bottle of Kraken.
The Kraken.
A almost comically sized bottle of Belvedere.
Yeah, it's gross, actually, how big that thing is. I think it has to be the first pick.
Yeah.
Absinthe. Just based on value alone.
Some fancy absinthe and some Bushmills.
It looks like the absinthe went number 1.
Absinthe?
No, he's just looking.
Yeah.
No, it is. All right.
Chris is giving them the rundown how to properly do this.
Okay. I like it. Present it to the camera.
All right. The most ridiculous thing on Twitch probably at the moment.
Yeah, that's probably true. The old liquor draft.
Yeah. So the way this is going to work is the first winner, Greg Peloquin, is going to get the first pick. Then Joshua Ventura is going to get the second pick. Then Jesse Hampton, third pick. Back to Greg, back to Josh, and then Greg gets to take everything else.
Yep.
What do you think's the last pick of the draft?
The last pick of the draft.
It's got to be the Wild Turkey for me.
Well, really? The half jug? You can force that on your friends.
That's fair.
You can force, and that's a lot to force.
I just want the Belvedere, man.
Yeah.
Look in the second frame there. Look at how much larger it is than all the other bottles.
It's huge. The so when I draft in the
Greg's fiance is in here saying he better first pick that Belvedere.
Yeah. When I draft in the next one that I get into, I'm going to be bringing a bottle of Alaska Distillery Blueberry Vodka.
Ooh, I've had some of that.
Which is That's a big game.
It's a big game.
It's you mix that with lemonade, and your life is good and over. It's quite good. But it looks like Belvedere is going to be pick one, pack one.
I think it's the clear choice. I think it's definitely the Black
Lotus. It's the Black Lotus of the draft. Yeah,
we would make fun of anyone that didn't take it. It's the only correct choice.
Yep. Yeah, I think the Absinthe is a close
There
second.
it goes. First pick is Greg Peloquin, and he takes the comically sized bottle of Everclear.
Yes.
Congratulations to Greg. The
appendage-sized bottle of Belvedere.
Yeah. Josh first motions for the empty bottle of Smart Water, but decides he might go with something else here. He's finding out what flavors those four logos are.
Josh is definitely taking the
I believe. There it is, and I believe it's a grape and a peach. Which peach is my personal favorite of the four local flavors.
Okay, all right.
And he takes.
I've never had one. I'm not loco enough.
So
I'm a
up
too loco
third,
kind of
I
guy.
think we're gonna see the absinthe go third.
It's got to be third.
Although I think Jesse Hampton, if I know the man, I think he's gonna take the Jameson.
Okay, he's a Scotch man, a whiskey man. No, it's there. It is the absinthe.
All right,
Yeah,
Jesse Hampton takes home the absinthe.
There it is. We're gonna get straight European.
Yeah. Bitch. All right. Next up, now we're getting down to. I think the Jameson's next. It's got to be.
I think it's the best one available. The Kraken is kind of a sweet rum.
The Bushmills. All right, he takes the Bushmills,
Irish
some Irish honey. We should be getting advertising for this.
Yeah,
we should be getting money.
Absolutely. Josh took.
Josh takes Ciroc.
And Greg is left with the turkey, the Kraken, and the Jameson.
So Greg made out like a bandit.
A big haul. A big haul.
Someone's gonna have either a great night or a terrible night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Greg's fiance is itching for a good night. She wanted that Belvedere.
Yes.
And she wanted to drink it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So
oh, come on, get your mind out of the gutter.
It was right. That was a softball. Anyway, so congratulations again to Greg Peloquin. Thank you for everyone that joined us. Please join the Facebook group.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
these are a lot of fun, and we're going to keep doing them for quite a while.
Yeah, absolutely.
They are only going to get more degenerate as we go along. There's no backing down.
Oh, also something that I haven't said yet. If you have any ways to any suggestions to make this better, any ideas to make the stream more smooth, anything you can do to improve,
feedback
feel free to message
awesome.
in the Facebook group. Feel free to message me or Steven or Dwayne personally. And
totally.
Yeah, we're definitely open to suggestions on this. This is our second big stream, and we're definitely not experts at this point. So
speak for yourself.
Well, that's fair. But anyway, I think we're pretty close to saying good night here, and thanks to everybody for coming out.
Good night, good luck, sayonara.
Yeah,
all these other famous sign-offs.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Good night and good luck.
Word.
Don't let the door hit your ass on the way out.
Yeah. Peace, bitches.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Motherfuck, noise. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Noise. Smoking weed, doing coke, drinking beers.